Hey, Bastish here for 64K and welcome to a new documentary special. This is the director's cut of my Arcades the Universal Language series. This is how I always intended the series to be watched originally. And if you've never watched this series before, it's a chronological history of arcade games, right from 1970 right up to 1999. This, however, is an expanded director's cut. It features a whole host of revisions, lots of added reviews, and tweaks and cuts here and there to make it one long narrative. So please check out the video description for a comprehensive list of all the changes and additions, plus every single game in this entire video is listed below, plus chapter selects to get you to the year of your choice. Unlike most documentaries of this type, this is focused 90% on the actual video games released. 10% is dedicated to history as we jump from year to year to give you a sense of how things are progressing. This is not about pinball. If that's your thing, this is not the documentary for you. This is focused on arcade video games. So before we go any further, let's go way back to the birth of arcades and what the name actually means.
When people think of arcades, they generally think of classic games from the 70s, 80s and 90s. Space Invaders, Pac-Man, Golden Axe. But the origins of arcade gaming goes way back further, in fact all the way back to the early 1900s. But where did the name really come from? Arcade. Well, its origin was from the Italian word arcata, meaning arch of a bridge. In English, it became arches and was used to describe any covered arch structure, which would be shops or amusement centers. Hence, jumping forward, the name arcade was coined in 1977. The original penny arcades, as they were known, based solely on needing a penny to play a game, first emerged in the early 1900s from about 1902 and enjoyed massive success for at least 10 years after that. These establishments were usually set up around seaside towns, carnivals, or bustling areas of big cities and offered a wide range of games and entertainment. Stereoscopes or mutoscopes offered softcore pornography for anyone with a penny in hand. Athletic machines tested your physical strength in various forms. Shockers literally shocked you, and as most people didn't even understand the concept of electricity, this was a form of entertainment to them, as well as fortune telling and simplistic mechanical gun games. Of course, due to the stereoscope's seedy nature and that the games didn't require skill, they were seen as low-life establishments and were often run by the mob, especially in North America. They were walking a fine line between being games of luck or gambling, which would see them being cracked down by the US government. The penny arcades, though, would eventually fade away as games were produced that implemented actual skill, thus bypassing any government regulations. These were simply known as games of skill or redemption games in some respects. Traveling carnivals had rudimentary games such as skee-ball and whack-a-mole, which you played for tickets and those could be converted into prizes. Games of skill and entertainment became very popular in the early 1930s during the Great Depression, as people needed an escape from their mundane lives, as long as you could afford it, that is. 1931, though, saw the introduction of the first proper coin-operated game called Baffleball, invented by David Gottlieb, founder of the Gottlieb Amusement Company. Baffleball was the first incarnation of pinball. It simply didn't have the flippers on each side. It was insanely popular at the time with over 50,000 tables produced, but the game was considered gambling by the US government as no skill was required to play it or manipulate the ball, and it was banned in most US states, with New York keeping the pinball ban right up to 1976, but more on that later. Various other styles of arcade games were introduced, like the Seeburg Ray of Light in 1936, which was the introduction of the first light gun game, using light to trigger sensors on basic physical targets, and in the early 1940s with the introduction of electromechanical games or EM games, such as Drivemobile, which used a full steering wheel for its driving action. These driving games originated from British arcades and were adapted into EM versions for their North American releases. And I'll round up this look at the origins here with 1947, a pivotal year that took Baffleball to pinball as two flippers were introduced to the tables, turning the once gambling game into a genuine game of skill. that slowly ushered in an era of amusement arcades being seen as family-friendly establishments as opposed to the seedy gangster-driven places that they were commonly associated with in the past.
And now that you know a little bit about the origins of arcades, let me introduce my guests, who I've gathered from all over the world to give you a broad perspective of what arcades were like back in the day in different countries. But I'll let them introduce themselves.
My name is Neil from RMC Retro. I come from the UK, and most of my 90s gaming happened in a little seaside town called Weymouth down on the south coast of England.
Hi, thanks for having me on today. I really do appreciate it. I'm Doug from 10 Minute Amiga Retrocast. I'm from the United States, born and raised in Rockford, Illinois in the Midwest near Chicago, but currently living in Tucson, Arizona, and I spent a lot of time in arcades as a kid.
G'day, my name is Brian. I'm from a channel called Synth Spacies, and I've been asked to come along and just give a bit of a rundown or a flashback of my perspective as a gamer in the 90s here in Sydney, Australia.
Hey, I'm Adam from the Commodore Chronicles. I'm born and raised and also live currently in Southeast Michigan in the United States.
Hi, this is Darren Doyle from Grey Fox Books here based in Dublin in Ireland, creator of the Atari Visual History as well as the Kind of the Arcade Guide.
Hi everyone, I'm Darren Borg, or Daz as some people know me from the Hands On Gaming podcast, Arcade Perfect podcast and the Retro Domination podcast, and I'm from Melbourne, Australia.
Hi there, I'm Audie Surley from Norway, PC98 Audie on Twitter, member of Digital Foundry, and I totally did not forget to film my introduction months ago, and then did it now, many months later.
Hey guys, my name's Sean, or Taxter as my friends call me, and thanks to Bastish B for inviting me to this little video about some of the history of my arcade days.
Hi, I'm Mark Halliwell from Yorkshire in England, although some of you may know me under my handle, which is Judge Drock. And I was the founder of the Amiga demo team Anarchy, which started in 1989. I grew up in the arcades of the 1970s and love all games today.
Hey guys, it's Brian from Brian's Man Cave.
Hey everybody, my name's Mark McRae and I'm currently living in Wellington, New Zealand. Some of you might also know me as editor and reviewer for Zap Amiga magazine from Fusion Retro. I'm originally from London, England, and that's where I spent most of my time playing arcade games back in the 90s, and also lots and lots of sensible soccer on the Amiga.
Hello, I'm Sega Master Tim, and I'm from Melbourne, Australia.
Hi, I'm John Linneman with Digital Foundry, and I come from the United States.
And hey, I'm Bastish B. If you're new here, I run the 64K YouTube channel dedicated to the Commodore 64 and all other retro gaming goodness. I originally used to live in South Africa. That's where all my arcade gaming experience comes from. Currently though, I now live in Canada. And one last note before we get started, because I had some comments on the original episodes. This entire video was put together by myself, one person, that's all. This wasn't Kickstarted, this is not a crowdfunding thing, this is just my personal love letter to arcades. This video serves three purposes: video game preservation, obviously nostalgia, and of course, above all, pure entertainment value. So if you really do like it, after you've watched it of course, please like and subscribe. They'll help out the video immensely. And now let's head on back to the 1970s and the birth of the arcade scene.
Welcome to the 1970s. A time of social upheaval, war, and whatever the hell that was. It was also one single decade that completely defined the entire arcade industry and created video games as we know them, commercially speaking of course. As retro as this decade seems now, it was a melting pot of new technology being infused with original ideas.
Hey, what's happening? It's Pachinko, Montgomery Ward's fun new family pinball game.
To create a whole new other form of entertainment. As with everything, the story starts a few years earlier, when electromechanical games by Sega, Gottlieb and Williams still ruled the arcade, and pinball was the king of them all. In 1962 saw the first video game created in the form of Space War by Steve Russell. It was created on a PDP-1 mini computer, the understatement of the century, at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It was a two-player versus affair with two ships facing off against against each other, trying to blow each other up, all the while contending with the massive gravity effects of a star in your orbit. It was a public domain game, as the gaming community at the time was almost non-existent, but the program managed to spread like wildfire throughout various big university campuses across the US, enthralling anyone who played it. Its effects would be seen for decades in video games such as Atari Space War on the 2600, the hyperspace jump being directly used in 1979's Asteroids, and in Accolade's 1990 gem Star Control, to name a few examples. Fast forward a few years to 1969, where we meet a young Nolan Bushnell, who at the time had a job at an amusement arcade maintaining EM games such as Speedway by Chicago Coin. It was here he managed to learn the ins and outs of how these machines worked, and also observe people's responses, both positive and negative, to all the games around him. Nolan and his friend Ted Dabney had also played Space War a few years earlier at Stanford, and decided to create their own video game arcade for the masses based on Space War, using the ideas of an EM machine and video display, combining them together and making it available for everybody. Due to the early machines still needing to use multiple electronic circuit boards to work, these were called state machines. They ended up teaming up with a Californian-based company, Nutting Associates, which was one of the only coin-op companies in California at the time, as Chicago was seen as the mecca for the coin-op industry. After a couple years of work in 1971, Computer Space was shown off for the press at the Music Operators of America Expo, a gathering of EM coin-op machines, jukeboxes, and pinball that all fell under the same umbrella at the time. The responses were mixed, but Nutting went ahead and manufactured what would become the first video game arcade. It was relatively successful, selling over 1,500 units by 1973. Not the massive success everyone was hoping for though, but it did prove that the market was there for their new form of arcade entertainment. So with that, 1971 became the year of the world's first video game arcade release, and the start of an entire new sector of the coin-op industry. With the groundwork set by Bushnell and Dabney, the 70s would lay out and create all the rules and many of the genres that still populate today's gaming. We'll be jumping through each year, highlighting the most influential games, at least in my opinion, as well as the arcade debuts of all of the most beloved companies in coin-op history. So let's get the ball rolling with 1972.
You're my older brother, and I love you. But don't ever take sides with anyone against the family again.
71 may have given us the first arcade release, but 72 was the start of its massive commercial success to the general public with the release of Pong by Atari. Nolan and Ted formed Atari after leaving Nutting, and the game was developed by their first engineer, Al Alcorn. The idea for Pong, which itself was a simple two-player game of tennis, came from a demo for a table tennis game Nolan had seen for the Magnavox Odyssey, the world's first home video game console, by Ralph Baer.
Odyssey, the electronic game of the future. Odyssey easily attaches to any brand TV, black and white or color, to create a closed-circuit electronic playground.
Nolan and Ted had learned their lesson with Computer Space, with the majority of the criticism being the controls were too hard to understand and play for most people. They aimed to make Pong as simplistic as humanly possible gameplay-wise, a fundamental design that would dominate the arcade industry still to this day. It was a runaway success. The simple, addictive gameplay caught everyone's imagination, and it also brought in a whole new audience who'd never frequented amusement centers before. It put Atari on the map, and they would continue to dominate the 70s in almost every genre they invented. Pong sold over 4,000 units by 1974, more than double Computer Space's success. It also led to a renaissance of the old coin-op companies, who were all still making elaborate, expensive electromechanical games. They all now wanted a piece of what Atari was doing. Bally, Williams, Taito, Midway, and Sega, who were just some of the giants of the EM coin-op industry, and they'd all jump on board with this new medium. This is also where the term clone game came from, aka a copy of a game that already exists with slight alterations. The 70s was jammed with them. In fact, Computer Space and Pong themselves were both clone games. Being the 70s though meant that almost everybody got away with it, without much consequence for the most part. Demand for Pong was so high that Atari couldn't produce enough machines, eventually leading leading them to develop a home console version in 1975, which put the game in 13 million US homes by 1978. Of course, this in turn led to a flood of clone Pong consoles hitting the market as well, which led Magnavox, who came up with the original table tennis concept, to go on a sue fest of many of the knockoffs at the time. They reportedly made a small fortune in royalties. Pong was the first video game I ever played. It was much later in the late 70s, where my dad bought a standalone Pong console. Was it a knockoff or the Atari branded one? Unfortunately, I was too young to know. All I remember is that it was glorious, as my dad hooked it up to our black and white TV. Not that it mattered, as Pong had no color anyway. I remember being absolutely mesmerized by the glowing ball and bats. My video game journey had officially begun at the tender age of 4 years old. '73 saw the official start of the Attack of the Clones by Atari's much older coin-op competition, Japanese company Taito, who was originally founded in 1953 as an importer of vending and jukebox machines into Japan. The Tokyo-based company had been making EM games until this year, with their first official video game called Astro Race, which of course was a clone of Atari's recently released game that year called Space Race. Space Race was based on an idea by Ted, and is the first racing game of sorts, as it was a two-player versus affair with each ship trying to make it to the top of the screen while avoiding asteroids. Sega's first non-EM game was called Pongtron, and I'm sure you can guess what that was cloning. Sega had been around since 1940 in its original form, founded in Honolulu, Hawaii, and built their business model on providing coin-op amusement games and slot machines to US military bases during World War II as entertainment for the troops. Their first self-made EM game was called Periscope and came out in the late 1960s. I actually had the fortune of playing this as a kid at a beachfront arcade, and it was an absolute sight to behold. I wish they still made these sort of games. The other notable release for this year was Gotcha by Atari, their fourth game, and another Al Alcorn design. It was simply a video game version of Tag, as two players would chase each other through a maze trying to catch one another. It essentially became an example of the first maze game. Atari were at the time trying to create as many original games as humanly possible due to the clones flooding the market. Gotcha unfortunately wasn't as successful as Pong, but it did well enough to keep the company going. Most versions of the game though were in black and white, although a limited run of true colored versions were also released, making it the first colorized arcade video game.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The Turbo 2000 Super is a new wireless gamepad released by Comatron and is for use on many of your favorite 8 and 16-bit systems. Simple 9-pin joystick dongle interface, extremely easy setup, just plug and play, with up mapped to a button for easy platform gaming action. Available in 4 different cosmetic designs and multiple autofire speed settings, and compatible with the following original computers and systems. Check out the links in the video description to pick up your own Turbo 2000 today.
Let me out. Let me out of here. Get me the hell out of here. What's the matter with you people? I was joking! Jesus Christ, get me out of here! Open this goddamn door, I'll kick your rotten heads in!
Genres were continually being invented, with every company now on board with video game releases, and are still used as standards for arcade-style games. Rules such as power bars, 2-hit kills, 3 lives, and high score tables were all coming into effect, giving games a set number of unwritten rules for gamers to quickly understand and remember. Despite all the technology, pinball was still outgunning video games in the amusement centers, but by the end of the decade, the tables would have turned, with a few massive notable video game releases. One of the most influential releases though for this year was Taito Speed Race, as it was known in Japan, which was a fast-paced vertical scrolling racing game where driving fast and avoiding crashing into other cars was the goal. The game was an adaptation of Taito's EM game Super Road 7, released in 1970. It was also notable for 2 important things: the first use of scrolling sprite graphics, and the fact it was designed by Tomohiro Nishikado, who would later go on to make one of the most influential games of the decade, but more on him later. Atari also released Tank. It was made by Key Games Games, which Atari absorbed. It was a two-player versus tank game, with each player having two controls, giving the realistic feel of a tank as you attempted to take each other out in a maze. Fortunately, the game was another big success for Atari, bouncing them back after the financial disappointment of Gotcha. The game managed to sell over 10,000 units. My exposure to tank will be as one of the games on the Atari 2600 called Combat. We used to play this such a lot. Those tank sounds are still ingrained in my brain for all time. It ended up becoming the second most successful game of 1974, behind Taito Speed Race, which was renamed Wheels in North America.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
This is Odyssey, the new electronic game simulator. You attach Odyssey to your television set in seconds to create a closed-circuit electronic playground. Odyssey is tennis, roulette, football and hockey, analogic, and geography. Odyssey comes complete with 12 electronic games and educational experiences. Many more are optionally available, like a shooting gallery, a prehistoric safari. Odyssey is an electronic teacher. Odyssey is a total play and learning experience for all ages. Odyssey. It's new from Magnavox. Odyssey.
Where, you son of a bitch!
So this was really hard to remember, and while I was making this video, I actually unlocked a whole lot of memories which I had completely forgotten about. I have a specific video game that I played for the first time ever in an arcade in my mind, but when I really thought about it, I didn't actually play any video games when I first went to an arcade.
My earliest memories of going into an arcade, I don't think I actually played a game. Though, you know, there was kind of mechanical games where you could control a helicopter and land it on a little pad in a plastic dome and so on.
So I'll explain. In South Africa, where I used to live, there was this beachfront arcade. I don't know what it was called. It was just literally right on the beachfront. You could jump in the waves, come off the beach, dry yourself off, and then you walk down into this underground, and it was just loaded with arcade machines of all kinds. But looking back at it now, those were all electromechanical games, you know, the really early stuff.
There was also a cartoon booth that you could sit in. It was like having your own personal cinema, and you put your money into a slot, drew a curtain, and you sat back and watched a Woody Woodpecker cartoon for the next 5 minutes, while your parents probably went and got some fish and chips. And it was amazing. It was an amazing experience.
I don't recall actually playing any video game arcades in there. There were all those electromechanical games, you know, by Sega and Taito and all that kind of stuff, and they were absolutely amazing.
Taito, Atari's main rival at the time, released Western Gun in Japan. It was a two-player versus game with two players trying to blast each other from across the screen with a Wild West setting. It was a game programmed by Tomohiro Nishikado. Midway licensed the game from Taito for the North American release and renamed it Gunfight. They completely remade the game from the ground up using new microprocessor technology, which totally revolutionized the arcade and pinball industry. The game was actually remade and reprogrammed by David Nutting, who Bushnell and Dabney originally teamed up with to make Computer Space in 1971. Both versions of the game were hugely successful in Japan and North America. Other notable releases include Nürburgring 1, the original first-person racing game, and Anti-Aircraft by Atari, a two-player blast fest as you and a friend took out planes in the sky with your massive anti-aircraft guns. I first played this on the Atari 2600 as it was on the Air-Sea Battle cartridge, and played the hell out of it as a kid. Atari also released Indy 800, a game that created the time-honored gaming staple, the top-down multiplayer racing game. 8 players could take part at one time, and not only that, the arcade also featured a mirror overhead so spectators could stand off to the side and look up and watch the game taking place. Atari would essentially remake this game over the next couple decades, multiple times in various forms such as Super Sprint and Badlands.
You know, I've been coming in for 6 years. The 6 years you've been sticking it to me. I want to know how come. You don't want to know. Yeah, I want to know how come. You want to know? I want to know how.
Advancements were happening at a rapid pace, with games going from black and white to color, character animations becoming more important, microprocessors were introduced, as well as massive multiplayer action. The arcades were really becoming their own unique ecosystem of gaming. The divide between them and pinball was almost equal in terms of commercial success, and the looks of the amusement arcades were starting to look a whole lot different. Amazingly, New York still had a ban on pinball machines that dated back to the early 1930s, when it was still considered gambling. A journalist by the name of Roger Sharp decided to remedy this outdated law and took a pinball machine down to City Hall and pulled off some real pinball wizard type skills calling his shots. The council was convinced it was actually a game and not just based on pure luck. So in 1976, the pinball ban in New York was finally lifted. 76's innovations came fast and furious, with Sega releasing Road Race, which introduced haptic feedback for the first time in a video game. The game was also modified slightly and released again as Motocross. Later that same year, the game was rebranded and re-released as Fonz, which was based on the motorbike riding character from the TV show Happy Days. Sega was able to make this happen because their North American branch had access to Paramount's intellectual TV properties. Sega also released the first hand-to-hand fighting game called Heavyweight Champ, a monochrome side-view boxing versus game. Unfortunately, it's one of the many 70s games that are considered lost, as was the original Japanese version of Western Gun by Taito. Sega would though remake this game in 1987 with a different viewpoint, but still the same boxing concept. Gremlin released Blockade, the first example of a snake game where each player has to last longer than the other without hitting into something or eating yourself. The game would be cloned a million times over the next few decades in the form of Nibbler, Snakebite, and even the light cycle segments in Midway's Tron game. Exidy released Death Race, a game inspired by the 70s trash fest movie Death Race 2000, starring the king of cheese himself, David Carradine. Exidy modified their 1975 game Demolition Derby and created the two-player game where running over gremlins to score points won you the game. Unfortunately, this led to the first video game violence controversy, as most people thought you were running over people and not monsters. The press absolutely trashed the game, which in turn just led the sales of the game for Exidy to skyrocket, ironically. And finally, on the Atari front, we got Night Driver, another first-person racing game.
I think next to that there was a kind of Night Driver arcade machine with a plastic car that you controlled with a steering wheel, and the lights on the side of the road against a black backdrop. But I think I was about 5-6 years old at the time, and just the sound of the engine and the noise of the crash when you when you rammed another car or hit the side of the road used to frighten me as a little kid.
They also released Outlaw, which was basically Atari getting revenge on Taito for cloning so many of the games. And in turn, they cloned Western Gun. This was a staple game I used to play in many people's houses back in the early 80s. It seemed like everybody had this game on the Atari 2600. And lastly, Atari would create a completely new genre, the ball-bouncing breakout game in the form of Breakout. The game was worked on by a host of heavyweights, Nolan Bushnell and Steve Wozniak on design, with Al Alcorn as project manager and Steve Jobs creating the first prototype. It was one of Atari's last non-microprocessor games. The genre would be cloned all to hell, even to this day, with over 11,000 cabinets sold, bringing in an estimated $50 million for Atari in sales revenue, which ended in 1976 on a high for Atari and the whole industry in general.
I owe my allegiance to a higher source.
Ah, but you'll have the chance to kill 50, maybe 60 people.
Not only were Atari crushing it in the arcades, but they were also about to dominate the console scene with the release of the Atari 2600, which was a home version of their microprocessor-based hardware.
I had an Atari 2600 at home from about 1980, late 79, early 80, somewhere in that range. And we had all of the popular arcade games, Asteroids, Space Invaders, eventually we got Pac-Man a few years later, Missile Command. Those were all standards. And to tell you the truth, I absolutely loved them. Totally understood. They were different than the arcade, that they just played different, they looked different. but I was home, I had a joystick, I had this nice little color TV. I was playing these arcade games at home. I loved it on the 2600.
And with the release of the film Star Wars, which became a massive legitimate pop culture phenomenon, this started the floodgates on video game Star Wars knockoffs to cash in on sci-fi's new resurgence.
Don't come near me.
Thursday, John Amos, Ernest Borgnine, and the Cop of the Future are set up by a girl on the edge.
First up was the most successful game of 1977, which was Space Wars, clearly cashing in on the Star Wars craze, and at the time being a clone of 1962's Space War. It's the same versus spaceship battle game, and is the first arcade game to use vector graphics. Star Wars definitely helped propel this game to sell over 10,000 cabinets, making it the #1 arcade financially for 77. Cinematronics, the makers of it, made many other vector graphics games, but probably are best remembered as the company that ushered in Laserdisc gaming in the form of Dragon's Lair in 1983. Midway released Boot Hill, the sequel to Gunfight.
And my other arcade favourite from, the mid-70s, one of the first arcade machines I played was Boot Hill. And I think, considering my dad was not a great games player, he was actually pretty good at that. You've got a cowboy at either side, shooting at each other, and a little stagecoach used to go up and down, which you used as a barrier. And then, more often than not, I was getting a bullet between my eyes, and the Death March tune played while your little character floated off into the sky. Loved that game.
And Atari released Destroyer, which was basically a video game version of Sega's EM game Periscope, except you're the ship instead of the sub. But most notably was a game called Blockyard, or Block Game as it was sometimes known. It was published by LaJack, who published all Konami's games up until 1981. This basically was the debut of Konami as another contender, and in a few years they had become a major force in the arcade scene. Even though the stigma of arcades was lessened from the early 1940s, they were still considered seedy places where shady characters hung out. And from personal experience, they were pretty dodgy at best. But Nolan Bushnell wanted to change that. He became the founder of Chuck E. Cheese, a combination of restaurant and family-friendly arcade setting.
So pretty much my memories of the arcade were not the traditional arcade, but Chuck E. Cheese. That was where all my friends, and including myself, would have our birthday parties. And I remember playing lots of the arcades there. That's where I got my first experience playing real arcade games. Games like Pac-Man and Donkey Kong and Q*bert, Centipede, all the classic games. That was where I had my first real experience playing games.
They opened locations all over the US and Canada, and managed to help clean up the arcade image to some degree, and managed during the best of times to introduce a new generation of kids to the craze of arcade gaming.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Do you know why the number 200 is so vitally descriptive to both you and me? It's your weight and my IQ. Now think, people, think!
At this point, arcades were becoming a common sight. Most corner stores or cafes had a cabinet or two stuffed into some dark corner, and arcade amusement centers were literally everywhere. As by this point it had spread across the world, gaming was here to stay. It wasn't simply a fad like so many had predicted. Although it would have its ups and downs, 78 would be an up. So much so that the 78 to 84 period is often referred to as the golden age of arcade gaming. Many of the biggest companies made their video game debuts here, but more importantly, one of the most iconic 70s arcades was released, but it wasn't by Atari. Instead, by its Japanese rival, Taito, who gave us Space Invaders.
My first real arcade game, though, was probably in 1980. I remember this distinctly because I was about 5 years old and we had just moved to our new house, which became my home, my home that I grew up in as a kid. And down the road from that was our little cafe, which I played many arcade games at. They used to swap them out all the time. Anyway, while my dad was building the house, he actually built it himself, we went down to the cafe and there was a machine right there, right at the back. There was another one next to it, and I don't remember what that was, but the machine in question was Space Invaders. And I remember my dad just wanting to have a go, and he said, we can play this together. And I was like, okay, cool. And I was actually pressing the fire button to shoot, and he was controlling. And it was pretty cool, but I was so small back then. I was looking up at the screen like this. I couldn't actually see the bottom of the screen. I could only see like the top half. And so anyway, but the sounds, that distinctive Space Invaders sound was just so cool and blowing everything up. And then my dad, about a year later, got the Atari 2600 and we got Space Invaders, and I got to experience it at home and play it as much as I could.
The game was as much a pop culture phenomenon as Star Wars was 1 year earlier, and sent arcade popularity into the stratosphere. It was a simple game of blasting a bunch of aliens slowly moving their way down the screen towards you. The more you killed, the faster it went, ramping up the intensity. The action was addictive and simple, the staples of all good arcade games. It had gradual progressive difficulty, 3 lives, and a persistent high score, which was instrumental in the popularity of classic games. It was another hit game by Western gun creator Tomohiro Nishikado. It was a monster success, with it selling over 100,000 machines in Japan alone in 1978, and over 60,000 cabinets in the US by 1980. You could literally find this game everywhere. But that wasn't all. We also saw the debut of 5 major arcade heavyweights, all Japanese companies vying for the bit of that arcade pie. Data East, Namco, SNK, Nintendo, and RM all released their first video game arcades in '78, making this year truly live up to the start of the golden age. Data East were formed in 1976 in Suginami, Tokyo. They had released a few gambling-based machines before their video game debut with Super Break, which, you guessed it, was simply a clone of Atari's Breakout. Namco's first in-house made arcade game was called GB, and it wasn't a clone. Well, at least sort of. It managed to successfully combine 2 games, the Breakout style and pinball, into some sort of unholy union. It actually worked, and worked really well, and became one of Japan's top games of that year, and helped establish Namco as a new player in the industry. It was also the brainchild of their most successful game designers, Toru Iwatani, who went on to make one of their most iconic characters in 1980. But more on him later. SNK jumped into the ring with Micon Kit, which was basically a slight variation on Breakout. That company set up shop in 1978 in Osaka, Japan. They were just going to provide software and hardware for a variety of Japanese businesses, but after witnessing the massive rise in the arcade scene, they decided to try their luck in the new medium. RM was next, another Japanese company from Osaka Prefecture. They started off selling pachinko machines and installing them to repairing arcade cabinets, to eventually making their game debut with RPM Invader, a clone game of Taito's Space Invaders. In fact, to say it was a clone game was an understatement. Besides it being in color, it looked like they literally just copied the same code and game, lock, stock and barrel. Take that, copyright. And last but not least was another heavyweight, Nintendo themselves. They made their original arcade debut with laser clay shooting in 1973, which was a combination of 16mm film projection and a light gun blasting clay pigeons. It's basically a 70s version of Duck Hunt.
I remember my dad playing this light gun game, and it gave this massive rifle, and there was a screen that wrapped around like the whole wall, and it shot up like clay pigeons, and you would shoot them. And it was super cool, and I remember him giving me the gun to try and hold it, and it was like almost like a real gun. It was so heavy I couldn't even hold it, I almost fell over. And I later found out while making this video that was a Nintendo game that came out in about the mid-70s, and I never knew that until making this. And it's quite amazing that I actually got to see that game in motion.
This was followed by another EM game called Wild Gunman, created by Gunpei Yokoi in 1974. These weren't video games, but simply EM games, but Nintendo was taking note of the popular change in the amusement arcade scene. They released the first of 2 video games in 1978. The first one, Computer Othello, exclusively in Japan. It simply was an adaptation of the classic board game in video game form. And Block Fever was also released, another blatant blatant ripoff of Atari's Breakout. Nintendo would continue to clone it up for a good few years before making the wise choice of doing something original. Atari finally rounded out the year with two very original entries. The first, called Fire Truck, noted as being one of the first examples of cooperative two-player gaming, where you had to drive a massive fire truck through traffic. The front player controlled the brake, acceleration, and the front wheels, and the second player steered the rear wheels of the trailer. Insert co-op chaos. Atari also released the first video game version of pinball called Video Pinball in regular stand-up cabinets. It was a unique idea, taking the massive size-wasting tables and putting it into video form in regular cabinets, giving arcade establishments more room for more games. It never managed to wipe out pinball in its traditional sense, but was a unique idea nevertheless.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
My first memories of the arcades go right back to the 1970s in England.
I grew up in the UK.
And especially the seaside towns such as Scarborough, Filey, Whitby.
I think it was about 78, 79. My parents would take me to the seaside.
On the east coast, where we used to go every year for a summer holiday.
In the UK, to places like Blackpool or North Wales.
Sometimes twice a year if we were lucky, but that was just about the only time I got to experience, arcade machines and video games as a kid.
The seafront there was full of arcades, so it was a great thing to be able to do once or twice a year. Got to see a lot of arcade games throughout the years because these places had all the latest games. Fond memories of playing Space Invaders, Missile Command with a trap ball, and I used to trap my skin in that, and it used to bloody hurt. And that's one of my memories that sticks with me because it's painful.
Between 1978 and 1982, the average arcade cabinet was bringing in $400 per week in quarters. The profits for everybody involved, especially arcade owners, were astronomical. So now let's check out some of the last games for the decade. Sega had a triple release of mostly forgotten but very influential games. They released their last TTL chip game before moving 100% to microprocessor technology. The game in question was the racing game Monaco GP. Originally released in Japan in '79, it would eventually get a US release in the early 80s. It was an extremely popular race against the clock style game and used to be a staple of mine whenever I went to a certain tropical themed restaurant called the Tropical in Durban, South Africa as a kid, which bizarrely had a bunch of arcades just outside. I played this every time I went there and loved it. That machine must have been there for years. Sega would revive the series multiple times in the future, most notably as Super Monaco GP in the arcade in 1989 and Ayrton Senna's Super Monaco GP2 in 92 on the Mega Drive. The other interesting Sega release was Head On, a simple maze game where collecting dots and avoiding crashes with your opponent was the nature of the game. What's really interesting though is that the following year saw two clone games take the major element of this game and make them way more successful, aka Pac-Man and Rally X. It seems to me like Namco may have cloned some of its inspiration from Sega for some of its biggest hits. Atari also jumped in on the action and released Dodgems on the Atari 2600, which is basically the exact same game. On the flip side, Nintendo continued its unoriginal streak by cloning two more games, with Sheriff, which was a variation on Taito's Western Gun, although it did have enough original elements to make it not that blatant, and it's notable as featuring graphics by young Shigeru Miyamoto. And the other release was Space Fever, another blatant ripoff of Taito's Space Invaders. Black and white and color versions were both made. SNK released Ozma Wars, an original take on various ideas, turning the simple spaceship shooter into an interesting curiosity. It feels like a cross between Space Invaders and Galaga. Next was Namco's first major hit game, Galaxian, which on the surface seems like a clone of Invaders, but the combination of flying enemies, a moving starfield background, and most importantly, one of the first games to feature full RGB color graphics, which was capable of producing multicolored animated sprites, really set it apart from the rest of the pack visually, and paved the way for look of games in the next decade. Atari hit back though with two massive games, both original and creating new genres. They were Lunalander and Asteroids. Lunalander introduced the genre we now know as gravity games, where the goal was to land your ship on the moon while manipulating the thrusters and gravity itself. The vector graphics-based game is notable for being the first game to feature multiple changing perspectives during gameplay, which was a first in a video game. The second game, however, Asteroids, was Atari's biggest hit ever. selling 70,000 units and raking in over 150 million in sales, plus another 500 million for arcade operators all over the world from coin drops. It was a vector graphics-based shoot-'em-up where you had to take out asteroids to clear stages and watch out for those pesky flying saucers. The game was co-designed by Epilogue, who used the Lunar Lander engine for the game, and went on to work on many influential Atari games during the 80s, such as Centipede and Gauntlet. The final game of this decade, though, to look at was Lunar Rescue by Taito, which is a great little clone combination of the own Space Invaders and Atari's Lunar Lander, which actually came out a few months before this game was released. Use gravity to land on platforms, dodge asteroids, rescue pilots, blast your way up to your mothership. It managed to mash all the popular arcades into one single screen game. I mean, if you're gonna clone stuff, this is the way to do it. Fun and addictive. And even though Nolan Bushnell had sold Atari to Warner Brothers in 1976, he still stayed on as director and creative consultant until mid-79, when he finally left the company he helped create. And with that brings this first chapter to an end. These games may all seem very rough by modern standards, but all of them were stepping stones to the games we love today, and the huge imaginations of everyone who helped pioneer an entire new entertainment industry.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
After the earthquakes and tidal waves, they won't be quite the human beings you remember. They'll be more tractable, easier for you to rule, in the name of Ming.
You mean slaves?
Let's say they'll be satisfied with less.
With the popularity of disco finally starting to wane and technology leaping ahead year by year, it was inevitable the arcades would reach their pinnacle in this decade, the time of big hair and access. If the 70s was the invention of video games, then the 80s would be that vision finally coming to fruition. And it was all on the back of pinball, whose 3 balls equals 3 lives, flashy lights and sounds, and high scores equals extra lives had all been translated into the new video medium. But this is where video arcades would leave the pins in the dust and be the go-to entertainment for the kids of the 80s. The 70s pushed technology further with almost every game release, and in turn 1980 would bring many new features to arcades that will become standards for years to come. The Deco cassette system was developed by Data East as a standardized arcade system, making it possible to load different games from cassette into arcade RAM chips, thus allowing you to change out games daily. The games took on average a few minutes to load, just like old cassette gaming on my beloved Commodore 64. Roughly 40 to 50 games were released this way up until 1985, before the system was discontinued. Some notable game releases on the system were Lock and Chase, Burger Time, and Burning Rubber. Another new introduction was synthesized voices or samples into a game called Speak and Rescue, as it was called in Japan. This game was later released as Stratovox by Taito in North America. It's a simple variation on a bit of Space Invaders and Galaxian styles, but the inclusion of voice samples made it a first for arcade games, and it would become more and more popular as the 80s progressed.
We had an arcade in the neighborhood that was about maybe a 3 or 4 minute bike ride away. It was called Just for Fun, and it was an absolute blast. This was probably 1980, 1981, 1982, right in that range that I spent a lot of time down there. And I distinctly remember busting into the piggy bank and taking out exactly 100 pennies and putting them in like a Ziploc bag, bringing them down to the arcade, putting them on the counter. And at this arcade, they used tokens instead of quarters. So we get 10 tokens for $1. I could play for an hour or so on those. It was an absolute blast. They would look at me funny when I brought them all the pennies, though.
Now let's flip our attention to the games of 1980, and first up was Phoenix, published by Taito in Japan. Another one of my dad and I's favorite games to play together. It's a space shooter in the Galaxian mold, but still different and unique in its own right. Featuring 5 stages where you have to blast alien Phoenix birds or eggs before they hatch. You're also equipped with a shield which can be activated to save you from fire or fry close flying objects. I love the unpredictable nature of the enemy patterns, and this game also features one of the first examples of an end of game boss battle where you have to blast a hole right through the final brain alien's UFO. Next was another space shooter in the form of Mooncrester, released by Nichibutsu, who were founded in 1970 with their headquarters being in Kita, Osaka, Japan. Like so many of these companies before them, they started by selling arcades, but made their official arcade debut in 1978 with a clone of Breakout called Table Attacker. Mooncrester though was one of their first big hits. It featured unique elements like the 3 pieces of your ship representing your lives, upgrades to your weapons the further you got, which involved docking with new pieces to increase your firepower. It was fun, but really hard, and was followed by a bunch of sequels such as 1985's Terra Cresta, and a 3D version, Terra Cresta 3D, in 1997 for the Sega Saturn, which was their last published game. Midway then gave us Wizard of War, developed by Nutting Associates, with David Nutting himself being one of the designers. This unique maze-style shooter included a 2-player mode where you can either team up and kill the creatures or blast your opponent and the monsters, featuring excellent use of speech samples, addictive gameplay, varied enemies, and a gradual learning curve made it really fun to get into. I used to play this a lot on my Commodore 64 with my next door neighbor, and we absolutely loved it. It was a great conversion. Another game in a similar style but equally addictive was Berserk by Stern. Berserk essentially is a maze shoot 'em up, with the goal of each screen is to kill all the robots as fast as possible and exit the level. Gameplay employs randomly generated levels with you trying to last as long as you can and rack up those points. More kills means the robots get smarter and more aggressive, with the difficulty ramping up pretty quickly. But that one more go trope is alive and well, making it quite an addictive game. Just like a few other games this year, Berserk is absolutely jam-packed with speech samples, so as soon as you walked into an arcade back then and heard that crazy robot chatter, you just had to go and investigate. Now let's check out Atari, who had 3 massive releases this year and coming off their hot streak of Lunar Lander and Asteroids in '79. Let's start off with Centipede, another Epilogue design game, which was a single screen shooter where you had to blast a centipede making its way down towards you. You also had to deal with other bugs like spiders, fleas, and scorpions, each bringing their own set of problems to deal with in this fast-paced game. The use of a trackball control method was really what made this game stand apart, as you could move extremely fast and be very accurate once you got used to it, leading to mega points on the high score table. The game was followed by a sequel, Millipede, in 1982. Missile Command was next, a game designed by Dave Thera, who would do another few big hits for Atari in the next few years. But for now, Missile Command is a fixed-screen strategy shooter where you had to defend your cities from a nuclear attack by shooting down the missiles before they nuked the surface. No doubt inspired by the rising tensions of the Cold War at the time. Again, using a trackball to perfect effect, it was a test of quick thinking and pinpoint accuracy. If all your cities are nuked, it's game over. It's very simplistic and addictive. It's what Atari just did best. And their third game was Battlezone, a first-person tank shooter that made excellent use of its 3D vector graphics. The cabinet design really sucked you into the experience with the double control method from 74's tank and that viewfinder periscope you had to look through to play the game. I remember my dad having to hold me up to the viewfinder to play this for the first time.
Battlezone was another game that was great. I was only small, so I used to have to stand up on a step or this crate, milk crate, to be able to look through and play Battlezone.
And I was completely blown away. I had just watched Tron on VHS, so this was like living the movie. Although it was a few years later, after its release, it was still extremely impressive. In the game, you roam a planet's surface blasting other tanks and UFOs for bonus points. You use the radar to seek and destroy. This game is also notable as being the first big successful 3D game, and not only that, the original first-person 3D shooter. Space Firebird was another early Nintendo clone game, taking elements of other games in the genre like Galaxians and mashing them together with a few unique elements. It was in the single-screen space shooter genre that was hugely popular in the late 70s to early 80s. You have to blast the space Firebirds as they buzz around the screen, dodging and shooting. Plus you have access to a shield system which can be used once per level, or to fry some birds until it runs out. You also have to take out the deadly incoming missiles that one shot explode into shrapnel, which you need to avoid. It's a good bit of simple fun and a forgotten footnote for Nintendo, before they really found their footing with their original concept in Donkey Kong the following year. And 1980s hits just keep on coming as Namco dropped 2 classics to round out this year. First was Rally X, a maze-style racing game where you had to drive your race car through a maze, picking up all the yellow flags while avoiding all the other cars. You had a radar map for help and a smoke screen you could deploy to incapacitate incoming cars at the expense of your fuel tank. The game was very successful in Japan, becoming the 6th highest grosser of 1980, but in North America the game was a complete failure, selling less than 2,500 cabinets. In retrospect though, the game has become very well loved and respected and is included on almost every Namco compilation I can think of. The game is also credited as the first arcade game to have continuous background music throughout play as well as a bonus stage. Both of these things would become standards in almost every arcade game over the next couple of years. And now the big one. Pac-Man, a game like Space Invaders that became a complete pop culture phenomenon. It was Namco's first major hit, and it was a game by Toru Iwatani, who designed Namco's first arcade game, GB, as well as Rally X and Pole Position. He wanted to make something that everyone could play together and attract that non-existent female market to the fold. Simple, colorful characters, bubbly sound, and the non-reliance of killing of aliens. Its fun-natured and addictive charm won everyone over. With its simple to pick up and play maze mechanics, catchy music, at least all 5 seconds of it, and those iconic sound effects, it was an instant smash, at least in the US. It didn't actually fare that well initially in Japan, the complete opposite story of Rally X. The media had an absolute frenzy with this game. It even spawned its own record release with Pac-Man Fever. The game was basic and addictive. Eat all the pellets in a level while avoiding the ghosts. Eat a power pellet, making the ghosts vulnerable, buying you time to either finish off a level or eat the ghosts as bonus points. It was this addictiveness that managed to bring in the female audience as well as everybody in between.
Video games are the fastest growing new form of entertainment in America today. People are pumping millions of quarters into video games across the nation each and every week. We spoke to some local players and asked them why.
Well, I like them because it works with the mind. And it just inspires me. It really does.
In what ways?
It makes me feel good. Just that I can win.
It's also cited as the first game to have cutscenes between certain levels, as well as establishing the now time-honored tradition of a mascot character for a certain company. And finally, we have Space Panic, published by Universal in 1980 in the arcades. It's considered to be the first platform game predating Donkey Kong. Just don't break it to those Nintendo fanboys. You know they're gonna go mental over it. The game involves you as an astronaut taking out aliens on single fixed screen levels. You could climb up and down ladders, dig holes for the creatures to fall into, and then smash them in the head to finish off the job, dropping them down a level to their death. The stronger the alien, the bigger the fall needed to waste them. And that's where I guess the panic in the game's title comes from, as the game can get really intense very fast as the alien count and strength increase from level to level gets higher, requiring greater heart drops to kill them for good. The arcade game was a big hit in Japan, but failed miserably in arcades outside its native country. It was part of a long line of successful games that Kazutoshi Ueda worked on in the 1980s, which also included Mr. Do and Bomb Jack. The game only received one port outside of Japan to the ColecoVision in 1982, where again it received lukewarm results, but its effects were evident in the gaming scene, with countless clones hitting every system under the sun, including the C64 clones, Panic 64 and Panic Planet, and was no doubt the inspiration for Broderbund's computer classic Lode Runner.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Western developers may have invented the video game, but it was clear even by 1981 that the Japanese arcade companies were starting to dominate the scene by really pushing the technology and gameplay ideas to the limits and leaving the Western companies as a distant second to their own creations. There were many new innovations as well, propelling the games to go beyond the one-screen approach and open them up to all sorts of adventures, maybe partially inspired by the computer RPG scene at the time.
Growing up in America, we had all of the traditional arcade games. They were pretty popular. We had traditional pinball tables, traditional arcade games.
Certain games, the title screens obviously were in Japanese, and I didn't know what these games were called.
And we were fairly well isolated from what else was going on in the rest of the world.
Only in like the last 5 years or so did I find out that a game I played in the 80s, which I absolutely loved, and I always try to figure out what it was. I could never find it because there was no internet.
Now obviously we knew that Pac-Man and Space Invaders and all those, they came from Japan. They were Japanese games, but you know, they were the English translations of them. And we really didn't think that much about foreign games back in the early to even the mid 80s.
The game in question was Capcom's Speed Rumbler. I played that so much in the arcade, but every version I played in South Africa was in Japanese, and so I never knew what that game was called. I only found out a few years ago that it was called Speed Rumbler.
It's probably the mid to the late 80s before we started really thinking about, you know, oh, what's going on in another country? What are these games showing up in other countries that maybe we don't have access to?
As far as gameplay goes, you know, the language barrier was never an issue.
So let's first check out a bunch of interesting space shooters for this year. First up was Golf, released right at the beginning of '81 by Midway. It was, in a sense, a fixed screen shooter, but it had a lot of elements that set it apart from the rest. The game featured 5 distinct levels that changed up gameplay, in each giving the game the honor of being the first arcade game to feature multiple screens in one game. It also featured heavy use of digitized speech, which was a real attention grabber. For me though, I always felt like Golf was the first official parody game of sorts. Long before Konami's Parodia series got going, this game took potshots and jokes at Space Invaders, Galaxian, and many more. It was clear they were having a lot of fun with it, and it really adds to its charm. Gameplay is also really solid over all the levels, making this an often forgotten gem. Next, SNK released Vanguard, a multi-directional shooter similar in look and style to Scramble, but the game would go from vertical to horizontal and even diagonal, which was unlike any game at the time. It was a fun shooter featuring some great boss battles and another large dose of speech and music samples illegally ripped from movies of the time, like the first Star Trek film and Flash Gordon. It also received a sequel in 1984, but it's nowhere near as good as this one. Next, Sega gave us Astro Blaster, a fixed screen shooter where you have to blast waves of different enemies while making sure you don't run out of fuel or overheat your lasers. It uses tons of speech samples again, and no matter what arcade you went into, if this was there, you could always hear it a mile away. This game was clearly the inspiration also for 1982's Activision release Mega Mania on the Atari 2600. Next we got the second game from David Thura, who did Missile Command. This one was Tempest, published by Atari. This is another fixed screen shooter that employs full color vector graphics, which was a first. The game also lets you choose your starting level, which is kind of like a difficulty setting, which was a first for an arcade game that I ever played anyway. Tempest is all about blasting everything that comes down a tube towards you, and it's simply about seeing how long you can last, and therefore how much points you can rack up. The knob control scheme was also extremely accurate, making this game an absolute blast to play in the arcades. Next we flip over to Williams, who not only gave us one classic, but its sequel as well in the same year. Both these games were designed by programmer Eugene Jarvis, who had worked in Williams' pinball division before taking his shot with his first video game, Defender. It was a side-scrolling shooter where you had to stop a bunch of aliens from abducting the citizens, as well as blast all incoming enemies on your radar before going on to the next level. You had lasers, a hyperspace jump similar to asteroids, and a smart bomb which just blew up everything on screen. It was a really hard game which required quick reflexes and the mastery of its unique control scheme. It really was a game for the arcade veterans to sink their teeth into. It became a massive hit, the biggest Williams ever had, had, with them selling over 55,000 cabinets and it becoming one of the highest grossing arcades of the golden age. It inspired many clones on the old microcomputers, including Drop Zone, a personal favorite, and Activision's Chopper Command. Eugene didn't waste any time, and in late 1981 we got the sequel named Stargate. To me, this is more of a remix or special edition than a real sequel, but it does improve on Defender in my humble opinion. It adds a whole bunch of new aliens to take out, has an invisible cloaking device added, and also has these stargates that appear where you can warp to the nearest in distress human, as well as bonus stages that are an absolute blast, literally, where you just shoot hordes of aliens swarming around you in a frantic bid to survive. Stargate is awesome. It's often forgotten, but I think it's a much better game than the original. And if you're looking for home ports, most of them simply go under the name Defender 2 and drop the Stargate name altogether. We'll be seeing lots more of Eugene on this list in the next decade or so. Namco also had a double dose of space shooters on offer, one a sequel and the other an original. The sequel in question was Galaga, the second part of the Galaxian saga. The game is very much like the original, just with much improved graphics and sound. The action also flows much better in its 255 levels plus bonus stages, and the enemies having the ability to steal your ship, which is one of its most unique features. The game was created using Namco's new arcade board dubbed the Namco Galaga. How's that for originality? And it was also used on our next game, Bosconian and Dig Dug. The game remained in the top 10 arcade money earners right up to 1987 in North America. The other Namco game, Bosconian, was a multi-directional shooter, the first of its kind, where you had to fly in all directions, taking out ships, missiles, and huge space bases. The game had a similar feel and even map as Rally X, at least that's what it always reminded me of. It's also loaded with speech samples, as was the trend of the time. It's not as widely remembered as Galaga simply because Namco had a shortage of those machines due to its high popularity, resulting in them converting many Bosconian cabinets to Galaga ones, making the game harder to find and play. It was definitely influential though. You can just look at games like Sinistar, Time Pilot, and even Last Mission as examples of Bosconian's legacy. Now let's jump gears to Konami, who gave us some of their most well-known Golden Age games. First was Frogger, a simple game where you had to get a frog safely across the road and a river to its home. Do this multiple times and it's off to the next level. Konami had real trouble trying to find distribution for this game outside of Japan. Due to its subject matter being about a frog, absolutely nobody was interested. Luckily for them though, Sega stepped up and distributed it in North America and Europe, and the game turned out to be an unexpected hit. Just like Pac-Man before it, it managed to bring in a large female gaming base, which ended up landing the game in the top 10 earners for 1981. There are currently over 30 different versions of this game, ranging from PlayStation, Dreamcast, and Game Boy, and so much more. Konami's second game was Scramble. Like most early Konami games, it was distributed by different companies worldwide, like LayJack in Japan and Stern in North America. The game was a side-scrolling shooter, in a sense, although you weren't only just shooting and dodging stuff, but bombing specific fuel towers to keep your ship going, as it's endlessly running down on gas. The game is made up of 6 sections that change as you cross a certain line. There's no real stopping, it just keeps going like an endless runner until the last section where you have to take out the enemy base, and then the game goes into a loop. I used to love finding this one in the arcades. Even though I was playing it much later, around 1984-85, it was still such a blast. And what was really cool about it was that it wasn't too difficult, so one credit equaled a lot of gameplay, which is something that didn't really go together with arcades. The game was a major hit at the time, with 15,000 cabinets being sold in the US alone in its first 5 months of release. Strangely enough though, despite its popularity, it was only ported to one system officially, which was the Vectrex, but that didn't stop the clones of it popping up on many systems during the early 80s. It was followed quickly by its sequel, Super Cobra, whose difficulty was the complete opposite of Scramble. Just prepare to die a lot. There were 10 levels in total, with a base to take out at the end, pretty much the same as Scramble. And it's fairly obvious the game was a simple mod or remix, just like Williams did with Stargate. But that didn't stop the game from being successful though, as it still managed to sell 13,000 cabinets in only a few months after its release, making it a quick and easy moneymaker for Konami. 2 other arcades that were extremely original and bucked the trend of the time were up next. First is a game called Fantasy by SNK. gameplay. A crazy side-scroller of sorts that employed many new gameplay switches, more than any game that came before it. It even had a story set up in the beginning with your girlfriend being kidnapped by a bunch of pirates. The chase is on as you're trying to rescue her, with ballooning, jungle, pirate ships, and so much more to check out. Most of the gameplay does involve you dodging rather than fighting. It's a very unique and underrated game. Another original release was Venture by Exidy, which is a dungeon-style adventure game, at least in looks, as you have to traverse an overworld map before jumping into a room and stealing its treasure, and blasting anything that moves with your bow and arrows. Each room has a different set of enemies, and once the treasure is stolen, traps are often set off. It's a strange mix of arcade action and computer RPG style elements of the time, making it another unique offering that's well worth checking out if you never have. Turbo was released by Sega in 1981, a fast-paced racing game that was way ahead of its time. The game is kind of like an update of their own 1979 game Monaco GP, which was a top-down racer where you dodged opponents to see how long you could last. The weird thing about Turbo is I played it at the exact same tropical-themed restaurant in Durban, South Africa in the early 80s. As I played Monaco GP, the owner must have loved racing games, and Monaco simply disappeared one day and Turbo was in its place, in its full sit-down version. A real sight to behold, especially considering I was only about 8 or 9 when I played it. Jumping into it for the first time was mesmerizing. It felt like 3D. The backgrounds changed. There were different weather conditions, and you could see your car from a third-person perspective. My mind was blown. Just bear in mind, almost all of this hadn't been done in a racing game before. This was the jump to the next level. The basic gameplay is as long as you pass or overtake 30 competitors before your time runs out, you get an extension to keep going. You have unlimited lives or cars to crash, so no worries besides the slowdown and having to catch up again. But once you get a nice dodging rhythm going, the game makes you feel like a racing king and is a pure early arcade rush. The kind you got when taking out a whole wave in Defender without losing a life, or just mowing down planes like crazy in Time Pilot before the next jump in time. The key to getting anywhere in Turbo is all down to acceleration. Put your pedal to the metal and you're dead. Learning to keep tapping it lightly so you can slow down when needed will make dodging possible and truly allow you to get pretty far. The further you get, as mentioned earlier, the scenery and environments change dramatically like no other racer before. From racing through massive city streets to big open highways, oceanside, dark tunnels where your lights come on, day and night cycles, and multiple weather conditions which affect gameplay. It was racing taken to that next level. The graphics could even be considered one of the first sprite scalers, and came a year before Sega's own Buck Rogers game. The third-person perspective is also very unique. Only Sega's own The Fonz from 1976 had achieved that, although in black and white only. This was full color, fast-paced chaos. It was my favorite racing game for many years and relished the chance of playing it whenever I saw it. The game was also a big commercial success upon release, knocking Donkey Kong out of the top arcade spot in May of 1982. The game unfortunately was only ported to the ColecoVision and Intellivision in a really cut down form, and I honestly thought I had this game on my Commodore 64 as a kid, but it turns out I was playing a clone knockoff called Death Race 64, and to be quite fair, it was actually pretty good. So if you want to experience a point where video game races truly became what we know them as now, then Turbo is the start. And our final game for 81 pretty much kickstarted an entire company, from a simple let's clone everybody else's ideas to making a genuine original game. The game in question is Donkey Kong, and it helped put Nintendo on the map as a real developer.
This one took a while for me to really think about, because, you know, there's a lot of genres and stuff, but I think I'm just going to always go back to the same game I always talk about. That's Donkey Kong. That's my go-to game. That's when anybody says what's your favorite game, I always say Donkey Kong. This game gives me back so many memories of when I was a kid. Again, I used to love playing it in the arcade, or well, in the Chuck E. Cheese, and I used to always love playing it on my Intellivision. In fact, I was so excited when I got it on the Intellivision that, you know, I played the heck out of it. Even though it's not the most favorite version out there, and I know it gets a lot of flack about, you know, not being the best, it only has the 2 boards, and, you know, everything doesn't look right, I still enjoyed it. And it was like one of the introductions to the platforming style games for me. And of course it brought us Mario into the world.
The game itself is considered one of the first examples of a platform game, preceded only by 1980's Space Panic. Your goal was to rescue a girl taken prisoner by Donkey Kong. Not only did this game introduce us to Kong, but also its hero, Mario, who like Namco's Pac-Man would become Nintendo's mascot still to this day. The game featured multiple screens, cutscenes, and tough as hell gameplay. Designers Miyamoto and Yokoi really threw everything at it, from its excellent cartoon style graphics to unique sound effects. It helped save Nintendo financially, who were at a tipping point at the time. Its initial 2,000 cabinets sold quickly, leading them to expand Nintendo of America just to produce enough arcade cabinets to keep up the demand. By summer of 1982, it had sold over 60,000 cabinets in the US alone. The massive profits from this game also set in motion Nintendo starting to develop the Famicom in Japan, based on the Donkey Kong hardware. And with that, this brings one of the most memorable years of the Golden Age to a close.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Looking back into the Commodore 64's library reveals many games. More games than any other computer or system ever made. And with that, too many great titles got lost in the shuffle. This series is dedicated to highlighting these forgotten gems. Welcome to Commodore 64 Deep Cuts.
How'd you do it?
1982 is considered by most as the peak of the golden age of arcade gaming. The US arcade video game market was worth $4.3 billion. Adjusted for inflation, it was roughly $11.5 billion. Hundreds of new arcade games flooded the market. The home systems were also cashing in on the craze, with the introduction of the ColecoVision, Atari 5200 and the Commodore 64, all benefiting greatly from conversions of their favorite arcade games appearing in some form or another on those systems. We also got to see the first jump to a 16-bit microprocessor used in an arcade board. It truly was a golden time to be a gamer.
The biggest difference for me was graphics and sound. Gameplay, not so much.
For me personally, I think the difference between going to an arcade and playing games at home boils down to, apart from the physical aspects of the game, it's down to range and depth.
As a kid, the first computer I had was the Commodore 64.
When they used to convert, games to old computers like the Commodore 64 and all the stuff that I used to play, the gameplay, generally speaking, you could actually get it to replicate the arcade really well, and gameplay is paramount when it comes down to it.
I grew up in the 1970s, saw gaming go from physical sort of toy type games and coin pushing machines to the very earliest arcade coin, what you'd call a coin op.
The biggest difference, I think, was waiting for things to load.
When I ended up getting the VIC-20 and then the Commodore 64 a few years later, it was even better because then the arcade games looked almost exactly like the ones I grew up with.
Graphics and sound don't have to be exactly the same, and they can be quite a bit off, and you can still get that arcade experience.
The home experience at the time was black and white Pong games, which was amazing as a 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old, just to be able to play something on a TV screen. But as things developed and the arcades became more sophisticated and the machines became more impressive, you went from things like Space Invaders and then onto things like Ghosts and Goblins.
If it was a great conversion, you got the sense of the arcade game there, which was great because it felt like you were able to play it at home and not have to wait 6 months to go on holiday to play it.
Like Miss Pac-Man here on the Commodore 64, that thing is absolutely beautiful, absolutely perfect.
The biggest difference was obviously the arcades were vastly superior to anything you could get at home, graphics and sound-wise. You could think of them as, in modern terms, as high-end PCs, as high as you can possibly get, that were always being upgraded. And in that sense, no home stuff could keep up with it because it was always just ahead by a long shot back then, at least.
Home gaming counteracted the arcades by offering more depth of experience, simulations from, war games, card games, adventure games, things that you'd sit in front of for hours.
Obviously the music was different, The graphics were different, sometimes the playability.
Felt like you were more part of some of these games, you know, because the visuals and the sound was so good. And then you got your downgraded version, you know, on your Atari 2600 or your C64, whatever you played it on. Those weren't necessarily bad by any means. Some of them were actually even better when it came down to it. Not very often, but some of them were.
I loved it back then. It was the best thing you could get, so you didn't worry about it too much. It was all fun of having something similar to the arcade game. That was the main thing.
Completely different experience to the arcades, where you'd walk in with a handful of 10-pence coins if you lived in England, fire your 3 coins in, lose your lives, move on to the next machine. You wanted to, you know, play every machine in the arcade every time you was there. Or at least I did.
So let's first take a look at some of Sega's diverse selection of titles. Zaxxon was released in the arcades at the tail end of 1981 by the soon-to-be arcade giants, Sega. Sega had up until that point a number of successful arcades, but Zaxxon would up the ante and put them at the top of the heap of one of the most popular arcade manufacturers of the 1980s. Not much is known about the development of Zaxxon itself, but it's often referred to as Sega's answer to Konami's Scramble, which itself was a massive arcade hit in 1981. The game was developed by 2 teams, one being Ikegami Tsushinki and Sega's in-house development team in Japan. It was completely unlike any shoot-'em-up out there at the time, choosing to take an isometric viewpoint of the action, making the game immediately stand out from the crowd and giving the sense of 3D to the genre. The goal of the game is to fly over an enemy's base and shoot the hell out of everything, destroying as much of their base as humanly possible. Like Scramble, you are constantly running out of fuel, so you have to blast those fuel tanks to keep your ship afloat. You also have to use your shadow on the ground to determine how high and low you are, and use your lasers to shoot through the gaps to determine if you're in the right position to navigate through those small openings. You also get to fly through space, which are segues to the last part of the base where you face off against a giant boss character, Zaxxon itself. It's a pretty simple game concept in retrospect, but the extremely detailed isometric graphics with the bright blues and reds really caught your eye back then, and was one of the reasons that I actually gravitated to the arcade back in the day in the first place. Zaxxon also has the honor of being the first arcade game to get a TV commercial produced for it by Paramount Pictures.
In the two-dimensional world of video dots and dashes, flat blips and formless blobs, one video arcade game soars a dimension above the rest. Zaxxon! Experience the control as you climb and dive. Feel the power as you attack and evade. Discover a new level of excitement with the true feel of action in 3 dimensions. Zaxxon, from the master design engineers of Sega.
It no doubt helped out the game to become the massive hit that it was, and in the top 5 money-making arcades in 1982 in the US. Sega did, however, make use of the arcade engine for a couple of other releases, most notably Congo Bongo in 1983. Another very unique title was called Super Locomotive, a side and top view at the same time train action game. The screen was split into 2, giving you a bird's eye view to see the block paths and direction, and the bottom half was the action element as you release clouds of steam high and low to take out trains, planes, unfortunately no automobiles. Making it to the next station intact was the goal. I only ever saw this game at one arcade, but every time I went there it was still available and played it to death. The game was cloned many times, especially on the 80s microcomputers. Commodore 64 had 2 great knockoffs by programmer Anthony Crowther called Loco and Suicide Express. Both great alternatives to check out, seen as the arcade version unfortunately has no official ports. Pengo was next, developed by Corland for Sega. Corland themselves later became Banpresto, which later became part of Namco Bandai in 2006. In the game, you control Pengo, a crazy little penguin trying to crush these blob creatures that have invaded the Antarctic. Gameplay is fast-paced and frantic, like a lot of the arcades during this period, with you navigating an ice maze and pushing ice blocks around to crush your foes, or electrocute them with the border of the screen to buy yourself some time. It's a really fun game that requires lightning-fast reactions animations and predicting the patterns of the enemy. It's hard, but once you get into the zone, the game becomes mesmerizing. Another aspect of the game that sticks with you is the music, at least the original music, which is a rendition of an instrumental song from the 1960s called Popcorn. That is an absolute earworm that you'll never forget. There are actually two versions of the arcade, one with that as a theme and another with just original music. My guess is that Sega were afraid of being sued and they re-released the game with the original music to cover their backs. Pingo itself overall has 16 levels of increasing difficulty, with intermission animations every few levels, just like Miss Pac-Man. The graphics are simple but good looking, with nice colors and animation. It's a tough game initially, but worth the fight to get the flow of its action. If you enjoy these single screen maze arcade romps in the Bomberman style, then Pingo is going to be right up your alley. Sega decided to take a stab at the vector graphic style that Atari seemed to do so well, with Star Trek Strategic Operations Simulator, a game based on the antics of Star Trek, the original TV series. The game, like Super Locomotive, is split into different views, almost like you being a part of the bridge crew of the Enterprise. It's a mixture of fast-paced action and strategy, as you have to defend a sector of space from Klingon attacks. Learning how to use your resources and knowing when to dock at starbases for supplies is imperative to success. It uses full-color vector graphics excellently, is loaded with speech samples, and not only came in a regular cabinet form, but also a full deluxe sit-down captain's chair version. I never ran across this version back in the day, unfortunately, but I did get to meet the OG Shatner himself, so who cares. And finally from Sega was Buck Rogers' Planet of Zoom, a game also based on a science fiction franchise dating back to 1928, when the character was introduced in an issue of the Amazing Stories pulp magazine. This game's timing is also probably more due to the fact that the recent TV series that ran from 1979 to 81 had just wrapped up, and was where I was first introduced to the character. The game is a third-person spaceship shooter using a fake 3D sprite base for graphics, giving the illusion of 3D action. You can think of it as Sega's precursor to their superscalar games that were coming mid-80s, like Space Harrier and Afterburner. Blast stuff in space, over planet surfaces, and massive enemy bases. It's another fun and frantic, see how long you can last kind of games, and is a great look into what Sega had just around the corner for arcade fans.
Do you play video games? Sure. What kind? Pac-Man, what else? Saxon, Centipede, Turbo. How much of your annual income do you spend on video games, percentage-wise? Not a whole lot.
Taito had a couple of interesting titles. First was Jungle Hunt, a side-scrolling action-adventure game that was released just a few months prior as Jungle King, where you basically played Tarzan. Due to copyright issues though, the game was quickly modified to Jungle Hunt, where you had to rescue a girl who had been kidnapped by a bunch of cannibals. That old chestnut. There were 4 different levels, each with their own variations on scrolling action. In its original version, it was released around about the same time as Moon Patrol, and is considered one of the earliest examples of parallax scrolling in a video game, although the credit always seems to go to Moon Patrol, which we'll be looking at shortly. Taito's other game, Frontline, was extremely influential and pretty much kicked off the military top-down run-and-gun genre that would spawn many a beloved game such as Commando, Ikari Warriors, and Guerrilla War, to name a few. You're a one-man killing machine, wiping out bad guys with guns and grenades, fighting your way to enemy bases. You can also jump into enemy tanks and go on a rampage of destruction, taking out anything that crosses your path. The game was massive in Japan, but failed miserably in Europe and North America due to its high difficulty. Its influence, though, however, on Japanese arcade manufacturers did help cement a completely new genre in gaming. And next was Moon Patrol, released in the arcades by RM in 1982. They would go on to make such classic gems as Zippy Race, R-Top, and In the Hunt. The game was designed by Takashi Nishiyama, who would go on to make another RM classic, Kung Fu Master. And Moon Patrol is widely considered the first 2D game to feature parallax scrolling for its backgrounds. I first played this game in a Holiday Inn lobby while we were on vacation in the early 80s. Damn, remember when hotels actually had arcades? How cool was that? There were about 10 machines in there, but just none of them caught my attention quite like Moon Patrol did. Its gradual learning curve made playing it an absolute joy. Besides that, as a kid I ran into this arcade pretty often, and it was always a treat treat to blow my cash on this gem of a game. As the name suggests, you are a moon cop that patrols the surface of the moon, taking out bad guys and keeping those moon streets safe for everyone, as well as trying to survive the harsh natural hazards on the moon's surface. The basic gameplay involves driving along and blowing up spaceships, and generally trying to avoid death in all its forms, like pits of doom, landmines, random saucer attacks, avalanches, rock outcroppings of death until you get to the next checkpoint, where they'll attempt to throw even more stuff to kill you even quicker. You start off on the beginner's course, and if you make it through that, you'll go on to the championship course, which is a death fest filled with tanks, dodgy land speeders, and all other manner of murder. The graphics are really impressive for an 82 venture, as is the brilliant use of parallax scrolling in the backgrounds, with excellent animation and the physics of the buggy itself. Music is a real treat too, and even though it actually really only has one track, it's great and is a completely unforgettable tune. And like I said earlier, what I like the most about Moon Patrol is its accessibility and its slow ramping up of the difficulty. I mean, those arcades were simply made to steal your money. The cheaper and more difficult, and damn, there were a lot of those, the faster they made back their cash. But Moon Patrol ramped up nice and slow and actually gave you a chance to learn and enjoy the game before corpsing you in the championship course. The game turned out to be extremely popular and became one of the top 5 grossing arcades in 1982. It was also ported to every system under the sun, from the Atari 2600, the Commodore 64, and even dodgy 80s LCD handheld systems. I definitely recommend giving this game a shot if you haven't. It's simple to play and still every bit as fun as it was back in 1982. Next is a quick look at 3 Deco system releases by Data East. Burger Time is a fun romp where you attempt to put hamburgers together while avoiding enemies. Run over the pieces of burger to drop them down and stack up the sandwiches. It's simple arcade fun. Burning Rubber was next, as it's known in Japan, and the version that I played. It was renamed Bump and Jump for North America. Drive your car and smash everybody out of the way, or bounce over them or on top of them, and you have to watch out for those big large water jumps. It's an extremely fun and simple game. I played it a lot on my Commodore 64, which had a clone version imaginatively called Burning Rubber. It's a blatant ripoff, but it's still fantastic. And the last Deco game was Lock and Chase, which is Data East's clone of Pac-Man. It was actually released in 1981, but I wanted to feature it here quickly with these other 2. Collect all the coins and the main treasure if you can and escape a level while avoiding the police. It's a fun little addictive variation on the dot gobbling genre.
What about when I say Dragon's Lair and Donkey Kong?
Video games.
Do you like video games?
No.
Do you play them?
No.
Why?
It's a communist plot.
Konami, following on the success of the previous year, had 2 more classics. First up was Time Pilot, a multi-directional shooter in the same vein as Bosconian. In the game, you are jumping through time, rescuing pilots trapped in different time periods, 6 in total from 1910 to 2001. You have to blast a set number of planes in each level before taking out the boss. This was a favorite of mine that I played a lot in the arcades. It was designed by Yoshiki Okamoto, who did this and the upcoming Gyros before leaving Konami to join Capcom, where he created countless classic games which we'll be checking out soon. The next Konami release was Puyan, another one I played to death, and another game whose designer left Konami in 1983 for Capcom. He was Tokuro Fujiwara, creator of Commando, Ghosts and Goblins, Resident Evil. Actually, the list is long and extremely impressive. In Puyan, you take the role of a mama pig trying to defend her kids from a bunch of wolves as they descend by balloons to abduct them. You're equipped with a bow and arrows and have to blast them before they reach the top or the bottom of the screen, depending on the level. It has really nice and colorful graphics with spot-on addictive gameplay and sports an earworm tune as well. It's fantastic. Konami's loss was Capcom's gain. Nintendo was back after 81's blockbuster Donkey Kong. First, let's check out Popeye, based on the King Features comic strip character, who originated in 1929. They used to play Popeye cartoons on South African TV in the mornings, and I always used to catch an episode before going to school. The game actually sticks close to the comic and cartoon roots, with Popeye the crazy sailor trying to win the love and affection of Olive Oyl by catching her hearts. Bluto was also there, Popeye's main rival, trying to muscle in on their relationship. Just like the cartoon, cartoon, you can eat a can of spinach and gain superpowers for a short amount of time, giving you the ability to give Pluto a big fat slap in the face. The game featured multiple levels with wonderful sprite-based graphics and fun music and sound effects. The original Donkey Kong was actually supposed to feature Popeye characters, but Nintendo couldn't secure the license at the time, so Mario and Kong were the replacements. This game was also converted by Nintendo in 1983 as a launch game for the Famicom in Japan. Many other versions followed in subsequent years. This was quickly followed by Donkey Kong Jr. was released in the arcades in 1982 by Nintendo and is a direct sequel to the classic Donkey Kong. Only this time the roles are reversed. Instead of Mario being the hero, he's now the villain, imprisoning Kong, with Jr. trying to free his dad from Mario's clutches, with 4 stages of brutal difficulty. The Nintendo royalty that worked on this game is quite impressive, to say the least. Shigeru Miyamoto was the director, as well as performing graphic duties, with Yoshio Sakamoto, who went on and created the original Metroid game. And to round out the stellar team, it was produced by Gunpei Yokoi, who ended up creating the original Game Boy, as well as the Game & Watch series, which I actually owned the original Game & Watch version of this game as a kid. This was only Miyamoto's second arcade game as a director, and he truly understood the fundamentals of what made an addictive and well-designed game, even from his early days. The game was extremely popular and it was quickly ported to many home systems of the day, including the Atari 2600, ColecoVision, Intellivision, and obviously the NES. Namco was still on a roll and gave us 3 more memorable releases. Pole Position put you in the seat of an F1 racer for a third-person racing game, something that changed racing games forever. It also had the distinction of introducing the first 16-bit CPU in an arcade board, thus kickstarting a 16-bit revolution. Race 1 round in a time trial to determine your position, before going on to the big race based on the real-life Fuji racetrack in Japan. It was fantastic and blew every other racing game out of the water, making them look pretty primitive by comparison. The game took 3 years to make, as they were constantly changing the hardware until it was finally capable of delivering the vision. It's also an early example of product placement, as the signs on the sides of the track were actual real companies, and depending on what version you played, they had different adverts. The game was a massive success all over the world, and in the West it was the biggest earner by the end of 1983, and adjusting for inflation, the average coin drop per week in 83 was $25 million. That's roughly $450 per arcade machine. It was followed by a sequel, Pole Position 2, in late 1983. Flipping genres, Namco also gave us Exvius, one of my all-time favorite golden age shoot-em-ups. It was a vertically scroller where you had to stop a bunch of aliens from invading Earth. You had regular fire for flying targets and bombs for dropping on turrets and tanks. I really loved the sound in this game, from the monotonous music to those metallic ricochet sounds. It was just brilliant. The game was one of the biggest arcade hits since Space Invaders in Japan, but only managed to sell an underwhelming 5,000 plus cabinets in the West, making it a moderate success but nowhere near Japan's popularity. In retrospect though, it's become a well-loved classic worldwide. And lastly from Namco was Dig Dug, a sort of maze action game where you play Doug, a spaceman on a quest to kill all these strange underground creatures for who knows what reason. You are equipped with an air pump that you blast into the creatures and then pump them up till they explode. Yeah, it's pretty sadistic. I think Doug needed some counseling, although it's very satisfying for arcade goers. The wonderful graphics, great musical ditties and sound effects made it an instant smash, becoming Japan's second spot money earner for 82 behind Pole Position. The game was just pure fun with large doses of strategy if you wanted to get far. It did spawn multiple sequels though, but none of them managed to match the success of this one. Mr. Do was another in a long line of maze action games that was at their most popular during this time. It was developed by Universal, who also did the original platformer Space Panic we looked at earlier. The game is similar to Namco's Dig Dug, with you tunneling around to collect cherries, all the while dodging monsters or destroying them with your red clown ball, or simply dropping giant apples on their head, similar to Dig Dug's Rocks feature. It's a quick-paced game, it's fun, it's very addictive, and was a top 10 money earner in 1982 in Japan, but way more popular in the US, selling over 30,000 arcade cabinets by 1984, and spawned a whole host of arcade sequels, including Mr. Do's Castle, Mr. Do's Wild Ride, and Do Run Run. The final Japanese game we'll look at for this year was Minky Monkey. The game itself is completely forgettable, but what's important was that it was the arcade game debut of Japanese company Technos. They were founded in 1981 and were based out in Nakano, Tokyo. They would go on to define an entire genre of gaming in just a few years' time, but more on their story later.
They're fun, they're competition, try to beat the machine, and that's just how it is. It's fun to come down and play.
How do you think video games can help you prepare for other things, such as sports competition or school, things of that nature?
Well, get your reflexes quick and able to react real quick.
Your emotions, the way you move faster and think about stuff, it makes you think faster about what you do.
Now let's turn our attention to the other side of the world to see what came out of the Western arcade divisions. Let's first check out two quick games from Stern called Anteater and Lost Tomb. Anteater was not a commercial hit, but its simple variation on the dot gobbler genre made it ripe for clones, Sierra's Oil's Well being the most well-known one. And Lost Tomb was an adventure shooter mashup where you explore a pyramid, raid the treasure, and move on to the next level. It was a great mixture of shooter action and adventure elements that again inspired many home computer knockoffs. And over to Williams, who had two memorable releases. First one being Robotron 2084, the multi-directional shooter by Eugene Jarvis. You had to save the last remaining humans from a robot uprising by blasting them and racking up as much points as possible. It wasn't the first game to use a dual-stick approach to gameplay, but it definitely popularized the twin-stick shooter genre. The game definitely takes inspiration from Stern's Berserk game, but amplifies it by a million. It's another game like Eugene's previous game Stargate that was tough as hell, definitely made for the arcade veterans of the time. It turned out to be extremely popular and also spawned a kind of forgettable sequel called Blaster in 1983. Their other notable release for 82 was Joust. The game had a bizarrely unique setting that set it apart from all the other space shooters that had invaded the arcades at that time. Game designer John Newcomer came up with a strange idea because he didn't want to put out just another generic shooter, as he felt the arcades were just overrun with them at the time. I mean, even Williams themselves had a massive hit with Defender. The game was a 1 or 2 player romp where you have these knights that ride on buzzards, and you fly around on an ostrich and try to take them out. The jousting aspect is just like traditional jousting, except the winner is determined by who hits the highest, or you can just simply jump on their heads to defeat them. When defeated, the knights turn into eggs, which you can collect for bonus points, but more importantly, collecting them means they won't rehatch back into more aggressive knights, and therefore you have to defeat them once again. Just like most arcades, you are also forced to complete waves of bad guys as quickly as possible, or the dreaded pterodactyl will attack. Going too close to the lava also at the bottom of the screen can also mean certain death, as a deadly hand will try to grab you and pull you down. The game is all about seeing how long you can last or how many waves you can survive, with each one increasing in speed and the amount of knights and obstacles that are thrown at you. It's classic early 80s arcade gaming. I was absolutely terrible at this game in the arcades as a kid. I never fully knew how to play it properly. It was only much later through video game compilations that I got to play this again and actually figure out how to play it properly and learn to enjoy it. There was also an arcade sequel in 1986 which was more of the same, but if you enjoyed the original version, then this is well worth a play as well. Now let's look at Midway, who in this year merged their pinball division, Bally, into one division, now called Bally Midway. One of the first games from this was Tron, based on the summer release sci-fi movie by Disney. The game did a fantastic job of capturing the sights and sounds of the movie, and was just like the film, where you had to start off the game on the grid, choosing your level. It featured 4 different zones, all based on action sequences from the movie. It was really well received and reportedly brought in $30 million in revenue by 1983. One of the mini games that was left out of the game due to time constraints of getting it out close to the movie's release was the Tron disc sequence. It ended up becoming released as a separate game in 1983 as Discs of Tron. Next from Bally Midway was Satan's Hollow, a game that freaked me out as a kid when I first saw it in an arcade, and I absolutely refused to play it. It was a fixed screen shooter where you had to build a bridge to reach Satan and take him out, as well as his endless hordes of attacking gargoyle minions. Besides Besides shooting, you also had a limited shield which could absorb fire and fry close flying gargoyles. I eventually ended up playing this game on my C64, which had the only port as I found it on a bootleg disc. It's great and is a fantastic fixed screen game well worth trying in both its versions. And finally was Miss Pac-Man, published and designed by Bally Midway, not Namco themselves. Midway had the North American distribution rights and made the game almost completely independent of Namco, although Namco did sign off on the game in the end and collect a lot of the royalties. For me, the arcade Miss Pac-Man is Pac-Man. It was the first version of it I ever played, and honestly to this day I still think it's the best of the 80s classic era Pac-Man games. Everything from the original just improved upon. I mean, it's not night and day difference or anything, but enough to make this game way more desirable. Music and sound is improved. The intermission screens actually tell a story of Miss Pac-Man and Pac-Man himself, and I think the Ghost AI were a lot more unpredictable, with each of them having much more of their own personalities. It was always a must play every time I saw it at a local cafe. The game ended up becoming one of the most successful US released arcade games of all time, and with the character being female, like its predecessor, it brought in even more female gamers out in drove to burn their hard-earned quarters just like all the boys. And over at Atari, we got two new color vector graphics entries. Gravatar was a variation on the Gravity genre, taking elements of Atari's own Lunar Lander and Asteroids and mashing them together. You have to steal fuel and blast turrets on various planets before moving on to the next one, getting more and more difficult and elaborate each time. Its convoluted control scheme made it another game that only arcade veterans could appreciate, but it is still quite an excellent game in my opinion. It also spawned many clones, most notably Thrust, released by Firebird in 1986 on all 8-bit microcomputers at the time. Atari's other game was Space Duel, which is essentially an updated version of Asteroids, with full color vector graphics this time and a pretty good multiplayer mode as well. 1981's Asteroids Deluxe wasn't the hit that Atari had hoped for, so this was another shot at the formula. It's actually a very cool game, well worth playing, but sadly was quickly forgotten with the glut of machines coming out at the time. And the final game for this year was Q*bert by Gottlieb, who were more known for their pinball games and video games. This was their biggest video hit. It's an asymmetric puzzle action game where you have to turn all the blocks on a level a certain color while avoiding the bad guys. It's a very simplistic game that was easy to pick up and play by anyone, and appealed, like Pac-Man and Frogger, to a really diverse audience. The game's popularity made the Q*bert character become a new merchandising machine, resulting in mass profits for Gottlieb, and he even got his own cartoon in 1983. Gottlieb also released a successful pinball version of the game, which actually wasn't that uncommon back then to get a complimentary pin version, and this ended up becoming Japan's second biggest pinball hit of 1983. And with that, the insanity of 1982 was over, bringing an end to one of the most lucrative in terms of profits and creativity the arcade industry ever saw. Thousands of fantastic games are still on the way, so strap that seatbelt in and get ready for 1983.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
In the early 90s, I made that leap from my beloved 8-bit to the 16. It was the start of a whole new look and sound. This is the story of my 16-bit days.
Shall we play a game?
Oh. Let's play Global Thermonuclear War.
Fine.
All right.
1983 saw the North American video game crash.
We go by what we call what's in the cash box.
You know, like I was mentioning, the cash box is a cruel mistress.
And that's what we go by.
Which was a result of an oversaturation of software, both subpar and literally making way too many games, more than there were consoles sold, resulting in millions of unsold games sitting on shelves. There were also too many new consoles on the market, and many companies formed just to make a quick buck, resulted in a completely saturated market.
Video games fever has prompted a number of businesses to try to cash in on that billion-dollar craze,
book publishers, and even movie producers are trying to make video games pay off for them.
And ended, in a sense, the US console market dominance.
But it is true that too much of a good thing can be hazardous to your health.
Most countries outside of North America were not affected by this, in particular Japan, who stepped up and released 3 new systems: the Famicom by Nintendo, the SG-1000 by Sega, and the MSX computer, which was a hybrid console as well. Outside of Japan though, the Famicom in its NES incarnation would be the only major international success, but it again paved the way for the Japanese dominance of video games in general, from consoles to the arcades.
Electronics is changing so rapidly, and with each change in electronics it brings something new. So this is not a passing fad.
The US crash did, however, also give rise to the home computer dominance by Commodore and Apple, bringing completely new gaming experiences to popularity like strategy and RPG games. But just like the other systems at the time, arcade conversions were still a massive selling point. Out of all the sectors of video games though, arcades weathered the storm, being least affected.
But will this popularity last is the question. Well, the makers of video games are gambling that it will.
Largely due to the arcades at this point being bombarded with Japanese games, and with Japan going through an economic boom at the time, the arcades were the place to be for cutting-edge gaming.
It's a very tough dollar, and it's getting tougher. It's not easy. And we all want that same buck.
So let's first have a look at the Western arcade scene this time around, and we'll start off with Atari, who, as the intro suggested, who is partly responsible, at least their console division under Warner Brothers, for the entire video game crash, which in itself is a video on its own. But this is about arcades, so let's look at that division, which was for the most part at least going by output and game quality, unaffected by the rest of the mess happening in the industry. Cloak and Dagger was first up, a game tie-in with the 1984 movie of the same name, which I absolutely loved as a kid. The game itself is a fast-paced Robotron style affair with multi-directional blasting action in its 33 levels as you blast and blow up each level, making your way down to get those stolen plans and take out the boss. In the movie, the Atari 5200 cartridge version is where the spies have hidden their stolen data. The game is also seen played on a 5200 in the movie, although it's actually the arcade version because the 5200 version was cancelled, so it doesn't really exist. This movie, as well as War Games, Tron, and The Last Starfighter, all use video games as an element in their plots to really great effect, using them without exploiting them. That's something Hollywood has completely forgotten. I guess the Wizard is to blame for that. Next was a game that wasn't that well received, but it still should be noted for what it managed to accomplish. That was I, Robot, another David Thera game and the first arcade game to feature real-time 3D polygon graphics for gameplay. In the game, you play a robot who rebels against Big Brother and goes on a rampage to bring him down in this big, bold, multi-directional shooter. Another unique feature is you actually had control to switch camera angles, a first time in a video game. The game overall though was a massive flop for Atari, and only between 700 and 1,000 machines were ever made. Its combination of clunky controls, which to be fair 3D games still suffer with to this day, and maybe being a little bit ahead of its time, ended its arcade run pretty quickly but memorably. Next was Crystal Castles, a much loved isometric game, which was all the rage back then. The game, however, was a basic maze dot gobbler. You had to collect all the gems in a level while either avoiding or jumping over enemies. The game featured 10 levels with 4 sections in each except the last one, and is noted for being the first arcade game with an actual ending. Its trackball control scheme though makes most ports of this feel really odd to play, but still interesting to check out. Major Havok by Atari was another cool as hell vector graphics game that cannot truly be appreciated through emulation, with those glowing vectors always feeling like you were playing something out of the movie Tron. This game has a really quick pace and made up of 3 mini-games, with you playing Major Havok as he flies a ship blasting robots before landing and going inside their space station to sabotage them and blowing them up, before moving on to the next set, which gets faster and harder each time. It successfully mixed shoot-'em-up action and platforming into a sublime mix. And if you ever get a chance to play this at a convention or a retro arcade, it's quick, simple Atari gameplay at its best, and was one of the first games worked on by Mark Cerny. After working on Millipede with Ed Logg, he had later gone on to create the excellent arcade favorite Marble Madness in 1984. And finally from Atari was their best game and their most successful game of the year, and another example of a quality movie tie-in game with Star Wars, the arcade game.
The most eagerly awaited arcade game of the year, the brand new Star Wars. Sound familiar? Let's check out the action.
It puts you in the shoes and seat of Luke Skywalker piloting an X-Wing as you take out the Death Star. The game reenacts the final action sequences from the movie. It employs fast, full-color vector graphics that Atari had perfected by this time. And with the game's abundance of speech samples and that awesome John Williams music, it was truly an arcade experience to be remembered. There are 3 parts to the game: the TIE Fighter Assault, the surface of the Death Star, and the final trench run where you deliver the killer blow to the star. After that, the game repeats, only harder, but does add new gameplay elements. It was available in both sit-down and upright cabs. I was lucky enough as a kid to play this many times in the sit-down version, and the combination of graphics and sound made it an absolute joy of an experience, and is still fun to play to this day.
This machine was supposed to be ready for the summer opening of Return of the Jedi, but just now is arriving.
And arriving from Williams himself was Sinistar, a game designed by John Newcomer of Joust fame, as well as one of the programmers being R.J. Michael, co-creator of the Amiga and the Atari Lynx. The game was another in a long line of fast-paced, multi-directional space shooters that was definitely for veteran gamers, just like Defender or Stargate. You have to blast asteroids and collect crystals, which you need a bunch to make up a Cinebomb needed to destroy the demented boss Sinistar himself, and the complimentary digitized speech by Sinistar used to really creep me out in the arcades as a kid. It takes a while to get to grips with this game, but once you're in the zone, Sinistar will have you coming back for more and more. And now let's flip over to Bally Midway, and first from them was Spy Hunter, a top-down vehicle-type combat game that started life out as a James Bond arcade, but due to Bally's inability to secure the Bond license, they changed it ever so slightly to Spy Hunter. You basically travel the roads, blasting and ramming spies to their death. You can also take different paths and even transform your car into a boat. It's a damn lot of fun, but a really difficult arcade game with nice detailed graphics and that addictive Peter Gunn theme tune that gets stuck in your head. It was followed by a much less successful sequel in 1987. More from Bally was Tapper, also known as Root Beer Tapper in certain parts of the world. Premise of the game is you're a bartender serving drinks to thirsty customers. The faster you do it, the quicker they'll leave, and you can move on to a new bar, which there are 4 of in total. There's also a can shuffling minigame between each. It's another fun, addictive game that played like nothing else at the time. The lovely high-res graphics and great sound and personality of the game really won you over immediately. The Tapper version with all its alcoholic adverts was used in real bars, but later the Root Beer Tapper family-friendly version was released mass market for everyone to play. And lastly from Bally Midway was Journey, a trashy collection of bad minigames, where you play members of the 80s rock band Journey as they travel across the galaxy trying to get back their musical instruments so they can put on a concert. It's pretty weak, but it's here because it's the first arcade game to use digitized graphics for characters, which were all photographed headshots of the band slapped onto cartoon bodies. The game is trashy, but at least it does have a pretty good rendition of Don't Stop Believing, so you got that, I guess. And the final US release we'll look at here was Dragon's Lair, released by Cinematronics, who are better known for their vector graphics games. The game was the first Laserdisc arcade game released in North America, not the first one ever made though, as Sega has that honor, which we'll be looking at shortly. It is, however, the first employing full cartoon quality cell animation, and absolutely blew your mind the first time you saw this at a local arcade. The game was created by Don Bluth, a former animator at Disney, and the game involves you as Dirk the Daring, a knight on a quest to save Princess Daphne from the clutches of a dragon. The game's visuals and sound are movie quality, but it only gives you the illusion of controlling a character, as gameplay is made up of simply pushing the right direction or action at a particular time. Later games would employ this gameplay mechanic as mini-games or transitions between scenes, where they came to be known as QuickTime events. Dragon's Lair is basically one massive QuickTime event. Even though the gameplay is pretty basic, it's still a joy to play, and was followed by a Laserdisc sequel in 1991 called Time Warp, and many completely different sequels for home formats.
That traveling caravan style of the Tivolis or the state fairs or whatever you would call them, I don't know if there's any equal thing over in North America or in South Africa, but it would basically be a caravan that would go from town to town, stay for a week, and would be like roller coasters and whatnot, and the arcades would come at that time.
So growing up in South Africa as a kid, It was kind of a melting pot when it came to arcade gaming.
I think what makes Australia unique is that we had a company here called Leisure and Ally.
I think this is pretty special because it just kind of brought with it excitement, and every time, I think it was twice a year that this happened, and there would be new games.
And they made their own cabinets. I don't think there was ever a time, or it was very rare, that we would actually import arcade machines in the 80s and early 90s.
There wasn't like any official kind of distributor that you got the arcade games from. It was basically a free-for-all. It was like the Wild West of arcade gaming.
And it would be games from around the entire world because they travel through Europe.
We got stuff from Europe, we got stuff from America, we got stuff from Japan, we got stuff from everywhere.
Leisure and Ally used to make their own cabs for specific games, like for example for the Outrun, sit-down cabs. Ours were just different to overseas.
And I've heard from some sources that did work on like setup and stuff that a lot of these games were picked up in Germany and France, and they directly imported from Japan.
Half of it was licensed games, like real stuff. A lot of it was like just complete bootlegs. There were cabinets that had full artwork that looked absolutely wonderful. There was cabinets that were just bare bones but had games.
I think that's what makes it different for us for the rest of the world, is that we made our own, and they're really sturdy cabinets and they're really great.
So I do remember playing a lot of Japanese arcade PCBs, which is kind of special. We were kind of lucky in that sense here in Scandinavia that we kind of had this access, which I do know that over in the US, not so much.
It was an absolute melting pot of everything. We also got a lot of Japanese games. I did notice that because I was a big fan of kind of games that were from other countries as a kid. I don't know why, what drew me to that. I think it was the idea of, you know, playing something that nobody else had played.
They weren't like cheap knockoffs. They actually did try to make things look really good. Like for example, I personally think that our Neo Geo cabs are the best looking cabs in the world, especially compared to the US versions. I really dislike them. I just think the Aussie ones just look nicer. They look more polished.
Now let's flip on over to some of my favorite 1983 Japanese releases, and we'll start off with Elevator Action by Taito.
My earliest memory is when probably I was about 4 years old. There was a fish and chip shop next to my house, and while ordering chips they had a arcade machine. They had Elevator Action, which I really enjoyed as a kid, and yeah, I was about 4 or 5, yeah, but I had no idea what I was doing, but I picked it up, and that game still has a special place in my heart. I really enjoy it.
The game was a platform-styled action game where you played as an agent infiltrating an enemy building with the objective of stealing some secret documents and then escaping. The game had 30 levels, or floors, to go through, each getting a bit more chaotic with every turn. You make your way down elevators looking for a red door, which is your target, and where the secret documents are, all the while shooting and avoiding the stooges in black trying to kill you. You have a gun with unlimited ammo to blast them or light fixtures and send everything into chaos. Once you acquire the document, you have to beeline it to the bottom of the level and escape by car before the next level starts. The gameplay seems simple, but it's very fluid and open to all kinds of awesome action, with ducking, jumping, and even getting crushed accidentally in those death trap elevators. The game's graphics are really good for a 1983 release, with sharp, well-defined animated characters and simple but very well thought out stages that set up the action extremely well. It's super satisfying firing off a stream of bullets before jumping on an elevator as some poor schmuck bad guy opens a door and inhales a whole row of bullets. The music only has one main track that repeats for the whole game, which is usually a pretty big issue, but it's such a fun little simple tune that you'll be humming it long after you finish playing the game. The game eventually saw a sequel in 1994 called Elevator Action Returns, which was absolutely brilliant and is far less well known than this original classic. The first ever wrestling game was released in 1983 called Tag Team Wrestling by Technos and distributed by Data East worldwide in the arcades. It's also known as Big Pro Wrestling in Japan. It mixes action and turn-based styled combat for its moves, which include all your favorites from pile drivers to drop kicks. The game was partly directed by arcade legend himself, Yoshihisa Kishimoto, who would later go on and make River City Ransom, Double Dragon, and Renegade. Considering this is the first wrestling game ever, it's it's quite impressive, with nice presentation similar to Daddy East's next game, Karate Champ, and lots of dodgy speech samples like all arcades of this era. I'd never given much thought as to what was the first wrestling game, but being this was a game I played quite a bit in the arcades until I got my Commodore 64 version, it's always nice to look back and pay respects. It attempted a lot, like tag team fights, and even taking the action outside the ring, with the opponent's dodgy manager also trying to whack you with his pimp cane. It's simple, but truly captures the spirit of wrestling, and at its core it's a game worth trying out to experience the roots of the genre. And first up from Sega was the first Laserdisc game ever made and released commercially, called Astron Belt. It came out in Japan in early 1983, a good many months before Dragon's Lair made its US debut. It was an on-rail shooter similar to Sega's Buck Rogers, only this time the backgrounds were full streaming FMV or full motion video, with your spaceship being a 2D sprite overlay to give the illusion of a movie-like experience. It was a typical shooter where you take out waves of enemies before each boss character, but the sheer presentation, explosions, and the sound blew everyone's mind in 1983. It is in a sense responsible for kicking off the entire interactive movie-style genre that will become very popular in the early 90s once CD-ROMs became common tools in computers, and console expansions like the Sega CD/Mega CD bringing these games to the forefront. It performed extremely well in all regions, causing Sega to release a sequel called Star Blazer. It was released by Bally Midway in the US, where they changed the name to Galaxy Ranger, which is not to be confused with the Galaxy Rangers cartoon from 1986. Next was Congo Bongo, a game partly developed by Ikegami Tsushinki, who also worked on Sega's Zaxxon in 1982. The game also used an asymmetric viewpoint, just like Zaxxon. The story has you trying to capture an ape called Bongo over 4 different stages. Just like Donkey Kong, you have to avoid obstacles like giant coconuts being thrown at you, monkeys, and you even get to cross a river on the backs of a whole bunch of creatures, Frogger style. It's a real fun romp that plays and looks really great, and back in the 80s everybody referred to it as Donkey Kong in 3D. It was an immediate hit in Japan, but took quite a few years before becoming really popular in Western countries. The actual home ports to computers at the time actually shone a light on the game and made it more popular in the arcades. And lastly from Sega was Up and Down, an isometric style racing game, where you have to traverse these deadly mountain roads collecting all the flags while avoiding road hazards and other cars. You could take new paths at every intersection, and either jump over or on top of other cars for extra points. It's a great enjoyable little game that I first played on my Commodore 64 and didn't even realize it was an arcade until running into it a couple years later. And lastly, but most importantly from Sega, was the setup of a new division within the company called Section 8. This was significant because it was headed up by Yu Suzuki, and they'd later rename themselves AM2, and you'll be hearing a lot more from them soon. RM, Namco, and Jellico all had fun little titles that I wasted way too much time on back then. RM Zippy Race, or Motor Race USA as it's known in North America, is a fantastic overhead race against the clock type game, as you attempt to traverse the USA on a motorbike city to city, picking up fuel and avoiding crashes. Out of all the games that were released this year, this was the one I probably played the most. Namco also released the annoying but highly addictive and highly difficult Mappy, a side-scrolling platform-style game where you are Mappy, a mouse cop trying to retrieve stolen goods from a bunch of cat gangsters. It's fast-paced and difficult, but is very unique and well worth a try if you haven't. And lastly, Jellico released Exerion, an absolute banger of a shoot-'em-up that has been completely forgotten over time, I feel. The game employs a fake 3D-styled landscape, and your ship controls through inertia. You have to blast waves of enemies with your double guns, and rapid, although limited machine gun fire that me and my friends used to dub Death Blossom after the main spaceship's move in the movie The Last Starfighter. I actually play this all the time at a local cafe. It was wedged between Kung Fu Master and Rally X. I feel like this game was lost in the glut of US shooters that came out at the time, but it was a big hit in its native country of Japan, and it was the top grossing arcade for 2 months straight. Next was 2 classics from Konami. Let's first jump into Gyruss. The game is a pseudo 3D shoot-'em-up that can be best described as a mashup of 2 1981 arcade games, Galaga by Namco and Tempest by Atari. Gyruss itself was the brainchild of game designer and producer Yoshiki Okamoto, whose previous game before this was the excellent Time Pilot. But after the release of Gyruss, he left Konami for Capcom, and there he designed and produced countless classics such as 1942, Final Fight, Street Fighter II, and many more, before resigning from Capcom in 2003 and forming his own company. The game's plot has you trying to make your way back to Earth, Every stage gets you one planet closer. The game plays like Galaga, with streams of bad guys flying in and taking position in formation as you blast away at them. The difference is you can move 360 degrees around the whole screen, blasting them from all angles. The game employs a pretty good fake 3D look that works pretty well and was really impressive at the time. I was lucky enough to have this machine in my local cafe close to where I lived as a kid, right next to the Commando cabinet, and subsequently played this a ton back then in its original form. Besides the aliens that you're blasting, there are also invincible asteroids to avoid, and also alien satellites that are attacking you, and if you kill them, you get the much needed weapons upgrade. Bonus stages kick in once you reach the next planet, which are really fun shooting galleries where dying is not possible. And if you've been wondering why I've been playing the classical music score Toccata and Fugue in D minor by Bach, well, it's actually the game's soundtrack, which is a bizarre choice, but it works so well in this game, and used to have me humming this piece all the way home after blowing all my quarters. This is a classic and simple arcade game that you should definitely try if you haven't already. And a completely different game from Konami was Track and Field, an Olympic-style multi-event game that had been done before on home systems with Activision's Decathlon, but not in the arcade with at least a full set of events such as this. The 6 Track and Field events were the 100-meter dash, long jump, javelin, 100-meter hurdles, hammer throw, and high jump. The 2-button setup was also well done. Mash 1 to go as fast as you can running, and the other button activates the action. It was simplicity at its best. Its massive success kicked off multi-event sports games becoming a huge genre of gaming in the 80s, inspiring everything from Daley Thompson's Decathlon to the Epic's game series. And we'll also be checking out 84's sequel, Hypersports, later as well. And our final game for 83 is from Nintendo, and they gave us the first proper Mario game, simply called Mario Brothers, that featured the red-wearing plumber himself, and his brother is here too, Luigi, if you play in the 2-player mode. It's a single-screen styled action platformer where you have to clean up the sewers by murdering all the creatures down there that are taken over. You punch a block under where the enemy is, rendering them unconscious, giving you time to whack them off screen and collect some bonus coins. The longer you play, the more deadly the enemies get. It again was developed by Miyamoto and Yokoi. Were there anybody else working at Nintendo at this time? But despite being released in the middle of the video game crash, it proved insanely popular in both the US and Japan, and saw a whole slew of home ports flood out the gates. Nintendo themselves also landed in hot water over their previous title Donkey Kong, with Universal Studios suing them, claiming they used the King Kong character in their game without license. Nintendo absolutely refused to pay them royalties, and it went straight to court. In a nutshell though, Universal's claims to the character weren't 100% true, and the judge ruled that the Kong character at this point fell into public domain category, which Universal already knew. The judge was not very impressed with their bully tactics against Nintendo. Nintendo then received almost $2 million in compensation. However, had the case gone the other way, that may have been the end of Nintendo outright.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Welcome, fellow adventurers, and join me, Bastish B, as I'll be exploring classic RPGs from the 8 and 16-bit generations, both console and computer, whether it be high fantasy or lo-fi sci-fi. All roads will eventually lead to Tales of a Dungeon Basher.
She won't answer the helm. We're locked into the moon's gravitational pull. What do we do? We die.
With the video game crash leveling the home game playing field and the rise and dominance of computer gaming over consoles, those all-important arcade conversions became more and more lucrative to software companies. Almost any arcade game was getting licensed for home ports, and the appeal of seeing your favorite cabinet played at home was undeniably appealing. Some of my best gaming memories from this period is playing arcades and their home conversions, and in some cases the home versions were the only ones I ever played, as the arcade industry continued to release games at a rapid pace.
The arcades, at least from the mid-80s, before that not so much, but from the mid-80s onwards it felt like Arcades were built around cooperative play.
I always felt with the arcade, you always got the better graphics for sure.
I remember playing so many games of like Golden Axe and Final Fight and stuff like that, where you really had to play together to win.
The full body experience was one thing.
The bigger controls, the bigger buttons and all that stuff.
Home computers at the time and consoles were doing that all the time.
The ability to kind of sit down in cabinets like the Outrun one, that's probably the biggest difference, obviously.
But, you know, you didn't get to really play with your friends too much.
But the arcades, you know, standing next to somebody, especially a stranger who you never knew, and they would just put in a coin and join you, and you kind of had to become friends really quickly.
Because it was this immersion that you wouldn't get from anything at home.
I mean, sure, they had two-player games, but I always felt that because I grew up with the Intellivision as my family console, I played a lot of the two-player games with my friends, and you didn't get that experience with the arcade.
Help each other through the game, especially when it came to boss fights and stuff like that. That was something that was kind of unique, because at home you're always playing with either your brother or your sister or whatever, your friends.
Sure, your friend could stand behind you and watch you play Centipede or something, but at home we got to play games like boxing and you know, other sports titles that you couldn't really play too much of in the arcade.
But in arcades, people would join who you never knew, and it kind of gave this kind of like social aspect to gaming.
The idea of transporting that full body experience home existed and would continue to happen. I mean, the activator and all this kind of nonsense, and then light guns are another variation of that.
Certain games that just weren't in the arcade, like Snafu and you know, just games that you get to play together. I used to love those games.
1984 was a big year as we saw the arcade debut of Capcom. Capcom was formed in 1979 and was a combination of a few companies set up by the founder, Kenzo Sugimoto. It eventually received the Capcom name in 1983. The name, if you didn't already know, is a shortened version of two words, Capsule Computers, Capcom, which the company came up with to describe the early arcade scene which they were a major player in. Arcades remained their primary format in the early days, but they eventually branched out into consoles. Their first arcade game, however, was called Vulgus and was a top-down scrolling shoot-'em-up. It wasn't really anything special on any level, but it did kickstart their games division. It was designed, however, by Takuro Fujiwara, who we saw earlier was one of Konami's top designers, and the music was by Oyakamori, who also did their next game for A4 called 1942. This one was designed by Konami defector number 2 Yoshiki Okimoto and was an extremely popular and successful top-down shooter set in World War II during the Battle of Midway. The game was designed with a Western market in mind, as Capcom realized the potential of appealing to a mass audience. It featured power-ups and tons of good blasting action, and ended up becoming their first major international hit. It was followed by 1987's extremely popular 1943, which we'll look at later. And now let's look at Atari, who after 1983's massive shakeups almost seemed to overnight change their style of arcade games, from the vector-centric to the more popular Japanese sprite-styled look, probably due to two factors, being the rise in popularity of import games and the fact that they had just designed a new arcade board called Atari System 1, which was capable of displaying impressive high-res graphics and FM-style stereo sound. It would change the look of the Atari arcade division forever. The first game to use this board though was called Marble Madness. It was an isometric style maze race game where you had to guide your marble through a level, avoiding death and crossing the finish line before the time ran out. This game is definitely best played in two-player mode with double trackballs, which was Atari's focus, and really makes that miniature golf type feel of the game extremely fun to play together. It turned out to be really successful, selling almost 5,000 cabinets, and is cited as being one of the first arcade games to feature true stereo sound. Atari's second Star Wars game was also released, an adaptation of 1983's Return of the Jedi, the last movie in the original trilogy, and honestly, the only Star Wars trilogy you should bother watching. The game was an isometric styled action game where you get to pilot 3 different vehicles from the final battle at the end of the movie. You get to use a speeder bike, the Millennium Falcon, and an AT-ST Walker as you attempt to blow up Death Star number 2. It's not as revolutionary as the original Star Wars game from 1 year earlier, but still quite enjoyable anyway. I used to play the Commodore 64 conversion all the time, as Return of the Jedi was my favorite of the classic movies. And the last game from Atari we're going to look at here is called Firefox, a laserdisc game based on the Clint Eastwood movie of the same name. So this is honestly not a great game at all, but it's just interesting to note how many big companies took a shot at laserdisc gaming back then. I never ever see any of these games mentioned in any arcade documentaries besides Dragon's Lair, which gets bashed over your head, so I wanted to make sure this subgenre got a bit of attention in the early years. The game did the usual with FMV backgrounds and sprite overlay. It's definitely no Astron Belt, but it probably inspired one of my favorite Sega CD games called Tomcat Alley, so I'm definitely not complaining. And after 1983's disastrous year for Warner Brothers and Atari, where they lost $500 million, they decided to sell the entire Atari home division to Jack Tramiel. Warner's, although, decided to keep the arcade division as it was the only part that was still making money despite the crash. And now let's check out Namco's diverse selection of games, and we'll start off with something that looks sort of familiar. The Pac-Man franchise took a major left turn with Pac-Land. The game was designed as a side-scrolling action affair and was made to coincide with the release of the Hanna-Barbera Pac-Man cartoon that was being released in the US at the time. Even the main theme music was based on the show. Even though the game's perspective had changed drastically, it's still kinda the same. Make it to the end of the level by dodging ghosts and other obstacles while picking up fruit for bonus points. The goal is to return a lost fairy to Fairyland and then make it home to the Pac family. It features tons of dodging and platform style action, with great colorful and fun graphics and a pretty infectious main tune. It was a big hit in the arcades in both Japan and North America. Toru Iwatani has said in interviews that it's his favorite Pac-Man spin-off game in terms of concept and gameplay. He also said in an interview, it pioneered action video games in which the scene flows horizontally. According to its creator Shigeru Miyamoto, Nintendo's Super Mario Bros. Was influenced by Pac-Land. Next is a double dose of titles that were clearly influenced by the computer RPG genres at the time, both East and West. The games in question are Dragon Buster and Tower of Druaga. Dragon Buster is an action-adventure game where you have to save a princess from a dragon. That old chestnut. The game was very innovative. It introduced light RPG mechanics, has multiple paths for the player to take, introduced a health bar, and also gave us the double jump feature, and definitely influenced later games like the E series and Wonder Boy and Monsterland, and ended up appearing on many Japanese home computers of the time. As an arcade though, its popularity was mostly in its home country and is fairly obscure outside of Japan. The other title, Tower of Druaga, was much more of a maze dungeon basher, where you have to climb a 60-floor tower to rescue a maiden. That old chestnut, part 2. Namco was selling it as a fantasy Pac-Man, and the game's maze elements, RPG-styled upgrades to your character, and the almost endless dungeons of bad guys to dispatch made it feel like the best of a Western RPG at the time, like the Temple of Apshire, for example. It was a massive hit in Japan and was the second highest earner of 1984 in their arcades. And lastly from Namco, on a completely different note, was Gapless, another game in the Galaxian series. It's a pretty forgotten game, I feel, even though it's extremely fun to play. It honestly doesn't stray too far from the Galaga formula, with the exception that you can fly all around the screen and not just left and right. And you can acquire the awesome tractor beam from Galaga and capture enemies and use them to boost your firepower. It was quickly forgotten though, but definitely worth checking out if you like the other games in the series. And now on to Nintendo, whose arcade division would actually be winding down, with only a couple more releases, at least in this decade, due to their focus on the Famicom in Japan. And no, I won't be covering the Nintendo Versus series of arcades, simply because all the games are essentially slightly modded Famicom games and not true arcade games. However, their big arcade release for '84 was Punch-Out!, an extremely successful series of boxing games, and with sports games not really being a big genre, at least in the arcades at this time, the game turned out to be a massive success and popular all over the world. The machine had a dual monitor setup, one for stats and the other for action, and is basically a giant dual screen Game & Watch. It delivered some extremely fun gameplay, excellent graphics, tons of digitized speech, and was followed up by Super Punch-Out! At the the end of the year, which is more of a DLC deal, in which there were new characters and moves, but still the same basic game. And now let's check out a couple of titles from Data East. First was Karate Champ, published by Data East, but actually developed by Technos. It was the blueprint for the entire versus beat-em up genre. Attempts had been made before, like Sega's 1976 effort, Heavyweight Champ, and even a lot of home systems had tried them out, but all these games lacked any sort of depth. Karate Champ changed that. It was a karate tournament simulator where the best of 3 rounds wins. It was one hit ends a round approach, just like a real tournament. Later games in this genre though would introduce energy bars as the standard. The game employed a dual stick approach, which was admittedly pretty hard to get to grips with initially, and allowed you to pull off the 24 different moves. The original version of the game released in Japan was a single player only, but a revised version was released not long after that, which featured a second player versus mode. This is the version that got the international release. The game was a smash hit, Data East's biggest ever, selling over 30,000 cabs by the middle of 1985 alone in the US, never mind the rest of the world, and this game was the basis for a whole slew of games Technos had just around the corner. And Data East's other game was a shot at the Laserdisc market with Cobra Command, an anime-inspired shoot-em-up interactive movie game where you have to fly a helicopter and have to take out an army of terrorists bent on world domination. It featured many levels from New York to Easter Island. You were equipped with a machine gun and rockets, and also had to dodge certain terrain or situations. What's interesting is the designer of the game, Yoshihisa Kishimoto, would go on and make many classics for Technos. Amongst these, the Double Dragon series, which actually has an homage to this and his next game, Road Avenger. You can see the Cobra helicopter in Billy and Jimmy's garage at the beginning of Double Dragon 2, and the Road Avenger car in the garage at the beginning of the original Double Dragon, which is a cool Easter egg for arcade fans. And now we'll switch over to RM, who had one of their biggest hits, a game distributed through Data East called Kung Fu Master, or Spartan X in Japan. The game is loosely based on the Jackie Chan movie Wheels on Meals, one of my absolute favorite Chan movies. The film was called Spartan X in Japan, hence the arcade name. The game, however, is basically Bruce Lee's Game of Death, where you have to fight your way up 5 floors to rescue a girl named Sylvia, which is a character from the movie, as well as yourself, Thomas, named after Jackie's character. These are the only real links to the movie, plot-wise anyway. The game is one of the first examples of a scrolling beat-em-up, with you having to take out hordes of bad guys before facing off against the local level boss. The combination of great graphics, excellent sound effects, and that earworm music track made it an instant classic. The designer Takashi Nishiyama, who we saw earlier design Moon Patrol, was invited to join Capcom by the then president Kenzo Sugimoto, where he went on to make many games such as the original Street Fighter, before joining SNK and creating the Fatal Fury series. And RM's other game was Load Runner, which was part of a short-lived trend around this time of converting computer games into arcade games, which was pretty uncommon, but does highlight the immense popularity of computer games at this time. Load Runner was originally released by Broderbund in 1983 and appeared on many systems such as the Atari 8-bits and the C64, where I originally played it. Gameplay involves you trying to steal all the gold bars in a level while avoiding the guards. There were 150 levels in the home versions, but RM chose 24 of the best levels for the arcade. They upgraded the graphics and sound dramatically. Gameplay was almost exactly the same though. You could still dig holes for the guards to fall into, buying you time to finish off a level, but sometimes guards were hidden in places you dug, so you could unearth them and make your life a lot more difficult. If you like the computer versions, it's well worth checking out. And now on to Sega, who will look at 2 interesting entries. Bank Panic is first a unique take on the light gun style game, although there was no light gun. In the game you play a sheriff defending a bank from being robbed. You have to move along watching the doors and blasting robbers, but making sure you don't kill innocents depositing cash. Once all the cash registers are filled, it's off to the next level. The game is really great fun with a simple control scheme and large, well animated graphics. It was always fun to see this at my local arcade. It also spawned a bunch of clone games as well, the best being West Bank, released by Gremlin Graphics, which I played on my Commodore 64 and actually thought it was an arcade conversion of this game. And over on the Laserdisc front, Sega gave us GP World, a Formula 1 style racing game. It used the same basic techniques from Astron Belt by using an FMV POV shot of the entire racetrack with sprite car overlays. You could choose between 3 different tracks and it came in a massive sit-down race cabinet. Again, gameplay was pretty simplistic, although it is similar to Sega's Turbo, and no more simplistic than any races at the time. It's another cool take on what Laserdisc could bring to gaming. And next was Konami with a whole heap of great titles. So let's start off with Maki, probably one of the most overlooked games out of this year's Konami selection. The premise is you play high schooler Maki who's trying to put together a letter from his girlfriend. In order to do that, you need to run around your high school while avoiding the teachers, jocks and everybody else and collect all the hearts. Each heart makes a letter, and once a word is complete you can escape the stage. There are 5 levels in total, from a classroom, locker room, cafeteria, dance studio and a football field, all with their own enemies and authority figures to avoid. Gameplay is simple and addictive with risk-reward tropes where you gotta keep trying to get those hearts no matter what, but also know when to back off and do some dodging. It's very fast-paced and quite difficult, and it was a real quarter muncher back in the day. One of the most unique aspects of the game though is the soundtrack, which features 2 songs by the Beatles, which are A Hard Day's Night and Twist and Shout, even though that song was already a cover. I always thought these songs were unlicensed in the game, but they were actually licensed through Jazzrack, a copyright collection agency in Japan, to be used in the arcade version. Imagine what hoops you would have to jump through these days to make that sort of deal happen. What's interesting is that the game that was made exists only in its original form in Europe and the USA, because Konami got cold feet in Japan about it with its story of a delinquent high schooler getting up to mischief, and decided to change the whole setting to an office salaryman environment, with the game going under the name Shinyu Shain Torokun, which means Freshman Employee Toru, and was released exclusively in Japan by Sega. Up next was another beat 'em up that took what Karate Champ did and ran with it. The game was Ya Kung Fu. My cousin introduced me to this game, which was at his local grocery store. The weird thing was it was wedged between 2 other Konami games, Jailbreak and Iron Horse. How's that for a weird coincidence? But obviously the Kung Fu action sold me immediately. Whereas Karate Champ was a slow and more strategic game, Ya Kung Fu was super fast and very unrealistic. You could jump around the screen like a madman, forming all of the 16 different moves, which were pulled off without the need for a dual controller setup. In the game you have to fight your way through 11 martial arts masters to become the Grand Master yourself. Besides the first and last opponents, however, everyone has some sort of weapon that you need to overcome. This is also the game that introduced an energy bar to this style of brawler. I love this so much in the arcade, I convinced my dad to buy me the Konami Coin-Op Hits compilation, just so I could play this on my C64, which was a brilliant version. The arcade became one of the top 5 earners in the US in 1985, and the home computer versions in the UK became the #1 best-selling game in 1986. We also got from Konami the sequel to Track and Field called Hyper Sports, which featured another 7 new Olympic-style events. You had swimming, skeet shooting, long horse, archery, triple jump, weightlifting, and pole vault. I actually preferred this game to Track and Field and spent a lot of coins mastering it. It had the same simple button setup and easy to understand gameplay. The graphics and sound were much improved, and the events overall, for me anyway, felt much more varied. This is also another game on that legendary Konami Coin-Ops Hits compilation. I probably ended up playing the C64 version more than the arcade, but every time I did come across this game it got a coin immediately. And lastly from Konami was a Laserdisc release, which before making this video I never knew they made or even had heard of this game. It was called Badlands and is a western themed game where you have to avenge your family's death by taking out a gang that killed them. Its gameplay just boils down to shooting at the right time, and the timing has to be really perfect though, and I found it pretty frustrating to play. It's ultimately pretty forgettable, and Konami never attempted another Laserdisc game after this. And on to Cinematronics, who had a sequel of sorts to Dragon's Lair called Space Ace. It was also developed by the Don Bluth Animation Studio, and is a game in a similar style to Dragon's Lair, only this time with a science fiction setting. The game did however bring a bunch of interesting additions to the gameplay, like having multiple paths to choose from, a difficulty mode to select, and there were sequences where you could choose to become your hero version of yourself or just your plain regular self, which changed up all the scenes. The characters are all extremely likable, from Ace, the eager young Buck Rogers hero, to the demented Borf, the alien bad guy, and Kimberly, who's who's basically Daphne in space. It's a fun game where dying is part of the fun due to all the cool death animations, and was another great Laserdisc release. And our final game for 84 was Bomb Jack by Tekken, who would later change their name in 1986 to Tecmo, and create some extremely popular franchises like the Ninja Gaiden and Dead or Alive series. The game itself though is a highly addictive platform action game where you have to defuse a bunch of bombs quickly around the screen, all the while dodging enemies. It's basic, simple fun, and got many home ports, including 2 different home version sequels and an arcade one in 1993 called Bomb Jack Twin.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
In 1985 saw the arcade's popularity get stronger and stronger due to a bunch of factors. It was true that the industry's profits were down from 12 billion at its peak in 1982 to just over 100 million in 1985. It was significantly less, but the arcade industry was still thriving, and with the introduction of Sega's superscalar games, 16-bit processors in many arcades, and massive hydraulic cabinets giving players something they couldn't get in home entertainment on computers or consoles. So let's start off with Atari, whose new System 1 arcade board went into overdrive, plus their final Star Wars vector graphics release, which was The Empire Strikes Back, their third Star Wars arcade game, and a jump back to 83's Star Wars vector style, as opposed to the raster look of Return of the Jedi. It is again an on-rail shooter taking specific action scenes from the movie. You get to fly a snowspeeder over Hoth, blasting AT-ATs and AT-ST walkers, and the second set of levels puts you in the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon, blasting TIE fighters and avoiding asteroids. Just like Jedi, it's pretty good but not as memorable as the original release though. And over to something completely different with the release of Gauntlet, an excellent dungeon bashing hack and slash game with similar elements to Namco's Tower of Druaga, except Gauntlet emphasizes faster playing gameplay and was all about that co-op play, with its original 4-player cabinet release and also being released in a 2-player version later. It was another brilliantly addictive game from designer Ed Long, who we saw earlier with Asteroids and Centipede. You have to fight your way through level after level, trying to find an exit as quickly as possible while collecting food to keep yourself alive. Each of the 4 playable characters had their own looks, strengths, and weaknesses, just like any RPG style game, which Ed said Dungeons & Dragons were a major influence. It was a massive hit, and being multiplayer meant it racked up profits way quicker than usual, which led many companies to start designing their games with this function specifically in mind. Atari sold over 8,000 cabinets and it topped the arcades in both the US and Japan. Sequels followed in the arcades and home computers. Here's an old photo of me and my brother in the 80s playing some Gauntlet on my C64. It was a true multiplayer classic. And next was a game based on the second Indiana Jones movie, The Temple of Doom. I remember first playing this game at a really dodgy beachfront arcade in Durban, South Africa. The weird thing is, I didn't actually see the game, but heard it from across a few rows of arcade machines. I was jamming out to Green Beret when I heard the indie theme music and beelined it over there immediately. It was also the first one to have real speech samples and sampled John Williams' music from the movie. Atari themselves were already veterans of the Lucasfilm conversion process, having made the complete original Star Wars trilogy for arcades. Temple of Doom, though, was going to require a completely different style. The movie was a swashbuckling, seat-of-your-pants roller coaster ride of action, which is actually where the initial idea for the game came from. Laserdisc arcades were all the rage at that time, and the team's first idea was to make it a Laserdisc game and focus solely on the minecart sequence from the movie, but they came to the conclusion it was just gonna be way too expensive to film it, so they switched it over to the new Atari System 1 board. Peter Lipson, who worked on classics like Blasteroids and Ramparts, headed up the project, and he said, "We had the script and we saw some of the film as it was in progress. It was obvious we needed to build the game around the whip. We wanted to include the minecarts too, and thus the game was born. Just like the movie, you have to rescue the captured kids who have been imprisoned in the mines by the Thuggee cult and forced to look for the remaining Shankara stones. The game has 4 distinct levels, all set pieces from the third act of the movie. We got the Rescue the Kid sequence, the minecart chase, stealing the Shankara stones, and finally the showdown with Molaram on the rope bridge.
Molaram, prepare to meet Kali in hell.
The flow of the game is you repeat the first 3 levels 3 times. Then on the 4th go, the Shankara level is replaced with the rope bridge for the climactic ending. One of my favorite aspects is the choice at the beginning of the game's difficulty. Arcade games just generally didn't do this, as they wanted you to die as much as possible to pump in more credits. But not only was it a cool addition, but each level of difficulty just added more detail and aspects to the game, so it actually rewarded you for getting better. I thought this was a cool idea, especially for an arcade game. The game, just like the movie, is fast paced, and you gotta keep moving or you'll die. Each level plays a bit differently, which keeps the gameplay interesting. I always thought the graphics are really top notch and has that high-res System 1 look that still looks very impressive, even now. And of course the sound, which really made this stand out from other arcades at the time, with its abundance of speech samples and that pumping John Williams music just got you in the mood for adventure. And here's what Peter Lipson had to say about the end results. We were pretty happy with it. It might have been nice to include the plane crash as a skiing game, for example, but we had very tight constraints since the whole game had to fit on EEPROMs and they weren't cheap. I thought we captured the spirit of the movie quite well, and I agree. Overall, the game keeps that fast-paced, hanging on for your life feeling the third act of the movie is known for, and they did a really good job with it, and is a classic old arcade game that's well worth having a go at. And this was followed by another licensed game called Roadrunner. It's based on the Warner Brothers Looney Tunes characters, the Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. The game played out exactly like the cartoons, where the coyote was always trying to catch and eat the Roadrunner, but the Roadrunner was just way too fast and always one step ahead of him, despite Wile E's use of every Acme gadget in the book. Which do make their appearance in the game. It was another one of those Atari arcade games at the time featuring those nice high-res graphics and that same great sound, and was quite fun to play. And Atari's final game of 1985 was my favorite of theirs, which was Paperboy. Paperboy's gameplay was simple. Survive a week delivering papers to all the area subscribers and try not to die in these super deadly 80s neighborhoods. You have to survive for 1 week. With every missed delivery, they unsubscribe. Surviving a full week sends you on to the next difficulty level. If you survive each day, you also get a bonus BMX track race sequence. This game was what every good arcade game should be. A quarter muncher. You just had to try it again and again and again. The game ran on Atari's System 2 board, which they had just released that year, and was able to produce a much higher resolution graphics back then, as seen in the other game, 720 Degrees, which also ran on that board. The game also featured tons of digitized speech samples, something that was not so common back then, although the Atari arcade games at the time, like Temple of Doom and Gauntlet, would be jam-packed with the stuff, grabbing your attention in the arcades completely from across the room. In 1986 saw the start of Paperboy's home computer and console ports. About 25 different ports of this game currently exist as of making this video. Eventually in 1991 the game received its official sequel on all home consoles at the time, skipping the arcades completely. Unfortunately, it was met with mediocre reviews and is an often forgotten port of the Paperboy legacy. And now we'll be flipping over to Japan for the remainder of 85, as the Japanese arcade games were just dominating and steamrolling the Western companies in both technology and game design. So first was Konami, who kicked off one of their most successful franchises with Gradius, or Nemesis depending on the country. It was a side-scrolling shoot 'em up with all the cliches you come to expect, such as power-ups and waves of enemies, both on land and sky. Except this game defined most of those cliches. It featured massive boss characters with each requiring precise firing to destroy. Your currently equipped weapon made made a huge difference on how easy or hard this would be, resulting in some sort of strategy to keep in your mind as you played. Also, having the choice to change to another weapon or upgrade your current one was very unique. It's a wonderful shooter that is very difficult but fair, with excellent music and great graphics. It was another big hit all over the world, with it being particularly popular in the UK, becoming the biggest earner arcade by the end of 1986. Most of the sequels though saw home releases, but we'll also be looking at 1987's Salamander arcade later. And continuing on the shooter front, we also got to see the start of the Twin B series, considered by most one of the first shoot-'em-up games, although as I stated earlier, there were other examples that may have kicked off this style. It flips the shooter style to vertical and emphasizes two-player action. Its gameplay style is similar to Exevius in that you have regular fire and bombs to destroy ground targets. Upgrades are obtained by collecting bells, which you can blast before collecting them, changing their upgrades from, say, speed to firepower and many more, giving a frantic type of strategy to the gameplay. Two-player mode also gives you the ability to join your ships together for some more mental action. The graphics are extremely cartoony and colorful with a happy-go-lucky soundtrack, and you can't help but love this game despite its pretty hard difficulty. And jumping over to the racing genre with Konami GP, which is honestly not the greatest game I've ever played, but it always caught my attention with its first-person Road Avenger look, and I would always just have to give it a go. It's a simple race to the goal without running out of fuel type of game. Basically zippy race in a car. It was always an impressive game to look at, and it was running on Konami's new GX400 arcade architecture and is worth having a look at least through emulation. And finally, probably their most iconic game of 85 was Green Beret, or Russian Attack if you lived in the US. It was a side-scrolling run-and-gun game, even though the gun weapons were limited pickups. You were Green Beret trying to rescue POWs from various Russian locations. Your main weapon is a knife, but limited pickups included a flamethrower, RPG, and hand grenades, and each level ended in some sort of crazy boss character, or a massive soldier onslaught. It was an insanely difficult game that required much patience to enjoy. I remember playing this for the first time in the arcade as my dad and my uncle and his wife watched. My uncle's then wife was horrified that I was just stabbing all these dudes to death and laughing while I was doing it. She was so appalled she left the arcade as my dad handed me another quarter. Oh, the 80s. And now let's check out some Taito published games, and the first is Tiger Heli, published by Taito and developed by Toplan. Japanese software company Toplan was formed in 1979 and had their headquarters in Shimizu, Tokyo, Japan. They are most well remembered for their massive contribution to the shoot-'em-up genre in the arcades right up to their bankruptcy in 1994. Many of their games were published by other developers overseas, but they actually made classics like Slapfight, Flying Shark, Truxton, Twin Cobra, and so much more. Tiger Heli was a vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up and Toplan's first game in the genre, and pretty much set themselves up for what they did best right up to their closure. The team at Toplan took inspiration from an arcade game called Gyrodan, released a year earlier, and used that as the basis for Tiger Heli. The game set itself apart from the glut of shooters at the time by having a much slower, more relaxed pace, which the team wanted to make it more inviting for new gamers to try it out. Even though you are flying a helicopter, you only ever fought ground targets, which was kind of weird, like tanks, boats, gun emplacements. No planes or helicopters attacked you. As per standard, even in 1985, a smart bomb is included for desperate situations. But unlike other games, it also acts as a form of defense, meaning if you have bombs available and a bullet hits you, it automatically activates, saving your life, blowing everything up on screen, but you losing a bomb in the process. I think it's a pretty unique concept, and I'm assuming the team implements it as another way to keep gamers happy, so you'll come back later to play it without walking away in frustration. Little mini helicopters can also be joined to boost your firepower, and if you died on a level, there were certain checkpoints the game would automatically restart you at. I loved this when I first played it as a kid. The graphics were so extremely colorful and detailed, and I really loved the small little details, like shooting the houses and little puffs of smoke come out as you flew past them. This game's arcade board was later used in another slower paced shooter Toplan developed called Slapfight, which is another great game in its own right. Two sequels were released later on, named Twin Cobra in 1987 and Twin Cobra 2 in 1995, and are brilliant shoot-'em-ups as well. If you're new to the genre or just not a fan of those bullet hell operas, then give Tiger Heli a go and see the origins of Toplan's shoot-'em-up legacy. And next was a dive into Laserdisc with the release of Time Gal, another quick-time interactive movie title. It saw your character Riker traveling through time, trying to catch up with a madman by the name of Luda, the dude that laughs every time you die in this game. The animation is exceptionally good and was done by Toei Animation Studio, and the game scenarios are just plain crazy. Unfortunately, the game never saw a release outside of Japan due to the Laserdisc technology being very expensive at the time and the genre, at least in the West, having run its course. The first time I ever saw and played this game was on my Mega CD in the 90s and loved it, even though, as per usual, it was simply a large QuickTime event. This is also the second to last Laserdisc we'll be having a look at before its revival in the early 90s through American Laser Games. And now let's look at 3 quick random games here, one called City Connection, Road Blaster, and Tank 3. With City Connection, Jaleco delivered a strangely fun and addictive platform action game where you have to drive your car and paint the entire level to escape. It featured all kinds of Japanese weirdness, but is such a fun game to play. And SNK gave us Tank 3, also known simply as Tank. It was a vehicle running game where you used SNK's rotary joystick controls that would be used later to great effect in Akari Warriors. And the game also saw the debut of Ralph from that series. It's a pretty fun tank blast 'em up and a precursor to Akari Warriors that came out in 1986. And finally, Data East gave us Road Blaster, one of my all-time favorite Laserdisc games, and another one with animation by Toei. It was a post-apocalyptic car game where you had to take out a gang that had killed your wife. It's basically anime Mad Max. Just like Time Gal, unfortunately, it only saw a Japanese arcade release, but was later ported in the 90s to the Mega CD, where again I played it. And it had its name changed to Road Avenger in English, as not to be confused with Atari's Road Blasters arcade from 1987. And overall, it's just another fantastic game by Kishimoto. And now on to the heavy hitters for 85, Sega and Capcom. Sega had 4 very diverse games that we'll be looking at here. The first one is following on from the RM trend with another computer game to arcade conversion with Choplifter, another game by Broderbund, released originally on the Apple II in 1982. In the game, you fly a helicopter rescuing POWs and transporting them back to your base. You could bomb the ground to take out tanks and shoot jets with your machine guns. It was an absolute blast to play. This is another cabinet that got swapped out at my local cafe when I was a kid right by my school, and I blew a lot of money on it. For me personally, having played the C64 version to death, this Sega arcade version is the definitive 80s Choplifter experience, at least in my opinion. Those wonderful detailed graphics and sound all running on Sega's new System 2 arcade board just makes this a must-play arcade game. And on the other home game to arcade upgrade was Pitfall 2, originally released by Activision on the 2600, and was that system's last big selling game, and arguably one of its best. The arcade game took elements from both the original game and this sequel, and mashed them together for this new interpretation. It sports some lovely graphics and bouncy music, and still retains the same gameplay, although the game is definitely much harder and more frantic. If you do like the Pitfall game series, it's an interesting side game that not a lot of people have played. And next was a big one, Hang On, Sega's first superscalar game using technology to the fullest in all respects. The latest arcade board, 16-bit graphics, and a massive motion control bar to sit on. It truly was a sight to behold in the arcades. It was designed by Yu Suzuki, his second arcade game, and it blew the racing game competition away completely. It was based on the GP500 motorbike racing, which was extremely popular at the time worldwide, and the game itself had you riding point to point against the clock and other riders, simply to make it to the next checkpoint before the time runs out, a time-honored trope that Suzuki would use for most of his racing games. Its music was also excellent by Hiroshi Kawaguchi, who had become Sega's resident Mozart, composing memorable and classic rock soundtracks for many of Suzuki's best games, such as Space Harrier, Outrun, and Afterburner. I was fortunate enough to play this as a kid in its full red motorbike edition, and it played so well, even though my legs could barely touch the ground for balance. Sega shipped 7,000 of the full deluxe versions of the game, which cost around $7,000 each, or $16,000 adjusting for inflation. It was a huge success both in Japan and worldwide, and it was one of the top arcade earners for 6 months straight, and became the second highest earner behind Nemesis in the UK for 1986. This was also the turning point for Sega and arcades, and it put them in the unique position of making these massive motion simulation games that were not only popular, were not gimmicks, but but also combined all the arcade's best attributes into single machines. And to think Suzuki wasn't even done yet, as we also got the second full-motion Taikan machine called Space Harrier. Taikan was a Japanese term used to describe these full-body experiences that only the arcades could provide. The game was Space Harrier, a fantasy sci-fi shoot-'em-up using the Superscaler arcade board for its 3D sprite action. You had to shoot your way through 18 stages of intense action with massive boss characters and awesome dragon riding bonus stages. It was a feast for the eyes and the imagination, and with Kawaguchi's insanely infectious soundtrack, it truly sucked you into its world completely. It, like Hang On, came in two different versions, the stand-up cab and of course the ultra-expensive full-body motion controlled edition, which I played many times at my local beachfront arcade. It was another worldwide hit, praised for its fast gameplay, graphics and soundtrack. And now over to Capcom, who really came into their own this year and became the classic arcade company that most of us know and love. Their first game was Gunsmoke, a vertically scrolling run-and-gun game set in a western theme with you being a bounty hunter tracking down the West's worst criminals. Unlike other games in the genre, the screen automatically scrolls up with you able to move around and shoot in 3 different directions, plus picking up upgrade items giving you more speed or upgraded weaponry. The game was extremely difficult with a one bullet and you're dead approach, which definitely made it one for the veterans only to soak up. And it was also another game by Yoshiki Akimoto. And his counterpart, Fujiwara, had Commando, another addition to Capcom's run-and-gun legacy, which puts you in the shoes of Super Joe, a one-man killing machine attempting to rescue POWs and annihilate every scumbag he comes across with his machine gun and grenades. The action was fast and very difficult, with a one-bullet death, as seen in Gunsmoke. As a kid, I couldn't get anywhere in this game in the arcade. It just murdered me completely. The cool cartoon-style graphics and thumping soundtrack made people come back for more and more. Japan and UK were its most successful countries, with the home computer ports being even more successful than the arcade. And I couldn't even count the amount of times I played the C64 version of mine. But Fujiwara wasn't content with just that, and also designed and released Ghosts and Goblins, which he was working on at the same time as Commando's development. This, however, was a side-scrolling platform action game, putting you in the role of Arthur, a knight on a quest to save a princess captured by Satan. Good old 80s family entertainment at its best. You run along killing monsters while picking up new weapons, each better suited for certain situations. Unlike the sadistic Commando and Gunsmoke, you could take one hit losing your armor and the second killed you. Not that that made the game any easier by any means, by the way. It was another popular game, and I came across it all the time in the arcades and played it quite regularly. It also featured music from a Yakamori, who did 84's Vulgus and 1942. It was another game that was a huge success, not only in the arcades, but on the home formats too, and was the highest grossing arcade game in 1986 in Japan, and one of the best selling computer games in the UK, with the NES version selling 1.6 million cartridges worldwide. This double shot of hits from Fujiwara put Capcom right at the top of the club of the Japanese arcade manufacturers that would help rule the rest of the 80s arcade scene.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
If you have an influence over your youthful friend, you better exert it now. Otherwise, I will have both of you roll off to the hell where people are skinned alive. It's that simple, understand?
Are you crazy? Is that your problem?
Now you're playing with power.
With the launch of the Famicom in the West at the end of '85, now dubbed the NES.
The latest video game craze to sweep the United States and Japan, it's called Nintendo.
Console gaming was finally revived, and with the help of Sega's new Master System release, the consoles were fighting back for that large power video game market. Unlike most documentaries will have you believe, the NES did not save the video game industry.
In 1983, earnings for the industry peaked at $3 billion. Only 2 years later, sales plummeted to a paltry 100 million.
There was a lot of gaming going on throughout the world, and it was doing just fine. In fact, the home computer and arcade scenes were flying along with massive sales and audiences. Both these industries were working almost in harmony, as seen by 95% of these games we're going to look at here got home computer and console ports. The arcades were still leading the way forward. for now. The NES did, however, revive the dead console scene.
The difference between 1982 and 83 and 1985, 6, and 7 is technology has taken a substantial leap in our favor.
I think the first game I played in the arcade.
It's difficult to pinpoint the exact moment when I first visited an arcade.
I'm trying to think. This is it's difficult. I'm getting old.
But I feel like the game that perhaps made the strongest early impression on me was actually the original Outrun from Sega.
It must have been Outrun, the original sit-down cabinet, because I do have some kind of vague memory in the late 80s of sitting down with my big brother and sitting in his lap and like turning that cabinet, and it was really exciting and I really enjoyed it.
I remember seeing those 3D graphics for the first time. I didn't understand how they worked or anything like that.
But my earliest memory is probably Outrun, the sit-down cabinet.
I just knew you were driving a bright red car across a real 3D track. At least that's what it looked like.
So let's start off 86 by looking at a bunch of single game releases I want to highlight from some of the bigger companies. And let's start off with Capcom's racing destruction game, Speed Rumbler. The game is a mixture of driving with a bit of run and gun action. The story is a bunch of Mad Max type bad guys kidnap everyone from a small village, including the hero's wife and kids, and it's up to him to brave the Fury Road of the 6 stages to the Zappa's base for some payback and rescue as many people along the way. I just love the graphics in this game. They're so small but very intricate, and overall the attention to detail is exceptional. The gameplay boils down to trying to speed your way through each stage as fast as possible while rescuing as many of the townsfolk as you can. As you rescue them, they also provide much needed upgrades to your car, like speed and stronger guns, and also points and repair kits, so it's vital you save as many people as possible to keep going. Of course, you're getting constantly attacked by the Zappa gang, who are trying to run you off the road, or busy setting up massive roadblocks, cannons everywhere, and all manner of death to derail your mission. The game is pretty tough, but like all good arcade games, with a little practice you can really master those levels. One of the best aspects of this game though is the ability to get out of your car and run and gun it on foot if needed. This simply blew me away as a kid. I just couldn't recall seeing any game before that do this. Essentially, if your car is about to explode, you can bail out and hopefully survive long enough to jump into your replacement car. It's such an intense but fun concept, and I know this seems unremarkable now, but back then it was pretty amazing, and we still had to wait about 11 years before the original GTA did this concept any justice. The game was overseen by 2 of Capcom's most influential creators. This was just such a fun arcade experience at the time, and a bit of a forgotten Capcom gem I feel. And next, Data East gave us Express Raider, a side-scrolling platform beat-em-up. You get to play the bad guy this time, trying to rob a train in the Old West, jumping between the cars, dodging signs, and one-on-one brawls with the guards. It was pure Old West nostalgia, like playing out the best parts of a 70s spaghetti western. Nice graphics and sound round out this gem, which begs the question, why are there so few western-themed games these days? And Bally Midway was next with the highly original multiplayer classic, Rampage. It was up to a 3-player flip screen action game where you get to play as one of 3 giant movie monsters, a werewolf, lizard, and gorilla, all modeled after classic movie monsters. The goal of each level is to destroy all the buildings. You also have to contend with military attacks, and eating civilians keeps your energy up, and you can even slap up your friends if you wish. It was a really unique game for the time and had wonderful high-res graphics and lots of cool audio samples. Some great racing action was up next with Tatsumi's Buggy Boy, an off-road buggy action racer. The game featured 5 distinct tracks that were littered with obstacles as you race against the clock to reach each checkpoint. If you played this in the arcades originally, it came in a massive triple screen cabinet. I remember actually seeing this at a mall once, and there was a massive crowd of people around it waiting to play, and I just never got a chance to play it, but I did love the heck out of my C64 version. And on to Technos with their sci-fi classic named Zane Selena. It was a side-scrolling run-and-gun platform science fiction affair, with you playing the bounty hunter Zane out to rid 5 planets of their bad guy overlords. The first time I played this was at a cafe in South Africa called Parkside Supply Store, which was just up the road from my school. After school on our way home on our BMXs, we would always stop by this place and have a few quick games of whatever arcades they had pushed into the dark corners that week. Zane was one of the long line of gems I played there, which also included Karnov, Atomic Runner, and Choplifter. Zane drew me in big time. I really loved the freedom you had to choose any planet you wanted to start with, and just from an arcade point of view, it was great because every time I played it, you could try at another level, and they were all drastically different in look and difficulty. You had a desert planet, jungle, water, rock, and volcano planets to blast your way through. Zane was equipped with a nifty double jump and an array of weapons that could be picked off dead bad guys, such as a grenades combo, spread shot, and massive laser fire. Your goal on each planet is you blast your way through the scum, some crazy mid-bosses, and then facing off against the end of the level bad guy. Once defeated, you plant a bomb on their base and fly out of there as fast as possible, which leads to the ultra cool shoot 'em up stages as you flee the planet. These sections are pretty easy, but are a nice cool segue between the planets and gives a bit of variety to the gameplay, which is always fun. The graphics are small but very detailed, with a nice selection of enemies on all 5 planets. The gameplay is still pretty good, but the key to survival is knowing what's coming up to either avoid or blast. Fortunately, you have an energy system, so you can take a few hits before you die, which makes it far less annoying. The game suffers from the usual techno slowdown effect, which is in many of the arcade games, including their best known one, Double Dragon, but I honestly love it. I may be the only one which finds classic game slowdown to be charming, as I always felt they were pushing the hardware to the limits to produce the game. Although it could also mean they were just lame programmers, but I like to think the former. If this game looks familiar to you, but the name seems weird, you may know it as Solar Warrior, as it's known in the US arcades, or as Soldier of Light, which here is my original Commodore 64 version, and the name given to the European computer releases. Zane Selina was the Japanese arcade name. Having said that, the Japanese version is still the best release in my opinion, as the US arcade version doesn't give you the option to choose the planets, which is a weird omission. Anyway, check this one out. It's a fun, kind of forgotten techno gem that really doesn't get the respect it deserves. SNK were up next with an absolutely brilliant run and gunner called Ikari Warriors. It followed on from a trend of military-based blasters invading the arcades at that time. Taito's Frontline was again cited as the inspiration, just like Capcom's Commando. Ikari was unique, however, building off SNK's previous release, Tank 3, by using the same rotary controls and offering the all-important simultaneous 2-player mode. Gameplay involves murdering everything with machine guns and grenades, and also being able to jump into tanks to take advantage of those cannons and even running over dudes. This game rocked. It was originally supposed to be a licensed game based on Rambo 2 the movie, but SNK could not get the license secured in time for the US release, and the game had already become really popular in Japan as Ikari. It was a smash hit in the UK and Japan, and became SNK's big breakthrough game in the US arcade market. And the last of the random stuff is 2 quick mentions of Chiller and Top Gunner, both by Exidy. Neither of these games are particularly great, but they are notable. Top Gunner was the last release vector graphics game in the arcade, and with Atari fully into their System 1 and 2 boards, it marked the end of this cool graphic style, at least commercially in the arcade centers. And the other title, Chiller, is notable as being one of the first exploitation or gore games. It was Exidy clearly trying to use their death race tactics from the late 70s to drum up press about their new controversial game, which was a light gun based game where you had to murder people in torture chambers. You basically have to figure out how to kill them the quickest way before the time runs out. To say this game is in poor taste is an understatement. I remember playing it once in an arcade and was kind of creeped out by the whole thing, to be perfectly honest. And if you lived in the US and never saw this game, it's simply because Exidy's strategy failed and 90% of the arcades refused to buy the game, so they had to sell the entire stock to less offended international countries, which explains why I saw it in my arcade in South Africa as a kid. Exidy would end up folding as a company in the late 1980s. And now on to a couple of Namco releases. The Return of Ishtar is a sequel to 1984's Tower of Druaga, and continues where that game ended, with you having to now make it down the 128th floor tower to escape. This game builds on Druaga by adding in more light RPG elements, puzzles, and foster gauntlet-style gameplay, and a 2-player mode, although the game can only be played with 2 people, and a password feature was available, so you could continue where you left off, giving this game a real computer RPG vibe. The other game was Rolling Thunder, which is clearly the inspiration or basis for Sega's Shinobi. It was a run-and-gun style platform game, where you are a secret agent who has to rescue your female partner from a bunch of terrorists. That old chestnut, part 12 2012. There were a total of 10 stages in total, and you had to shoot your way through bad guys, going in the doors to collect more ammo and weapons, jumping high and low as you made it through the levels. It featured really cool graphics, and tight gameplay was its key to success. It was extremely popular in Japan but had its biggest success in Europe, and it was followed by 2 sequels, part 2 in the arcades and part 3 exclusively for the Sega Genesis. Now let's check out a couple of Atari releases, starting with 720 Degrees, a skateboarding action sports game running on Atari's System 2 board and sporting those same lovely high-res visuals as Paperboy. You get to skate around a neighborhood and pull off all tricks for points, which gets you tickets to enter the 4 different skate parks, such as a half pipe or downhill and many more. Do well on these courses and you can earn some money, which you can use to buy new skateboard equipment to boost your performance, like making your board go faster or making the jumps go higher. The original arcade cabinet had this massive ghetto blaster on top of it to crank out the tunes and those dodgy Atari speech samples, and was a real sight to behold back then. Atari's other cool game was called Super Sprint, a top-down F1 racing game. This game definitely helped define all the best elements of a single-screen racer. The original arcade version allowed for up to 3 players to race at once. The tracks were also littered with shortcuts and hazards like oil slicks and even tornadoes, and you can collect tools which can be used at the end of a race to upgrade your car. It was an absolute blast to play, especially with 2 other people, and again sported those lovely high-res System 2 visuals. A sequel was also released later in the year titled Championship Sprint, which is basically the exact same game but with just a whole new selection of tracks to choose from. The game is also seen as an updated version of Sprint 4, an Atari arcade game from 1977. Tecmo had a couple of games that I also played quite a lot as well. The first was Rygar, a side-scrolling action platformer where you play Rygar, a dead warrior who's been resurrected to take out the big bad that now rules the land. The game features a ton of action and light platforming. Your disc weapon can be swung all over the screen for high and low attacks, and features quick short levels that don't overstay their welcome, as well as small well-defined animated graphics and great music and sound effects. I really enjoyed this a lot in the arcades and played it a ton, and translated those skills to my C64 version. A lot of money was wasted on this one. And the other Tecmo title was Solomon's Key, an action puzzle game featuring 64 levels where you have to find a key in all the stages to open a door to escape. You can both make blocks or break certain ones, which leads to the puzzle element as you try to make your path to the goal. You also have to dodge enemies and can pick up upgrades for your character. It was really unique and fun and feels like a bit of a mashup of Bubble Bobble and Lode Runner, and also received some pretty good home ports at the time. And now on over to the big boys, Konami, Sega and Taito, who delivered an avalanche of great titles, all advancing popular genres with great tweaks and technical advances. First from Konami was Jailbreak, a side-scrolling run and gun game where you play Joe, a one-man 80s cop taking out a whole prison worth of escaped convicts who have taken the warden hostage. Shoot criminals and avoid blowing away civilians, which is way harder than it sounds. And I played this game again at that grocery store which I used to play Ya Kung Fu. This game is brutally hard, like most Konami titles of this era, and requires a ton of patience and even more money to master. And I swear that dude on the arcade flyer is karate legend Sonny Chiba, don't you think? Jackal was next, a top-down vehicle shooter where you drive a jeep equipped with a machine gun and grenades as you drove through the battlefield, blowing up buildings and freeing and rescue all the POWs, and then dropping them off at airfields to be lifted out by helicopter. It's kinda like Choplifter but from a different perspective. Again, this game has an optional 2-player simultaneous mode, and it was an absolute joy to play with good graphics and sound, although controlling the jeep did take a little bit of getting used to. The game also went under the title Top Gunner in the US arcades, but is known as Jackal everywhere else. And next was a leap into racing with WEC Le Mans, a really well made, and you guessed it, difficult racing game based on the real life 24 hours Le Mans competition. It was fast, hard, and had excellent sprite scaling graphics and pumping sound. It was a slightly more realistic version of Outrun. I remember playing the massive sit down rotating cabinet version of this and dying very quickly, but damn was it an amazing experience. It was really well received both critically and commercially, but for whatever reason this game seems to be completely forgotten by most. And lastly was Konami's best for 86 with Salamander, a horizontal and vertically scrolling space shoot 'em up that was the next installment in the Gradius or Nemesis series. It featured 6 stages that flip between perspectives, and the power-ups came fast and furious, which makes it a much more fun game to play over Nemesis. It also adds a 2-player option with some of the biggest and most impressive boss characters at the time, and a rocking soundtrack. It definitely pushed the genre forward in style and slick gameplay that didn't punish the player like most Konami titles. Its biggest success was in Japan, and was renamed Life Force for its North American arcade release, and is just a fantastic shoot 'em up overall to play. And now over to Taito, who had a stellar selection of classics, starting with Arkanoid, a block-breaking breakout kind of game that took the basic concept and ran with it. Until I played Arkanoid, I always found the genre to be a little bit mindless. I kind of found them a bit boring, but this turned the tables big time and changed my opinion completely. You have to destroy all the blocks to advance through all 33 levels, but in this one you can also gain all kinds of power-ups along the way, just like a shoot 'em up, and having enemies that also appear in the level, which just adds to the chaos. It was a highly addictive game and still something I come back to and play all the time. Its blue metallic neon design was inspired by the movie Tron, and the fantastic soundtrack was by Taito's in-house band Zuntata. Its development time was extremely short, and the game, much to Taito's surprise, ended up being a massive unexpected hit in all 3 regions across the world, and remained in the top 10 arcade earners until late 1987 worldwide. And next from Taito was 2 games developed by outside sources, namely Technos and Toplan, but distributed by Taito in most countries. First was Slapfight, a vertically scrolling shoot 'em up developed by Toplan. The game builds on their Tiger Heli game by keeping much slower pace, but adding huge power-ups and a sci-fi setting. I love how as you gain upgrades, your ship just gets bigger and bigger in size, meaning you may have more firepower, but you're now a much bigger target for the enemies to shoot at. It has your standard pickups and bosses to deal with, but the much more relaxed pace makes it really fun to play through, but it's still no cakewalk. Apparently it didn't receive a huge run of arcade boards, making it a little difficult to find in most places, although I saw this game pretty often, but I just have to assume that most of those were bootleg versions, which is more than likely. It did prove to be pretty popular and would serve as the basis for other Toplan arcade gems like Truxton and Grindstormer. And Technos' entry for Taito was called Renegade, and was the start of their Kunio-kun series of beat-em-ups, which includes River City Ransom and Super Dodgeball. All of these games include the same character, Kunio, who was a Japanese high schooler who had a penchant for getting into brawls with everyone and everything, and that character was named after Technos' president at the time, Kunio Taki. In the game, a scrolling, almost arena-style beat-em-up, you have to take out 4 different punk gangs and rescue your girlfriend who had been, taken hostage. That old chestnut, number 52. The game visually was also changed for Western arcades, giving the game a much more of a Warriors movie makeover than the Japanese setting. The combat itself was way beyond what had come before, with punches, jumps, kicks, and throws all adding to its cool style. It was again developed by Techno's genius Kishimoto, who we saw earlier with Road Blaster and Cobra Command. Renegade would form the basis for his next masterpiece, Double Dragon. And Taito's final game for 86 is probably their most well-known game besides Space Invaders. It was called Bubble Bobble, a platform action game where you play as either Bub or Bob, 2 humans that have been transformed into dragons, and you have to defeat 100 levels to face off against the boss so you can transform back into humans, and of course save your girlfriends who have been taken hostage. That old chestnut, number 96. The gameplay was simple: shoot balloons at enemies and then pop them for the kill, move on to the next level. Of course, power-ups, bonuses, and many variations of enemies appear to spice things up, and the co-op 2-player mode really makes this game shine and is its best feature. The game, like Pac-Man, was specifically designed to bring in a female audience with the cute characters and the use of bubbles as weapons. It did work, and many couples were seen playing this game co-op style. It was also released at the same time as Arkanoid, and Taito didn't have high hopes for either game, but both of them turned out to be a massive success to their surprise. It did well in Japan and the US, where it stayed in the number 1 arcade position for 3 months straight in 1987. It was followed by a sequel, Rainbow Islands, which we'll also look at in 87. And this game helped spawn a whole wave of cute platform ROMs, one of which is 1990's Snow Brothers, which is a personal favorite of mine. And finally over to Sega, who had a massive impressive output. First up is Quartet, which is an excellent run and gun styled multiplayer platformer that you could have up to 4 players play together. The actual arcade machine for this thing was a real beast, massive like Gauntlet. You were part of a military team who had to take back a bunch of bases taken over by an army of robots. You jump around shooting everything and then would have to defeat the local level robot who had the key that allowed you to progress to the next level. The more people you play with, the more chaotic and better this game got. I used to play it many times with strangers and it was an absolute blast of fun. The game was designed by Reiko Kodama, who joined Sega in 1984 as an artist. She would later be the lead artist and character designer on heavy hitters like the original Phantasy Star, and was lead developer on the absolutely sublime Dreamcast RPG Skies of Arcadia, which is still one of my favorite games on that system. The game turned out to be really popular on initial release, but I feel just like Wek Le Mans, it's just been almost completely forgotten these days, which is a real shame. Next was Wonder Boy, a side-scrolling platform game that introduced us to the character Wonder Boy himself, a caveman kid whose girlfriend, you guessed it, has been taken hostage by the Dark King, and only you can rescue her. That old chestnut number 173. There are 7 main areas to make it through, and it's literally a mad rush to get through each level, as Wonder Boy's health is always draining, so eating all the fruit inside keeps death at bay. You're equipped with axes and can pick up all manner of items, such as a skateboard, to help you through the levels quicker. I always enjoyed playing this back then. The wonderful cartoony graphics and that infectious title tune, and the pure frantic nature of the gameplay was just fantastic. It also spawned a bunch of sequels, both in the arcade and home entries, and we'll be having a look at a few of the arcade entries a little bit later. The next game was Sega's answer to Williams' Defender, just 1,000 times cuter. It was Fantasy Zone, an extremely addictive cute-em-up that gave us the classic Sega character called Opa Opa, who is a sentient spaceship that defends planets from alien invasions, gaming's second greatest story thread. There are 8 massive levels in total, with you blasting all the alien bases in a level before taking out the giant boss character. Bad guys also drop money which you can use to buy upgrades at the local shop at any point in the level. This is just a brilliantly fun shooter with vibrant, colorful graphics and cute tunes that sink deep into your head and never leave. It was a massive success in the Japanese arcades, staying at the top of the earning charts for 2 months straight in 1986, and helped boost the popularity of Sega's System 16 arcade board. The sequel was released on the Sega Master System as Fantasy Zone 2: The Tears of Opa Opa, and strangely also got an arcade port the following year. And now onto Sega's 2 big Superscaler Tycoon classics. First was Enduro Racer, with the same team on board, with Suzuki as designer and Kawaguchi on music, and you knew it was going to be another gem. Enduro was a dirt bike off-road racing game that infused the best elements of Hang-On and threw it into this out-of-control ramp-centric racer that pushed the racing genre further ahead yet again. There were 7 stages in total, with tracks containing massive hills and dips, debris on the road, and huge jumps that you could perform by pulling back on the handlebars, sending you flying into the air and shaving seconds off the clock counter. I remember playing this many times in its full bike mode, and it was like being on your own personal roller coaster. It was as much fun to watch someone play as it was to play itself. The graphics were fast, the music by Kawaguchi was pumping, and again it delivered all the thrills that only the arcades could give you, the full body motion experience. And now onto the one you've probably all been waiting for. Outrun.
So I posed this favorite arcade game question to everybody and they all had a lot of trouble coming up with an answer, and I never gave any thought to how I was going to answer it until I started recording this, and it's really difficult to say what my favorite arcade game is of all time. There are so many.
What's my fan favorite game?
But when it all comes down to it, you have to choose one.
Sega Outrun, which I've got here. Really lucky, and always lucky to have the game that I always loved as a kid.
I would have to say Outrun, the full cabinet version.
Never thought I'd have one as a kid.
I remember playing that with my dad for the first time. Probably not long after that game was released, probably 86 or 87 or something like that.
The C64 version was the first version I had.
As a game, it was just something else.
It had obviously that audio tape with it, which was a lot, which was the best, probably the best thing about it, to be fair.
The full motion.
My favourite game of all time, I'll never sell this one.
The driving.
And it's signed by Yu Suzuki, which is pretty cool.
The graphics, the music.
I'll probably get buried in it, which kind of ends the video on a bit of a morbid scene there.
Everything just came together. It was like a culmination of technology, pushing it forward, and it just blew my mind. It was just an amazing game. It still is an amazing game.
It was one of the most influential races of the 80s, and at the time becoming its own style of racer, with many new unique elements. It was another masterpiece by the team of Suzuki and Kawaguchi, whose styles seemed to meld together for gaming perfection. The game itself only took 10 months to put together from start to finish. In the game, you race against the clock on roads, not a track, and you simply have to make it to the next checkpoint on time to extend your play. Suzuki wanted to make a racer that celebrated the experience of driving and enjoying it, rather than versing opponents. Some of its unique features include the branching paths at the end of each segment, which you choose, giving the game a more open-world driving experience, and also the choice to choose whatever music you wanted to listen to from the radio, which were 3 different Kawaguchi tracks. Suzuki himself is reported to have done most of the game's actual programming, as he didn't get to choose the team to help work on Outrun, as Sega was knee-deep in dozens of arcade and Mark III productions at the time. It was released in both a full-scale Tycoon version, which was the one I played the most, and the regular stand-up version. By 1987, Sega had sold 20,000 units worldwide, earning the company just over $240 million adjusting for inflation. This basically gave Suzuki permission to make whatever he wanted at Sega from then on. It was a huge success worldwide and stayed in the top 10 money earners in Japan all the way until 1990. It ended up spawning 2 arcade spin-offs, Turbo and Outrunners, and the true sequel came in 2003 with Outrun 2, hands down the greatest arcade racer ever made, at least in my opinion. The game's combination of fantastic high-speed graphics, full motion arcade experience, and the greatest arcade soundtrack ever, again in my opinion, make it a must-play game for anyone that loves the classic arcade experience.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
The world's #1 selling home computer is now in a family pack, the Commodore 64, plus data cassette and joystick, 4 software programs including Introduction to Basic, a teach-yourself program for the whole family. The Commodore 64 Family Pack, a value of $700 for just $499.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
Can't you read? Mom says you have to let me in the club or else it's prescription. That's discrimination, jerkoid. Prescription's drugs, which you're on if you think you're getting up here.
The arcades continued to flourish as gaming was becoming more and more mainstream.
I could have done that for longer. Just I lost all my ships.
There was an avalanche of great titles this year as the games industry overall was regaining its momentum, and there were also a bunch of particular titles that defined their genres and set those rules in stone for everyone else to copy, or at least attempt to copy.
So coming from the UK, what was unique perhaps about the UK?
Arcades were literally everywhere.
I don't recall anything that would have been unique.
And I mean everywhere. You could go to the cinemas, there would be arcades.
Unfortunately, I think the arcades died off much faster here than any other part in the world.
I'm sure this is the same in the rest of the world, but maybe not.
So I've got a machine here next to me, Donkey Kong Jr. It's an official Nintendo cab.
There were arcades in like local cafes, there were arcades in fast food restaurants, there were arcades in hotels. I've mentioned this before in my Player One Memories series.
There would have been some issues with some games not being allowed over here, maybe because of being too racy or having some kind of violence in there.
I never saw any of these in the UK.
Holiday Inns used to always have an arcade section or rec rooms with arcades.
I had to kind of start traveling to France and the US and Japan later in life to experience the game centers proper.
UK always had bootleg machines when it came to these kind of things, or there'd be in a cocktail tabletop video game.
You couldn't get away from them. Beachfronts would always have an arcade. Every beachfront had an arcade. I remember this one down the south coast of South Africa is in a little town called Margate.
Because I know that in this country we tend to censor a little bit more than some of the other countries in the world.
So I never really remember seeing any official Nintendo cabs.
It was just the excitement of a traveling arcade that would come to town.
A lot of bootleg games like Crazy Kong, and things like that were the things that we played.
It had this super cool arcade right on the beach again. You could just walk off straight into the arcade, and I remember playing like Jungle Hunt and Battle Zone and Phoenix for the first time with my dad.
Yeah, so bootlegs were quite common. Generic cabs were kind of the thing.
As far as anything unique in South Africa, I think it was pretty just the fact that arcades were everywhere.
It's like the Coca-Cola trucks, just much healthier for you.
So let's start off with the Konami entries and a game called Ajax. It also goes under the name Typhoon. It was a scrolling shoot 'em up, a genre Konami were excelling at the time, but with a difference. You were switching to either a helicopter or a jet for different stages. The vertically scrolling sections were with the helicopter featuring a similar weapons upgrade system to Nemesis, and the jet sequence were 3D style on-rail shooter section using tons of sprite scaling and big bosses to destroy. The game was admittedly pretty tough, just like all Konami arcade games of that era, but its combination of great graphics and multiple shoot 'em up styles always made it a treat to play. Next was the much loved classic Contra, a side and third person style run and gun game where up to 2 people can play at once, being either Bill or Lance as they set out on the 7 stages shooting up a terrorist army that is held up on an island infested by an alien entity. That old chestnut. Just like Ajax, it flips its perspective on the shooting gameplay, from run and gun to behind the character style stages and massive boss fights. Tons of weapons could be picked up as you lay waste to the island base one section at a time. Unlike the home versions though, the arcade isn't anywhere near as difficult, making it probably the most accessible version to play. This was another game that my cousin showed me at some dodgy smoke-filled pool hall, which we were way too young to be in at the time. Pool tables in the middle and arcades around all the sides. I loved it a lot and got the C64 version not long after playing it. Its combination of great graphics and cool soundtrack and its alternating gameplay modes made it stand out from most run and gunners of the time. It was followed by a direct arcade sequel called Super Contra in 1988. It was another huge success for them, topping the arcade charts, being in the top 5 money earners in 1987 in Japan, England and the US. And the last Konami game I want to look at for this year was Combat School, as it's known in Japan and Europe, or Boot Camp in the US. The game was a variation on Konami's popular track and field style arcade games, except this one put you in the role of a rookie army recruit, trying to survive basic training to become a US Marine. It was an extremely cool idea, like no other arcade at the time. There were 7 events in total, covering obstacle courses, shooting ranges, an Iron Man course, and you even had to fight the instructor in the end in a one-on-one versus style mode. And to top everything off, if you survived all that and graduated, you got sent on a rescue mission to save the US president from terrorists. Gaming's third favorite 80s plot, where the game flips into a Kung Fu Master scrolling beat 'em up. Another brilliant Konami multi-event sports game with big detailed sprite work, excellent speech samples and some really good tunes. It's a great game that also received a lot of quality arcade conversions to the home micros of the time.
There's a lot of us who remember pinball machines like these and pool tables like these, people my age and a little bit older. I spent a lot of time during the summer playing a pinball machine like this. And I remember the one thing about pinball machines is the score. You could always get it up to about 99,999 before it rotated back to 0. Now with electronic games, you can go to 1 million or 2 million or 9,999,999.
And now let's check out Atari and 3 very unique and diverse titles. First up was Road Blasters, a racing destruction game where you have to shoot your way through a multitude of futuristic courses, each more deadly than the last, and reach the checkpoint before your fuel runs out. It was a pretty simplistic game running off Atari's System 1 arcade board. As you traverse the track, you can also blast other cars, turrets, avoid the mines, and you also got ships that dropped off special weapons for you with limited but powerful use and strength. It sports really nice high-res graphics and easy to pick up and play gameplay, which made it ripe for arcade success. And a completely different style of driving game was next, called APB, All Points Bulletin, a game where you take the role of a rookie cop that has to drive around the city, issuing tickets to speeders and other offenses. As the levels progress, the jobs get more and more dangerous, and soon you'll be after criminals with warrants. There is a lot going on in this game, which does make it pretty confusing when you initially try to play it. On top of having to meet the daily quota of issuing tickets, etc., etc., you can also also use money you pick up to upgrade your car with like a radar, guns, armor, and a lot of other things. The best aspect of the game though is its really good sense of humor with funny cutscenes between levels and just the fun nature of the game. This was a System 2 release with one of the lead programmers being David Thura from Missile Command. The game apparently had a really long development cycle which led the team to constantly add new features, which again makes it a bit complicated to play at first. But stick with it because there's a unique game in there that's never quite been replicated. And lastly from Atari was another first of its type game called Zybots, a third-person maze shoot-'em-up, something that hadn't really been done in arcades before. The game was headed up again by Ed Logg, who actually wanted it to be the third Gauntlet game, but Atari decided against the idea and it became its own brand and switched to a sci-fi setting where you and a friend had to destroy a bunch of robots set on destroying mankind. I'm not going to say anything. I remember playing this game for the first time and thinking it was absolutely amazing. The top of the screen was filled with maps and stats, and the bottom was used for the action. Go through the maze as quickly as possible, blasting bots, picking up cash, which again you can use as shops for upgrades for your character, and obviously go against massive bosses. If you overlook the impressive 3D style graphics for the time, the gameplay is a bit of Berserk and Gauntlet mashed together, which is only a good thing. The game unfortunately did not perform well in the arcades, which Ed chalked up to the slightly convoluted or ahead of its time control scheme. Whatever the case, it's another forward-thinking, excellent Atari entry that definitely deserves some of your playtime. And now let's go over to Data East, and first up is Karnov, a side-scrolling platform romp, with you taking the role of Karnov, the fire-breathing Russian strongman on a quest to find the ultimate treasure. There were 9 levels in total, and if you managed to see more than a handful, then you truly were a skilled player or very rich. This game is extremely difficult, much like Ghosts and Goblins, and I was honestly terrible at this game as a kid. It features a really cool variety of bad guys, my favorites being the skeletons riding the ostriches. I mean, that's just demented. You basically shoot your way through a level, picking up orbs which upgrade your abilities. You can also find items like ladders, for example, which you can throw down anywhere and allow you to access bonus areas or items, and each level ends with a brutally tough boss battle. Karnov was also a bit of a mascot for Data East at the time, with him appearing in multiple other games, most notably as a boss character in the first level of Dragon Ninja and Karnov's Revenge, to name but a few. And Heavy Barrel was next, a continuation of the military run-and-gunner genre that ruled the 80s arcades. This one takes all the elements of Akari Warriors and ramps it up to 11, with bigger, bolder, and more intense action. A bunch of terrorists have taken over a nuclear bunker, so you get sent in to take care of business. It features the same rotary-style control scheme as Akari, plus a 2-player option. You can pick up new weapons and keys which give you access to pieces of a gun called the Heavy Barrel, which is your ultimate weapon to acquire. It's a pretty cool, memorable shoot fest with lovely graphics and big, chunky sound effects, and if you like this genre, you'll love it. And the last one from Data East is The Real Ghostbusters, based on the cartoon series of the same name, which was also based on the movie. I don't think I ever missed an episode of this show, and it's still my all-time favorite cartoon series. The game, however, is a very loose adaptation of it, simply being that it was actually a Japanese arcade game called Maikyuu Hunter G that had assets changed to be used as a Ghostbusters game once Data East acquired the license. So in that sense, it's Ghostbuster themed, but has little to do with the cartoon or movie. None of this really is a bad thing though. As far as arcade games go, it's a pretty fun top-down run-and-gun adventure. Zap ghosts to automatically capture them and fight level bosses, and deposit all the ghosts you zapped into the ecto containment unit. Then it's off to the next level, which there are 10 in total. It overall is a pretty fun arcade game, especially in the 2-player mode, and it also received a bunch of home ports to the microcomputers of the day. I played my C64 one quite a lot, and it was a pretty decent adaptation. The arcade was, however, pretty obscure, and it only received a really small cabinet run. And onto the Namco front, where they returned to a familiar character. 1987 was the year of Pac-Mania, the isometric gem by Toru Iwatani. Although it doesn't look like it, it's a return to the simplicity of the original, with a few little tweaks. As you can see from the awesome graphics, it now has an isometric viewpoint, which gives the game the illusion at least in 1987 of 3D. It works really well. Junior Pac-Man's scrolling stage effect is here, making the levels pretty big and sprawling, but not to the point of tedium. Another gameplay addition is being able to jump, which is pretty useful in evading ghosts and imminent death. The music and sound effects are at their best, really making this a brilliant variation on the original Pac-Man, with just enough differences to make it stand on its own. And flipping over to a different genre now was Namco's Dragon Spirit, a vertically scrolling shooter where you get to control a dragon as you lay waste to 9 levels of bad guys in your attempt, you guessed it, to rescue a princess from a demon king. That old you know what. Graphically and music wise, it's a real treat, with each level being very different visually from the last, and some really great tunes as well. Gameplay is pretty similar though to Namco's own Exvius, with you having regular shots for flying enemies and bombs for ground targets. The power-ups are also pretty cool, with boosting your firepower to even giving you an extra head, King Ghidorah style. The game was followed by a sequel on the NES called New Legend, but the true arcade sequel came in 1990 in the form of Dragon Saber. And staying on the shooter bandwagon for 2 more games, we got Tecmo's Gemini Wing, another vertically scrolling blast fest that has you in a spaceship terminating an alien invasion on your planet. The graphics are a real treat, with the alien designs and multi-layered scrolling. It really pushed the look of a shooter in a memorable direction, as was the music by Metal Yuki, a Japanese game composer who went on to brilliant soundtracks in Thundercross 2 and Castlevania Rondo of Blood, just to name a few. This game was amongst one of his first games he did. It's a great blast fest with wonderful graphics and music and solid gameplay. And probably the most popular 2D style shooters for 87 was no doubt RM's R-Type, a game that became very influential for shooters in general for years to come. It ran on RM's 16-bit M72 arcade board and used all that power to deliver a shooter of pure graphical greatness and a rocking, memorable soundtrack. In the game, you control the R9 ship on a one-man mission to destroy the Bido, a dodgy alien race that wants to wipe out mankind, yada yada yada, that old chestnut. Your ship was equipped with an unlimited charge shot for tough situations, as well as the ability to get a drone, which could be attached to either the front or the back of your ship depending on your situation. And the drone is also invincible, so it can be used as a shield and blasted off, where it will randomly target enemies and take them out. Of course, all other upgrades and different types of fires were available as well as some of the biggest and most memorable boss battles the arcades had ever seen up until that point. Each level was a feast for the eyes, with its HR Giga style mix of biological and mechanical all mixed together. It truly was a classic. The arcade was a massive success, being cited as the #1 moneymaker in Japan in 1987 and 6th overall for 1988. This game is often cited as being way too hard, but in my opinion it's nowhere near as difficult as of almost any Konami game of this era, and is completely accessible to enjoy. It was followed by R-Type 2 in 1989, which we'll look at later, and many home spin-off versions. And the last random game here before we go over to the heavy hitters was Guerrilla War, another top-down run-and-gun military shooter by SNK. It was 2-player, it had rotary control, big bold graphic, and allowed you like Akari to jump into tanks. Basically it ticked all the military boxes for the time, and was another fun, if a bit generic, even by 1987 standards game. The original Japanese version of the game was called Guevara, after Che Guevara, and the second player character was Fidel Castro. It goes without saying that they decided to change that for Western audiences. The game overall was a moderate success in the arcades, but became way more popular as a home game, which there were many versions of. Psycho Nick's Oscar was another Daddy East release and was a side-scrolling run-and-gun, and was said to be the inspiration for Rainbow Arts' Turrican series, and you can definitely see the similarities, although the exploration element here is non-existent, as it's more traditional and reminds me a lot of the 1986 arcade shooter Zane Selena in look and style. You run along blasting aliens and picking up power-ups, which work almost exactly like the upgrades in the shoot-'em-up series Gradius. The levels are short and don't overstay their welcome, with bosses to destroy, although this game is no walk in the park. It has a great variety in the graphics style, environments, good popping music, although the sound effects do grate after a while. On its initial release in Japan in October, it managed to outperform the almighty Double Dragon, but outside of its home country, it faded pretty quickly into obscurity. And the first of the big companies was Taito, continuing their blitz of all the arcade halls. Their first entry is Rastan. This game is also known as Rastan Saga, a side-scrolling fantasy hack-and-slash adventure where you're on a quest to slay a dragon. The game has 6 levels, each split into 3 parts each. It was a big, fun adventure game. Gameplay involved lots of hacking with your sword, platforming, and climbing. Different weapons and items could also be found to upgrade Rastan's abilities. It featured big, bold graphics and a really catchy score, and was very successful upon original release. The Japanese version, however, is the only one to feature the full story cutscenes. They were all removed for the English versions for whatever reason. It was also followed by 2 sequels, neither of them though were anywhere near as popular as this original version. And onto a game in a completely different style, which was Operation Wolf. Back then, making that weekend pilgrimage to the big city to play the latest arcade games was like a ritual that just couldn't be broken. I played this gem in an arcade in Durban, South Africa, in a mall called The Workshop, a converted train station turned into a hipster-style retail outlet. The place had an amazing selection of games up on the second level, wall-to-wall classics, RoboCop, Outrun, Enduro Racer, the list is endless. Every time I went there, they had at least a dozen new games. It was arcade heaven. As soon as I spotted Operation Wolf for the first time, I beelined it for it immediately. It was a thing of teenage boys' dreams, a massive Uzi submachine gun strapped on top of an arcade, which let you live out your military hero dreams of mowing down thousands of bad guys, all the while rescuing hostages and becoming the hero you always wanted to be.
Operation Wolf.
The best part for me was that this machine was still regular price and wasn't pimped out for double quarters to play, so obviously this was gonna get some serious playtime. The game was the answer to virtually all the movies of the day, like Rambo 2, Commando, and Delta Force being the most obvious inspirations among others. Just like all the best arcade games, gameplay was as simple as it got. Go rescue a bunch of hostages. Kill everybody that gets in your way. This is without a doubt in my mind the best light gun style game ever made. It's just got a simple addictiveness combining the excellent metal feel of the gun, the massive detailed graphics, and some of the best sound effects in a game, just to make it as addictive as hell. There were 6 stages in total to blast your way through, everything from the jungles to a weapons depot, airports, etc, etc. Each one adding new enemies to the mix for you to massacre. The levels play out a bit differently than most games, requiring you to blast a set number of enemies before the stage ends, which actually gives you a chance to strategize a bit, knowing when to spray bullets, use rockets, or start making much more concentrated shots to save your ammo. Civilians are also running all over the place, so try to avoid them, as well as bonus items to discover, and the amount of hostages saved will determine if you get the good or bad ending.
Splendid! You are a real pro!
Which wasn't a very common thing, especially in arcade games. It was also as much fun to watch as it was to play, and the feel of that Uzi has never been replicated quite as well, besides the T2 arcade game, which had a similar feel and look. The game was followed by 3 sequels, each one becoming a little bit less interesting for me, although I did enjoy Operation Thunderbolt, the direct sequel, a lot, and that one is also well worth playing. With the gun aspect obviously missing, I found that the best way to experience this game now is through MAME. The controller is obviously no substitute for the real gun, but it still honestly plays really well and is a fun way to experience this classic if you never have. Its overall combination of detailed graphics, excellent chunky sound effects, and that Uzi controller make this an arcade gem I will never forget. Ninja Warriors was released in late 1987 by Taito and was a side-scrolling hack-and-slash, featuring a robot ninja on a mission to stop a mental US president who has declared martial law on the whole nation. You have to fight your way through his entire military, with a katana for close-range attacks and limited shurikens for long-range death. The game is way more slow-paced in nature, even though you're getting attacked relentlessly, and sports an excellent music track by Taito's Zuntata team, with me highlighting in my Wired for Sound series one of the best tracks of this game if you're interested. The thing that stands out the most about this game is its triple screen setup. Much like the Darius games, it gives it a massive widescreen look that was like nothing else at the time. It's a really enjoyable game, especially if played with a friend, with good graphics and an absolutely excellent music score, and went on to become Japan's 8th highest money earning arcade game by the end of 1988. And next was the sequel to Bubble Bobble, which was called Rainbow Islands, taking place after the ending of the previous game, hence you playing as Bub and Bob in their human forms. It was another action platform romp, although it played quite differently from its original version. You now have the ability to shoot rainbows which be used as weapons against enemies, as well as platforms to climb your way up to the exit. You're also on a timer and the screen slowly starts to flood. Take too long and you'll drown. There were 10 massive islands to conquer, with each having multiple levels. Despite Rainbow's bubbly music and really great graphics, I never found it as engaging as the original. It's certainly a fun game and well made though. It was released at the end of 1987 in Japan and ended up being in the top 10 arcade earners for 1988 overall in its native country. And flipping genres again, we got Taito's Continental Circus, a Formula 1 racing game much in the same mold as Namco's Pole Position. The game came in both upright and sit-down models with 3D glasses to enhance the gaming experience. Unfortunately, this was a game I never actually saw in any of my local arcades, so I never got to experience the full 3D effect and only played some of the home ports. In the game, you have to qualify on 8 different races to progress. There was a much more realistic to your car, with it taking damage, tires needing to be changed, which you'll have to pull into the pits for, and weather effects like rain also affecting the race, making it much more than a simple point-to-point racer. The graphics are really fantastic and the music again is pumping by Zuntata, making it a racer well worth checking out. As an arcade though, it ended up selling more units than even Operation Wolf, although in retrospect it definitely didn't have that game's lasting appeal. And now onto Taito's triple threat of arcade shooter classics. First we got Darius, a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up with a bizarre mechanical ocean vibe, with each of its mini bosses being a mechanized fish-type creature. They designed it in that way to make Darius stand out from the crowd, and it definitely worked. In the game, you have to defend the planet Darius from a full-on invasion. Besides the game's unique look, the original arcade featured a 3-screen setup similar to Buggy Boy to give you a very cinematic feel. The game was mostly standard at this point with power-ups and upgrades, but its unique setting, beautiful soundtrack again compliments of Zuntata, and the excellent branching paths, which you chose after completing a stage, and there were 28 in total, but you could only experience 7 levels in one playthrough, giving the game's replay value a massive boost. It was another game that landed in Japan's top 10 earners for 87, making Taito another truckload of cash. And the other 2 shooters came courtesy of Toplan, the combo of Twin Cobra and Flying Shark. We'll look at both of these at once as they are both very similar in style. Twin Cobra was the sequel to Tiger Heli, with you in the pilot seat of a chopper again, and Flying Shark, also known as Sky Shark, was the start of a new series with you piloting a biplane. Both games featured full-on military themes and bosses and included upgrades as well as massive screen-destroying smart bombs. The memorable soundtracks to both were by Masahiro Yuge, who ended up forming Tatsujin in the 90s after the demise of Toplan, and continued on their shoot-'em-up legacy. Both were released in 87, with Flying Shark ultimately outperforming Twin Cobra financially, but both being very popular, and I remember seeing these games in multiple arcades back in the day. Both games also received sequels, with Twin Cobra 2 in 1995 and Fire Shark in 1989. 87 was the year for Capcom. It really felt like they hit their mark here, with consistent great quality and that distinctive Capcom look and style. So let's jump into the sequel of their 1984 hit, which was 1943, The Battle of Midway, the next installment in the series. Okamoto was back with another 16 stages of intense shooter action. Everything was improved with a screen-killing lightning attack, the dodge roll from 42 back, and the best part is that there was no more one-hit kills. You have a fuel bar this time that acts as an energy bar, and an actual fuel bar which needs filling from dropped items. The more fuel you have, the more shots you can take before it's game over. The power-ups had all been amplified, giving the game a much more intense and over-the-top feel. The graphics and sound had also been improved dramatically, giving the game that distinctive Capcom arcade look, which would continue on for many years to come. It's what a good sequel should be, more of what you love with improvements to the main gameplay. And the Okamoto train keeps on going with his next game, Black Tiger, a fantasy platform hack and slash. This game always reminded me of Rastan, except it was way fast and emphasizes exploration and looting. I didn't come across this game very often, but when I did, it was always a treat. Your quest is to rid the land of 3 dragons demons that have descended on it, bringing chaos to the world. The game's best feature is its 8-way scrolling action, meaning you could go anywhere you wanted to explore the massive 8 levels. There were tons of items and coins to collect, which you could use to upgrade your character's weapons, as well as your vitality, which increases the further you go into the game. The graphics and sound are just excellent, with tons of attention to detail, and the fast-paced, well-implemented gameplay make it just so much fun to play. Tamayo Kawamoto also did the soundtrack to this one, and it's another wonderful job. She would actually end up leaving Capcom at the end of 1988 after the Ghouls and Ghosts soundtrack and joined Taito, where she became part of their legendary house band Zuntata. Overall though, this is just a wonderful arcade adventure game. Capcom's other design king was up next with Fujiwara's Bionic Commando, a platform run and gun adventure romp, featuring you as a lone commander infiltrating an enemy base to stop them from launching a bunch of missiles. You're fortunately equipped with a really handy grappling hook that helps you swing around and navigate the 8-way scrolling screen. The battlefield was also littered with power-ups to boost your gun's firepower as you take out hordes of bad guys and enemy boss vehicles. The US arcade version of the game was actually altered to make it seem like a sequel to the game Commando, with the main character also named Super Joe, but the Japanese and international versions don't have any of this, so it's not considered a true sequel to Commando. The graphics overall are great, colorful and cartoony, and extremely well animated. The hook mechanic works perfectly and is easy to use. The music is awesome with some really catchy tunes courtesy of Harumi Fujita, who would also go on to do the soundtrack to Final Fight and Strada the following year for Capcom. And the final Capcom gem here is Street Fighter, and I say gem in the sense of what it set up for the genre, not in the end resulting game, which is mediocrity at best. It is, however, a huge jump forward for the versus genre, and the start of one of Capcom's most well-known franchises, still to this day next to Resident Evil. The game was designed by Takashi Nishiyama, who we saw earlier deliver classics for IREM like Moon Patrol and Kung Fu Master. It was a one-on-one versus game with you only able to choose Ryu in a battle royale against 10 opponents from across the world to see who's the world's best martial artist. The final boss in this game is also Sagat, and this is where Ryu gives him the scar across his chest, which is present in the rest of the series. I actually played this game a bunch of times in the arcade, and I'm talking about the big button gimmick version, which didn't add anything to gameplay, trust me, and those buttons were not as soft as they look. Playing the regular 6-button version though is way better. The big innovations to the genre, however, was the 6-button layout, which consisted of a light, medium and heavy attacks for both punches and kicks, which are still used as standards for most versus games to this day, and the use of the half circle movements, which in this case throws a fireball, and these kinds of movements became just a part of versus fighting games even up till this day. It's admittedly not a great game and plays really stiff and doesn't flow well. The graphics are good, the music and sound is also pretty decent, but it was an important title nonetheless and would eventually get one of the best sequels to any game released in the early 90s, but more on that later. Unlike Nintendo, Sega seemed to have no issue juggling their massive arcade division and still support their new home console, and if you look at the lineup of both in 1987, you have to wonder, how did they do it? It's impressive. So let's first check out Shinobi, a game running on Sega's System 16 arcade board. It was a side-scrolling action game that, like I said earlier, owes a lot to Namco's Rolling Thunder, but still manages to be its own unique thing. You take the role of Musashi, a master ninja who has to destroy a group of terrorists that have taken members of your clan hostage. You traverse each stage, taking out the scum with either close quarters attacks, shurikens, or even use your ninja magic, which kills everything on screen. You have to rescue all the clan members in each stage before moving on to the next. Boss characters also appear on every third or fourth part of each level, then it's off to the next area stage. There are also the really cool first-person bonus stages where you have to lob shurikens at hordes of ninjas. If you manage to survive that till the end, you earn an extra magic attack for the next level. The game received a direct arcade sequel in 1989 in the form of Shadow Dancer, and in the same year saw the release of Revenge of Shinobi on the Mega Drive, a launch title for the system. I played this game all the time in the arcade. I used to see it everywhere and became really good at it and could get pretty far in one quarter. There's also a lot of really great home versions as well, and I used to practice this game on my C64 before heading out to the arcades, and it was a great version as well. And remember, slapping a ninja on anything in the 80s instantly made it cool. Next up was Alien Syndrome, a sci-fi top-down run and gunner, and another very successful arcade at the time. This one was also running on the System 16 hardware. The game let you choose either two characters Ricky or Mary as you explore alien halves, rescuing civilians and taking out giant boss characters. There was a host of upgrades to your weapons that could be found, with everything from grenade launchers to flamethrowers, and the game consisted of 7 massively diverse looking stages. Playing this game co-op in the arcades was always the most fun, and it really felt like you were playing out the final act from Aliens, as Ripley was trying to find Newt and rescue her as the timer was running out. I'm sure it was more than an inspiration for this game. It sports wonderful, detailed and colorful graphics, making all the levels look vastly different from each other, and that pulsy atmospheric music was the icing on the cake. And another game I absolutely loved was Wonder Boy in Monsterland, an action platformer with light RPG elements. That was the sequel to 86's Wonder Boy, although gameplay wise they were completely different.
My favourite arcade game would have to be Wonder Boy Monsterland. It was a game that I grew up with one of my childhood friends. We used to play at a local milk bar, and I just love it, absolutely love it. Ended up finishing it as a kid too. Spent so many 20-cent coins on that game. Look, I love it that much. I had actually purchased the English bootleg version a few years back to play at home. So yeah, it's Wonder Boy Monsterland. It's like I said, it's just it's got so much nostalgic value to me, if anything, and I still think it holds up today. It's a magnificent game.
The story involves a dragon and his minions taking over the entire land and sending it into chaos, and only the kid himself, Wonder Boy, seemed to be the only person capable of setting things right. There were 12 huge stages to hack and slash your way through, and you could also pick up coins that you could use in shops to upgrade Wonder Boy with new items and weapons. It wasn't just a straight up A to B kind of game either, as there was tons of exploration and secrets to be found all over the place. The boss characters were devious as well, and having the right equipment for the task was essential to surviving them. One of the creators of this game and the previous game, Ryuichi Nishizawa, stated that they were trying to take advantage of the popular surge of RPGs in Japan by adding these types of elements into the action-adventure platform game. Ironically though, it wasn't an instant hit in Japan and was a slow burner, but eventually became popular after the release of the Western home versions. And now onto Sega's big 3 Taika and Beast machines, which were the reason, at least for me as a kid, to put down my C64 joystick and catch a train to the big city for something that I could just not experience at home on any level. These titles were Afterburner, Super Hang-On, and Thunderblade, games that I always think of immediately when anybody ever says the word arcade. The first one up is Thunderblade, a third-person and top-down shooter helicopter simulator with a full-on swiveling cabinet and force feedback abilities as you take out hordes of tanks and helicopters and jets with your chain gun or missiles. The game, like so many in the 1980s, was said to be inspired by the movie Blue Thunder, and if you check out the title screen, it's actually a still shot from the movie and some of the intermissions as well, clearly unlicensed as was the 1980s style. The excellent use of sprite scrolling really made the top-down and third-person views feel amazing, as was the big chunky sound effects. I got to play this game quite a number of times in its full Taikan mode, as it was at the same beachfront arcade as Space Harrier and Power Drift. Koichi Namiki, the game's composer, also delivered some great tunes, especially in the later stages of the game, and went on to compose many classic Sega soundtracks such as Galaxy Force and Super Monaco GP. And the sequel to Hang-On was also released as well, called Super Hang-On, another massively impressive Taikan machine with a motorbike which now looked way more realistic compared to Hang-On's red Magic School Bus. The game again was designed by Yu Suzuki and his AM2 team, with music partly by Koichi Namiki, who we just spoke about, and this was another dynamite combination. The game was now massive, with 4 locations from around the world to choose from, and each one of those divided into multiple stages, giving the game a lot of variety visually compared to the first. It also used Outrun's Choose Your Own Music, which was just awesome, so you could actually load up your favorite track before burning rubber. I always chose Winning Run. Another big gameplay addition was the inclusion of a turbo button when you reach max speed, allowing you to blow past the competition on those long straightaways. The full bike version of the game became the second highest money earner in Japan behind Outrun, which was still number 1 after being out for over a year. I enjoyed Super Hang-On even more than the original. It was also possible for me to play it properly in the arcades, as the bike was much smaller and my legs could actually reach the ground, making it possible for me to actually play it properly and get pretty pretty far. There were also some really great ports to home systems, my two favorites being the excellent Amiga version and the brilliant Mega Drive version, which also adds a complete career mode as well. And the last of Sega's big hitters was Afterburner, another Yu Suzuki gem, and probably next to Outrun his most popular game. Until the 90s anyway. Afterburner was the arcade's answer to the movie Top Gun, a pure adrenaline rush of speed and action as you pilot an F-14 Tomcat jet fighter, shooting up waves of enemies over 18 stages of action. It truly upped the ante on the Tycoon experience, with the full immersive cabinet replicating a cockpit, a seatbelt, and massive hydraulic movement to simulate banking left and right. It was the game that everybody at the arcade wanted to play, and I don't think I ever saw an empty seat on that game for more than a few minutes. Afterburner 2 was actually released in the same year and is actually just a simple update of the original, adding in the iconic throttle controls for even more immersive experience and a few other small upgrades. The graphics use sprite scrolling to its max, with both ground and sky scrolling pulled off with Sega's X-Board arcade system. The game was actually going to be set with you against the Soviets as the bad guys, with Sega hoping that would appeal more to Western audiences, but Suzuki ended up changing that in favor of an anonymous enemy, giving the freedom to have the stages set anywhere and not trying to replicate Eastern European settings. The refueling stages and landings and takeoffs were implemented pretty late in the game, as Suzuki felt players needed a second to breathe before the next onslaught of action. Kawaguchi was also back on the soundtrack, and work-wise he went straight from Outrun to Afterburner and delivered another memorable soundtrack that absolutely rocks out and is one of the best of the 80s arcade scene, next to Outrun of course. The game was a massive hit worldwide in its stand-up and full Tycoon versions, and was one of the highest grossing arcade games in both Japan and the US in 1988, and remained in the top 10 all the way until 1990. And 87's final game was a title that defined a whole genre, and it was Double Dragon, one of the 80s arcade's most popular titles, and the beginning of the scrolling beat-em-up genre in its full form, that would come to dominate arcade gaming for years to come, with every company out there having a go at it. This was Yoshihisa Kishimoto's breakout game for Technos, and I don't remember visiting any big arcade that didn't have a Double Dragon cabinet. It was just that popular. The goal of this 1 or 2 player romp was to rescue Marianne, a girlfriend of either or both, or who knows, characters Billy and Jimmy, as they stomped their way across some New York streets, forests, mountains, and some crazy James Bond boss hideout, beating the hell out of everybody that crosses their path. All the tropes of the genre started here, with Kishimoto expanding on one of his previous games, Renegade, with now full scrolling levels. Hordes of henchmen with different fighting styles and weapons, items to pick up to throw and use against the enemies as you slap your way through to the big mental level boss. It had great cartoony graphics, the excellent 2-player co-op gameplay, and the best punching sound effects this side of a Bud Spencer Terence Hill movie made Double Dragon a game you just had to play, and a game that everybody did. Its success led to 2 other arcade scrolling sequels and 1 versus beat 'em up in 1995. We'll check out the sequel in 88 and the versus game, which was actually Technos' last game before they went bust. But we'll be skipping Double Dragon 3 because honestly it's a total piece of garbage. The game also spawned countless home versions and sequels, most of them with their own additions in gameplay styles, but none in my opinion matched up to this Kishimoto classic. It's not perfect by any means and suffers from Technos' famous slowdown effect, has a simple spamming move which you can do to cheat your way through the whole game, but honestly who cares? After all, nothing is perfect.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The Turbo 2000 Super is a new wireless gamepad released by Comatron and is for use on many of your favorite 8 and 16-bit systems. Simple 9-pin joystick dongle interface, extremely easy setup, just plug and play, with up mapped to a button for easy platform gaming action. Available in 4 different cosmetic designs and multiple auto-fire speed settings, and compatible with the following original computers and systems. Check out the links in the video description to pick up your own Turbo 2000 today.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z!
With the return of consoles to people's homes being a success, arcade profits took a slight dip in 88, but not enough for a crash-type catastrophe. It was still the place to get the latest cutting-edge gaming, and with the introduction of the scrolling beat-em-up in full force and those big Tycoon moneymakers, people were still flocking to get a sample of the best games could offer, but consoles were slowly catching up. It was only a matter of time. But let's start off 1988 with a look at a nice little trilogy of Data East classics. So let's first check out my favorite game from them for this year, which was RoboCop, a brilliant run-and-gun styled action game based on the 1987 movie of the same name.
Thank you for your cooperation. Good night.
You basically walk from left to right, shooting and punching street scum until you come up against some sort of boss character, like Ed 209 from the movie. Overall, it had 7 levels in total, loosely following the plot points and set pieces from the movie, with a lot of filler. There's also some nice variety, like the first-person shooting galleries, and features lots of voice samples and digitized images from the movie, which just adds to that RoboCop atmosphere. The thing I remember most about this game was how brutally difficult it was in the arcades. If you didn't have a mountain of coins in your pocket, then you were history. The game ran off the same jammer board as Data East's other 88 game, Dragon Ninja, and gameplay-wise they both share a lot of the same similarities. This game was also ported by Ocean to every machine under the sun, with the European computer version selling over 1 million copies, making it one of the best-selling computer games of the 1980s. It was also an extremely profitable and successful arcade game, leading to the inevitable sequel in movie form in 1990 and in arcade form in 1991, again by Data East. Next was a pretty strange arcade release called Atomic Runner Chelnov, a side-scrolling platform running gunner, with the exception that the screen is constantly scrolling, so you have no control over it, adding a large dose of strategic planning and jumping to the gameplay, as you cannot go back on anything. It was a big 7-level romp, with the original story being your character, a miner named Chelnov, who survives a nuclear power plant meltdown and gains inhuman abilities. Now there's a secret organization after you to try and gain the secrets of your powers. The game came under a lot of heat initially because people associated the game with trying to piggyback off the 1986 Chernobyl Russian nuclear meltdown disaster for profit. Data East had to make a television response in Japan where they weakly said Chelnov was simply Karnov's relative, another Data East character, and everything else was just purely coincidental, which is quite possibly the weakest response in media history. Later on, staff that actually worked on the game admitted that Chelnov's name was taken directly from Chernobyl, and all future ports of the game had the arcade plot completely removed. Despite all the hoopla though, this is still a pretty cool game with tons of awesome power-ups and weapons, and some really smooth animation and graphics, which still make it an interesting game to try out if you never have. And Data East's last game here was Dragon Ninja, as I know it. It also goes under the name Bad Dudes, or the mouthful that is Bad Dudes versus Dragon Ninja, depending on where in the world you lived. It was a side-scrolling beat-em-up, much in the same vein as Kung Fu Master, but with just much more variety and crazy locations. The game has you as a pair of bad dudes, if played in 2-player mode of course, being tasked by the US Secret Service to rescue President Ronnie, a not-so-subtle reference to Ronald Reagan, the then US president, which all takes place in one of the most ham-fisted intros in gaming history. It's absolutely wonderful. You basically punch and kick your way through hordes of the Dragon Ninja gang, taking out bosses and picking up various weapons like nunchucks and knives. Naturally, the game had ninjas in it, making it super popular, especially amongst my friends at the arcades, and every time you saw this game you just had to play it. It featured really good graphics and sound, cameos from other Data East characters such as Karnov and Chelnov, and was just a good fun romp all around. It ended up being in the top 5 money earners overall in Japan, the US and the UK in 1988 in the arcades, and ended up spawning tons of decent ports to home computers and consoles over the next few years.
As you can imagine, since I did grow up in the United States, language barrier wasn't really an issue with arcades.
Whether they were American, Japanese, they were a box that, with an amazing experience on the screen.
The arcade games that I did play were typically the localized American versions, so everything was already in English.
I never found a language barrier between, arcade machines from different countries. In fact, where the arcade machine came from, it never occurred to me as a kid.
I think I may have encountered a Japanese import board, at least at some point.
I never ever used to read the instructions on the side of the cabinet. I could walk up to any arcade machine as a kid and, probably more so than now, you grab the joysticks and you sort of instinctively knew what to do.
Don't remember much about that, so I can't say that it actually was ever really a deterrent.
Apart from looking at the buttons, finding out, what was fire, what was jump at the highest level, that was me.
And the Japanese companies continued to obliterate the arcades, just flooding them with the best Japan had to offer. And the best then was well above everybody else. And let's go back to a double dose of that favorite 80s theme, the Military Blast Fest, with 2 entries. The first is Cabal, or as me and my friends used to call it, Cable, by TAD Corporation, and published by Taito. TAD themselves were a pretty obscure Japanese arcade manufacturer, but still managed to slap out a few classics before they shut down in 1993. Most of their employees were made up of former workers from Data East, and their headquarters were in Mitakashi, Tokyo. This game and 89's Toki still remain fan favorites to this day. This awesome 2-player third-person shooter, however, was a favorite of mine for many years. I just couldn't get enough of that addictive destroy everything on the screen gameplay. Like Operation Wolf, it's about killing a certain number of enemies before a stage ends, and is jam-packed with 5 stages, with each split into 4 pieces, with some sort of crazy vehicle boss at the end of each one. There were also tons of power-ups to pick up, and you can also lob some grenades for some added damage. Almost everything on screen could be destroyed. It featured really good graphics, and the gameplay would be replicated many times by other companies, with Natsume's Wild Gun on the Super NES, and Saibu Katsu's Dynamite Duke in 89, borrowing more than a few elements from this one. Cabal ended up getting a sequel of sorts by TAD also in 1990 called Blood Brothers, which we'll look at later. And SNK's military madness obsession continued with the excellent side-scrolling beat-em-up POW, Prisoner of War. This game was at one of the malls I used to frequent all the time, right next to the completely forgotten gangster shooter, Prohibition. I always used to jump between these 2 machines whenever I went there. POW itself was a 1 or 2 player beat-em-up with some shooter action as well, if you managed to pick up an M16. It has you escaping a prison from who knows where and killing everyone that gets in your way. Punches, kicks, and various weapons like knives and machine guns could be picked up and used to make your escape. There were 4 stages in total to punch and shoot your way through. I loved the sound effects in this game, just those chunky punches and excellent explosion sounds, and tight, if a bit difficult, gameplay made it one I always came back to. If you want an easy way to play this game, then check out SNK's 40th Anniversary Collection, which also includes many of their crazy military games. And while we're on the subject of beating stuff up, let's take a look at Techno's follow-up to Double Dragon called, wait for it, Double Dragon 2, The Revenge. So remember the girl you wasted handfuls of quarters to save in Double Dragon 1? Well, she gets blasted in the beginning of 2, so all that money of yours was completely wasted. And of course, Billy and Jimmy go on an 80s style revenge spree for her death. Yoshihisa Kishimoto is back as designer, and he decided to adopt Renegade's directional attack method for gameplay, which does make this game feel very strange at first, especially if you're a Double Dragon expert. But after a bit of practice, it works pretty well, and again, you get to slap your way through another 4 massive stages to the new gang's hideout. Besides the controls change though, this always felt like a bit of a remix to me rather than a true sequel. We have all the old enemies return plus a few new ones, and old and new weapons with solid graphics, and again those fantastic punching sounds, which really make this game so satisfying. It's not a bad game at all, and cemented the scrolling beat-em-up genre in everyone's minds even more, but wasn't as popular arcade-wise as its predecessor. Still, a beat-em-up well worth playing in retrospect. And on the techno front, we got 2 radically different games. First was the beginning of a long-running franchise called Ninja Gaiden, or as the arcade is known in Europe, Shadow Warriors. Both this arcade version and the NES version, which is a completely different game, were released at roughly the same time in '88. The arcade, however, is a scrolling beat-em-up, with the story being you're a ninja being hired to take out a crazy cult leader in the US. You slap your way through many US cities like New York, LA, and Vegas, to name a few. Besides smashing scenery to reveal bonuses, the main gameplay trope is the ability to jump and swing off objects, gymnastic styles, and beat dudes up for some added ninja flair, like something out of that 80s cheese fest movie, Jim Carter. I played this quite a few times in the arcades with a friend, and in 2-player mode it is a hell of a lot more fun. And I remember seeing the intro for the first time in the arcades with the ninja corpsing that Jason thug and thought it was absolutely epic. The game got lukewarm responses in Europe and Japan, but in the US it was a massive monster hit, and became one of the highest grossing arcades overall in 1989. Tecmo's other game was Silkworm, a horizontal scrolling shoot-em-up where you could take the role of either a jeep or a helicopter for its blasting action, or 2-player co-op it, which is really how this game should be played, and where most of its fun came in. Plenty of power-ups could be picked up, and in 2-player mode you definitely had to cooperate with each other, as it's easier for certain vehicles to shoot at certain angles. I used to play this a lot on my Commodore 64, just like Cabal, as practice, and then go and use those skills in the arcade. The strange strange thing was that Silkworm and Ninja Gaiden were at one point in the late 80s situated next to each other in my local cafe, so I got a double dose of techno for a good few months before they swapped out the cabinets. It sported really good graphics, although the enemies are repeated way too much in this game, but the fun of the two-player co-op mode makes this totally worth seeking out regardless. And RM also had two very different style but extremely cool games which I played so much back then. The first was Vigilante, which is in essence an updated version of RM's own Kung Fu Master. RM themselves were developing the Kung Fu Master sequel in 1987, but it received really poor feedback from location testing, which made them decide to change up the game's setting and location to give it a more dirty American street thug vibe, and thus this led to the release of Vigilante in '88. Gameplay wise, it's exactly the same though, where you have to rescue your girlfriend Madonna from a bunch of street scum for no apparent reason. Cue the 5 stages of beat 'em up action. You could punch, kick, and pick up weapons like nunchucks and knives. They can also grab you Kung Fu Master style and drain your energy, and every level ended with a boss style goon to slap up. It featured really good graphics with a unique cartoony style that I really loved, and excellent sound effects that really made every punch and kick feel very satisfying. It was a cool update of a classic game. And the other game continued the 80s obsession with ninjas with Ninja Spirit, a platform style shooter action game. Your character is on a quest to avenge his father's death. Gameplay is very precise and satisfying, with you able to access a whole arsenal of weapons straight off the bat. Being able to switch between them quickly for different situations is the real gameplay trick. Your ninja also dies with a one-hit kill, so the stakes are really high, and I'd usually find this extremely annoying, but this game has a very distinctive flow to it, making it possible even if you're a mediocre gamer to get pretty far and have fun. Upgrades to your weapons and the ability to multiply yourself to turn the game into an almost shoot-em-up style experience was a very cool idea. There were 7 stages in total with some epic bosses, and it has wonderful small detailed graphics and a great soundtrack to complement it. It's a bit of a forgotten gem, I feel, and one of my favorite RM games ever. And now over to one of the heavy hitters, Taito. Let's first take a look at another toe-play and shooter released through them, this one being called Truxton, a vertically scrolling blast fest affair. Truxton is a very beginner-friendly shoot-em-up that's easy to get into and doesn't try to overwhelm you in some sort of bullet hell type setting. Instead relies on patterns and gives you an abundance of powerful weapons. That definitely sways the odds in your favor, making it an extremely fun and satisfying shoot-em-up that sends you through 5 massive levels, and of course gives you access to some cool screen-destroying bombs and plenty of other flash. Masahiro Yuge was both producer and composer of this gem, and it definitely harkens back to his slower pace, more meticulous slap fight style, but just much easier to play. It was the first toe-playing game to actually have their name featured in the title screen, which really started to build their name as creators of quality shoot-em-ups. The game was very successful in Japan and sold well, but was completely overlooked in Western countries upon original release. It's since become a well-respected classic, with a particularly cool Mega Drive version also available. Next was Taito back to their cutesy platformer style game, which they did so well with the excellent New Zealand story. A fast-paced action platform maze game where you have to shoot your way through levels and trying to find the exit and rescue your Kiwi friends who have been kidnapped by a giant blue seal. Your Kiwi is equipped with bow and arrows, but those can be upgraded to bombs, lasers, and much more. It features 4 levels, each split into 4 parts with bosses at the end of each. The game also runs on a strict time limit, so beelining it for the exit is the actual goal. There are balloons to ride and warp gates to find, which all help you get to the exit faster. Although it ended up being nowhere near as popular as Bubble Bobble, it's still an extremely fun and well-made platformer with detailed graphics and a bubbly soundtrack that gets stuck in your head. And lastly from Taito was my favorite from them for this year, which was Chase HQ, a vehicle combat style game where you play a bunch of cops, Gibson and Brody, who are basically Crockett and Tubbs from Miami Vice, as you speed on after criminals and run them off the road and take them into custody. Each of the 5 levels is introduced by Nancy, who calls you on the radio giving you a description of the criminal's car you're trying to run down. Then it's a race against the clock to catch up to them and smash their car up until they can't move anymore. Each of the criminals has their own sports car, hence your special chase team, who also happen to have a sports car equipped, are the only people available to deal with this special type of scum. I played the sit-down version of this in the arcades many times, and it was always so much fun. It received a direct sequel in 1989 called Special Criminal Investigation, which we'll look at later, and 2 other arcade releases with the madness that is known as Super Chase in 1992, and the kind of forgettable arcade version version of Chase HQ 2 in 2007. The cabinet ended up in the top 5 money earners for '89 in Japan and was extremely popular in the UK, becoming one of its top earners there as well. Next, let's check out a double dose of blood-soaked mayhem with Splatterhouse from Namco and Knock from Williams. Both of these games epitomize the 80s I don't care what you think style, with each being as violent and offensive as you could possibly get away with back then. Splatterhouse itself holds the distinct honor of being the first arcade with a parental advisory warning, with Knock also having the honor of being the first arcade to sport a 32-bit processor. So let's check out Splatterhouse first, which was a side-scrolling hack and slash where you play Rick, a dude who gets possessed by an evil Jason-style mask. You then have to hack and butcher your way through a haunted mansion you were in to save your girlfriend Jennifer. You know, that old chestnut. Gameplay involves walking from left to right, avoiding all types of traps and punching and kicking zombies and mutants, as well as picking up an assortment of weapons such as poles, machetes and shotguns. The fun of the game is trying to guess all the horror references they keep throwing at you, combined with the iconic organ-style music. The game was just dripping with atmosphere. Unfortunately, I never got to play this in the arcade originally. In fact, I never saw this game in any arcade, but I first got to play the series on my Mega Drive with Splatterhouse 2 and 3, and absolutely loved those games. Just like the movies that inspired it though, it's become a lot more respected and appreciated as time has gone on, and is an excellent start to a cool scrolling hack and slash series. The other blood-soaked classic was Knock, released by Williams, and another great game designed by Eugene Jarvis of Robotron and Defender fame. This one was a 1 or 2 player side-scrolling run and gunner, where you get to play a bunch of Knock cops who get sent out on a mission to apprehend Mr. Big, the head cheese of the drug empire. It's a chaotic, fast-paced game, like all of Eugene's creations, with you blasting junkies and picking up their cash and drugs. You can also arrest them, but who wants to do that when you have unlimited machine gun fire, and also limited rockets to blast the street scum to pieces. You could even jump into a Porsche for some Carmageddon-style action. The 32-bit processor used in the game was later used by Williams and Midway for Smash TV, Mortal Kombat, and NBA Jam. I love this game in the arcades and will play it at any chance I saw it. The awesome use of digitized graphics and speech, and the absolute carnage of the gameplay just made it way too much fun, especially in 2-player mode where the screen was just smothered in action. Another well-made Eugene gem. And now back to the big boys of the arcade scene. Capcom, Sega, and Namco. And let's start with Capcom, who had Ghouls and Ghosts and Forgotten Worlds this year. Ghouls and Ghosts, which was the sequel to 1985's highly successful Ghosts and Goblins. It follows on the gameplay of the previous title with just bigger and better levels, graphics and sound. There are 6 levels in total, which sport wonderfully detailed graphics and creatures. The game again was designed by Takuro Fujiwara, with an excellent music score by Tamayo Kawamoto, which was her last Capcom soundtrack before joining Zuntata. The story has the demons coming for revenge and stealing the soul of Arthur's beloved. His quest now is to restore peace to the land and recover his girlfriend's soul. Gameplay for the most part is the same and just as difficult as before, but with way more power up and allowing you to acquire special armor that can be charged for a cool screen style killer effect, and the ability to shoot up, which is used in some of the flying levels as well. This game definitely takes everything from the original and dials it up to 10, making it an excellent, if not a little bit too difficult sequel to the original classic. The arcade version received much praise from across the press at the time and ended up being in the top 10 money earners in Japan for 1989. The other Capcom game was Forgotten Worlds, a 1 or 2 player side-scrolling shoot 'em up. You were tasked with destroying the all-powerful Bio and all his other 8 gods and win back Earth, or what's left of it after their takeover. The game is notable as being the first released on the now legendary Capcom CPS-1 arcade board, which was put into production 2 years prior by Capcom president Kenzo Sugimoto, who was worried by the massive success of the new slate of console games we're having and famously said, the only way we can make money is to give people twice what they can get at home. 2.5 years later and almost $10,000 in development costs, the board was on display, with Forgotten Worlds being its test subject. It was worked on by a team of Capcom legends, with both Akamoto on design, Kawamoto on sound and music, animation and design by Akira Yasuda, who would later work on Street Fighter II and Final Fight, and Akira Nishitani, who would later form the company Arika and develop the awesome Street Fighter EX series. The game was a flagship for the company and its talent. They tried as hard as they could to push the board to the limit and make a game stand out from the glut of shooters at the time. It featured 9 diverse looking stages, a rotatable control scheme, allowing you to blast stuff from all angles, a wonderful soundtrack and effects, shops dotted around the stages to buy power-ups and upgrades, and some truly spectacular looking bosses and character designs. Having said all that, the game was slightly lost in the shoot-'em-up crowd at the time, garnering great reviews and decent profits, but not really what Capcom were hoping for. It did, however, win first place in a Japanese magazine called Gamist, which covered the arcade scene at the time, with it winning Best Graphics for 1988. Fortunately, the previous game we looked at, Ghouls and Ghosts, was a huge success on all fronts, cementing the sepia legend which Capcom used to great effect for the next few years. And now over to Namco with their update of the beloved Galaxian saga, called Galaga 88, the often forgotten entry in the series. Gameplay was mostly the same, with just really enhanced graphics and sound and music composed by Hiroyuki Kawada, which was accomplished as the game was running on Namco's new System 1 arcade board. The game featured 5 distinct levels and the ability to have up to 3 ships on screen for you to blast away with. The game was released in December 87 in Japan, but I included it in 88 as the title and wide release more suit that. It was very successful in Japan, being the 6th highest moneymaker that year, but failed miserably in the rest of the world. Atari, who distributed the game in North America, only ended up selling just over 900 cabinets of the game in 88, making it for the most part one of the most forgotten entries in the excellent Galaxian series. Although in retrospect it's a fantastic game and a must play. Namco's other game, Winning Run, was a first-person Formula 1 racing simulator using their then System 21 arcade board dubbed the Polygonizer, and it was specifically designed for 3D polygon processing with fully shaded colored polygon graphics. Namco were the kings of Formula 1 games at that time and wanted this to be their showcase game. It took 3 years to make, but boy did the graphics and tight simulation style gameplay blow people away at the time. The game was a full Tycoon experience, something you could obviously only experience in the arcades. The graphics were fast-paced, it played well, and Kawada again supplied music and sound effects that complement the game exceptionally. It was a precursor to what Sega would do later with the Virtua series, and was a big hit in its home country. It again received lukewarm responses internationally, at least financially, but the game received some rave reviews from Western publications, with Julian Rignall in the 1989 issue of C+VG saying, "Simply stunning, easily the best racing game yet seen. It's thoroughly realistic and totally exhilarating." This led to 2 exclusive Japan-only arcade sequels, with Winning Run Suzuka GP and Winning Run 91, which both feel more like add-on variations, although the original eventually saw some measure of success commercially when it was released in the US arcades in early 1990. And finally, let's finish 88's stellar year off with Sega and 5 titles I want to highlight. First is a strange entry called Game Ground, a kind of strategy action game, and something you wouldn't normally see in an arcade. Your goal is simply to make your way to the exit or kill everybody on screen. The strategy comes in with your different characters who all have different weapons and stats. Tackling the levels is a much slower paced, methodical approach as opposed to a run and gun style, which is probably the reason I only played this game once in the arcade and never again. I did, however, come to appreciate this game later through its Mega Drive form, and it's quite an addictive game if you stick with it. The first few levels of the game are pretty bland, but keep going and it becomes really good. Altered Beast is next, the love it or hate it side-scrolling beat-em-up. I remember playing this at a gas station for the first time after going to see the doctor, as I was sick. Every time you stopped at one of these places, the fun was always running on inside the storefront and seeing if they had arcades, and sure enough, they had this. The game pits you on a quest in ancient Greece to rescue Zeus's daughter, Athena, who's been kidnapped by an underworld demon. You know, that old chestnut. The game was running off Sega's System 16 arcade board, which allowed the huge detailed sprites and excellent visual look of this game. Designer of the game, Makoto Uchida, who would later go on and join Sega's excellent AM2 arcade team, said the inspiration for the game came from the Joe Dante movie, The Howling, and the Michael Jackson music video, Thriller. In the game, you punch and kick your way through Greek mythology, picking up orbs to power yourself up. After a few of them, you can transform into a beast, a different one depending on the level, which gives you enhanced power and moves to take everybody out. The gameplay can be pretty clunky at times, but the sound and visuals and variety in the levels I think still outweigh the bad points, at least the arcade version. Next was Wonder Boy 3 Monsters Lair, which was the 3rd game in the series and probably the one I played the most, at least in the arcade form. It takes the series back to its origins with its fast-paced side-scrolling platformer shooter action. Just like the first, your health is always depleting, so collecting fruit to keep alive and blasting everything else with an excellent assortment of weapons was the main gameplay elements. Besides the light platform platforming, you got to ride dragons and fast-paced shoot-'em-up sequences, followed by big boss battles. I love the visual look of this game, and it features an excellent score by Shinichi Sakamoto, who also did the music on Monsterland, the previous entry in the series. And this one personally has some of my favorite Wonder Boy tracks. We used to play this game in two-player style so much back then, which leaves me with really fond memories of this game, and I think it's a kind of overlooked entry in the series. And the last two games were the big Tycoon experiences from Sega. The games they just did so well. Galaxy Force was the first, a sort of space sci-fi version of Afterburner, where you are a lone ship taking on an alien empire bent on galaxy domination. It was a third-person blasting experience with you equipped with lasers and limited supply of heat-seeking missiles. It was another big superscalar marvel to play in its original big sit-down version. Most of the team working on this game also ended up in Sega's AM2 division in the early 90s, and this game was in production at the exact same time as Power Drift. Visually, it was amazing with a cool soundtrack by the team behind the Thunderblade tracks. I was fortunate enough again to play this game in its deluxe form, which like Thunderblade took the game to a whole new level. Just like Afterburner, however, Galaxy Force 2 was released 2 months after the original and was simply an updated version, fixing a few bugs and adding a few more levels to the game. It wasn't a sequel, just merely a modded update, and all the footage here is from that version. It's reported that the super deluxe versions of the game ran Sega in at $30,000 a piece in 1988. That's around $60,000 plus at current rates, which made the version a very rare sight to find in most arcades. It ended up doing really well financially, especially in North America, despite the fact that the machines were only in half the arcades at the time. And finally, the other Tycoon experience was Power Drift, an insane kart-like racing game running on Sega's Y-board, which allowed the sprites and backgrounds to all rotate and scale, making it truly feel like you were going on some sort of crazy roller coaster ride. The game was headed up by Yu Suzuki with music again by Kawaguchi, and the team produced another fantastic arcade experience. It featured 5 distinctive levels, where the goal is to place at least third in each race to keep moving forward. Each crazy character and tracks themselves are just bursting at the seams with personality, and the insane fast-paced nature of the game was like nothing else at the time. I used to play this again often in one arcade with its full sit-down motion version, and it just used to slap a massive smile on my face from the moment the coin dropped and that jamming Kawaguchi music started blaring. Even watching somebody else play this was just as much fun. It ended up being the 4th biggest arcade moneymaker overall in Japan in '88, and is considered by many as the original kart racing game, and probably something Nintendo definitely looked at before making Mario Kart. And with that, this brings 1988 to a close.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
It was finally here, the end of the 80s arcade decade, which had the biggest highs and lows the industry would ever see. But somehow things continued despite all this. And the final 31 games I want to highlight here finish off arguably the strongest decade in gaming from a single format that I can think of. Just bursting with quality and originality, and more games pushing the then technology to the max. So let's mix it up a little bit here for the final batch, and we'll jump through these 31 games by genres, which really shows technology-wise where each company was at the time. And we'll start off with the 2 odd ones out, that being Beastbusters by SNK and Exterminator by Gottlieb. Beastbusters was an on-rails light gun shooter where you play a bunch of military dudes trying to escape a city that has been overrun by zombies and mutants. It's noted for being the first light gun game that could feature up to 3 players at once, which obviously in turn makes it probably one of the most chaotic light gun games I've ever played, and made arcade owners very rich with 3 people playing at once. It featured nice chunky Uzis like Operation Wolf, and was just a continuous onslaught of action from beginning to end, with 7 stages in total. Tons of power-ups could be had, bosses all over the place, and hilariously cheeseball cutscenes. It was basically a B-grade horror movie in game form. It was Japan's #1 ranked game in January 1990 and #2 in North America during their first quarter. The other game, Exterminator by Gottlieb, which was also their last arcade video game they ever made before continuing on with pinball as the focus. It was a light gun game of sorts, in style at least, but without light guns. You take control of a couple of pest control guys cleaning up the neighborhood of bugs. You control a hand from a first-person view and kill cockroaches by squishing them or using bug spray or various other items. You even get to shoot lasers out of your finger. Yeah, somebody at Gottlieb was taking a lot of cocaine apparently. You make your way through each house, clearing them out room by room, and there are 7 houses in total in the neighborhood. The graphics are unique as it's the first time to feature fully digitized graphics for both your hand and all the backgrounds. It's actually pretty impressive for the time and features tons of digitized sound effects as well. The game in the arcades at least failed to catch on and disappeared pretty quickly, although the home versions fared much better and garnered great reviews at the time, and I played the Commodore 64 version quite a lot as I never actually saw this arcade anywhere. Definitely a strange game to try out if you're curious. Pang was released by Mitchell Corporation. The game also goes under the name Buster Brothers in the US and Pumpin' World in Japan. Pang was based on a 1983 MSX game by Hudson called Cannonball and was licensed to Mitchell for this arcade version. In the game, you basically have to pop all the balloons on screen which are invading the world, blast them with your harpoon gun and they split into smaller balloons, asteroid style. Once they're all destroyed, it's off to the next level, which there are 50 of in total as you fight them all over the world, with 17 real-world locations such as Mount Fuji, the Taj Mahal, and even Easter Island. You also get power-ups like shields, double harpoons, and clocks which freeze everything on screen, etc, etc. I used to play this at the same arcade I first experienced Alien Storm and the Neo Geo MVS arcade multicab in the early 90s. It was a staple game to play with friends, with its excellent 2-player mode being particular highlight. The game was published in the US by Capcom themselves, with Yoshiki Okamoto as director, and the game running off Capcom's CPS hardware. Now let's check out a selection of shoot 'em ups, 8 of my favorites, which were Prehistoric Isle, Dragon Breed, UN Squadron, Saint Dragon, R-Type 2, Fireshark, Zero Wing, and Hellfire. Now that's a lineup. Let's first take a look at Toplan's 3 entries. Fireshark was a vertically scrolling shooter and the sequel to 1987's Flying Shark. It didn't do anything radically different and is basically Flying Shark in a new setting and graphics. It's still every bit as tough, and if you're not up for a challenge, it's not going to be for you. It features 10 stages overall as you attempt to take out a military force that's launching a worldwide assault from their island base. The game proved to be much more popular to Western audiences, according to Masahiro Yuge, and got lukewarm responses in Japan where it was originally released, simply due to the game being too difficult. Toplan followed this up with 2 horizontal shooters, namely Zero Wing and Hellfire. Both these titles employed different gameplay mechanics to make them feel fresh for a genre that was already at this point a bit of a cliche unto itself. Zero Wing employed a technique where you could track the beam in an enemy ship and use it as a shield, or blast it off making a missile out of it for extra damage, and Hellfire brought a really well put together rotatable gun system where changing the direction and fire is imperative to each situation, bringing a large dose of strategy to a simple shooter. Both feature outstanding graphics, both in their own unique styles, as well as pumping music from Yuge and team. Zero Wing was actually not even meant for commercial release, as it was a base model game Toplan would use to train new staff to the company on how to make a great shoot 'em up. Hence the reason the game is a bit all over the place in terms of tone, as it was being put together by everybody in the staff. Despite that though, the game proved to be really popular, and as per Toplan tradition, features an excellent Mega Drive version as well. Hellfire itself was actually Toplan's first horizontal shooter, and it was said they had real difficulty nailing down the style for both of these games, leading them to basically stick to vertical shooters for the rest of the company's lifespan. It featured 6 pretty tough levels, and the quick switching of your weapon type and its upgradability really made this one stand out from the crowd. Tatsuya Uemura, who had been a composer at Toplan up until that point and did great work on Flying Shark and Twin Cobra, was the lead producer this time. The game was actually being developed at the same time as Truxton, but with the team's lack of horizontal experience, it took way longer to finish. Both this and Zero Wing shared the same game engine. The game arcade-wise got a little bit lost in the shuffle, but again would receive a lot more popularity in its Mega Drive release version, which was well received at the time. And next up was UN Squadron. Capcom wasn't new to the shoot 'em up genre at all, having already made notable games in the genre such as Legendary Wings and Forgotten Worlds, so they had good experience in this style, which was released on their powerhouse CPS arcade hardware that was used extensively during that period. The game was based on the Japanese manga called Area 88 and was renamed UN Squadron for Western audiences, who were no doubt unfamiliar with that series. English versions of some of that series were released through Viz Comics, and I highly recommend you checking them out. They are pretty good reads. This is also a rare shoot 'em up for the time that actually has a bit of a story and plays out traditionally between the levels, and has a group of pilots trying to take down the secret terrorist group known as Project Fall. This game ticks all the horizontal shoot 'em up cliches while bringing the unique aspect of an energy bar instead of a one-hit kills or losing all your weapons, which was pretty much the standard for every shooter during this period. Being able to take a number of hits made the game way more accessible to casuals as well, but that didn't mean the game was easy. It's still a tough little bastard, but with the energy bar and the relatively short levels, it made it possible to at least survive for more than 5 minutes before slapping in another quarter. Being able to purchase weapons at the end of each level was very cool as well, and that had definitely been lifted from Capcom's previous shooter hit, Forgotten Worlds. Overall, there are 10 levels to blast through and 3 unique characters to choose from, straight out of the manga. Shin has forward fire only, but at a rapid pace. Maki's ones are slower but do way more damage, and Greg has small forward shot, but he also has a secondary low firing shot weapon that takes out ground targets. Choosing what style suits you is pretty tough, but Shin is my usual choice, having been a pretty well-rounded character. Each level is pretty short as previously mentioned, and ends with the traditional boss battle, taking the form of a giant tank, stealth bombers, castle fortresses, and many more other crazy things. The graphics are excellent and have that very unique CPS hardware look that is part anime, part 16-bit spritey goodness, and it still looks great even playing it now. It's complemented by a cool soundtrack by Manami Matsume, who was no slouch in the music department, having composed Mercs and Magic Sword soundtracks amongst many more at Capcom. We never got to see a proper sequel despite the game being very popular at the time, but Capcom's 1990 release called Carrier Airwing is often considered the spiritual successor to this game, sharing more than a few similarities, combined with look and style that also makes it a must-play shooter. The easiest way probably to play this game now is picking up the excellent Super Famicom or Super NES versions, which are both extremely well-made arcade conversions. If you've never played this 1989 game, then there's no better time to dive into this often overlooked CPS system gem.
To be honest, I didn't find any problems with the language barrier at all.
No, not really. So when I was a kid, I taught myself English by playing Donald Duck's Playground on the C64 and watched Ninja Turtles and WWF from, age 3.
Oh yeah!
There are arcade games, and I hardly read through the story anyway.
And taught myself English, so I never had that issue. My friends did. When we go to the arcades in summer, I would notice a lot of times that they never quite, even though it would be simplistic games like Final Fight, this kind of stuff, but I would notice kind of like if I pointed out something to pick up or something in the game and using the English word for it, they wouldn't quite catch on until I kind of pointed at it, like it's that thing. So I didn't have that challenge, but I know kids did.
There was nothing that I had any trouble with, to be honest.
Luckily though, in the arcade sense, language barriers didn't really exist as much, unless you played like Wonder Boy, I guess, the Japanese version.
Next was a non-SNK military game called Prehistoric Isle. It was a horizontal shooter set in the 1930s in the Bahamas as you go to investigate what happened to a bunch of missing pilots who disappeared over a fictional island. Which leads to the most fun part of this game, which is the setting, as the island is infested with dinosaurs. Gameplay is a bit like Hellfire and R-Type mixed together, with you able to gain a drone which can be positioned for different types of fire, which you have to change rapidly as the screen also moves up vertically from time to time as well. It didn't do anything unique, but the cool setting made it seem fresh and sports wonderful sprite-based graphics and cool dinosaur boss encounters. And the first of 2 Mecha Dragon games was next, called Saint Dragon, a horizontal shooter by Jalico. You play a cyborg dragon who is rebelling against the system. It employed a really cool metallic graphic art design, and the gameplay trope, besides upgrading your dragon, was the ability to use and wrap your dragon's tail around yourself or in front of yourself as a shield. It felt fresh and had 5 massive levels, and got a bunch of really good home ports in the early 90s. Definitely worth checking out. The other dragon-based shooter was Dragon Breed by RM, one of 2 fantastic shooters from this company that year. Dragon Breed has you take control of a dragon, which you can ride. Not only does it feature standard shooter levels, but you can also jump off the dragon in certain sections for light run and gun style platforming action. It also features the same dragon tail technique, where you can use your dragon's tail as a shield, and also features a charge shot and the usual assortment of power-ups. It features big, gorgeous graphics and a pumping soundtrack, and I love playing this game whenever I saw it in the arcades. It's such a top quality shooter. RM's other gem was my favorite shooter of '89, which was R-Type 2, the sequel to '87's classic. It was more of the same as the original, just with more weapons and much more detailed graphics and boss encounters. You again have to invade the Bido Hive and blow up their alien clone factory set up on their homeworld. I really love the first level of this game, as it's a cool throwback to the original as you re-enter their base, featuring 6 levels, although the real ending can only be seen if you completed the game twice. So good luck on that, as it's definitely way more difficult than the original. My only real complaint here is the return of that really annoying checkpoint system, meaning if you die before the halfway point in a level, you get thrown all the way back to the beginning. Not cool, RM. But if you can get over this hurdle and have a hell of a lot of coins in your pocket, this is just fantastic, and it plays so well, and was the second most popular game in Japan in January 1990, and hung around the top 10 for most of that year. It doesn't deviate much from the original, but is still a well-crafted shooter everyone should have a go at. And now let's go over to a bunch of run-and-gun platform games. I have 9 that are must-play titles. Let's first check out Capcom's 2 entries, Willow and Strider. Willow itself was based on the 1988 movie of the same name, written by George Lucas and directed by Ron Howard. The game takes a bit of a loose approach to the subject matter, but still has you as either the 2 main characters of Mad Mardigan and Willow as you attempt to take down the evil Queen Bav Morda. The game has 6 stages, from the crossroads where you meet Mad Mardigan to the snow-capped peaks of Sorcerer's Camp, all the way to Bav Morda's Castle of Doom. The variety of the stages is quite diverse, and they even add the wagon fight and the shield ride sequence from the movie. The gameplay falls into the platform genre, and depending on which character you're playing, it's either run and gun or hack and slash. Most of the levels alternate between you controlling Willow, who uses long-range magic attacks, and Mad Mardigan, who uses a sword for close quarters death dealing. Everything that is killed in the game drops money, which can be used to buy items in the shop to upgrade either character. The music is your typical arcade fare of the time. It's nothing memorable at all, and there isn't a single tune that stuck with me after finishing the game. It's a pity they didn't do some variations on the movie soundtrack, because that had a fantastic score. It's still overall a really good run-and-gun platform style game, and if you like the movie, you absolutely will love this game. Capcom's other platform run-and-gunner or hack-and-slash was Strider. The game was a collaboration with manga artist Moto Kikaku, and the manga was released in 1988. The game was another beautiful CPS entry taking place in a dystopian Russian future, where you as the ninja Hiryu have to assassinate the ruling dictator, the Grand Master. The game features 5 massive stages, with the game employing lots of hack and slash platforming action, massive weapon upgrades, and boss encounters around every corner. Hiryu is very diverse, being able to somersault and climb up almost anything, and the fast-paced nature of the game means you'll barely get a second to breathe in all that intense action. It's an excellent game and went down like a storm in the UK, where the arcade held on to the top spot for 3 months straight. It received a home console and computer sequel by US Gold in 1990, but Capcom's true arcade sequel would only come in 1999 in the arcades and PS1 as Strider 2. Data East also had a double dose with Midnight Resistance and Sly Spy. Midnight Resistance brought back the old military run-and-gun shooter in platforming style form, and was a 1 or 2 player romp as you attempt to rescue your family from King Crimson. The arcade featured a rotatable control scheme, the same as Akari Warriors, allowing you to shoot in all directions while running, as you blast your way through the 9 stages, collecting keys from certain killed enemies. The keys, depending on how many you have, can open lockers at the end of a level, so you can gain access to new weapons. I only ended up playing this a couple times in the arcade and ended up enjoying the home ports a lot more. Sly Spy, on the other hand, was an arcade game I played to death. I mean, who didn't want to be James Bond as a kid? The game was also known as Secret Agent in Japan, or in Europe as Sly Spy Secret Agent.
Live by
This game combines lots of different gameplay styles, from scrolling shooter, vehicle combat, and of course platform run and gun action, with a bit of a beat 'em up angle as well. Data East were covering all their bases on this one with its 8 stages. The game has you take the role of a secret agent tasked with taking down a terrorist organization known as the Council for World Domination. Not very subtle, are they? And stop them from launching a nuke. That old chestnut. You have some shinobi style run and gun sections, shooter sections, and some vehicle action as well. Every stage is like a set piece from a James Bond movie. And like Splatterhouse, which we looked at earlier, it's just fun to try and guess what the next reference is when you're playing it. There's bits from The Man with the Golden Gun, Moonraker, Goldfinger, and a whole lot more. And it sports excellent detailed graphics and a great soundtrack, mimicking a few James Bond tunes as well. And was an arcade I just loved seeing. I played it probably as much as I played the C64 home port I had at the time. Just pure arcade fun at its best. And Sega weren't going to be left out of the action. They also had a double dose with the sequel to Shinobi named Shadow Dancer and Cyber Police eSWAT. Shadow Dancer was the first game to debut on Sega's new System 18 arcade board, which also powered 1990's excellent Alien Storm, and is the basis also for the Sega Mega Drive. The gameplay is just like Shinobi, but instead of rescuing your clan members, you now defuse bombs set around the city by some whack job terrorist group. There are 4 different missions, each split into multiple parts with boss characters and a shuriken bonus stage, just like the original. The biggest difference though is that you actually have a dog companion which can help you out and maul bad guys, giving you the time to land that killing blow, which is a cool mechanic. The ninja magic is also present for desperate times, and the graphics took a major upgrade with some good sound effects and music as well. It's a pretty good sequel that doesn't deviate too much from the original, so if you liked Shinobi, it's well worth checking out. Cyber Police eSWAT manages to mix Data East RoboCop and Sega's own Shinobi together for the best of both worlds. The game has you as a member of Liberty City Police Force, tasked with arresting the worst scum of the earth, and in turn bring down a terrorist organization bent on world domination. Yeah, that old chestnut, I guess. You start off just as a regular cop with RoboCop-style gameplay, blasting things, arresting a bunch of scum, until you get promoted to eSWAT and receive a cool mech suit kitted out with fancy weapons, with even more special weapons to be found in each stage. There's really a lot of fun jumping around the levels, blasting punks and criminal scumbags. It can be pretty difficult though, but well worth a go, with really nice big colourful graphics and sound effects. Sega also made a Mega Drive Genesis version in 1990 called eSWAT City Under Siege, which the game is more commonly known as. And the last 3 run and gun style games I want to show are Escape from the Planet of the Robot Monsters, Toki, and Rambo 3, all quite different in their own way. First up is Atari's ode to the 1950s and 60s B movies. You know, the ones where this happens a lot.
Not since the beginning of time has man known such terror.
They released the mouthful that is Escape from the Planet of the Robot Monsters, an isometric run and gun style game where robots are forcing a scientist to manufacture more robots to power their army. You get sent to Planet X to sort this nonsense out, gun in hand. Gameplay is a 1 or 2 player shoot fest where you take out robots, rescue hostages, flip switches to go to new areas, and even have some spaceship style sequences between levels. The excellent attention to detail in not only the graphics but sound wise is its best feature, and feels very unique in look and in style to anything around at that time. It's a really cool game with a lot to like. Toki was another under the radar arcade release from TAD Corporation, the guys that did Cabal. It was a platform run and gunner where you had to defeat a wizard who had cast a spell on you, turning you into an ape. And of course there's a princess to save as well, because why not? Toki, or Juju as he's known in the Japanese or various other versions, has to rush his way through stages relying on your ape spit attack and avoiding enemies, as the game employs the joyous one-hit kill mechanic, and make it before the timer runs out. I played this one quite a lot of times in the arcade and always liked it despite its really high difficulty. It has big, chunky, well-animated graphics and really nice variety in stage design, always made it a fun one for me to look out for. It pretty much disappeared into a void upon release, but has definitely gained a strong fan following, no doubt thanks to some cool home ports, both old and new, keeping the game's legacy alive. And lastly was Rambo 3 by Taito, which was a third-person on-rails run and gunner based on the third Rambo movie.
He never draws first blood. He only fights back.
It's straightforward simplicity at its best. This 1 or 2 player game, with the second player taking the role of Troutman, who Rambo has to rescue in the movie. You have unlimited machine gun fire, plus some explosive arrows from your bow to take out the bigger vehicles. The stages vary from left to right Operation Wolf-style shoot fests to a third-person Space Harrier-type sequences where hordes of enemies are coming at you before facing off against a level boss. This game was just good, dumb fun. It's not great in any way, although the sprite scaling graphics were quite impressive for the time. The simple, repetitive, explosive action always made me smile, and it's even much more fun in two-player mode.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And now over to the racing genre, both traditional and destruction types, with 8 titles. The first is SCR, or Special Criminal Investigation, the sequel to Chase HQ, again by Taito. It doesn't stray too far from the original, with the gameplay addition of you being able to lean out your window and shoot the criminal as well as ram him for double hit damage. Gibson and Brody are back for more action with upgraded graphics and sound, but still essentially the same overall gameplay. It's still highly enjoyable though. It scored big in the arcades, with it being ranked number 3 overall in Japan financially for 1990 and again becoming extremely popular in the UK, probably helped by the fact that the microcomputers of the day also got some really good home ports. Sega had 3 racing gems that are a bit overlooked for whatever reason but are really good fun drivers. They were Super Monaco GP, Racing Hero and Turbo Outrun. This is a sequel to the original arcade game Outrun, which came out in 1986 and was designed by legend Yu Suzuki. Most of the same team from Sega's AM2 division worked on this arcade sequel, including Hiroshi Miyauchi, who composed the original Immortal soundtrack. And although this isn't quite as good as that, it still has some rocking Sega tunes to get you in the mood for tearing down those highways. In this version, you have to race across the USA, from New York to LA, and features 16 stages in total. Unlike the original, you cannot choose your path and there's only one to follow, but there are a bunch of extra features to make up for this. First, as the name suggests, your Ferrari is outfitted with a turbo booster to send the car into overdrive for brief periods of time. You can't use it all the time or else the car overheats, so you got to keep a reasonable balance between driving well and using it on those nice long straights or to boost start after a crash. Another cool aspect is that after every 4 stages you get to take a break and have a chance to choose an upgrade for your car, from a souped up engine, better gripping tires or an enhanced turbo feature. And the last major addition is you racing against an opponent as well as the time clock. If he beats you to the last of the 4 checkpoints, your girlfriend would ditch you and join him for the next leg of the race. So much for true love. Is this game as good as the original? No, it's not. But that doesn't mean it's bad. It's still a very cool, fun, fast-paced arcade ride with good graphics, a cracking soundtrack, and tons of variety in its 16 stages to make it a game still well worth a go on MAME or the arcade original if you can still find one kicking about. Racing Hero was next, a sort of variation on Outrun and Hang On mashed together. It ran on the excellent Sega X board, just like Power Drift, and is a motorcycle racing game to the checkpoints just like Outrun, on real roads, which made the unpredictability of the racing such a rush. The sprite scaling is excellent and fast, and the soundtrack is vastly underrated, and the courses jump you all over the world for a nice dose of variety. It was a cool game that again got lost in 1989's overdose of big titles, although C+VG magazine did give the game a 92% overall in their August 1990 issue. And I also think that the lack of home ports makes this one even more obscure to most people. Lastly from Sega was the brilliant Super Monaco GP, the sequel to 1979's Monaco GP. This was another Sega X-board game that they were really cashing in on at the time. It was a first-person style Formula 1 racing game that takes place on the famous Monaco track, even though the game's circuit is part reality and part fiction to spice it up a little bit. This game really made you feel the speed with massive fast graphics which were running at 60 frames per second at the time, and a deluxe cabinet version which I unfortunately never got to play, having a system called Air Drive which blew air onto you as you played to add to the realism. It was Sega racing at its best, pure arcade fun with on-point gameplay and great sprite scaling and rocking music. It's all the things that made Sega cabinets so desirable. The arcade game was a massive hit all over the world in all regions. It ended up second only to Namco's winning run financially, but hung around the arcade top 10 list for 3 years straight in Japan, and also received an extremely varied bunch of arcade ports which all added to and played to the systems they were on strengths. Formula 1 champion at the time Ayrton Senna was apparently a big fan of this game, which no doubt led him to be part of Sega's sequel on all their home consoles in 1992. And Atari were up next with 2 3D polygon races, one futuristic in Stun Runner and the other realistic in Hard Driving, plus a traditional overhead racer with a twist in Badlands. And let's start with Stun Runner, a fast-paced 3D polygon racing game on Atari's own Hard Driving engine. It was a racing destruction game where the goal was simply to survive and get as far as you can within the time limit. You can drive up the walls as well as blast anything that gets in your way. The deluxe arcade version cabinet was modeled after your craft in the game and was really a sight to behold in any arcade at the time. Unique features were the fact that your craft is always going at max speed as there's no acceleration. Avoiding obstacles is the way to keep the pace up. Plus you have shields and the ground is littered with speed boosts. It is, in my opinion, the game that kicked off the whole 90s futuristic racing trend right into the mainstream, with titles from the F-Zero and Wipeout series definitely taking elements from this and making it way more popular. Next was another revolutionary game from Atari at the time, Hard Driving, an extremely realistic driving game in its mechanics with a cool stunt track to race on and full polygon graphics similar to Winning Run. The fact that Namco actually owned Atari Games, their arcade division, in the 80s is the reason Winning Run and this actually exist. They were both working on this together to employ a fast-working 3D engine for potential racing games. Namco and Atari eventually parted ways in the late 80s, which resulted in them both releasing 3D racing games within months of each other. Winning Run, which we looked at earlier, was Formula 1, and Hard Driving was more street stunt style. Both were, however, first-person types in nature. In driving, you race on a track going over ramps and loops and employed force feedback as well as a fully functioning manual car transmission system with clutch and the works, making the driving feel like a simulator even though the tracks were much more over the top in design. One of my favorite aspects was the instant replay feature, which showed your car from an outside 3D view whenever you crashed, giving the game a TV replay kind of feel, and would be copied a million times after this in all styles of games. I was absolutely terrible at this game in the arcade and I hadn't learned to drive at that point, so the clutch system was a hard mechanic to wrap my brain around, resulting in many over-revved engine deaths. But a friend of mine who had just learned to drive was damn good at it. This game received its arcade sequel in 1990 called Race Driving, and again, like Stun Runner, influenced a whole bunch of 3D styled stunt races, like Stunt Driver by Spectrum Malabar and Stunts released by Broderbund, both coming out in 1990. And Atari's last racer went back to their sprint roots with Badlands, a traditional multiplayer overhead style racing destruction game set in a post-apocalyptic future. It was Super Sprint with guns. It was a 3-car racing affair where you zoomed around the track littered with hazards, picking up tool icons which could be used later after the race to upgrade your car, plus acquire more powerful weapons like rockets that could take out your opponent with one shot. It featured 8 different tracks and wasn't really a big deviation from this style of racer, but its setting and action made it a very memorable game, especially when played against a friend. Leland Corporation also released an overhead multiplayer racer called Super Off-Road, or by its full mouthful title, Arvin Ironman Stewart's Super Off-Road. You and 2 other players could race around the 8 tracks in your off-road trucks, which were also kitted out with nitros for quick bursts of speed. You could also pick up cash and bonuses on the course, which could be used later to upgrade your truck between races, much in the vein of Badlands. I used to play this in the arcades all the time with friends. It was a staple of our early 90s arcade experiences. The combination of highly detailed graphics, excellent truck physics, and the catchy music, plus being able to exploit those nitros for some really crazy fast boosting action, always made us laugh no matter who won the race in the end. It received a ton of home ports, and I played my C64 version a lot as practice, like I used to do with Shinobi and Silkworm, then take those skills to the arcade, which secretly gave me the upper hand against my friends. And the final racer was Lead Storm by Capcom, an overhead racing destruction game known as Mad Gear in Japan, which they also used this name again as a reference in Final Fight as the name of the main bad guy's punk gang. You race along in these futuristic highways and badlands with the ability to jump over cars and hazards and ram your competition off the road with multiple paths to choose from, outrun style. It was fast-paced, it was hard, but well made, but still remained pretty obscure upon release. The many home computer ports definitely made this game a bit more memorable to audiences, but it was still mostly forgotten, which is a bit of a pity as it's a great Capcom arcade ROM that is grossly underrated. Now let's go over to the lone versus beat 'em up game called WWF Superstars by Technos. I remember first playing this in a really dodgy bowling alley in the early 90s. It was sitting next to Pit Fighter, and obviously I beelined it for this game, of course. The fact that I was a big WWF wrestling fan just added to the game's appeal, with its wrestling lineup featuring, amongst others, Hulk Hogan, the Ultimate Warrior, the Macho Man Randy Savage, and it was a tag team affair with you going up against many other WWF wrestlers of the day, with Andre the Giant being on one of the final boss teams. It used Double Dragon's same graphic style and engine, and featured signature moves from the stars and tons of speech samples and TV style presentation. The game was headed up by Techno's golden boy Yoshihisa Kishimoto, who again made another brawling gem that captured the look and feel of wrestling during this period down to an absolute T, and became the top grossing arcade game by January 1990 in the US, and was followed by WWF WrestleFest in 1991, also by Technos. And the final three games to finish off this decade were a triple threat of classic scrolling hack and slash beat 'em ups, each one absolutely encompassing this style of game, and are still hard to beat in terms of style and gameplay even to this day. These heavy hitters were Golden Axe by Sega, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles by Konami, and Final Fight by Capcom. All three of these games were everywhere during this period. Every arcade had them, and they all ended up at some point at my local cafe down the road from me, making playing these games on a regular basis part of my early 90s arcade gaming habit. Let's first check out Sega's hack and slash beat 'em up Golden Axe, which lets you and a friend choose one of three characters: Axe, a barbarian, Gilius, an axe-wielding dwarf, and Tyrus, a female warrior. Each one of them, not only being fighters, could wield different earth-based magic specials, similar to Shinobi, with the exception being you have to collect the magic bottles to unleash them. The amount of magic you have upon using it determines the damage effect. The goal of this fantasy game is to take down Death Adder, a powerful warrior who's taken the king and princess hostage, and now wields their legendary powerful Golden Axe. The game was designed by Makoto Uchida, who'd done Altered Beast the previous year. He said that Technos were the kings of the urban street thug beat 'em up, and that going against them was a bad idea, so he decided to set the game in a fantasy setting based on his love of the Conan the Barbarian movies. You hacked and beat your way through multiple settings like villages, the back of a giant turtle, and castles, with bonus stages letting you get extra magic and energy by kicking items out of a bunch of midgets. The ability to ride multiple creatures in the game made it feel like a Dungeons & Dragons game that ticked all the boxes of the time. Wonderful colorful graphics, a memorable soundtrack which I still hum to this day, and good solid sound effects came together for a Sega classic. It received many console-based sequels and spin-offs, but its true sequel only came in 1992 called Golden Axe: The Revenge of Death Adder in the arcades. Those heroes in a half shell were next with Konami's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, based on the cartoon series that started 2 years earlier and not the original comic book series. This arcade's timing was absolute perfection, coming out right as the cartoon series had just caught on and Turtle Mania was ramping up all over the world. I never missed an episode of it, and still rank it as one of my favorite Saturday morning cartoons alongside the real Ghostbusters. It was a 4-player scrolling hack and slash beat 'em up, with you taking the role of one of the 4 turtles as you attempt to rescue your friend April and your sensei Splinter from Shredder and the evil Foot Clan of ninjas. The turtles all have their signature weapons with pros and cons for each. Besides kicking and chopping your way through the Foot Clan, many of the cartoon's villains also make an appearance, like Rocksteady and Bebop, Baxter Stockman, Krang, and many more. It really tried to give you a playable version of the cartoon, and succeeds in every aspect, from the excellent attract screen which replicates the cartoon intro, to the fantastic graphics, animation, sound, and music. No Turtle fan was disappointed at the time. We used to play this a lot. In fact, that's an understatement. Being able to have up to 4 people creating the entire Turtle team on screen at the same time was pretty special. The arcade was a monster hit and became Konami's biggest moneymaker in the US market ever. It was so popular they actually couldn't produce enough arcades and had to outsource the machine to an extra manufacturer to keep up the demand. The fantastic live-action movie also hit cinemas in early 1990 and further boosted the sales and its popularity. And by May 1990, they reportedly had sold over 25,000 cabinets in North America and Europe alone, not counting the rest of the world or Japan. This trilogy of scrolling hack-and-slash beat-em-ups in essence kicked off the arcade's resurgence financially, but also brought them back into the minds of mainstream popularity. And the final title was by Capcom, their masterpiece scrolling beat-em-up gem, Final Fight, where you got to choose between the characters Guy, who was a Strider-style ninja without a sword, Cody, a street brawler, and Hagar, a professional wrestler turned the mayor of the dump known as Metro City. Your mission is to rescue Hagar's daughter from the Mad Gear Gang and destroy them completely. The game was top quality production values from start to finish, again running on Capcom's legendary CPS hardware, and had another dream team behind the scenes, with Okamoto, Yasuda, and Matsumi, plus many more, all working on this game in some sort of capacity. It started life out as a sequel to Street Fighter dubbed Street Fighter 89, but after a few trade shows, the feedback was that it played nothing like that original game, so Capcom decided to change the title and story, giving it its own identity. The game featured 6 stages, slapping your way through the trash house that is Metro City, taking out all the level's degenerate eddies, punks, and boss characters. Many of them became so popular that they started showing up in various Street Fighter games as playable characters such as Rolento, Saddam, and Poison. Not only could you beat the hell out of everyone, but you could also pick up a host of weapons to crack heads with. It was the most satisfying beat 'em up I'd ever played up until then. Extremely addictive, with beautiful colorful graphics and awesome sound effects. It was another worldwide hit, just like Turtles, with Capcom selling over 30,000 cabinets worldwide, and the game ranking as the #1 money earner by the end of 1990. This game was a staple of my early 90s diet at the time. Like I said earlier, going into any arcade during this period, you could have found either of these 3 games, or more than likely all of them in most locations. They drew in the crowds and would eventually pave the way for the Versus beat 'em up, which would rule the arcades by the mid-90s. But all of that is another story for another time.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
With the start of the new decade, the arcade business would experience some of its all-time highs in terms of popularity and financially, and it would also hit crushing lows and almost fade to black in most Western countries. That's not to say the 90s were the end, but that time on a journey of you going out of your way to see the latest technology on display would soon become a thing of the past for most people. But with that race to attract your attention and draw in new players, the arcades were creatively in one of its most prolific decades, defining old genres, creating new styles of play, and pushing 2D into the 3D realm. "1990 brought a lot of new elements to the arcade formula with the introduction of the Neo Geo MVS arcade system by SNK.
Here I am, peoples, just hanging out at the factory where they make these Neo Geo multi-video systems. Now what these things are is that you can play 4 different games on this machine.
It was a multi-system cartridge-based arcade that allowed arcade owners to swap games out whenever, and allowed each system to house multiple games at once, increasing the amount of experiences drastically physically at each location with only the space of one machine. It was a massive worldwide success, and you would see these MVS machines in every arcade you went to back then, guaranteed. It wasn't a new idea by any means, as Data East already had a previous version of this idea called the Deco cassette system, released in 1980. But where those had to be loaded from cassette, these were instantly available, and the cartridges were more reliable. I played so many games on the MVS systems back in the early 90s, with NARM 75 and Magician Lord blowing my mind when I first played them. Another home system, the Sega Mega Drive or Genesis, was gaining ground dramatically worldwide and was host to most major Sega arcade games getting some sort of port for home players. The reason it's important to the arcade scene was, besides the fact that it was based on Sega's System 16 arcade board, allowing it at the time to bring extremely accurate conversions to home players. This was one of those big jumps forward, where the lines between arcade quality and home quality was getting narrower by the minute. It was still a ways off from perfect, but as a kid getting my Mega Drive in late 91, I can safely say that it felt like the arcade experience was almost there. But as the decade rolled on, the gap started to blur to the point of no distinction. But more on that later. Thanks in part to the extreme popularity of Taito's Operation Wolf in 87 and Operation Thunderbolt in 88, amongst other games in the genre, the light gun game would experience its most well-known and much-beloved titles released in the arcade during the 1990s. And we'll start off with a new company that was introduced to the arcade scene called American Laser Games. They were formed in the late 80s in Albuquerque, New Mexico as a company that made light gun games to train police officers. They then decided to adapt their system for use as games for the arcade, using their Laserdisc technology, full motion video, and light guns. Their big hulking machines were a staple of all major arcades at the time, and being the games that made me a full-on FMV junkie. I love seeing them playing their games despite the high price of admission. Their first game was called Mad Dog McCree, and it was an extremely successful FMV light gun experience, putting you in the Old West as a stranger that rides into town and gets tasked with helping out a sheriff and his daughter, as well as take down Mad Dog, the leader of a band of outlaws that had terrorized the town.
Howdy, stranger. We need your help. Mad Dog McCree's gang is taking over the town. The mayor and his daughter have been taken hostage out to Mad Dog's hideout. The sheriff, he's locked up in jail. We're going to have to get him out to help with the gang. Can you help? Good.
It was basically an FMV version of the Commodore 64 game Law of the West. The game featured all manner of Western cliches played out to perfection, with saloon shootouts, bank robberies, showdowns, and so much more. The fun tongue-in-cheek acting and cool FMV production values really made you feel at the time that you were living out a day in the life of a Western gunslinger. The game's budget was reportedly $125,000 and was shot literally in the backyard of the company in New Mexico. It sold just over 100 machines in North America, which seems pretty low, but with the big hulking machines' increased price per game, it skyrocketed to the top of the arcade earners by February 1991, and even achieved success in Japan, which a lot of Western arcade manufacturers had trouble achieving, and of course kicked off their whole range of FMV light gun games we'll look at over the next few years. Other notable light gun games that year were Steel Gunner, Space Gun, and Laser Ghost. Two of these games were made by Namco and Sega and would kick off their 90s arcade rivalry that we saw started in the 80s. However, the 90s was when these companies went for it big time, trying to outdo each other with every single release, from the Virtua Fighter Tekken Combo to the Ridge Racer Daytona days, and much, much more. Their epic rivalry became every gamer's reward and produced some of the most brilliant cabinets and games of the 90s. So let's first check out Steel Gunner, Namco's first ever light gun game. It was something straight out of an anime of the time, putting you in the role of cops Garcia and Cliff, who are decked out in giant mech suits, trying to bring down a terrorist organization known as Sturm, who are busy making a doomsday weapon of mass destruction. The game was produced by legendary Namco designer Kazunori Sawano, who designed one of their all-time classics, 1979's Galaxian. The game is an anime come to life in game form, from the futuristic setting to the rocking music and those on-the-nose anime sound effects. It's a sprite-scrolling extravaganza running off their System 2 Plus arcade board, with you having unlimited bullets and a limited amount of rockets, massive destructible environments, huge boss characters and a reward system for not killing civilians gave this game an excellent different take on the genre. The game was very successful in Japan, becoming the 8th highest moneymaker of 1991 and remaining in the top 10 in the US right up until 1992. A fantastic sequel was also released in 92, with most of the staff on board for this excellent extension of the original game. And coming out almost at the same time at the end of 1990 in Japan was Sega's Laser Ghost, a Sega System 18 game designed by their R&D 1 team. I was lucky enough to play this massive 3-player horror light gun machine once back in the day, and I remember the cool mirrored aiming system that made it look like you were actually shooting lasers out of the end of the gun. It was freaking awesome. The game is a blatant Ghostbusters ripoff, probably trying to cash in on Ghostbusters 2 and the cartoon The Real Ghostbusters, both at the peak of their popularity at the time. You, as one of the 3 Ghostbusting team, have to rescue a girl that's been kidnapped by a giant gargoyle. The whole city is ghost infected, as the action is spread across 5 stages, including every horror cliche known to man. Boss characters guard the end of each level, and you also have a limited special weapon for desperate situations. It's a bit of a forgotten Sega property that never got a sequel, although the Master System in 1991 got a horror-based light gun game of the same name released exclusively in Europe, but it wasn't an arcade conversion and was its own original game. And Space Gun was another end-of-the-year release from Taito, and they were clearly taking their inspiration from the Aliens movie franchise, right down to the beeping radar system, as you're sent to a spaceship riddled with aliens as you try to rescue as many people as possible as you blast your way through the ship. It sports tons of extra weapons besides your gun, like a flamethrower, grenade launcher, and freeze bomb, and features 2 unique gameplay mechanics, with you being able to use a foot pedal to reverse the motion of travel, giving you more time to kill aliens without being too overwhelmed. Namco would go on to use this idea in their Time Crisis series later. And another feature was occasionally you would be given the choice to choose your own path through a level, which was pretty unique for this style of game. My favorite aspect though was being able to blast the limbs off aliens, which was extremely satisfying, with its gore effects and excellent sound design by Taito's Zuntata music division. The game was a staple of my arcade shooting gallery days, right up there with the arcade version of Terminator 2. It performed well both in Japan and the US, and received a slew of home ports courtesy of Ocean in 1992.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The fact that I was in Sydney, being the most heavily populated city in this country, really helped in that I was never starving for arcade games here.
In the 90s, I went to college in a seaside town, and in the UK, the seaside towns were where the biggest and the best arcades were, really.
England is famous for its pubs and pub culture, and as a kid we used to go to the pub with my family on a regular basis. Probably because my parents were alcoholics.
When I was younger, at that age, going to arcades, I wouldn't have, been given the opportunity to travel to other locations that would have had, arcade games that, are different layouts. But in our city, there was maybe 3 or 4 different arcades, some a lot dingier and gringier than others.
We had a very busy arcade scene from it was starting off in the late 70s, really matured in the 80s, but came into full fruition in the 90s.
Being in the US, I can only imagine what the differences in other nations would have been. I can theorize that Japan and China probably didn't get the titles that we got, like NBA Jam, Hit the Ice, or NFL Blitz. Matter of fact, I bet that NFL Blitz wasn't distributed much of anywhere outside of the US, because American football is really kind of an American thing.
I think the main difference between arcades here in Australia to those around the world is that we didn't use the token format.
We were never starving for a new game to play. We were never going into an arcade and thinking that, oh my God, it's just these same games again.
All of the holiday makers went there in the summer, and you'd have rows upon rows of arcades all along the seafront, all fighting for everyone's attention, all the attract sounds blaring out of the front doors, trying to draw you in there.
But there was always an arcade cocktail cabinet in the corner somewhere with Galaxians or Gallagher or Pac-Man on it, something like that. Even into the 90s, there was those games on there.
So from that point of view, I think we were very lucky to get that premium gaming experience here in Sydney, and it wasn't just in the city as well. I mean, as I mentioned previously, George Street, Time Zone, and there was a couple of other arcades. Galaxy World, I think, was another one that was called, and there was a few other ones. They were like the premium place to go to when it came to getting your arcade fix.
And it just so happened that I went to college in one of these towns, one called Weymouth. So every opportunity I got, whether it was my lunch break, whether I should have been in lessons and I was bunking off, I'd get down to the arcades to try all of them with my mates.
And then, a little bit upper class, where you might have pool and snooker tables as a club. And, they spared no expense on the layouts of these arcade games.
We just used 20-cent coins, and that was basically it all, or a $1 coin.
One of the strong memories I have back from that time is the sound of my Coke bottle just clanking on the glass of that cocktail cabinet.
And for that reason, because I was always with someone, we always wanted to play the head-to-head games, the racing games, the Sega Rallies head-to-head. We were lucky enough to have an 8-way Daytona USA, and we could fill that thing with our college class.
Just like I can only theorize that cutesy Japanese titles that were much less prevalent here had a bigger influence in their native nation.
But we were lucky enough to have, even as wide out into the suburbs, a bit of an arcade scene in those suburbs. Places like Cronulla, I can think off the top of my head, 3 arcades that were there. Also, even in my local suburb at the time, which was a place called Sutherland.
I think what was unique about UK arcades was it was definitely not the games in them, because I was lucky enough to go to America in the early 90s and try an arcade there. And I saw a lot of games there that we had in the UK, and some that were there first but then eventually made their way over to the UK. So the games weren't unique.
But the premium experience where you get to play the games like Outrun, Afterburner, those cabinets that you sit in and they ride around, that was mostly in the city.
When I used to travel into the city centre, I'd start in one arcade, go to the next and go to the next. So you'd always sort of start with the worst sort of arcade that had 3 or 4, maybe 6 to 10 cabinets. Then as you progress to the better arcades where you had 30, 40 cabinets, sit down arcade games, like sit down Outrun to sit down in.
Being at the seaside, going for a swim in the sea, having a bag of chips or an ice cream, seagulls swooping down and trying to steal your chips, and then walking sand, maybe with your damp towel still around you from being in the sea, into the arcade, drawn in there by the doors being wide open and the attract sounds blasting out.
I can surmise that our experiences were hopefully quite similar. I'd say between 60 and 70% of what I played as a kid, many people across the globe did as well.
Because so many big arcades were based on seaside towns, yes, we had arcades in towns and cities, but because so many arcades were at the seaside, the whole experience of going to the arcade and playing games is very much part and parcel of a holiday.
Yeah, you kind of walked away from those arcades after a big binge on arcade session after having spent $100, feeling a little gutted, but you got your gaming fix. So yeah, I guess it's like gambling, except you can't win.
Really anywhere you went, you just had 20 cents and you popped your coin in and off you went. They didn't fuss about tokens at all.
I think that's what made it unique in the UK. The fact that it was part and parcel of a very British summer holiday, going down to the arcades, with a bag of chips at the seaside.
And now let's turn our attention to Sega and the rest of their 1990 output, and start with Alien Storm, released in May by Sega's AM1 division. This game was released about 1 year after 1989's massive arcade hit Golden Axe, and sticks to that formula pretty closely while adding some of its own fun touches to the gameplay. Walking into any arcade back then was mesmerizing, with each game's audio jacked up and trying to grab your attention to lure you in. I first played this at a small arcade in Queensborough, South Africa, where they had about a 20 machine setup at the base of an old apartment block called Melbourne Heights, which is also incidentally where me and my brother and some friends threw a full-size mannequin off the top of that building to simulate and record the whole thing for our home video remake of Die Hard.
I just trashed one of your friends. You know what I am? I'm your worst nightmare.
Epic 1990. And back to Alien Storm, which was a side-scrolling beat-em-up, but with weapons, and it also featured side-scroller run-and-gun levels, big old boss battles, and some awesome first-person bonus stages, like something out of Sega's own Shinobi, but with just big Ghostbusters-style proton blasting action. Overall, there were 6 levels to beat up, run, and blast your way through, and being an arcade obviously meant you could play it in either 2 or even 3-player mode, selecting one of the 3 available characters, Karen, Garth, or Scooter, who all obviously had their own strengths and weaknesses. And if Golden Axe taught us anything, then having a cool screen-destroying smart bomb is always a plus. You can also gain back energy in a similar way by blasting these floating heads of certain aliens to gain energy back. It's almost like kicking those cheeky midgets in Golden Axe. Your goal in the game is to take your Alien Busters team and stop the alien invasion by taking on missions leading to massive UFOs, big old boss battles before the final encounter. It was just a well-crafted game, from the excellent cutscenes between missions, awesome sound effects, and beautiful 2D animation with tons of detail. It was a cut above the rest. It was ported to a number of home systems at the time as well, including the Sega Master System and the Commodore 64 version, which I played quite a bit and enjoyed, but the Sega Mega Drive Genesis version is the one to play for sure. It's not a level-to-level clone, but adds more of its own stuff to the arcade while remixing it, and is well worth playing as a home version. This is a fun, unique game that Sega still haven't made a sequel to for whatever reason, but is a great arcade classic that is worth tracking out and giving a spin. Moonwalker was based on the 1988 Michael Jackson movie that is equal parts documentary, music video, and traditional movie. It's pretty strange to say the least, but the game itself is based on the Smooth Criminal and third act of the movie alone. It was made on Sega's System 18 arcade board, which had enjoyed massive success earlier with Golden Axe and Alien Storm. It should also be noted that there are 3 distinctly different versions of this game. This isometric arcade version, Sega's other version on the Mega Drive / Genesis, and US Gold's home computer versions. This one is an isometric run-and-gun / beat-em-up combo that has you as Michael trying to save a bunch of kids that have been kidnapped by a gangster named Mr. Big. Your main attacks are a lightning punch and charging magic blasts, as you search the levels, killing gangsters and saving all the kids. Just like most classic arcades, you also have an awesome screen killer move, or magic dance. And no, not that magic dance. But this one causes all the criminals to dance a choreographed Michael Jackson number before dying horribly, and this move was also used to great effect in the Mega Drive / Genesis version as well. Another fun addition is if you manage to find Bubbles, which was Michael Jackson's real-life chimp pet. He can transform you into a robot killing machine, where you have a limited amount of time to do as much destruction as humanly possible. The graphics in this game are quite excellent, with a massive attention to detail, not only in the well-designed stages, but in the brilliant animation of Jackson and all the characters. The music is obviously of special note as well, featuring many of Michael's greatest hits up until that point, including brilliant renditions of Billie Jean, Smooth Criminal, and many more that complement the game well and are used in the magic dance numbers to excellent effect. This game, unfortunately, just like Konami's Aliens arcade game, has never been re-released in any other form. Most likely again over the million licensing issues needed to be signed to get this approved. And yet again, this is a huge shame because not only is this an excellent, well-crafted run-and-gun style arcade game, but it's also a fascinating time capsule of Michael Jackson's career in the early 90s that I'm sure fans would love to see have a much wider audience. Fortunately, emulation exists, so fire up MAME or Emulation Station and give this one a go and relive another classic overlooked Sega gem. Next was AB Cop, which stands for Air Bike Cop, a futuristic hoverbike version of Taito's Chase HQ, running on Sega's X board, used in games like Super Monaco GP and Thunderblade. This really is Chase HQ on a bike, as you're a futuristic cop that has to take down scum on the highways by bashing them off the road. It employs a jump mechanic and a quick throttle turn to boost you into the boss characters to smash and wear down their health. Visually, it's very good, fast-paced, sprite-scaling goodness that Sega did best, with a great soundtrack by Akashi Hashimoto, one of Sega's least celebrated musicians, who also did the awesome Racing Hero soundtrack in 1989. It unfortunately got no home ports, which was probably Sega keeping a low profile so Taito wouldn't sue them. And the last Sega game we'll look at this year is G-Lock Air Battle, a big hulking machine that rivaled Afterburner, with this game also putting you in a cockpit of an experimental fighter jet on a mission to blast down a set number of enemies before your time expires. It gave you a first-person view as you could shoot and lock rockets onto planes and ground targets, and switch to an outside view for evasive maneuvers when enemies had locked onto you. It was another AM2 game from Yu Suzuki, and was available in both stand-up and deluxe sit-down versions, which really was the way to play this beast. It was another commercial hit, remaining in Japan's top 10 for 2 years straight, and second in the US in 1990 behind Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in its initial release. It also got its own sequel, Strike Fighter, in 1991, which was a Japan-only arcade release. And now let's switch it up and check out a pair of games from Japanese developer Toplan. The first being the run-and-gun madness that is Outzone, a top-down vertically scrolling shooting gallery, where you play a cyborg mercenary sent by the United Nations to take out an alien force trying to destroy Earth. There are 7 massive levels to go through in this 1 or 2 player affair that always reminded me a bit of a more frantic version of Akari Warriors. This game was tough, from the one-hit kills to the fact that your energy is also constantly depleting, meaning you need to keep collecting energy cans to keep yourself alive, as well as dodge bullets. The game financially did brisk business all over the world in every region, but I think it was quickly forgotten with 1990's arcade release onslaught, although in recent years it's become a much more celebrated classic in its own right. And next was Snow Brothers, was another 1990 classic arcade game from Toplan. Even though their specialty was obviously scrolling shoot-em-ups, you'd never know that from playing this game, which is an excellent example of fixed screen action platforming. It owes a lot to Taito's Bubble Bobble with this 2-player game, but it's much more than a simple clone. In the game you get to play Nick and Tom, or both if played in 2-player, as you attempt to, drumroll please, save a couple of princesses from the evil king. Arcade plot 101 at its best. Gameplay is of the blasting creatures with snowballs variety, to either stun them or continue until they are fully frozen. At that point you can push them in a giant snowball that ricochets around the room and takes out everybody. As mentioned earlier, this game should really be played with a friend, as it adds so much to the fun and strategy of taking everyone out, and is obviously a massive help to get through the huge 50 stages of the game and take out those tough boss characters. The graphics are excellent and very detailed, with colorful stages and tons of power-ups and items to pick up. The music is of the cutesy variation. It's exactly what you would expect, but still very infectious at the same time. I played this originally at my local cafe in the early 90s. Yes, this one here, which still exists to this day. Don't ask me how. We spent an unholy amount of money on this, with my brother and his friends in 2-player mode. It was an absolute blast. The game eventually got a sequel in 1994 called Snow Brothers 2, and was the last game released under the Toplan name, as they filed for bankruptcy as the game was being made. If you want to play a cool home version, I'd recommend checking out the obscure Japanese-only Mega Drive release. It's the arcade and more, and was developed directly by Toplan themselves. Snow Brothers is an often overlooked arcade classic that's well worth your attention. And Konami's 2 entries for this year were... This game came out right during my arcade gaming heyday. Those Saturday trips to the big city to play the latest games was a much-loved ritual, and like many arcade games, I only ever came across Aliens once, and it was at the high-class arcade, which is what we called it, cause you put money onto a credit card and then use that to activate the games. No more pockets full of quarters, therefore no more dodgy pickpockets. Arcades back then were filled with all kinds of weirdos, trust me.
The Aliens game from Konami that came out in 1990 is a fantastic game, and I've only recently discovered it actually through Bastiche B's channel and watching his Arcade Memories episode on that arcade game. And since watching that, I've got into that game on MAME, and it's absolutely brilliant. I never saw it back in England back in the day, but it's probably, if you love the film like I do, it's a real just fantastic game based around that movie. Despite the aliens being purple, it's just a great mix of horizontal and vertical shooter, great action, and yeah, great fun to play.
Aliens was based on the 1986 James Cameron classic movie. You know, the one where this happens.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
The game was a side-scrolling run-and-gun game, broken up with occasional on-rail shooting segments and massive boss fights everywhere. You had the choice of two characters, either Ripley or Hicks, the main characters from the movie, although Hicks was only available as player 2, or play together in the two-player mode. The game had levels and areas from the movie, but also expands on everything from locations to new hybrids of aliens not seen in any of the films. As an avid Aliens fan, this was a massive treat of a game to come across, with its large, bold, pixelated graphics and smooth scrolling action. It really captured the style of the movie's most intense action sequences really well. Of course, your character has access to a whole range of awesome weaponry, from the standard pulse rifle to triple-shot lasers and triple-shot rocket launchers. And you even got to use the power loader forklift for some good old alien bashing action. The on-rail sequences at the armored personnel carrier are also a lot of fun. Just pure arcade shooting gallery sequences that help a bit with the monotony. Konami as an arcade developer were definitely on a roll during this 1989 to 91 period. With this, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, The Simpsons, and Sunset Riders all coming out during this period, making it one of their most creative times for the arcade division. It's a pity we never got to see an Alien 3 arcade in this style, but I guess the awesome Mega Drive version makes up for that. And you could also count Capcom's Aliens vs Predator as a spiritual sequel of sorts. Due to the usual licensing issues, no doubt, we've never got a home port of this game either, which is a real shame, although the microcomputers of the 80s got 3 different versions of Alien, which for the most part were pretty good, so we can't really complain that much. Overall, this is an awesome game to play. Great graphics and just simple gameplay, which is what arcades were all about. And the other Konami game of note was Parodius, From Myth to Laughter, or Parodius Da as it's known in Japan. The first arcade game in this series is often mistaken for being the first in the franchise, although it started on the MSX in 1988. This would be the sequel. It's a shoot 'em up slash cute 'em up and a parody game all rolled into one, hence the name, Paro, which means parody. And Dias is reference to Konami's long-running Gradius series, which this pokes fun at. Gameplay is almost exactly the same as the Gradius series, with you picking your weapon configurations, then choosing how to upgrade them during play. There is also the addition of the bells from Konami's own Twin B series, which act as one-time use weapons. The 4 different weapon layouts make this game extremely replayable, as they change up gameplay and strategy significantly. It's a much slower paced shooter and does suffer from Gradius's annoying one-hit deaths, which result in you being very underpowered and it's really hard to claw back sometimes. The music, although, is brilliant by Konami's Kukeiya Club and features tons of remixed classical music scores that you'll immediately recognize, and the graphics are bright, colorful, and very inventive, with a crazy amount of different enemies and demented bosses to overcome, and it is literally jam-packed with jokes parodying many other Konami franchises for the eagle-eyed fan to enjoy. It was hugely popular in Japan, being in the top 5 money earners for 1990, and also won the #1 shooting game award for 1990 from Gamist magazine, a Japanese publication, and would go on to produce 2 more arcade sequels in 1994 and 1996. Like I said earlier, the Neo Geo MBS arcade systems gave arcade owners multi-cabs that equaled multi-profits. So let's check out a few of my favorite first-year MBS releases, and start off with the first Neo Geo game I ever played, which was NAM 1975. This was the first Neo Geo game I'd ever seen or played, and by 1991 their multi-arcade cabinets were invading local establishments left, right and center. Even though it came out the previous year in Japan, the Neo Geo brand was now popping up all over, not just in arcades, but in every gaming magazine I was reading at the time. And the day I walked in to see NAM, they also had a full cabinet version of hard driving sitting right next to it, which everyone was drooling over. But as soon as I turned my head and saw that iconic splash screen, which was obviously Animal Mother from Full Metal Jacket, blasting away as the logo appeared, I beelined straight for the cabinet, which was one of the multi-cabs, which also included Magician Lord and Baseball Stars. But NAM was the one for me. This game was a shooting gallery style blast fest that managed to combine all my favorite arcade games, Operation Wolf, Cable and Dynamite Duke, into a weird Vietnam War setting. To say this game is historically inaccurate is an understatement, but who cares, right? It's an arcade game after all, and all that matters is how much stuff you get to blow up. It featured 6 stages of relentless blasting action as you attempt to rescue a scientist and his daughter from some dodgy terrorist organization in Vietnam. This is one of the first arcade games that I can remember that actually attempts a real storyline, but due to the dodgy translation and the Resident Evil style voiceovers,
New operations have been launched.
it just comes across as unintentionally funny in the best sense. The game scrolls left to right as you blast and dodge everything that's thrown at you. Grenades and flamethrowers are also available for pickup. As well, if you rescue the captured woman, they join you and help you out, which is a very cool inclusion. The game, however, is insanely difficult, and I can't even remember how much money I pumped into this thing back in the day. But playing it with a friend in the 2-player mode makes it slightly more possible. The combination of massive, bold graphics and cheeseball storyline with its excellent, satisfying sound effects and crazy bosses make this an arcade experience that I still look back on fondly. This game is fortunately available on almost all modern gaming formats digitally, so being able to try it out for yourself is made pretty easy. So why not jump back and check out the roots of Neo Geo with one of the original arcade releases. Magician Lord was the second MVS game I ever played, literally, and was on the same machine as NAM 75, and was developed by ADK Corporation. Alpha Denshi Corporation, as they were originally known, was founded in 1980, with their headquarters being in Saitama, Japan. They started developing arcades in 1980 during the Golden Age, with a slew of pretty forgettable titles, most not making much impact outside of Japan, until 1987, when they formed a partnership with SNK. They not only helped out with the Neo Geo hardware design, but contributed 2 titles to the launch of the system with Magician Lord and Ninja Combat, and were instrumental in the early success of the multi-arcade system. And we'll be looking at a bunch of their games in due time. With rough financial times in the late 90s, the company would eventually file for bankruptcy in 2003. SNK Playmore now hold the rights to all their games. And back to Magician Lord, which was a side-scrolling action platform game that took place over 8 stages. Your goal is to recover 8 magic books that were stolen by the Big Bad. The gameplay is pretty standard platform action adventure fare, blasting or hacking your way through enemies until the end of the level boss. Different paths can be taken in certain levels, with secret doors available that can either be good or bad. But the biggest draw here is being able to collect orbs that let you transform into different creatures or people with powerful abilities, which obviously come in handy for those big boss encounters. Graphics are pretty good, with decent sound effects and music, with the controls coming off a bit stiff and rigid if you play it now, but it's still an interesting footnote game that just managed to scrape into the Japanese arcade top 10 that year, and helped cement the Neo Geo cabs into the minds of regular gamers. And next was Super Spy, a game that absolutely blew my mind upon seeing it in an arcade back then. Bear in mind, first-person shooters weren't a thing yet, and any game where it was from your first-person point of view was extremely unique. It's essentially an action game with light RPG elements. You're a CIA agent sent to take out a group of terrorists that have been wreaking havoc with subway bombs. You're in their maze-like factory to blow it up and kill everybody. You got fists and kicks as default, as well as being being able to pick up knives, handguns, and submachine guns, those obviously having limited ammunition. Killing terrorists gains you experience points which upgrade your stats RPG style. Searching the rooms and rescuing hostages, and taking out henchmen and boss characters while navigating the maze-like rooms is the gameplay mechanics. It featured excellent big bold in-your-face graphics, awesome satisfying anime style sound effect, and addictive easy to get to grips with gameplay. It was another hit for SNK, ranking in the middle of the top 10 in both the US and Japan in 1990 and 91. And the last Neo Geo game we'll look at this year is Cyberlip, a run and gun platformer that's basically their version of Konami's Contra. There's pretty much nothing new here for the genre, but everything is done really well regardless, with a plot involving... I'll let the game take that one away.
Military android has landed in the old town area. Proceed to that point right away and stop them. You are the last hope. Good luck.
It had 6 stages with a plethora of awesome weapon pickups to complement your regular laser fire and wipe out mini and main bosses. The game is much easier than most games of this genre, so it's a good entry-level run and gunner for newbies. The graphics and sound design are brilliant, and despite not being able to shoot diagonally, it's still a great shooter fest, and it obviously goes without saying it's much more enjoyable in 2-player co-op mode. Now let's rapid fire our way through a bunch of games. Blood Brothers was a bit of a forgotten spiritual sequel to Tad Corporation's Cabal, or Cable as we used to call it. It swapped out the military theme for the Old West and delivered just as much excellent blasting 1 or 2 player action as Cabal, and this was cited by Shunichi Taniguchi as the inspiration for Wild Guns. Combat Tribes was another scrolling beat 'em up gem from Technos, delivering some pulse pounding action in the tradition of their Double Dragon titles. Big loud sound effects, crazy over the top wrestling moves, and a really demented selection of scum to beat up. Raiden was the start of a long running shoot 'em up series from Seibu Kaihatsu, an excellent shoot 'em up with a much slower classic pace and brilliant sound effects and explosive satisfying graphics, helped turn the tides for the company whose finances were in a shambles at that time. And we'll be looking at Raiden 2 later, which is my favorite in the series. Spinal Breakers was an obscure 1 or 2 player scrolling shooter by Video System, a super fun game in the mold of Dynamite Duke, with you jumping through time killing an artificial intelligence that is infecting history. Air Duel is a great 1 or 2 player shoot 'em up from RM that's often forgotten. You can play as a helicopter or a jet, each controlling very differently as you try to shoot your way through this gorgeous looking steampunk style setting. And lastly, Smash TV by Williams, created by arcade veteran Eugene Jarvis, is a twin stick style Robotron massacre fest as you enter a Running Man style TV show where winning means killing everything thrown at you. It's an absolute classic blaster that everyone should definitely play. We'll flip our attention now to the Western arcade scene, who was floundering in comparison to the Japanese onslaught, and check out Atari's 1990 output. And we'll start off with the release of Pit Fighter. If ever there was an arcade that was polarizing, it's definitely this. You either love or hate it. I obviously fall into the former just due to my unhealthy love of all games with FMV or ham-fisted digitized graphics. It's bad, but I don't care. I originally played this at a dodgy bowling alley in the early 90s. It was sitting right next to Technos' WWF Superstars. I admittedly played that first, but this was next as my parents ate lunch before the next round of bowling. The game was Atari's first beat 'em up and falls into the arena-style combat genre, with big open areas filled with items, crowd participation, and if you add 2 other players, the screen becomes a chaotic holy mess of carnage, which is really how this game should be played. It took its inspiration, no doubt, from the flood of ham-fisted but completely lovable kung fu tournament movies that were invading the VHS shelf at the time, such as Bloodsport, The Best of the Best, and AWOL. The character select screen should be proof of that, with 3 cliche characters to choose from. Buzz, the wrestler, an amalgamation of 5 or 6 WWF wrestlers all put into one. Ty, the kickboxer, a blatant Jean-Claude Van Damme ripoff right down to the Bloodsport split sequence. And Kato, a not-so-subtle reference to Bruce Lee from the Green Hornet with his karate-style antics. The goal of this beat-em-up is to fight your way through 15 different matches, taking on all manner of street trash, with names such as The Executioner, Fighter, Southside Gym, and Heavy Metal, until you take out the gimp that is the Masked Warrior. Just like all Atari's games, it's all about score and making money, completing rounds faster using fancy moves, and winning bonus grudge matches, which happens every 3 rounds, adds to your cash winnings. Being illegal Fight Club style affairs, rules are non-existent. Pummel your opponent to death any way you can, with fists and kicks, weapons found around the arena, massive items to throw, with motorbikes being the coolest, and even juicing up on some Hulk power-ups to go on an immortal rampage. Anything goes, basically. Gameplay is fairly basic, with punches and kicks, throws or grapples, and random uses of items, but it's fast-paced and keeps your attention, even though it does get a little bit monotonous. The graphics were definitely unique for the time, especially in the arcades, and this is one of the first games to use real actors shot in front of blue screen, then transferred directly to a game, not simply rotoscope, and is the exact same technique that would be later used for Mortal Kombat. Which begs the question, was Atari the inspiration for the whole franchise? The sound is typical Atari arcade variety, tons of samples and dodgy first generation Mega Drive music. The real fun of this game is all going to come down to whether you're going to be playing it in 3-player multiplayer. That just ramps up the chaos factor of it, and is definitely its best feature. Playing single player is fun, but the monotony will soon set in. This game was a relatively big success for Atari at the time, selling over 6,500 arcade cabs, and the game was ported to almost every system under the sun at the time. It never got a sequel, unfortunately, although Atari's Guardians of the Hood, a scrolling beat-em-up, is considered a spiritual successor, and is another cheese fest well worth having a go at. Overall, if you love So Bad It's Good movies and mindless laugh-out-loud gaming with a bunch of friends, then Pit Fighter may be for you. And on the opposite end of the spectrum was Ramparts, probably one of the most unique arcade games ever made. It was a mixture of turn-based action, real-time strategy, and tower defense elements. Everything here was original for the time, and gave arcade gamers something completely different to get to grips with, and employed Atari's trackball control method, which worked perfectly for this style of game, almost like a mouse with its precision. The gameplay takes turns as you quickly repair or fortify your castles, then the attackers invade. Everything is timed, and as a round end it pauses as you repeat the process until either you defeat the invaders or you're overrun. Not only that, but it also employs an excellent multiplayer mode, which was a blast to play with friends if they understood the unorthodox gameplay at the time. It was extremely well received for Atari, and even cracked the Japanese top 10 in June 1991, and it's an example of the complete different style between the Western and Japanese arcade games at that period, and is no doubt the concept for the tower defense genre that would become popular in the following decade. And back to familiar territory with Hydra, a speedboat racing style destruction game that was similar to Atari's own 1987 game Road Blasters, except you're in a boat. This game sent you on a suicide mission to retrieve parts of a stolen weapon from enemy hands all over the world. You race down rivers avoiding enemy fire, mines, and whatever else they threw at you. You could blast back with machine guns and mini nukes, and could collect crystals along the way that could boost your speed or add much needed shielding. I remember playing this game in an arcade a couple of times with its Star Wars yoke style controls and those massive 720-degree styled speakers on the machine blasting the sounds of gunfire and sampled speech straight into your head. It was pure smile-inducing fun, and what arcades were really all about. And the last 2 Atari games we're going to look at this year, I never came across either of these in my original arcade days, but discovered them later through emulation. Those being Thunderjaws and Batman. Thunderjaws itself is almost like a ripoff of the James Bond movie Thunderball, with you taking the role of a secret agent that has to take out the crazy Madame Q's underwater fortress, where she's conducting hideous experiments. And Batman was another version of Tim Burton's 1989 movie, which is a completely different version from the already insane amount of other ones that are available. Both games feature 2 distinct different gameplay styles. Thunderjaws features underwater scrolling shooter style stages as you make your way to the underwater bases. It then switches to side-scrolling Rolling Thunder style gameplay as you take out henchmen and the base boss. Batman, on the other hand, features side-scrolling run and gun styled action platform stages similar to Ocean's Batman version, and then switches it up to first-person vehicle modes as you get to drive the Batmobile and Batwing. Both feature tons of speech samples and typical forgettable Atari music, with Batman featuring a plethora of excellent samples from the movie. Both these games are not top tier by any means, but probably just got lost in the shuffle. It is quite surprising though how obscure the Batman arcade is considering the subject matter, and is another interesting version of that movie to try out. And let's rapid fire away through a bunch of games from Daddy East, Jellico and Namco. The cliffhanger Edward Randy hit in late 90 by Daddy East. It's an Indiana Jones inspired action game that had you whipping and punching across 8 massive levels. It employed relentless sprite scaling set pieces and a really cool setting that made it very unique. It ended up selling just over 4,000 cabinets worldwide, which unfortunately wasn't enough for Daddy East to put a sequel in the works. Crude Buster, or Too Crude, or Two Crude Dudes is a follow-up to 88's other Daddy East triple-named game, Dragon Ninja, or Bad Dudes, or Dragon Ninja vs. Bad Dudes. Come on, Daddy East, just pick a name, jeez. It's a post-apocalyptic side-scrolling beat-em-up with the gameplay gimmick being you can almost pick up anything and smash a dude with it. In 2-player mode you get special team-up moves also. It's good dumb fun even if the tie-in with Dragon Ninja is almost non-existent. Jellico was next with Rodland, a single-screen action platform romp where you have to rescue your mom trapped at the top of a tower. It's an excellent cutesy action puzzle style game and is absolutely awesome to play in 2-player mode. I played this on my Commodore 64 more than the actual arcade, and it's a great variation on the Bubble Bobble formula. Cisco Heat is a crazy racing game from Jellico similar to their Big Run arcade game which the same team worked on. It's a cop racing game through San Francisco, Cannonball Run style. Don't let the dire home port reputation dissuade you. This original arcade version is totally awesome, and was the top grossing arcade game in North America in January 1991. Namco are up next with a sequel to Dragon Spirit called Dragon Saber, another vertically scrolling shoot 'em up with an interesting 2-player co-op mechanic. The game was specifically designed to appeal to a wider audience, with its much toned down difficulty compared to the 87 original. And Rolling Thunder 2 was the sequel to Namco's 86 platformer with more secret agent platform action, but this time with a co-op 2-player mode, and is another fun Namco System 2 game that ups the ante slightly on all the gameplay tropes that the original brought, and also has a really good Sega Genesis port worth playing. And the last two companies we'll look at this year were a staple of every arcade you frequented back then, Taito and Capcom, who were heavy hitters in terms of quality and quantity. Every one of my Saturday trips to the city to hit up all my favorite arcades would include their games. They consistently delivered the goods and made every single trip memorable. So let's check out Capcom's output first and look at Mercs, a top-down multi-directional running gunner, which is the sequel to 1985's Commando. It was a gorgeous looking CPS arcade that had you addicted immediately with its over-the-top action. You had to rescue a former US president who had been taken hostage by rebels in a fictional African nation. The 8 levels are full of explosions, bosses, and the ability to steal enemy vehicles for some military drive-bys. You had access to shotguns, grenade launchers, flamethrowers, and a mega bomb, which obliterated about 1/3 of the screen. They just don't make them like they used to. It was a top-grossing arcade in May 1990 upon its release, but never came anywhere near replicating the financial success of Commando, probably due to the massive amount of competition that was in this genre at that time. Still, an absolute blast and even better with a friend in tow. The early 90s were dominated with science fiction and military-themed arcades, and that's why I think Magic Sword was so immediately interesting and addictive. It was full-on Dungeons and Dragons high fantasy with swords, magic, and wizards. Pretty much everything that fueled a kid's imagination. It felt like a more fleshed out and grander version of their 1987 game Black Tiger, which was also a scrolling action platformer. The goal of this game was to fight your way up a 50-floor tower and take out the master of the Black Orb. Besides killing everything you came across, you could also crack open chests which contained upgrades for your character and keys which can be picked up and used to free prisoners along the way who would then join you as secondary characters. The game was massive and almost felt like an RPG at times. It was littered with hidden secrets and paths that you could use to skip floors and get to level 50 quicker. One of the designers was Yoshiki Okamoto, who also directed 3 other games we're gonna look at. The man was a game-making machine. It ranked at number 2 on the Japanese charts on release and sold thousands of cabinets in the US alone. And next was a double dose of shoot 'em up action with carry Carrier Airwing and 1941 Counterattack. Carrier Airwing was a horizontal shooter and a spiritual successor to UN Squadron, and 1941 Counterattack was a vertically scrolling shooter and is the prequel to 1942. Carrier's gameplay is exactly the same as UN Squadron, with 3 different varied planes to choose from and shop upgrades between levels, with Counterattack staying pretty close to 1942's formula but with a much easier difficulty. The loop dodge move returns, and you have lightning attacks which deplete your energy if you decide to use them. Both games were just more CPS goodness and brought nothing new to the genre except fun to countless arcade goers. Carrier was a hit in the Japanese arcades in its December release, with Counterattack ranking as the 3rd highest game in March. And lastly from Capcom was a 2-shot of action platforming with Nemo and Cheeky Cheeky Boys, or Mega Twins to Western audiences. A 2-shot of games directed by Okamoto himself, and both in retrospect mostly forgotten, but still very solid titles in their genre. Nemo was based on an anime, Little Nemo, and delivered a 1 or 2 player traditional action platforming, with Mega Twins following on the same formula, but with more of a Wonder Boy twist to its style. Both these games feature beautiful cartoony graphics and were extremely fun to play with friends, with bubbly music and awesome sound effects. Which brings us to the last segment for this year and Taito's best releases. Super Space Invaders 91 was another excellent variation on Taito's most beloved 70s hit, and was released on Taito's F2 board. It introduced a host of cool features with different backdrops, special power-ups gained by shooting the flying saucer, and bonus stages like the hilarious cattle mutilation game. It took the slow-paced nature of the original like some sort of late 80s shoot-'em-up. The graphics are extremely varied with great sound effects hitting those nostalgia buttons, and very addictive gameplay that made it a great throwback but also modernized it and is still so much fun to play even to this day. Thunder Fox jumped back to the military stylings with a run and gun or run and knife game, with you taking on the role of an anti-terrorist unit trying to restore world order. If you played it co-op style, then Thunder was better with guns and Fox was more proficient with knives. Levels jumped from run and gun stylings to scrolling shoot 'em up scenes and were short and didn't overstay their welcome before the obligatory boss encounters. This was a fun game to play together, and I remember sitting right next to SNK's POW arcade machine at a local establishment, and we used to jump between both these games, after no doubt watching Stallone's Rambo 2 for the 50th time on VHS. Pure military madness. And by far my favorite game by Taito this year was Growl, a multi-directional scrolling beat 'em up mixing Indiana Jones and Alan Quatermain together for a tale about protecting the local African wildlife from ruthless poachers by killing them with rocket launchers and the like. Various cabinet versions were available, like the 2-player or even 4-player versions, which amps up the chaos like you would not believe. There were 7 levels of beat-em-up action with tons of weapons thrown into the mix as you whipped and bludgeoned the poachers to death and freed the captured animals. Some of them even joined you as non-playable characters, helping you murder dudes in various awesome African settings. It rocked excellent sound effects, music, and cheeseball voice samples, and even in the 1-player mode was an absolute chaos fest of intense action that just never lets up. It's listed as a late 90, early 91 release, and I found conflicting info on every single site I searched for, so I decided to include it here for 90s ending. And it's a game that truly should be experienced in its 4-player mode, that even makes the insanity of Pit Fighter's multiplayer gameplay tame by comparison. And thus ends 1990.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Put it in neutral. What? Put it in neutral. You steer, I'll push.
Even though 1990 proved to be the 80s with just better graphics arcade-wise, 1991 would prove to be the first big turn in arcade's favour since the crash of 1983 and return not only the profits but popularity of the golden age straight back to arcades all over the world. And the game that changed all that was Capcom's Street Fighter II, a sequel to their 1987 mediocre versus fighting game. It not only reinvented the entire genre but brought in millions of new gamers who flooded the local arcades lining up to take their turn at taking down M. Bison or their best friend standing next to them. The fighting game genre had been around since 1984's Karate Champ by Data East, with improvements in the 80s from Melbourne House's Way of the Exploding Fist in 85 and System 3's International Karate, and of course 1987's Arcade Plus, pushing what you could do with one button and multi-directions to the absolute limit. Street Fighter II took all those elements and completely reinvented them with a 6-button layout and characters that each had their own completely different styles of play. Gamers just couldn't get enough of it.
How can you deny the power of Street Fighter II? For me, Street Fighter II Championship Edition was, and still is, the best of the best when it comes to the arcade fighter.
Street Fighter II, The War of the Warriors, it's not the best Street Fighter, but for me it was definitely the most influential arcade game I might have ever played.
I was never really into the Street Fighters or the King of Fighting or Mortal Kombat. I wasn't really into the fighting games for some reason.
I got a photo of a dude playing Street Fighter 2. He was a big guy. I probably could have timed it better and not take the photo of him while he knew I was taking the photo, because he gave me the biggest death stare when I took the photo.
This isn't as hard as it was for the 80s for me to kind of pinpoint, because it just has to come down to Street Fighter 2.
One of the most popular games, and one that I just love, has got to be Street Fighter 2.
Never before have I sought out a strategy guide to learn how to beat the computer opponent and all my friends.
I told him I was gaming press, which wasn't a lie. If you look at the photo, you'll see the kid next to him playing Street Fighter 2 on the machine next to him, and that's another thing. Street Fighter 2 was just taking up the whole gaming arcade. It was like rows of Street Fighter 2 games.
The original version, I'm not talking about any turbo or any of that nonsense. I'm talking about the original one. When I first played that at a local cafe, I couldn't believe like the jump it had taken the genre.
I have friends that are just not into retro gaming or gaming at all really, but they all remember and love Street Fighter 2.
During that era, there was a war between Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat for fighter supremacy, but the smooth animation and dynamic computer AI of Street Fighter 2 kept me firmly in that camp.
Fighting and versus games were always good, but they just didn't have that gameplay mechanic that made you really addicted to it. Besides, a couple of computer games like Exploding Fist and Arcade Plus, there were very few that actually made you come back and want to play them.
And the nice thing about not really being into Street Fighter 2 is that everybody else wanted to play Street Fighter 2.
Because when I was a kid, I would go down to the arcades when they were here, and I would play all day long, and I would beat people.
And if you look carefully, you can see a handwritten note on the actual cabinet. And that's the moves. He's written down the moves from somewhere, magazine or something. And he's playing Street Fighter 2 using handwritten notes.
Most of them were just button mashers, but Street Fighter 2 just changed that completely.
So I would actually be able to continue on my credit or on someone else's credit. That was very exciting to me, and I don't know why, but I felt like I became a nicer person from it, because I always tried to talk to the people that I beat and make sure that I didn't come off as an a-hole.
To this day, I can't stand Mortal Kombat games and the other games that kind of follow in its mechanics, like the Injustice series.
I think one of the reasons it was so popular was because it had all of the different characters.
In terms of all the characters and how different they were, how you could flow your kind of moves into almost like a rhythm. And if you knew how to play each character, you could really dominate. It was just such a well-made game.
So I was always very kind and like, you played really good. And it's like, instead of using Blanca, because everyone picked Blanca for some reason.
My favorite memory though of Street Fighter 2 was I went down to my local cafe, which they had Street Fighter 2, World Heroes, UN Squadron, and one or two other games. I think they had 3 on each side. And it was kind of like a little fast food takeout place. We always used to get burgers there.
No matter where you were from, you could kind of resonate with one of those characters. You know, you had women fighters on there. You had fighters from Brazil, from India, from China, from Japan, from USA.
Instead of using Blanca, you should try like Ken, because he's much stronger and faster. And I was trying to give all these pointers.
They had Street Fighter 2 there, and this is where I started playing the game a lot, and I started getting really good at it. And one day I went down there, and the owner's son obviously had access to this machine, whether he could play it in after hours and get good at it, or I don't really know, but he was really good at it. So I thought, it's time. I think I can take this guy down.
Some people were receptive to it, some people not so much.
I mean, now you just pull out a mobile phone, you look it up, and you get the notes, the moves that way. But it just shows you how much gaming, or how much gamers back then, what lengths they would go to try and get the most out of their $1 per game moments.
I went down there with a bunch of money, and I was like, this is the day I'm going to take him down. So I started playing, and then sure enough, he came out from behind the counter and came and put some money in because he wanted to challenge me, because he saw I was taking out a few other people at that time.
So it was perfect. Everyone would crowd around the Street Fighter 2 cabinet, and admittedly sometimes I'd stand back and I'd watch, because I admired people who could play that game well. I recognised the skill involved in playing that game.
This is my opportunity, and everybody that was around that arcade scene, like everybody that started to gather because they knew it was on. I remember I played Ryu, and he was Ken, and pretty even match, but the characters are a little bit different. And we started playing, and it was neck and neck.
I used to love Ken. There wasn't a British fighter on there, unfortunately.
Like really, like the rounds were coming down to a one hit, one little tiny touch to take each other out, so it was super close. But in the end, I took him down.
I had a friend from Brazil, and he used to always play Blanca. And me and him had quite a few battles. He usually won most of them, to be fair.
And everybody in the arcade was just like, whoa. And the guy looked at me. He didn't say a single word. He just like looked. He put his head down and he walked back behind the counter. And then I was like, okay. Carried on playing. And I eventually died, whatever. But we never saw that kid ever again. The owner's son, we never saw him again. He went behind the counter, he disappeared.
And there was always a winner stays on kind of a tournament happening on busy days when we went down there. But it did mean a lot of the other arcades were free to play on because everyone else wanted to play Street Fighter 2. So I had no problem with that.
Whether it was shame of losing or we don't really know, it's a little bit weird. But every time we went down there for like years after that place, you know, after playing that one round, and never saw that kid ever again. Bizarre. And now let's look at the game itself. Street Fighter 2, The World Warrior, Capcom's 14th game using the now legendary CPS arcade board. The game was overseen by Capcom heavyweights Akira Nishitani and Akira Yasuda, and the project was overseen and produced by, you guessed it, Yoshiki Okamoto. It was destined for success. The plot involved main bad guy M. Bison setting up a dodgy fighting tournament to find the best fighters in the world to join his Shadaloo criminal organization. Unlike the first game, which only had one selectable character, being Ryu, Part 2 gave you 8 playable characters plus 4 non-playable boss characters that would later be added in the Champion Edition. Each player had their own unique style and moves, and with the colorful international cast, it made it very appealing for anyone all over the world to find a character that they liked and start mastering their moves and style. Gameplay was still traditional in its setup with the best of 2 out of 3 rounds, with every third match being broken up by some sort of crazy bonus stage. Its addictive feature was the 6-button layout, 3 kicks and 3 punches, increasing in strength, and the way you could combo these moves together into a continuous flow of action was something completely unique. Blocking now was an all-important part of the gameplay, with throws and also unique special moves for each character topping it all off. Graphically, it's jammed with stunningly detailed backdrops and excellent animation that is bubbling over with personality, and the music by Yoko Shimomura is absolute classic. Every character Sega getting their own theme really gave the World Warrior vibe its atmosphere. Yoko worked on over 16 game soundtracks for Capcom, including Final Fight and King of Dragons. This unfortunately would be her last soundtrack for them before leaving and joining Square. Development of the game took just over 2 years and was put into effect after the success of Final Fight, with roughly 40 people working on it at a budget of about $2.5 million. It debuted in Japan before the rest of the world, with all variations of Part 2 pulling in just over $10 billion, ranking it in the top 3 moneymakers of all time next to Space Invaders and Pac-Man. It was the highest grossing arcade in Japan for 91 and 92 and stayed in the US arcade #1 slot for 16 months straight financially. Capcom themselves sold over 50,000 cabinets worldwide, and that's not including the reported over 300,000 bootleg units that were sold in South America, Taiwan, South Korea and Hong Kong. It truly was a game of global success and knew no boundaries. It received 2 updates, including Champion Edition, which added the ability for 2 people to choose the same character, as well as made the 4 boss characters available for solo and versus play, plus Street Fighter 2 Turbo, which boosted the speed of the game and added a few extra moves. The game not only helped revive the arcades to the glory days, but completely reinvented the versus genre and opened up the floodgates for the waves of clones that were about to invade the arcades. And now let's turn our attention to the rest of my favorite Capcom 1991 releases, and we'll start with a 2-shot of sword and sorcery action with Knights of the Round and The King of Dragons. Both games would fall into the scrolling hack and slash genre, featuring themes of the legend of King Arthur and Excalibur, and dragons being much more of a fantasy-style Dungeons & Dragons affair. Knights features 7 stages where you get to choose between 3 Knights of the Round Table, with Lancelot, Arthur and Percival, and have to unite Britain while taking out the evil King Garibaldi. King of Dragons has more than double the levels, with 16 in total, although they are way shorter and more action intensive than Knights. In this one you have to defeat the Dragon Gildas as he's unleashed hordes of monsters all over the land. Both games feature light RPG mechanics, as the more experience or advancements in the game upgrade your character. Special moves can be pulled off in Knights, although you lose some of your own energy, and dragons employing lots of magic pickups to kill everything on screen. These games are excellent fun multiplayer hack and slashes, with King of Dragons being my favorite of the 2, and you can definitely see the seeds of Capcom's future Dungeons & Dragons arcade games start here with both of these titles. Next was a weird one called 3 Wonders. It's basically 3 separate arcade games in one, which you could choose from the main menu. I guess this was Capcom's cheeky response to SNK's Neo Geo without the need for the multicarts. The 3 games are Midnight Wanderers, which was a platform-styled run and gun, Chariot, a horizontal scrolling shoot 'em up, and Don't Pull, a cross between Sega's Pengo and Hudson Soft's Bomberman. Each one of these games are surprisingly good and well made, despite being relatively short even by arcade standards. Midnight is the best of the bunch with impressive graphics and bosses. Chariot is also a fun light shoot 'em up with some really crazy boss encounters, and I'm pretty sure Don't Pull could have spawned its own whole series with its cutesy addictive antics. But the best Capcom release for me, besides Street Fighter 2 of course, was Captain Commando. Man, what a game. It was a scrolling beat 'em up in the same mold as Final Fight, with Akira Yasuda being the main designer and artist. They took the Captain Commando character that was an NES mascot character in the manuals for all Capcom USA's releases, and they actually gave him his own game, which is set in a futuristic version of Final Fight's trash house town, Metro City. The game could be played with up to 4 players with the right cabinet configuration, of course. It was scrolling beat 'em up bliss, with gameplay which is exactly the same as Final Fight, just way faster and way more over the top, with special moves, grapples and combos, as well as extremely inventive bosses and bad guys with some epic set pieces. The cast of playable characters is the real charm here, with the captain, a ninja, a baby in a mech suit, and a knife-wielding thug. It's one of the coolest selection of characters in any game. The hyped up speed, the large amount of enemy characters on screen, and wonderful CPS graphics made it one of the best scrolling beat 'em ups that I ever saw in the arcade.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Incendiary.
I don't think language barriers were really an issue. Here in Australia, we had the main player at the time, which was a company called Time Zone, owned by a company called Leisure Allied.
I never experienced any problems in the arcade understanding what to do or instructions and that kind of thing. Even walking up to a brand new arcade game you'd never seen before that had sort of Japanese writing all over it, for example.
In the US, I had not played a single arcade title in a foreign language until well into the 2000s era.
Don't think that made much of a difference, because when I played these arcade games, I, didn't look at instructions anyway. You might have had some artwork around the cabinet, or you might have had some visual reference to what you have to do.
When I went into arcades, I would often see this disclaimer saying not to be sold or distributed outside of Japan.
So there wasn't really an issue with a language barrier, but if you did go to other areas of the city where there was, mainly those from Southeast Asia, you would see a lot of these mahjong games appear.
But yet you put your coin in, you could play it, and there was no difference. I'd very rarely ever see a game not in English. It was very much English based, even if it was just as much as press start or insert coin.
It was always like an unwritten code of what to do, or you could kind of work it out yourself.
And it was quite a rarity even at that time.
You were clever enough to let the guy go in front of you first to see what the controls were and stuff like that.
Maybe some of the mahjong tables, games that you would see, you'd kind of look past. You'd walk up to it, you'd see it was mahjong and it was all Chinese characters, and I would just ignore that and move on. Didn't want to bother wasting $1 trying to figure that out.
I still don't know how to play mahjong. I've got several ROMs of it on my arcade cab just to the right of me. I still have no idea how to play them because they're all in a foreign language. I have no idea what's going on.
And I think that's what made it so appealing, that you could just rock up to any game and just kind of fathom it out pretty quickly. And then it just became a challenge of beating the game, basically.
Today, my favorite local arcade has a vast collection of them, and I'm sorry I missed out on quite a few titles, such as Dodonpachi.
The only other language barrier that I think that I can remember off the top of my head is Wonder Boy in Munsterland.
I think arcade gaming is a universal language. You know what I mean? Once you watch the attract mode, see where the game is playing, how it's being played, and try to emulate that then when you insert your coins.
You would see the get coin or coin get. That was a Japanese reference, like a poorly translated to coin get. And it ended up becoming, it started off as a mistake, but it was actually kind of cool to say that. Gold get, life get, you know what I mean? So you ended up adopting it as a little tribute to that game, and you still see that being used as a reference today in pop culture as well.
And now let's flip over to a few Western developed games, again completely different from their Japanese counterpart. And start off with Atari Steel Talons, which was a 3D helicopter flight simulator with a heavy emphasis on action, obviously being an arcade game. It didn't mess around, including full-on helicopter style controls, and an advanced mode which made it even more realistic to fly. It wasn't like any arcade game at the time, bringing those realistic styling of the old computer flight sim games like Microprocessor Gunship straight into the arcades, using a modified version of their hard driving engine. There were 12 missions in total to take on, each varying in style from mountains, deserts and night missions, with you armed with rapid gunfire and both air-to-air and air-to-surface guided missiles as you took out the objectives on your map. I remember seeing this game back in the day and people were always crawling all over this cabinet. It was impossible to get a game in, but still fun to watch people play. I loved that Atari were just doing their own thing regardless of what the rest of the industry were doing. Its innovative gameplay and 3D graphics made it peak on the deluxe cabinet chart for over 4 months straight. It was another classic game by designer Ed Logg, who we saw many times earlier in the 70s and 80s. Next was a double dose of Laserdisc action. Who Shot Johnny Rock was American Laserdisc's second light gun FMV game. and follows on the same stylings as Mad Dog McCree with the addition of trying to solve a murder as well as waste scumbags at every turn. You're hired by Johnny Rock's girlfriend to find out who murdered him.
Johnny Rock was good to me. I know this will be a risky case for you to take, but then I hear you're the best.
The game, unlike Mad Dog, randomly chooses who's going to be the final boss as you shoot gangsters, avoid massacring civilians, and soak up some of the best ham-fisted acting this side of your favorite Hulk Hogan movie.
I know it was one of the 4 diseases that let the hammer down on my man.
It's full of every 1920s-style gangster cliche you could possibly hope for, and was just as much fun to watch someone play and die as it was to die yourself. And Dragon's Lair 2 Time Warp was another Laserdisc release by Leland Corporation and came almost a decade after the original's release. Creating all the animation in the game took almost 3 years to produce by Don Bluth Studios, on a budget of almost $2.5 million. Gameplay was almost the same as the original. Push in the right direction at the right time and hope for the best. You just better get used to that skeleton animation. It featured 8 stages as Dirk acquires a time machine and jumps through various fantasy and fairy tale settings on a quest to rescue Daphne yet again. The game was linear without the original's castle randomness and also requires you to pick up hidden treasures along the way, otherwise you'll never get to the final boss encounter against the big bad Mordroc. The game managed to top the US arcade charts briefly in October 91 before Street Fighter slapped it back. And the final US game here was Terminator 2 Judgment Day by Midway, probably one of the most iconic light gun games of the 90s. Terminator 2 was a massive movie upon release.
Come with me if you want to live.
Pretty much everybody saw this in the cinema or on VHS. The game's timing was perfect, hitting the arcade at the peak of its popularity. It featured digitized graphics and sound replicating the look and sounds of the Terminator universe to a T. Every trip to the arcades used to result in money lost to this hulking cabinet, which featured 2 Uzi-styled submachine guns for that awesome co-op shooting action as you shot your way through 7 massive stages following on the movie's plot and adding to it, with a large majority of the levels taking place in the future Skynet nuked world. It really was a brilliant tie-in game. There was an extension of the movie in many ways and a firm favorite with anyone I went to the arcades with at that time. It took a few months but eventually topped the US arcade charts briefly in the #1 slot in April 92. But again was slapped back down by the power of the Hadouken. And let's check in with 90s arcade's biggest rivalry, Sega and Namco. Sega had Time Traveler and Radmobile, with Namco releasing Starblade. Sega's Time Traveler, or Hologram Time Traveler, was like nothing that had come to the arcades before.
Meet Time Traveler, a new hologram game that's 3D to you and me. That could be that big breakthrough.
At least on the surface. It was a game designed by Rick Dyer, who'd previously done Dragon's Lair and Space Ace, and the plot involved an Old West cowboy who travels through time to rescue a princess. So basically it's Dragon's Lair. I was lucky enough to play this in its original holographic form in the early 90s at an arcade at a shopping complex called The Wheel. My mouth literally dropped open as I saw the game for the first time, as it was holographically projected into this dome. It was like R2-D2's projection of Princess Leia, only in reality. I played this thing a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Its gameplay was simple Dragon's Lair style as you jumped through 7 different time periods searching for a princess. The game's development cost was $2 million and required a cast of 40 plus actors to pull off the full motion FMV style. It's hard to really appreciate how cool this game was playing it back then, as the footage here doesn't really do it justice. The game was nevertheless a relatively big financial hit for Sega, despite the lukewarm response from magazines and reviews denouncing the simplicity of the gameplay. Gimmicky or not, it was a very memorable game for me in my arcade days. And Sega's other game was Radmobile, a big old cabinet racing game from Sega's AM3 division. It was Sega's first 32-bit game released on their new Sega System 32 arcade board. It was a first-person racing game, much in the style of Outrun, with you racing across the US, choosing different forks in the road and outrunning the cops. It had tons of weather and night and day changes, and the sense of 3D was pretty awesome, especially if you played it in the big old sit-down cabinet form, which was super cool. The game is probably most well known though for being the first appearance of Sonic the Hedgehog as the toy hanging from your rearview mirror, and actually predates the release of the original Sonic by 8 months, and was Sega's way of getting the character out there into people's minds before the hype wagon started flowing in. As much as a Sega fan as I am, and I gotta be honest and say these two releases are just okay. They were all flash with very simplistic gameplay. Did I enjoy them? Hells yes. Was Sega capable of better? You bet. And 1992 will definitely prove that. Namco's offering on the other hand was much better, but also a little bit underwhelming gameplay wise. Starblade was their big game, a massive 3D on-rails shooter, set in space with you controlling, or well, basically aiming the guns, I guess, of a starfighter taking out an invasion of mechanical aliens bent on Earth's destruction. This marvel of 3D graphics for the time was another sight to behold, and used to sit just around the corner in the same arcade where I played T2 and Time Traveler. The machine was always in use, and with its inflated price per game, I can only imagine how much money that arcade made off that thing. Gameplay again was very basic, shooting gallery style, going on a preset course with you blasting ships and the like, with a very memorable soundtrack though by Shinji Hosoe, who'd later do Namco's awesome Ridge Racer score. The game's development cycle was relatively easy as they used their Winning Run engine as the base to design the sci-fi on-rails epic. The game was a really big hit for Namco, with them reportedly not even being able to keep up with the demands for the amount of cabinets ordered, as the game was really hot property, and even a year after its release it was still topping the Japanese arcade charts well into late 1992. Gameplay wasn't being pushed at all by either of these companies this year, but the heavy use of 3D and 32-bit technology would pave the way for their upcoming big hits for the rest of the decade. And let's jump over to some quick rapid-fire reviews. First up was WWF WrestleFest by Technos, featuring almost every popular WWF wrestler at that time in this manic up to 4-player slapfest. And as a big wrestling fan from the mid-80s to late 90s, I can say this was and still is one of the best wrestling games ever made. Strato Fighter by Tecmo was an absolutely gorgeous horizontal space shooter with sublime graphics, gameplay and music. It combines bits of Gradius, Darius and R-Type into one awesome package. It's an amazing shooter. Cotton Fantastic Night Dreams by Success was the first game in this long-running horizontal Q-em-up series, running off Sega's System 16 arcade hardware. Fantastic music and crazy inventive style made it instantly likable. EDF, or Earth Defense Force, was another underappreciated horizontal shooter, this time from Jaleco, that sports a rocking soundtrack and simple and addictive gameplay. Made me come back to this game often, getting a little bit further each time, which was really satisfying. And also from Jaleco was 64th Street, A Detective Story, a scrolling beat-em-up that never seems to get much respect. It's not original in any way, and is basically a Final Fight clone, but the nice colourful graphics, really funky jazzy music, and that super chunky satisfying sound effects really sold the fun factor of this beat-em-up gem.
Comes a new challenger.
SNK threw everything behind their new multicab, not only in-house but with the help from ADK and others. A few quick looks here first include Ghost Pilots, a pretty standard but still solid entry into the vertically scrolling shooter genre, with 8-Man delivering the same with a Power Rangers themed side-scrolling running gunner, and topping it off with Thrash Rally by ADK themselves, a fun although very difficult top-down rally racer that felt like a throwback to the mid-80s genre boom of this style of game. None of these were particularly groundbreaking by any means, but all solid entries and expanding the MVS's genre library. But Now onto my favorites of this year, with the first being ADK's Cross Swords, a sort of extension of their previous game, The Super Spy, only this time with a rich fantasy sword and sorcery theme. You could see your character this time, although in a silhouette form, as you hacked and slashed all manner of creatures, knights and bandits. Your quest is to stop the dark demon who's arisen to terrorize the land once again. Classic cut and paste story. Gameplay requires extensive use of your shield for defense and your sword for striking back. Once enemies are killed, loot and magic power-ups can be picked up, and money can be spent at shops on new weapons and more. The game also employs light RPG elements, just like the Super Spy, as your character grows in strengths and upgrades. Once you get your timing down in this game, which is very important to combat, the 7 massive stages are an absolute joy to explore and fight your way through. The game is extremely fast-paced, but still unique in its own look and style to most games of that time. Super Baseball 2020 is an extremely enjoyable futuristic version of baseball set in 2020. Where's my baseball with robots, SNK? Despite the lies about the future, this is a visual and audio feast that is extremely easy to get into and play, even if you don't understand anything about the sport in question. I love all the fun ideas thrown into this game, like the landmines out in the field, the power-ups, and the massive rosters of teams and unique characters. I don't usually recommend sports games as it's not really my favorite genre, but this can be enjoyed by anyone and is well worth playing. Sengoku was next, a really bizarre take on the side-scrolling hack and slash genre, where you're defending a post-apocalyptic city from an invasion of time-traveling Japanese mythic warriors and creatures. It incorporates a bit of beat-em-up and hack and slash mechanics, with a side order of altered beast morphing into different personas, like a wolf or a ninja if you collect the soul orbs. It features some crazy settings and characters, as you are constantly jumping back and forth between the past and the present. Gameplay is frantic and fun as you kill dudes and collect the different colored orbs, which increase your energy or upgrade your sword, etc, and end up just making the game twice as chaotic. Visually, it's a mix of the spirit world themes and the post-apocalyptic settings, which makes it very unique, and sports an absolutely crazy soundtrack that is both toe-tapping and extremely creepy at the same time. Put it this way, there's never a dull moment with Sengoku. King of the Monsters was next, a jump into the fighting game genre for SNK, and a place they'd make their home and dominate. King's gameplay was in the versus wrestling style of play, as you get to choose one of 6 giant Japanese kaiju monsters and face off in a multitude of Japanese cities, trying to destroy each other and demolishing the entire city at the same time. The goal is to wear down your opponent and then pin him wrestling style for a 3 count. Being a huge fan of this style of movie made seeing King anytime in the arcades a moment of pure joy. The characters were all knockoffs of some crazy kaiju movie you had watched on late night television and tried to explain to your friend the next day what you had actually watched to no avail, with Godzilla, Ultraman and Kong type characters to choose from. The crazy mix of theme, destruction and simple wrestling mechanics gave it the edge on release in August, putting it into the 4th position on the Japanese charts and 3rd on the US. And the final MVS game I'm going to look at this year is Fatal Fury, the start of the massive fighting game franchise, and the true start to SNK's road to making the versus genre the king of the arcades in the 1990s. Fatal Fury King of the Fighters introduced arcade gamers to a whole slew of characters, which would not only populate the Fatal franchise, but will become part of their bigger head-to-head universe with the King of the Fighters series. The game was designed by former RM and Capcom employee Takashi Nishiyama, who we saw earlier in the 80s deliver Kung Fu Master and the original version of Street Fighter. He joined SNK and delivered Fatal Fury, which ironically came out about the same time as Street Fighter 2 and is often referred to as a knockoff of it, which is simply not true, with Fatal being slower and more timing based and Street Fighter emphasizing combos and speed. Fatal also employed 2 planes of play, as you could jump back and forth between them, the foreground and the background, to give yourself breathing room to figure out your next attack. Special moves were also present and all were unique to the characters you were playing. You could only choose between 3 characters in this first edition. Either the brothers Terry and Andy and Joe were the only ones available, as you went up against the big bad of the SNK universe, Geese Howard. Each character's own fighting style is fleshed out and unique and don't feel like cut and paste characters. It has big, bold, well animated graphics and excellent location backgrounds that change as the time of day goes on through each round. Plus it has some really satisfying sound effects and great tunes, which all rounds out an excellent versus fighting game that helped expand the genre even more. It ended up being the 4th biggest moneymaker in Japan overall by the end of 1992 and second behind Street Fighter II in North America for its debut.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Bond. James Bond.
Missed Mr. Bond. Did I?
Japanese favorite companies Taito, Data East and RM all had a solid lineup as well. RM's Blade Master is a pretty under the radar scrolling hack and slash with detailed graphics and a solid game the further you get into it. And Data East had another one of their classic triple name releases called Joe and Mac, or Caveman Ninja, or Caveman Ninja Joe and Mac. Like seriously, Data East, just make a choice. But regardless, it's a fun, colourful side-scrolling platformer with a whole lot of charm to it. Definitely worth checking out. And another third part to a Taito franchise was Warrior Blade Rastan Saga Episode 3, which turned the series into a Golden Axe styled hack and slash that used one of those massive dual screen setups similar to Ninja Warriors. This game came and went so fast in the arcades I don't even think anybody knew it was actually released. And now let's take a bigger look at some of my favorites from these 3 developers and start off with Data East RoboCop 2, a sequel to their classic 80s title, and a tie-in game based on the second RoboCop movie. And bear in mind, this game is a completely different version than the home ports put out by Ocean. It's a side-scroller like the original, but now with the ability to walk all over the screen with shooting action and also a bit of a beat-em-up element thrown in as you waste punks all over the dodginess that is Detroit. Gameplay also mixes it up a bit with some vehicle driving sections, and with the ability for you to shoot down alleys like some sort of third-person action game. It follows the basics of the movie's plot and has tons of extra boss-style characters, has much larger detailed graphics than the original, and is jam-packed with digitized speech. It does, for whatever reason, end up being exactly what the movie is. A cool, wacky ride that is no doubt enjoyable but not as memorable compared to the original. And staying on the scrolling beat-em-up style theme, we got Captain America and the Avengers, another licensed game from Data East based on the Marvel superhero team. The game allowed up to 4 people to play simultaneously if you managed to find one of those big deluxe cabinet versions. You got to choose from 4 different Avengers, with Captain America, Iron Man, Hawkeye and the Vision, as you attempted to stop the Red Skull and some sort of weird dodgy plot about world domination. It's predominantly a side-scrolling beat-em-up with the occasional shooting sequence for a bit of variety as you take out the Red Skull's rogue gallery.
Captain America and the Avengers is top tier. Though Steve Rogers and his team of Avengers weren't my favorite superheroes in the Marvel Universe, Data East did an incredible job with the atmosphere of incredible sound, music, and voice samples. But what was most impressive of the game was the mechanics itself, where I found action titles like X-Men and The Simpsons Arcade to be a bit imprecise and floaty, though phenomenal games in their own right. You felt every punch and projectile in the Captain America and the Avengers game. Then, to have a combination of beat 'em up and shoot 'em up in one game really made this title truly impressive.
It's a really fun game with small detailed graphics and slick responsive gameplay. It's definitely amongst one of the best representations of comic book action in the arcades and delivers everything you could want, and just gets more and more awesome the more people you have along for the ride. Both RM and Taito also had a double dose of exceptional shooting shoot-'em-up action with Armed Police Unit Gallop and Metal Black. Armed Police, or Cosmic Cop as it's also known, is officially a spin-off set in the R-Type universe, with you playing a space cop hunting down mechanized Bido, the enemies from the R-Type games, and taking them out. This game is super underrated and really needs to be played. The cyberpunk HR Giga styled graphics and excellent shoot-'em-up action is very satisfying. You got to blast through levels with laser lock-on fire, napalm bomb, and multi-ammunition styled rocket fire. The Bido should be very worried, as taking them into custody is not on this dude's list of things to do. It wasn't a big hit upon release, but I think it's become a well-respected under-the-radar game. Metal Black, on the other hand, is a much more loved horizontal shooter from Taito on their F1 system hardware. The game started life off as part of the Darius series until Taito decided to give it its own identity due to the dark nature of the game, with you playing the typical lone pilot trying to stop the Nemesis race from obliterating what's left of Earth. Its weapon system is pretty unique in the fact that there are none. You basically pick up molecules released by the enemy, which upgrades your weapon strength, and a massive charge shot which can be unleashed to epic destructive results. Over the 6 levels are also bonus first-person styled stages, where you lock onto enemy ships and take them out as you ascend to the outer reaches of space. This one also faded from the arcade charts in a flash, and I played this game originally in its Sega Saturn import version, which was released in 1996, before even knowing it was an arcade original release. And back to RM's Gun Force, a sort of Turrican-styled side-scrolling running gunner, where you parachute onto an enemy island to take them all out. It's Contra, but with a much harder-styled military edge. Platforming, multiple vehicles to drive, and a plethora of cool weapons like flamethrowers, bazookas can be picked up. It's a relentless blaster with cool level design and big hulking bosses, plus a great soundtrack. It was followed up in 1994 by Gun Force 2, which swaps out its influences from Contra to Metal Slug, and is another awesome game to check out. And the last game from these 3 arcade powerhouses was Taito's Puli Ruler, a total mind trip of a scrolling beat-em-up that's like nothing you've probably ever seen before. Gameplay wise, it's as basic as a beat-em-up could possibly get, and the difficulty is one of the easiest arcades I've ever played. But man, is the style so strange, mixing traditional graphics with digitized images for some of the weirdest bosses and bad guys you've ever seen. If you've ever played the Cho Anarchy games, you know exactly what I'm talking about. This is another game I played on my import Sega Saturn that this time I never actually saw in any arcade I ever went to. Its gameplay is very shallow and repetitive, but the sheer curiosity factor of what's coming up next makes it definitely worth checking out. And I kinda kept my favourite here from Konami for the end. 2 quick shots first though include Bells and Whistles, or Ditana Twinbee in Japan, is a vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up, or cute-'em-up, and the 5th game in the Twinbee series. It has all the gameplay of the previous entries with the bell upgrades and sugary sweet graphics and music. And the other quick look is Vendetta, an excellent side-scrolling beat-em-up that I think got lost in the glut of these titles at the time, including by Konami themselves, saturating the market. There's lots of subtle features and cool weapons to use in this one, and I think if it didn't have such a generic title and was released at a different time, it probably would have been a much more celebrated game by gamers today. But now on to Konami's Triple Threat. 3 games that every kid back then gravitated towards: Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Turtles in Time, Sunset Riders, and The Simpsons. What more could you want? 2 cartoons that were insanely popular at the time, and what kid didn't want to go on a Wild West adventure? Konami struck literal gold. Turtles in Time is a sequel to their first Turtles arcade game in 1989 and was based on the Turtles cartoon series that every kid tuned in for religiously.
Don't you guys think about anything but pizza?
This cabinet was available in 2 or 4 player styles. The plot involves Shredder stealing the Statue of Liberty and the Turtles needing to get it back, but Shredder then sends them through a time warp where they have to fight the Foot Clan in both the past and the present.
But you may call me the Shredder. A kitchen utensil?
Gameplay is almost exactly the same as the previous title, just a little bit more refined with tons of locations and cameos from characters from the cartoon series. Regulars of that made the ties between both mediums run deep. It instantly became Konami's biggest selling arcade of that year, and strangely enough was never officially distributed to Japanese arcades, as it was designed from the ground up to appeal to Western audiences. Sunset Riders rode onto the arcade scene by Konami on a Jammo arcade board. The game was in the tried and tested run and gun genre that had settled into being a real staple of arcade gaming. The game itself was set in the Old West, with you getting to choose between 4 bounty hunters in this 1 or 2 or even 4-player romp if you got to play the massive 4-player variant cabinet. Here you have to track down a bunch of wanted men, which there are 8 of, and are the boss characters of each of the 8 stages. The gameplay is fast and frantic as you run and gun your way through many locales or cliches of western settings, especially if you watch any old movies. You got the one-horse towns, mountain passes, horseback stages and trains. It runs the gamut of cliches to perfection. There are power-ups all over the place that give you auto-fire guns or an extra one, and my favorite is being able to throw the dynamite back at the enemies for explosive results. The game is jam-packed with details, so much so that only watching someone else play will give you the full appreciation of all the graphical touches and musical odes that are happening in the chaos of it all. The characters with their different gun combinations, the cliche bosses that are brimming with stereotypes but extremely likable, and that beautiful music which is just golden western tunes that'll probably have you whistling while you're playing, by Motoaki Furukawa, who did 2 of my favorite game soundtracks ever, namely Snatcher and Policenauts. The game was also directed by the man who perfected this genre, Hideyuki Sugimoto, whose previous outings in the genre were Contra and Super Contra. And this is just an extension of this in Western form. Upon its 1991 arcade release in Japan, it ended up 3rd out of the top 3 arcade earners for the month and proved really popular upon its worldwide release a month later. I probably played the arcade as much as I played my Mega Drive version I got a few years later. It's just another memorable bona fide Konami arcade classic.
Marry me with my money.
The Simpsons was a very familiar style beat 'em up, using the same gameplay mechanics as Turtles in Time, and was another massive arcade hit for Konami, released again at the peak of Simpsons fever.
But you're everywhere! You freak! Ah! Get out of here! No way!
Thank God I'm blue.
With it also sporting a big hulking 4-player cabinet, letting you play as Bart, Homer, Lisa and Marge as you attempted to save baby Maggie from Mr. Burns in a mech suit. It delivered everything that made the cartoon so memorable, with wacky characters, tons of humor, and tons of audio samples from the show. Each character had their own positives and negatives, and the ability to team up for special laugh-out-loud moves. Everyone loved this game. It was such a crowd pleaser and endlessly busy, to the point where you always had to wait to get a game in with your friends. It ended up ranking out as the 3rd biggest selling arcade cabinet of 1991, and sent Konami to the top of the heap of arcade manufacturers.
I never really shied away from any genre. I was pretty much a fan of all genres when it came to different types of games that were out there. And the 90s for me was a special time and place because the arcade scene was coming alive again. I guess you could call it like a second coming, mainly thanks to Street Fighter 2 bringing in the crowds again once more in the arcade scene.
Yo, she-bitch. Let's go.
With Sega and Nintendo firmly established in the 16-bit markets, and home conversions being pretty close in many aspects to their big arcade counterparts, most people thought the arcades were getting surpassed. But with the emergence of Street Fighter 2, it brought a whole new generation back and opened the floodgates on the versus genre. But another big leap started here in 1992 with the start of Sega's Virtua series, and the massive technological leap forward in 3D that would leave the 16-bit home market in the dust and widen the gap once again, making the arcades the premier place for the biggest and best gaming had to offer. But technology wasn't the only focus in 1992, as a certain game grabbed the attention of everyone and made concerned parents and attention-seeking politicians lay their own personal hadokens on the arcade industry.
The biggest difference between gaming at home and gaming in the arcade, it really depends when you ask me. If it's at the start of the 90s, then absolutely, you went down to the arcade to get the biggest, the fastest moving, the best, the most colourful gaming experience that money could buy. The arcades were where the top of the line gaming happened.
So playing video games at home back in the day, I was a big Mega Drive head, having worked at Sega. but I did have Super Nintendo, and then later on went on to PlayStation, Saturn, and yeah, console gaming for me was always special, and it was always cool. For me, role-play games back in that era was a big deal. So that's an experience you don't get with arcade gaming, is the RPGs.
So in the early days, in the early 90s, the Mega Drive, TurboGrafx, those were super close to the arcade.
I think the difference between the arcade experience and the home computer experience was, though, although we got a lot of conversions on the computers, the arcades were the definitive next generation.
It was extremely clear that if you wanted to see the best in the state of the art as far as gaming is concerned, you go to the arcade.
I think for me the biggest differentiator back in the 90s between arcade gaming and home gaming was probably the price of arcades at that time, especially in the later part of the 90s.
Throughout the early 90s, I didn't notice any disparaging differences between the arcades and console markets.
I think the main difference for me was the smell.
One thing about playing arcade games is it's the atmosphere. It's the random guy coming up to you saying, "Nah man, you're doing that move wrong," or just people egging you on to try and beat someone. Random person comes up and challenges you at Street Fighter.
Even if you didn't have any money in your pocket, you'd go down there and you'd just look at the arcades, you'd look at the attract screens, you'd watch other people playing just to see what cutting edge gaming looked like.
That's something you don't quite get with home console gaming back in the 90s.
When you got those games, we felt that we had the arcades and you could actually practice at home on those systems, and it would translate to the arcades. It was still obviously felt a little bit different, but you could use those direct skills and play the arcade version, look like a pro, even though you had died like 7,000 times at home, but when you went to the arcade you looked super cool.
It didn't matter that much that you had to pay to play these games, because there were experiences like no other experience.
Back in the 80s, a game would typically cost you 10-20 pence per game, and as a kid you could have a really good day out in the arcades with say £10-20 of your pocket money.
There's this distinct smell you used to get when you walked into arcades. I think it was like the smell of solder. The
volume, the atmosphere, the machines just all going off. You can even hear that really old bomb jack going off in the background, or that Rust Dance Saga, alongside of Mortal Kombat and 1942 and all the other games just combined to make this one big soup of arcade noises.
The home conversions of arcade hits tended to be fairly solid and only came out an average of 2 or so years after the original arcade releases.
I miss that. I really miss that, and I really wish that there was some way that you could experience that again.
It was that good, and it's hard to explain to people now who didn't experience arcades in the early 90s or in the 80s indeed, just what it was like to go down there.
Whereas in the 90s, especially in the later part, games would cost 50p, maybe £1 a game, and especially games like, I'm thinking Daytona for example, or Time Crisis, those sort of games, and they would eat up your pocket money pretty quick, so you'd be out of there in a couple of hours.
When stuff started to come out on the 16-bit platforms, depending on the team that was developing the product, especially if it was an arcade conversion, could do a really good job.
I remember that. Lots of games used to do that. But as the decade went on, that gap got closer and closer.
I really feel like this especially became true with the rise of 3D. Daytona USA in 1993, there was nothing even remotely close in the home at that point, and we wouldn't see a system capable of mimicking those visuals for at least another 6 or 7 years.
Home console releases of such arcade hits as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Turtles in Time, Street Fighter II, Samurai Showdown, and NBA Jam may not have been 100%, but they were absolutely brilliant for the systems they were brought out on.
It's a very unique smell that, I don't know, you can so rarely get these days. I don't know where in Australia you can get this feeling, but there's that particular scent that comes from old arcades.
I think barcades are the solution for that, but I just really miss walking into an arcade all machines on with the demo sounds up loud and the place full of people playing games. Because it wasn't just about playing the games, it was also that Twitch element. And when I say Twitch, I mean like watching a streamer now online, walking past and seeing the guy that's on a level of a game that you have not seen before, you would stop and watch that person continue to play on, and you'd be like, oh yeah, I can get some tips from this dude.
It kind of got more appealing just to play at home, especially as the consoles and the console versions of games kind of caught up. There wasn't such a massive gap.
And then later on during the PS1 and Saturn era, when you started to see like Tekken and Virtua Fighter on your system, those big 3D arcade games that impressed you so much, and you got the home version, and the home versions were damn good, and you were just like, ooh.
For me personally though, that all changed in the mid-90s when titles like Virtua Fighter, Sega Rally Championship, and Silent Scope came by.
The arcade experience, you got to see, Pacific games that were hardware with graphic sound and everything else, and arcades was the only place you could play them.
And I think also the vibe, there's just that vibe, people around, the noises, the buzz.
Or I just want to see the next level. I never saw past this level, so you'd stand behind him and watch him play probably far better than you will ever do.
Just what a buzz there was about it, especially when a new machine turned up.
Those two later titles had such brilliant atmospheric cabinets that the home experience really started to suffer.
Kind of got like the cinema where if an average film came out, you might think, oh, wait until it comes out on DVD. And that's kind of how it ended up really for me in the arcades. I think, I'll wait till it comes out on PlayStation.
I think I've got Virtua Fighter at home. And it really made you think, like, why am I still going to arcades at this point?
It was electric, especially when the arcade was pretty full of people.
Atmospheric cabinet made the experience so great. And it really wasn't until the late 90s that console gaming really picked up their efforts and put that last nail in the coffin of the local arcade in my local area.
You'd get down there to, word would spread that this new game that you'd maybe seen in a magazine or heard about, now it was there and you could see it in action.
So for me, as the decade wore on, so did the arcade experience for me.
I remember one time playing some game, I can't even remember what it was, and as I'm getting into it, this dude just bumps into me and I look around and there's a fight going on right behind me.
They were still seen as still the best gaming could offer, just due to the machines being so big, giving you that kind of experience more than just sitting at home on your couch. You were sitting in a car seat with a big steering wheel, or there was massive light gun attached to the machine. There was always something more that the arcades were still giving you, and the graphics in that was just a little bit better still.
But I've got my credit in there, I'm not giving that up, so I'm trying to play and ignore the fight going on just beside me. That was kind of funny. Not funny, so much funny at the time, but yeah.
It's just the vibe, and then you get home and sure you could play a lot of the games at home, but it just didn't have the same vibe to it. That was the difference.
So let's start looking at 1992's releases and check out all my personal favourite shoot-'em-ups, a genre that had taken the backseat in the last few years to the absolute beat-'em-up onslaught, but it had been quietly evolving in the background. 1993 will see a whole new subgenre emerge, but for now let's enjoy the last of it in its traditional form. A few quick looks first include Last Resort by SNK, their 31st Neo Geo release. This was basically their version of R-Type with a similar pod-style mechanic, and it made sense as former RM employees worked on the game. It had a cool cyberpunk look and some rocking tunes. Boogie Wings was a bizarre original shooter from Daddy East with a ragtime look and musical style, but the best part was the hook mechanic, which allowed you to hook and drag stuff and smash them into other things, plus the ability to leg it on foot and jump into other vehicles. It's a highly original game. Androdunos by Visco hit the MVS system as well. It wasn't original in any real way, but just delivered a great colourful presentation, music and two-player action. It was relatively easy compared to other shooters with a weapon level downgrade, if you lost a life instead of complete loss of all your weapons, which is always welcome. Aero Fighters, or Sonic Wings in Japan, was the start of a long-running series by Video System, featuring a large cast of characters and planes to choose from, 7 big stages, and just good solid shooting gameplay. Another 4 entries would hit the arcades over the next 5 years. But now let's look at some of my personal favorites and start with Truxton 2 by Toplan, the king of the genre back then. It follows along with a similar line of gameplay to its 1988 predecessor and continues the vertically scrolling shooter action over 6 stages, with power-ups denoted by different color pickups which can be upgraded, a smart bomb, and absolutely awesome 2-player mode which makes the game so much more fun. It being a Toplan game features another excellent soundtrack from founder of the company Masahiro Yuge, with complementary satisfying sound effects and tight gameplay as usual. That's frantic but still gives you room to breathe. It hit the number 6 spot on the Japanese arcades in August 1992 and received mostly positive reviews, but I feel it's become a lot more respected in recent years.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
R-Type Leo from RM was them back in the old stomping grounds with the spin-off game in the R-Type universe. It continues the traditional horizontal scrolling shooter action with the accompanying drones in tow over 6 diversive stages. Although you're still fighting the biomechanical enemies, the levels are a joy to look at, with massive space battles, desert planets and jungles. It's just a feast for the eyes with its highly detailed backdrops, ships and massive bosses just looking absolutely amazing. The game was designed by Atsushi Inaba, one of his first games, which is really impressive considering the quality. He had later joined Capcom working on Devil May Cry, amongst others, before settling at Platinum Games where he's currently the CEO. Financially, it didn't set the arcades on fire, but it's another shooter that's aged so well, and is even more impressive playing it now almost 3 decades later. Varth Operation Thunderstorm was next, a vertically scrolling shooter from Capcom. The story involves a human colony on a planet Varth, whose computer system goes haywire and decides that humans are no longer relevant, and therefore turns the planet defenses against them. Varth's style and gameplay is very much like Capcom's 1942 series, right down to some of the same sort of pickup icons. This game is tons of fun, with 30 levels in total, each being extremely short, makes the variety and changes happen so quickly you never get bored. You can choose different pod formations in the beginning to help with defense, and you have an array of weapons, with the smart bombs changing depending on your current weapon layout. Another game with awesome graphics and sound effects that deserves a much bigger audience. And the last shoot 'em up here is Viewpoint, an isometric shooter by Sammy and published by SNK on the MVS. It's a throwback to Sega's Zaxxon from the 80s, and it's quite surprising how few shooters actually use this isometric view, especially considering how well Viewpoint works. It has traditional shoot 'em up features like weapon pickups, a charge shot, and multiple types of smart bombs, but the amazing looking graphics and absolutely bizarre music, which seems so wrong at first, but soon wins you over with its funky cheeriness. I remember playing this a lot in the arcades and just loving the look and style of it. The only negative is that the stages are pretty bland and are all essentially the same looking, but its unique approach to the genre still make it worth checking out. And the final note for shooters this year was the formation of the company Seikyo in Kyoto, Japan. The company was made up of ex-employees of Video System who'd worked on the Aero Fighter series. They were not impressed with working on the MVS system due to its screen ratio not matching up with regular vertical styles of most arcades, and didn't want to compromise their shooters in that way. They formed Seikyo to continue making arcades in their traditional form. They released no games this year, but would make their debut in 1993 with the excellent Sengoku Ace, known as Samurai Aces in English.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
How could you let that happen?
That wasn't too bad, kid.
Pretend it's a game.
Here comes a new challenger!
After the fighting game's breakout release of Street Fighter II reignited the entire arcade scene, the floodgates of versus titles started pouring in to every local corner store, cafe and shopping mall. It was the dominant genre in the first half of the 90s. So let's look at some first entries in popular ongoing franchises, with the introduction of The Art of Fighting by SNK and World Heroes by ADK, both on the MVS system. The Art of Fighting was the second versus franchise SNK created and was the first one I ever played in the arcade, even before Fatal Fury. I was immediately drawn to this game in the arcades by the crazy zoom scaling effect that keeps zooming in on the action like some sort of crazy 70s kung fu movie. It introduced characters like Rio and Robert, or Wobbit, as the announcer calls him. Story-wise, it's a prequel of sorts to the Fatal Fury series, with a young Geese Howard even making an appearance in Part 2. Gameplay is your typical versus affair, with the inclusion of a spirit gauge to charge up and unleash special moves. And it also has a taunt option which you could use to drain your opponent's gauge if you could get into a position to use it, that is, without being pummeled to death. It was followed by 2 more games in the series, with 1994's The Art of Fighting 2 and my personal favorite, Part 3, in 1996, subtitled Path of the Warrior. Most of the mainline characters though would also join SNK's Battle Royale series, The King of the Fighters, which launched in 1994. World Heroes also launched its first of 4 entries. The plot involves some sort of mad scientist plucking famous fighters from history and pitting them against each other through the use of time travel. Hattori Hanzo, Rasputin, and even a Joan of Arc knockoff, plus many more, were part of the colourful cast of characters. These games played pretty well and looked good, with a bit of a slower pace than the others, but still delivered the goods gameplay. Although even as a kid I knew it wasn't top tier Street Fighter 2 level, but it was still very entertaining and literally sat right next to the aforementioned game at my local cafe. This game surprisingly did extremely well financially and was said to have helped sell thousands of MVS arcade machines alone, and was the most popular arcade release in the US for September 1992. And now a rapid fire roundup of a bunch of sequels and updates. Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition was released. As mentioned earlier, it gave you access to the boss characters as playable characters and the ability to choose the same character for mirror match slapdowns. It's the version of the arcade I probably played the most and saw the most. And I also got the Mega Drive version in 1993 and would practice at home before coming down to my local cafe to slap some poor kid up. King of the Monsters 2 also released, giving us more of that kaiju wrestling smash fest. It changed up the gameplay a bit, allowing 2 players to fight against another monster at once, and also featured scrolling stages with end boss fights, with 7 levels from all over the world, as opposed to the first game's Japan-only locations. And Fatal Fury saw a sequel as well, directed again by Takashi Nishiyama. It improved everything with bigger, better graphics, thanks to the 100 Mega Shock series of cartridge used. Introduced classic characters like Kim and Mai Shiranai, SNK's local Chun-Li. It ended up being Japan's second highest grossing arcade game of 1993. And now it's time for 1992's most popular game, Midway's Mortal Kombat. A game so ingrained in pop culture at that time that even if you weren't a gamer, you had probably heard about it.
And I do remember the day that they unveiled Mortal Kombat in George Street for the first time.
The fondest memories I have of it was not actually playing the game. I think it's just basically that it was the last time I really saw kids line up for a game.
And just hearing everyone just freaking out at seeing hearts getting ripped out, heads getting ripped off and all that stuff. It was, and there was no, cares about kids seeing that. Kids could just wander in off the street and look at that along with the adults or the older teenagers.
Hitting the arcades at peak fighting game fever was Ed Boon and John Tobias's first entry in the long-running series that celebrated its 30th anniversary in 2022. Like Street Fighter 2, it was an arcade phenomenon with people lined up to play and crowds surrounding you every time you inserted a coin, not only to see the gory results, but to glean tips and techniques off you for their next bout.
I just don't think I've ever seen anything like that since.
So maybe that's not something that you will ever see again for that reason. But I mean, just any game, regardless of the violence or just the game itself attracting such a huge crowd. I don't think Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter 2 will ever be topped at least for a long while anyway.
The game was a direct response to Street Fighter 2's success, with Midway greenlighting the project immediately with a $1 million budget. The game came together pretty rapidly in the space of 10 months, with actors shot in front of green screens, in the same process as Atari's Pit Fighter. The infamous fatalities, Mortal's biggest draw, weren't even part of the original design and were implemented really late into development. The game game introduced you to the Mortal Kombat tournament where people from different realms fight to protect their world. Each character had their own bios in their track mode to give a bit of personality to the storyline that would come into effect much later in the series. Gameplay-wise, it introduced the fighting game trope of juggling an opponent, aka following up one hit with another to keep a character in the air. This would be exploited beyond belief in many fighters in the 90s, and is still used to this day in most fighting games. But the big draw to Mortal was the fatalities, a way of adding insult to injury to any poor slob you beat in the arcade as you performed a series of moves after the loss of a character's energy had been depleted, to kill them in some epic gory way, from despawning them to ripping out their hearts and more. It was the ultimate way to finish and humiliate the dude standing next to you. Unfortunately, it also drew the attention of concerned parents.
It's there, so I'm not going to try to hide my daughter from that.
Media-hungry news channels that knew nothing of the subject matter.
Is it turning their brains to mush?
And clueless politicians no doubt looking for re-election.
3 of the worst games were banned from a new video arcade, and as Vicky Vargas tells us, some there are relieved, others aren't so sure.
And needing a bandstand to start their campaign.
When it comes to video games that are violent, it does make you think.
Senate hearings were put into effect in late 1992 to early 93 about violence in video games.
But not as violent as that Mortal Kombat game. That game's like you can tear off their head.
And in the eyes of some experts, tearing off their heads is not the best way for kids to spend their time.
But there are lots of places where youngsters can play video games without such guidance or adult supervision. So next week, the U.S. Senate will conduct hearings on ways to supervise the video industry.
Mostly ignited by the home releases of many arcade games like Lethal Enforcers and of course Mortal Kombat.
At Stanton's Golfland, manager Ken Beck understands the concern, but he says games like the banned Lethal Enforcer only teach kids how to shoot, a sort of high-tech take on the old Wild West.
Games with digitized graphics were the offenders due to the realistic looks of the characters and their deaths. The campaign was spearheaded by Joseph Lieberman.
Congress will be asked to establish a rating system to protect children from gruesome games. We now require warning labels on toys that can potentially damage children's bodies. Why not do so on a toy that can damage their minds?
And would end up resulting in two things: the introduction of a rating system.
The whole question is enough of a concern that some people are talking about ratings.
On all games, similar to the movie PG system. Arcades were included in this reform.
They come here almost every day, some of these kids, zapping, fighting, and shooting their way through quarter after quarter.
The point is just to beat everybody up and win.
With the American Amusement Machine Association having to include their own measures, like color coding the offending arcade machines. As far as arcades go, it pretty much made no difference.
It's all in fun. Would you rather us play video games that are violent or go out and beat each other up?
It's better than getting involved with drugs or something, you know? It's something to do with your time.
And if you lived outside of the US, it was completely irrelevant.
There is a growing concern on Capitol Hill that parents who buy some of those games may not realize just how much violence they're getting.
The second thing was it had the opposite effect to what they were intending, making Mortal Kombat even more desirable to play.
I was more into Mortal Kombat because, you know, that was where the blood and violence was. I don't think I've ever seen a game since Mortal Kombat gain such a huge attraction when it came to crowds just gathering around to watch one guy perform a fatality. That's something that I don't think I'll ever see again.
Mortal Kombat, it was so real. It was violent. There's no two ways about it.
And got every arcade manufacturer to jump on the gore bandwagon for a slew of future Splatfests in your local arcade. Cheers, Joe. Mortal blitzed the arcade charts from September 92 to November 93, jumping in and out of the top spot. It ended up being in the top 2 biggest moneymakers for 1993 with over $500 million adjusted for inflation in sales for Midway between their 2 big hits, Mortal Kombat and 93's NBA Jam. In retrospect, it's not as smooth as Street Fighter 2 gameplay-wise, but it's still a well-crafted game regardless.
And it was great too because the kids got so involved, you know, there'd be a crowd and go, ooh, you know, to get right into it. So they're my favourite games, really.
But Mortal Kombat had that, shock wow factor at the time as well.
With a great visual look and excellent memorable sound effects that have become part of modern pop culture consciousness.
Give it up. You sure do make life difficult.
And now onto some driving games, and 1992's biggest title, Virtua Racing by Sega, a critically important footnote of a racing game that finally broke through the 3D gap and made the look and style accepted by the mainstream gaming audience. Namco and Atari were first to the 3D racing party, with Namco's winning run in '88 and Atari's hard driving in '89. Sega knew if they were going to do 3D, they'd have to outdo the competition, not only on a technical level, but also on a fundamental gameplay level. And so development started on their Model 1 hardware under the supervision and direction of Sega's arcade hitmaker Yu Suzuki and his AM2 arcade division, where Namco and Atari's 3D hardware was capable of putting out 2,000 polygons per frame. Sega boosted their output to 6,500 polygons per frame, more than triple their rivals, and taking just over 2 years to develop from 1990 to the end of '91. A major gameplay feature was the 3D wasn't restricted to one viewpoint, but you could select your angle of play on the fly at any point, and this option fundamentally became part of almost all modern racing games after that. The 3D wasn't restricted like Namco's on-rail Starblade, or relegated to only changing angles on hard driving's crash replays. The angle you chose made the game not only feel and look different, but play different. It truly was using new technology to its fullest. It also gave new gamers an easy way to try out the new 3D technology, with 3 completely different courses with beginner, intermediate, and expert difficulties. Another standard that will become part of common racing game threads, especially in Sega's future games. This machine was an absolute dream to play and blew my mind upon first seeing it in one of those twin cabinet deluxe versions. These Tycoon monstrosities cost around $35,000 in 1992. That's roughly about $70,000 US now, with an average cost of $1 per game. It would have to have been really popular to justify those returns. Luckily for Sega, it was a major hit, not only relegated to US or Japan, but also taking Europe by storm. It remained in the top spot US Deluxe Cabinet chart for almost a full year and was only surpassed by Sega's own Stadium Cross, which we'll be looking at shortly. The big catchy title tune in typical Sega form, fast frame rates, spot-on controls, and dynamic tracks made it a mainstream success and still serves as a blueprint to this day for the modern arcade racer. The game that eventually knocked Virtua Racing off the top spot in the US in mid-93 was Stadium Cross, a dirt bike racer and sort of update of Yu Suzuki's Enduro Racer, and another big Tycoon arcade experience. It was developed by Sega's AM1 division on their System 32 hardware and came in multiple deluxe versions. I played it in its original 2-player form and really enjoyed it. It had that Enduro Racer pull back the handlebars to jump, and crazy fast drifting mechanics and pumping sound and graphics. I also loved the inclusion of the Road Rash style beat 'em up element where you could kick or punch opponents on the fly. Classic Sega. It never received any home conversions like Golden Axe, Revenge of Death Adder, which make it a kind of forgotten Sega game. And to be perfectly honest, I forgot I'd even played this game until making this video. It's a really fun game and totally worth booting up on MAME. And Taito were not going to be left out of the fun and released the third part of their Chase HQ franchise called Super Chase Criminal Termination. Using an upgraded CPU in their hardware, they were able to take the game from a third person to first person view. A new look for the series. Gameplay, it's exactly the same though. Get a call from Nancy, she tells you what the scumbag car looks like, you chase it down and smash it off the road. The fun part of this one is the sheer variety of the level design, as they are extremely different from each other and allow you to drive in different vehicles as well based on the situation, a first for the series. It ended up topping out at the number 3 spot on the Japanese charts by April 1993, but failed to make any significant impact outside of Japan.
Give it up. Well done.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Come quietly or there will be trouble.
The scrolling beat 'em up continued its popularity with no end in sight. At least for now anyway, with an avalanche of great content. Let's look at a few briefly before my big favorites. Mutation Nation by SNK puts you into a post-apocalyptic setting complete with scum, mutants, and robots to take down. It's pretty standard affair with a cool pickup system that lets you use smart bomb style attacks to destroy everything on screen shoot 'em up style. Guardians of the Hood by Atari is seen as the spiritual successor to Pit Fighter, taking the arena to the dodgy streets. It features the same digitized graphics, has tons of slapping action and enemy Street Fighter style projectile special moves. It's jammed with ridiculous over-the-top characters, and the cheese factor is super high. I absolutely love it. Undercover Cops by IREM was similar to Mutation Nation setting with richly detailed graphics and sound, and is an absolute joy of a beat 'em up to play. Most of the team that worked on this game later formed the company Nazca, responsible for the brilliant Metal Slug series. And Warriors of Fate by Capcom is seen as the sequel to Dynasty Warriors. It had 9 stages of action with the ability to jump on horses, just like its predecessor for some extra abilities. I honestly used to get this game confused with Dynasty, as they are both very similar, but still a good, solid, predictable action game. And now on to the big ones, with 2 licensed games once again from Konami, the Ocean Software of the arcade scene. Asterix, based on the excellent French comic book series Asterix and Obelix, and X-Men, based on the Marvel comic book characters. Both brilliant examples of the scrolling beat 'em up genre. Asterix was a firm favorite of mine upon first seeing it. As I grew up in South Africa, the Asterix and Obelix characters were extremely popular in both book and cartoon form, and I even loved the flawed but interesting 8-bit game I had on my Commodore 64 in the 80s. Konami did a phenomenal job of capturing the look of both the book, cartoon, but more importantly capturing that fun humor of it all, as you take the role of either Asterix or Obelix and slap your way through the Roman Empire. It's a visual feast of a punch fest with fun levels, cameos from characters from the books, bonus levels and more. Even if these characters weren't popular in your country, it was still an easy to understand and have an absolute blast with. X-Men also delivered top quality production values and a real understanding of the characters and lore of the series, something modern media fails at practically every time. You could choose between one of 6 X-Men before heading out to take down Magneto, who's wreaking havoc once again on human society. The gameplay is standard affair with punches and kicks and each mutant having their own special moves, but what sets this game apart was its 6-player cabinet version, which gets this game into one of the most chaotic modes of any beat 'em up. The likelihood of you having 5 friends to go on an adventure with was pretty slim, and you'd usually end up teaming up with a bunch of arcade randos, which resulted in very unpredictable experiences. Of course, it was more commonly seen in its 2-player variety. Like Asterix, it's chock full of comic book references in its setting and millions of cameos and inside jokes. It was number 3 on the Japanese arcade charts upon release, but dominated the US arcade scene for 6 months straight from May to October. And considering the profits from 6 players playing at once, probably made Konami and arcade owners some mad stacks cartel type money. And lastly was my favorite of this year by Sega, which was Golden Axe: The Revenge of Death Adder, a direct sequel to the original game, now running on Sega's System 32 hardware. The game is not to be confused with the Mega Drive sequel Golden Axe 2, which is a completely different game. This arcade sequel gives you a new set of heroes to choose from as you attempt to take out Death Adder once again in this fantasy setting. It features big, bold graphics and an amazing array of levels, enemies, and epic boss encounters, with the mass screen magic attacks returning, and the ability to team up and beat or chop someone down. The best part was the replayability, something most arcades are not known for, with the game sporting multiple paths to be chosen along the way, which makes the adventure even more intriguing. For whatever reason, this was a pretty uncommon game to come across in the arcades, for me anyway, and coupled with the fact that it never got any home ports back then means it got overlooked and forgotten by many, which is a shame, as it's honestly my favorite of the genre for '92.
I love beat 'em ups, you know, the likes of the Turtles, you know, Double Dragon, you know, those type of games.
My favorite 90s arcade genre is the beat 'em up. Consider the following titles: Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Turtles in Time, Captain America and the Avengers, The Punisher, Die Hard Arcade, X-Men, The Simpsons Arcade, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, Final Fight, Golden Axe, Knights of the Round, Dungeons and Dragons, Tower of Doom.
They were always good because, you know, if you had a friend with you, you had a 2-player game. You know, if they made a mistake or they were terrible at the game and you weren't, you know, gave you sort of one-uppermanship.
And for a kid with a bunch of pent-up hormones and rage, these were great outlets. You got to team up with a bunch of your friends and kick some ass. And the further you got, the better it felt. But most of all now, they're all games that I share with my kids.
And now for a quick burst of rapid-fire random games. Total Carnage by Midway was another frantic run-and-gun style blast fest from Eugene Jarvis, and most of the same Smash TV crew were part of the team. It's an over-the-top blitzkrieg of action that performed pretty poorly upon original release, despite being an awesome addition to the genre. Nitro Ball by Daddy East is another very unique game that looks like a standard run-and-gun, but adds in the bizarre element of pinball into the mix, and sprinkles it over with a Smash TV style theme. If that all sounds crazy, then just play it and let the real madness begin. Dead Connection by Taito is a crazy underrated action game set in the 1950s as you attempt to take down a notorious crime family. Each stage is a single screen where all the action takes place. Great detailed graphics and destructible environments make it worth seeking out. G.I. Joe by Konami was a third-person on-rail shoot-'em-up based on the cartoon series of the same name. You have unlimited machine gun fire with limited rockets and multiple pickups along the way as you shoot your way to Cobra Commander's headquarters. Tons of characters from the series and good yet simple gameplay overall. Ninja Commando was another ADK release on the MVS and was a vertically scrolling run and gun. You got to choose between 3 different ninjas with varying abilities as you try to stop a madman from manipulating time to change the future. Good, straightforward action. Wizard Fire by Daddy East was next, an asymmetric style hack and slash and sequel to Gates of Doom. It's a well-presented, almost gauntlet-style affair with multiple characters and magic to unleash as you hack and slash or blast your way through this unique-looking arcade romp. Fix 8 by Toplan, a sequel to Outzone and another top-down run-and-gun shooter fest with multiple characters, weapons, and the ability to jump into vehicles as well as you shoot your way to the local level boss. It's fantastic, and I honestly like it even more than Outzone. And a double dose of Konami licensed games with Wild West Cowboys of Moo Misa and Bucky O'Hare, both based on short-lived cartoon series of the time. They are both very much in the Sunset Riders mold, with lots of run-and-gun, beat-em-up and shooting action of the highest quality, with great presentation and sound design on both. I think the media which they are based on's very short lifespan relegated these machines to short runs in the arcades, with me personally never coming across either of these, and I frequented a lot of those dodgy dives. Regardless, a double dose of great action to discover if you never played them the first time around. The light gun genre continued its popularity streak with some great titles. American Laser Games gave us a 2-shot of their FMV offerings with Space Pirates, a sequel to their original classic, and Mad Dog McCree 2. Both don't deviate much from their formula and mostly offer new settings and characters, with Space Pirates putting you in the role of a Star Ranger responding to a distress call on an invaded spaceship. Your adventure is pretty diverse in this one, with familiar spaceship settings and multiple planets to visit, blasting all manner of space trash, freeing hostages and collecting crystals used to make a weapon to destroy the main bad guy. Mad Dog McCree The Lost Gold has you tracking down Mad Dog's gang to recover the lost gold treasure he's hoarded. Lots of random situations, stagecoach shootouts, and avoiding killing civilians, as well as being able to choose your own paths. It's a fun game that I played many times in the arcade, with Space Pirates being one I always watched someone play as it was pretty popular. I'd later get to finally play it in its 3DO form in the late 90s. My favorite light gun game of the year though was also the most popular and a massive hit for the genre, and that was Lethal Enforcers by Konami, one of the games we saw earlier as a target for the violence in video games controversy. It topped the US arcades for 2 months straight and was in the top 5 moneymakers overall by the end of 1993 and number 1 in Japan for its January 93 release. What made it so popular? Well, for me it's the digitized graphics and settings coupled with the great use of sound effects, made it one of the most satisfying games to play. You took the role of a Chicago cop over the course of 6 stages, taking out perps in every kind of cliche cop movie locale, avoiding killing civilians and taking out the henchmen before the inevitable boss encounter. You could rank up as a police officer based on your performance and pick up a variety of weapons such as shotguns, submachine guns, and even grenade launchers. This was the light gun game to play. The realism made the stakes high, and the set pieces and cool varied levels made it so addictive. I ended up getting the Mega Drive Justifier pack about a year later to play at home. 90s gaming was just pure awesomeness.
Hey, pigeon.
1993 was the start of the arcades fully embracing the new 3D technology, with a triple threat of classics that are still well beloved to this day. Sega and Namco again spearheading the technological advance, with everyone else kinda just doing business as usual. The shoot-'em-up genre saw a new twist on an old formula, and the newly revamped fighting game took its first step into the 3D realm. In the homes, the 3DO launched, jumping the consumer again hardware-wise ahead with its 32-bit processor, 3D graphics, FMV, and digitized games, which were all the rage back then, although the price point was out of the grasp of most people. The comparatively cheap nature of arcades was still its drawing point, making the latest and greatest still accessible to almost everyone. So let's start with the shoot-'em-up genre and look at the formation of the company Rising, a real tour de force in the shooter genre. They were formed in 1993 in Tokyo, Japan by former employees of both Toplan and Compile, two companies known for their excellent shooter pedigree. Toplan was in its initial free-fall stage of bankruptcy, but more on that in 1994. So many employees made the jump to Rising, continuing on the rich tradition of quality shooters and some pretty underrated versus fighting games. Their first game was called Saucer Striker, a vertically scrolling shooter, and is a brilliant debut for the company. It was the first part of a trilogy of shooters that also included Kingdom Grand Prix and Daimahu. Both games featured on this channel already. All these games had a similar sci-fi RPG styled fantasy theme. You get to choose from 4 playable characters and take on 6 stages in total. Sub-bosses and main bosses litter the stages, with beautifully animated graphics and music by Atsuhiro Motoyama, who did many of Rising's best scores. With gameplay similar to the LS series of games, it was an excellent start for the new company, and debuted at the number 7 spot in the Japanese arcades. It's probably, in my opinion, the most underrated game in this trilogy, so if you've never tried it, now's the time. So now let's check out a few quick rapid fire looks, which include Grindstormer by Toplan, also known as VV in Japan. It's a slow-paced slap fight style shooter with a weapon system reminiscent of Konami's Gradius. Both the English and Japanese versions of this game play quite differently due to the different weapon systems. Grindstormer is much easier, with VV requiring a bit more planning and strategy. Either way, another winner from Toplan. Sengoku Ace, or Samurai Aces by Psycho, was their first game, designed by Shin Nakamura of Era Fighters fame, and the game plays very much like a game in that series. A cool selection of characters with vastly different planes to fly, great sound effects, sell the action, and even more fun to play in a 2-player mode. This is a nice first release from Seikyo. Next was Cyber Battler from Jalico, a vertically scrolling action fest with you manning a robot mech like something out of the cartoon series Macross, as you have full 360-degree movement, blasting enemies from all angles. Big, well-detailed graphics and satisfying music and sound effects make it another overlooked gem. Ryujin from Taito is another vertical shooter with weapon upgrades, charge shots, and the unique ability to increase your ship's size through a power-up, boosting your firepower tenfold. This is one I found through emulation a good few years ago and is a really great fun shooter. But now on to my personal 3 favorites of the year: In the Hunt, Raiden 2, and of course, Batsugan. In the Hunt was released in April 1993 by RM, running off their M92 hardware. It was a game I played a lot in the arcades, to say the least, and would always describe it to friends as Metal Slug in a submarine. Due to the lack of gaming info back then, I didn't realize how accurate that statement was, as most of the team working on this ended up forming Nazca a few years later and created Metal Slug. We've already seen a bunch of their games so far published through RM, like Undercover Cops and the upcoming Gunforce 2. In the hunt has you trying to stop the Dark Anarchy Society from activating a doomsday device to wipe humanity out of existence. It featured both horizontal and vertically scrolling action, massive bosses, and an excellent two-player mode, which is honestly how this game should be enjoyed if you can. It switched out the cliche space settings for underwater action, which made it really intriguing and fun to play. The graphics were gorgeous examples of 2D graphics, with great sound effects and music as well. It performed decently upon release in Japan, taking the 6th spot by June 1993, especially considering how crowded the genre was back then. And I think this game's become a lot more respected and loved over the years than it was when it was originally released back then. Seibu Kaihatsu were back with a sequel to the much beloved Raiden, imaginatively called Raiden 2, for me the best in the series. It was more vertically scrolling action with lots of new weapons like the excellent Plasma Whip that lets you lock onto targets and deals constant damage until they're destroyed, and the much bigger smart bombs destroying massive areas of the screen. There were 8 big stages in total, taking you from defending Earth all the way up into space. Nice detailed graphics and excellent explosion sound effects that are literally seared into my brain as I played this game so much. Make it for me my favorite of their traditional Raiden games at least. It did real well in Japan and the US, debuting at the number 1 and 2 spots respectively upon release, therefore paving the way for the inevitable sequels. And finally, I saved the best for last. Batsugun by Toplan, their last ever shoot 'em up released. And talk about going out in style. Not only is it an excellent vertically scrolling shooter, its manic nature spawned a whole new subgenre of shoot 'em ups called Danmaku in Japan, but known to Western audiences as bullet hell games, which is a shoot 'em up that was specifically designed to try to compete with the new 3D games by wowing players with an overwhelming sense of action, filling the screen to absolute capacity with bullets and explosions. Batsugun in 1995 Don Pachi by Cave are considered the two that kicked off the popular subgenre.
Batsugan was another game that I used to absolutely love back in the 90s. Bullet hell game, just vibrant colours, great sound, so exciting to play. I used to love that. We had that in our university halls of residence on free play, and I used to spend just a ton of time in there when I should have been actually studying. Instead I was playing Batsugan, so I did come out fortunately with a decent degree in the end, but if I hadn't, I certainly would have blamed that game.
The game was put together by the same team that did Grandstormer, with Fireshark designer Yuko Tataka, Cave co-founder Tsuneki Akita as one of the programmers, and music by Yoshitatsu Sakai, and they managed to eclipse all other shooters for this year. It's an unrelenting fast-paced explosion fest that keeps your eyes glued to the screen, afraid to look away for that split second, which would result in your death. Bullets pour down the screen in an almost rhythm-styled nature, making dodging possible once you understand the weird concept. Its 5 stages were extremely diverse, with a cool weapon system mimicking an RPG of sorts as you collect experience points to upgrade your weapon. Therefore no traditional weapon pickups. It was a different approach that worked extremely well, and with the 3 different ship types to choose from, gave the game a whole lot of replay value. If you're interested in the roots of the bullet hell subgenre, then look no further than Toplan's final epic masterpiece.
Bullet hell games was probably my favourite genre back in the 90s.
Not really good at shoot 'em ups.
They seem to appear 1990-ish and then seem to get more and more crazy as the decade wore on.
You know, I tend to try and try and block out everything as I'm trying to focus on the shots that are coming towards my ship and ignore what's going on the screen.
1941 was a favourite of mine. Batsugan was another one. I used to love these games, just full-on action from the off. None of this Gradius style, slow speed and one bullet for the first few screens, then trying to build yourself up. It was just like bam, back it straight in there.
And just be looking at my ship, so if shots are coming towards it, I can avoid and move.
Likewise from the enemy fire, and it was just sort of, you know, ride your seat until and just trying to avoid those bullets. And looking back now, I really don't know how I managed to survive for so long, because I used to get quite far in these games.
It was a sort of cheap strategy. It didn't really work out too good, but you know, that's what I used to do when I used to play these games.
Whereas now I'm just kind of hopeless.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The Games Room Tour 2022.
And now for a quick slew of random rapid reviews with Saber Sled by Namco, a really cool 3D arena style versus game pitting you against a friend or a computer in this kinda 3D update to the classic 70s arcade tank. Impressive fast-paced 3D graphics for the time, super cool double tank controls if you played it in the arcade, with satisfying music and sound effects. It also ended up becoming one of the first slew of titles for the PS1 launch. Sega Sonic the Hedgehog is the lost Sonic game by Sega that's never seen a release besides the arcade. It's an excellent asymmetric version of Sonic that relies heavily on the trackball control method, which works really well. Multiple characters to choose from, great music and very imaginative levels, and good old Robotnik up to his old tricks. What's not to love? Space Invaders DX was another update of Space Invaders that Taito did every few years, and as usual it's a great ode to the original 70s classic. It features 3 different modes, the original game and all its variations, a 2-player versus affair, and a parody version where tons of Taito characters make appearances. It's great fun and just proves how important simple addictive gameplay is to a game's longevity. Newman Athletics by Namco is a bizarre throwback to 80s multi-event sports games where mutant athletes verse each other to a series of wacky events, lobbing missiles like a javelin, long jump over a waterfall, running up buildings, stopping a bullet train, and so much more. It's a button masher of the best kind. And lastly, Mystic Warriors Wrath of the Ninjas, Konami's best kept unknown arcade of the 90s, an absolutely wonderful side-scrolling run and gun style game. This game came out during the Konami Golden Run, as I like to call it, released right after hit, including Lethal Enforcers, G.I. Joe, Sunset Riders, Turtles in Time, and The Simpsons. Mystic Warriors simply got lost in that mad shuffle of these popular titles, at least in my opinion, which is a real shame as it's a quality title right up there with Konami's best. Adding more to its obscurity is the fact that it never got any home ports, and it was released on Konami's Mystic Warriors arcade board, which only saw about 6 games released, all of them as obscure as this one, with great titles like the side-scrolling beat-em-up Violence Storm, and the equally as cool Metamorphic Force, all fading into obscurity just like Mystic. But let's flip on over to the game now, which sees a demented organization named Skull Enterprises who is single-handedly taking over the world with their ninja forces. Naturally, of course, it's like something out of an 80s ninja exploitation flick, a genre I watched way too much of as a kid. You get to pick one of 5 different ninjas to use in the game. After that, one is selected randomly to get kidnapped by Skull, with your goal to get your fellow ninja back intact. The game pretty much plays out like Sunset Riders, just swapping out ninjas and shurikens instead of guns and dynamite, and was actually put together by the same Konami team who did that much-loved arcade classic. You run along lobbing shurikens, slicing and dicing if enemies get too close, and you can pick up shinobi-style screen killer powers that kill everyone on screen, plus shields and plenty of health pickups, all your standard tropes for the genre. Nothing new, but still done with a lot of attention to detail and plenty of sight gags to add to its personality. I just love the Sunset Riders intro being played in the drive-in segment of the first level, and the ridiculously cheesy pieces of dialogue spoken by the boss characters.
Where is our friend? Poor guy. Your comrade is now...
There's nothing as cool as Sunset Riders.
Marry me with my money.
But still plenty of chuckles to be had. The game has 9 stages in total and flips between straightforward run and gun style affairs with also fast-paced little mini-games like skiing and riding logs down a river, to those all-important big old boss fights which are all different gameplay-wise for each encounter. The environments and animation are really cool, colourful, and jump all over the place as you make your way to Skull headquarters to take out the head honcho. My favourite sections include the skiing mini-game and jumping from plane to plane in the sky as you take out hordes of ninjas. The game's plot also has a really cool little twist halfway through which sends the second half of the game into a full-on revenge plot. But if you haven't played it before, I'll let you enjoy that little twist for yourself. The music is also of special note, with really fast-paced toe tappers done by Yuji Takanuichi and Junya Nakano. They both did the score for Konami's awesome X-Men arcade, as well as Yuji doing Space Manbo on the MSX and Junya's cool score on Square's Front Mission Gun Hazard. This game is an absolute blast to play, with the original arcade coming in both standard 2-player and 4-player configurations, obviously bumping up the chaos element of the game significantly if played with more people. When the game landed in April of '93, it hit the number 9 spot on the Japanese arcade listings, but faded out pretty quickly after that. But thanks to emulation being so easily available now, there's still many ways to play this overlooked gem, and I encourage you to give it a go. It's a nice bit of lost Konami arcade history. And here's 2 games that don't fit neatly into any of the genres we're going to be covering this year, with Star Wars Arcade by Sega and NBA Jam by Midway. Star Wars Arcade was almost like Sega remaking Atari's classic from 1983, but now running on their Model 1 hardware, used on Virtua Racing and Fighter. It follows along the same gameplay style, with you either picking an X or Y wing and starting your journey to destroy the Death Star. You had to blast your way through TIE fighters, wipe out a Superstar Destroyer before beginning your trench run to take out the Death Star. It featured the excellent score from the movies as well as digitized speech, a 2-player co-op mode, allowing one person to fly while the other shoots, and really captures the fun of the original Atari version. The game became a launch conversion for Sega's 32X add-on, and Sega followed up the Star Wars themes with Star Wars Trilogy Arcade in 1998 and Star Wars Racer in 2000.
Welcome to NBA Jam!
NBA Jam by Midway was a monster of a game when released. Even if you never enjoyed sports games, you had to take notice and respect it. It took the simple 2-on-2 gameplay of an earlier Midway game called Arch Rivals and slapped licensed players and teams into it, and boosted the craziness level with exaggerated over-the-top action and loud bombastic sound. It definitely grabbed your attention.
NBA Jam was just an absolute hit. Basketball was a big thing back in the 90s here in Australia. It was growing and was becoming a commercial success with our own league. And I always remember, I always chose the Bulls because, you know, they were the team back then to have, and always playing pip and throwing the 3-pointers.
The original version featured teams from the 1992-93 NBA season. They used the digitized graphic style of their Mortal Kombat and T2 arcades, and it ended up starting a whole slew of over-the-top sports games by Midway, including 2-on-2 Open Ice Challenge and WWF WrestleMania the arcade game. The game was a juggernaut hit, becoming the highest grossing arcade of summer '93 in the US, exceeding the $500 million mark adjusted for inflation. And you can't not look at this game without thinking of the announcer phrases like boom shakalaka or he's on fire. It's pretty much has become part of arcade pop culture. A fantastic game to play against your friends, and one of my favorite sports games ever. The racing genre was on fire this year, simply too many games to even cover in one single video. But these I feel are the best of the bunch. So let's start with World Rally by Galeco, an isometric style dirt racer that's an absolute blast to play. It's fast-paced CDO pants action with phenomenally realistic sound effects and pure addictive gameplay, where you race across multiple terrains and weather conditions with a 60-second time limit as you gun it for that finish line. The car itself was a miniature scale model that the team made and painted and was photographed and digitized into the game, giving it an extremely realistic look. It truly is an adrenaline rush of a game that spawned a sequel in 1995 that never quite felt as good as this, but is still a fun one to play. It was a big hit for Galeco, selling just over 23,000 cabinets in Europe alone and doing brisk business worldwide, as well as being released in both stand-up and deluxe arcade editions. Lucky and Wild was a demented, unique driving shooter hybrid game from Namco running off their System 2 hardware. It's the closest we can probably get to a Tango and Cash video game, with it supporting 2-player action with one person driving and shooting and the other just plain shooting as you try to take down 6 wanted criminals by blasting their cars or vehicles to absolute pieces in some of the most insane driving set pieces in any game ever made. Yes, it's even crazier than Road Avenger. It was headed up by designer Yutaka Kuno, who would later go on and work on Namco's Point Blank and Time Crisis. This man knew his light guns. Playing the single player is fun, but in 2-player it's absolutely sublime as you take out scum across every imaginable scenario.
There was this one game called Lucky and Wild that we loved to play. kind of a cop game where one of you was driving the car, but the other one had a gun. So it was kind of shooting and driving, and then we'd switch places and do it the other way around. Lucky and Wild was a lot of fun.
It did pretty well for Namco, taking the number 3 spot in Japan for May 93 and the number 4 spot on the deluxe arcade slot. And the last sprite scaling racer for the year was Outrunners by Sega, the third game in the arcade Outrun series, designed by AM1 using their System 32 hardware. It returned Outrun to its fun style of the original, with extremely fast action, multiple paths to take, all the rocking tunes from the original, plus new stuff from Kawaguchi. You also got to choose your car this time, and the gameplay favored power drift slide drift mechanic as you slid around the track, which literally took you around the world. The drifting mechanic would later be used to excellent effect in the greatest arcade racing game ever made, Outrun 2. It was one of the last big old Sega sprite scalers, as 3D pretty much took over from that point on and sent the original Outrun series off on an absolute high note. It did extremely well, taking the number 1 spot in Japan for July 93 and the top grossing deluxe cabinet in North America for November of the same year.
I guess I was always drawn towards racing games.
Favourite genre? It's got to be driving games.
Back then I had this Mazda 121. It was basically a bubble car. It was a 1.3 litre engine, and it went from 0 to 100 in about 4.5 hours. It was not the fastest and best car you could have out there.
Is there any genre that makes you feel cooler? Whether you're driving a Lancia Integrale in Sega Rally, a stock car in Daytona, a Ferrari F355.
I had always wanted to race a fast car, and I guess at that age that was about as close as I was going to get to it. So, as I mentioned before, Virtua Racing, Daytona were great games to play. I think the other great thing about it was, putting aside the fighting games, they were the ultimate multiplayer game you could play in the arcades.
There's just no cooler genre, you know, whatever it is that you're sitting in, you feel like, I don't know, Cold Trickle in Days of Thunder. You feel cool, whatever racing game it is that you're in.
Especially when they had the cab set up for 8 players. And this would always happen. You would sit down, say, at cabinet 1, all right? So you sit down and you put your money in, and then you've got about 20 seconds before somebody else jumps in. And somebody else does jump in, but they're sitting all the way down the other end. They pick cabinet 8 and they're probably there with their mate on cabinet 7. So it's like social distancing at its best. And then, you know, you play against these people you never knew anything about, but when you had all 8 cabinets being played at one time, it was absolute mayhem. It was great. Nowadays it's great that you can play against each other across the internet, and it's a given these days. Just about every game has a multiplayer format in it. But back then it was something so new and special for us.
They're infinitely replayable as well. Whether it's racing your mates in a big link-up game of Daytona or just trying to beat your own lap time, there's no end to the playability and the replayability of a racing game. So racing games has got to be my top genre, I think.
And finally, the big racer for the year was Namco's Ridge Racer, a 3D first-person racing game running off their System 22 board.
Are you ready? The engines sound like they're ready to go!
This was a big game for Namco, as them and Sega were in a race to see who could get out the first texture map 3D game. Namco won by a few months, releasing Ridge Racer into the arcades in October 93, with Sega having Daytona USA machines in many test arcades around Japan as early as August. The game would eventually only see the light of day in March 1994. This game was produced in rapid fashion according to designer Fumihiro Tanaka, with only an 8-month development cycle. It started out as a Formula 1 simulator, but Namco's general manager at the time suggested changing it to a mountain racing drifting style game, as the Japanese car culture was becoming extremely popular back then, pumping techno style music by Shinji Hiso and others. But it only featured one track, no multiplayer or car angles to choose from. something Daytona USA would eclipse with its extra development cycle. Its 3D polygon graphics with texture mapping absolutely wowed players back then, and the fast, exhilarating drifting style of racing was something pretty new to most gamers. It came in a standard sit-down version and also the crazy full-scale version featuring a real car, and the game blown up on a projection screen if your arcade could afford the $230,000 price tag, or $420,000 adjusted for inflation. It hit the arcades and became Japan's biggest earner for 1994 overall, and number 3 in the US in its February 94 debut, and became a top earner in London arcades. It also was a launch release for Sony's PlayStation the following year, and would help the new 32-bit console take the top spot amongst gamers worldwide. And let's get back to the old scrolling beat-em-up, still going strong in 1993, with 94 pretty much being the end of the era, at least in the arcades, as audiences' tastes switched to the fancy new 3D attention grabbers. But it wasn't over yet, with Capcom's double dose of The Punisher and Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. Maybe taking a note out of Konami's licensed playbook, with The Punisher based on the Marvel Comics vigilante anti-hero, and Cadillacs based on the comic book series Xenozoic Tales, that was republished in the early 90s under the Cadillacs and Dinosaurs name. Both of these games are Capcom's CPS Arcade Gold, and are among the best the genre ever put out. The Punisher puts you in the role of Frank Castle as he sets out to take down the Kingpin and his entire criminal syndicate. Cadillacs has you as part of a team trying to stop a bunch of poachers from enslaving dinosaurs for some nefarious scheme, and is set in the far-flung 26th century. Both the Punisher and Cadillacs follow the tradition of slapping, shooting, and maiming everything on screen before the traditional boss encounters. Unlike Final Fight, which favors fighting over everything else, these two games are littered with weapons to pick up at every second, giving you a chance to constantly use them to satisfying results. The graphics on both are simply stunning. Animation is top-notch, and the levels and enemies are constantly new and refreshing. The Punisher was also the first game in a partnership with Marvel Comics, which would eventually lead to the excellent Marvel vs. Capcom Versus series. Both games are much beloved examples of the genre at its peak, with Cadillacs knocking Capcom's own Warriors of Fate off the chart to take its place, and The Punisher hitting the top 10 in the US chart upon its original debut. The other heavy hitter for 93 was Night Slasher by Data East, an often overlooked gem. It featured a horror movie style theme, as you fought zombies, vampires, mummies, golems, you name it, it's in here. You can choose between a cyborg, vampire hunter, and martial artist as you attempt to stop King Zarutz from turning the planet into an undead paradise. Besides the large selection of moves every character has, they also sport screen-destroying magic for those chaotic moments, and has some of the coolest Castlevania-inspired guitar tracks in any arcade soundtrack by Tomoyoshi Sato, who also did sound work on Data East's RoboCop 2 and Captain America and the Avengers. Despite the game's cool, unique themes and rocking atmosphere, it failed to make much of an impact upon release, financially speaking. And a few quick rapid-fire looks here at Ninja Baseball Batman, an absolutely bizarre beat-em-up with a strange, over-the-top baseball theme as you attempt to recover artifacts stolen from the Baseball Hall of Fame by beating the hell out of everyone that even dares look in your direction. It has crazy, colorful graphics and is visually one of the most out-there arcades released since Puli Rula. Violent Storm by Konami was a by-the-numbers slapfest with massive, chunky on-screen characters in a post-apocalyptic world trying to save some damsel in distress over 7 stages. Tons of weapons, cool sound effects, crazy wrestling moves, and just good old-fashioned beat-em-up fun. And lastly was Sengoku 2 by SNK, the sequel to their bizarre 91 original, a game casting you in the role of a hero fighting supernatural forces as you travel through time. Swords are now a default weapon, but mostly everything else is the same, with just more over-the-top action, great sound design, and tons of replayability, especially with friends.
Armed robbery at that location. 10-4. Let's kick some butt.
Light guns were a bit quieter this year compared to the other genres, but still a cool lineup to look at, with American laser games not only giving us 1 but 2 doses of FMV mentalness.
Winners don't do drugs.
With Crime Patrol and Drug Wars, aka Crime Patrol 2. Laserdisc games at this point were almost a thing of the past, but these 2 releases proved, at least in a fun, cheesy way, that there were still good times to be had.
Hey Spence, how about a table dance?
I'll take a rain check.
And they had a place even in this crowded and ever-changing arcade scene. Crime Patrol has you start out as a rookie cop, responding to simple robberies and such, as you make your way up the police force ladder to Delta Force, where you then get to take out some major plutonium threat to national security.
Shut up, Bambi. I feel the heat, and it's not the kind of heat I like. Is that donut eating gumshoe with a partner. Shut up, Bambi!
Drug Wars puts you in the role of a DEA agent trying to track down a major South American drug kingpin.
You know, they are saying my white powder is killing people. So?
And put him out of business permanently. Gameplay is the straightforward American laser games formula. Shoot everyone, except civilians of course. Choose your next location, which takes the current scenario in a different direction. The acting is on another level in these two releases.
We got guns, and in Chicago, we shoot first, eat lunch later.
If you thought they were cheesy before, this steps it up to the next level 80s straight-to-video VHS release style, with your first mentor in Crime Patrol hamming it up in every scene, giving Melissa McCarthy even a run for her money.
Backup is right halfway.
Let's kick butt.
And Drug War's main kingpin is doing his damnedest to do the ultimate Scarface impression.
I have the power. So what makes you think a little cockroach like you can find me in my lab, huh?
To hilarious, disastrous results.
Hey, cabron, I didn't know you was here. Come on in, mingo! Oh my god. Oh no, my new couch.
Both games still perform fairly well in the US arcades, with Drug Wars taking the 5th spot upon release and Crime Patrol hitting number 9. And these are still for me fun throwbacks to much more politically incorrect times, and will surely bring a smile to even the most stoic face if you give it a chance.
Drugs on that houseboat. I got a rocket launcher that says, watch this. Sweet. Very sweet.
The best of 93 for me though goes to Sega's Alien 3 The Gun, based on the third Alien movie, at least loosely anyway, where the movie pits Ripley against one alien with no real weapons available. The game thankfully throws that all out the window and gives you everything from the previous movie Aliens, and chucks every variation of the creatures at you for this on-rail symphony of carnage. Running off Sega's System 32 sprite scaler board, it delivers seriously intense pulse-pounding action, visually and sound-wise. This game set outside one of my local cinemas I used to frequent, and I played it a lot every time I went there. It ate your tokens like some sort of obese Pac-Man, but regardless, the two-player chaos was where it was at. It featured 7 levels across Fury 161 and had locations from the movie and tons of liberties not seen in it. It made its debut in Japan in the number 1 slot in November 93, and it's a great addition to the Alien franchise in video game form.
Ooh, good game, player.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The heavy hitters were back, 2 sequels to the genre's most popular games. Capcom gave us Super Street Fighter 2 The New Challenges, the next installment in the Street Fighter series, which was now running on their all-new CPS2 board, the first game to be released on it. And it shows, especially from a visual standpoint. It's a massive overhaul of Street Fighter 2, basically being its own game as far as I'm concerned.
Super Street Fighter 2, when it introduced the 4 new characters, I felt like that was the most balanced that game ever got, and the most interesting that game got. I'm a little biased because I actually managed to write the review for Hyper Magazine here in Sydney, in Australia I should say, and got the cover article for that review. But I was so excited and really eager to get to play that in home, but I mean, playing it in the arcades, you can't beat the arcade version of Super Street Fighter 2 or any of the Street Fighters, hence why I've got the machine now all these years later.
Noritaku Funamizu directed this one, and he'd later go on and do the excellent Street Fighter Alpha or Zero series of games. Besides the massive graphical facelift and big bump in animation and background details, it brought back all 12 original characters with extra moves added, of course, plus introduced 4 new characters in T-Hawk, Fei Long, DJ and Cammy. It was a fantastic next chapter with all the best gameplay elements intact and improved upon, and naturally claimed the top spot in both Japan and North America upon release. And not to be outdone was Midway's Mortal Kombat 2, the super hype sequel to their previous year's biggest game. Ed Boon and John Tobias were back sharing design, programming and artist duties on this upgrade of the original. The Senate hearings seemed to have zero effect on this production. With a bigger, more violent design, it delivered a sequel worthy of the hype. Using an improved version of their motion capture in front of blue screens, the graphics and speed of the game was improved dramatically. It introduced multiple fatalities per character, friendships if you decided to be generous to the poor slob you just beat next to you, and abilities, being able to turn your opponent into a baby, which is honestly the dumbest thing this series has ever introduced. Despite that though, the roster jumped to 12 playable characters off the bat, not including bosses and hidden characters as well. For me, this was and still is the best of the original series of Mortal Kombat games, with me playing this in the arcade a lot and even more on my Sega Mega Drive at home. It was another monster hit for Midway, becoming the highest grossing arcade by the end of 1994 in North America and selling over 27,000 arcade cabinets. And who honestly knows how many bootlegs found their way to your local corner store cafe. 3 new Versus franchises also hit the arcades, starting with Fighter's History by Data East, your standard mid-90s Street Fighter 2 clone. There's honestly nothing remarkable to say about this series, except that Capcom USA wasn't too happy with its blatant similarities to Street Fighter 2 and sued Data East over it. If they had done their homework, they would have realized that Data East themselves tried the same thing in the 80s over the similarities between their Karate Champ arcade and System 3's computer game International Karate. The result ended up the same for the most part, with the judge ruling that despite the similarities, all the functions in Fighter's History are simply elements needed for any fighting game to make it functional. And it didn't help Capcom that Data East also pointed out that Karate Champ, the original arcade fighting game, predated their original Street Fighter by 3 years. The unremarkable series continued on with 2 other sequels, with Fighter's History Dynamite in the arcades in 1994 and Fighter's History Mizoguchi Kiki Ipatsu on the Super Famicom in 1995. SNK unleashed Samurai Showdown, or Samurai Spirits in Japan, this year as well, the first in this new weapon-based Versus series. Set in 18th century Japan, it was steeped with traditional Japanese music, samurais, ninjas, with the atmosphere and gameplay they played out with a slightly slower, more precise pace, where every hit counted. It was like watching an old samurai movie. Besides the cool cast of characters, each with their own weapon specialities, there was also the interesting flourishes during rounds, where bombs or health would be tossed into the ring randomly, which could shift the battles in completely different directions. SNK originally planned the game to be a side-scrolling beat-em-up, but decided to shift the style to the ever-growing Versus genre due to the huge audiences for it in both Japan and the US, their biggest markets. The game's massive, well-animated graphics, big gushes of blood, and just awesome Japanese atmosphere sent it to the #1 spot in Japan for August 93, and it proved even more popular in the US with an almost 4 month straight top position, and rounded out its accolades with the Japanese magazine Gamist voting it Best Fighting Game of 1993. And wrestling wasn't going to be left out of the ring, with Capcom giving us Saturday Night Slam Masters, or as it's known in Japan, Muscle Bomber, the Body Explosion, possibly the coolest name for a video game, period. It's an entertaining and extremely fun wrestling game, which features both single and tag team styles of play, with a host of really wacky cliche characters, one of them being Mark Hagar, the mayor from the trash-ass Metro City from Final Fight. It features nice big bold graphics and typical Capcom style with excellent sound effects that sell the action totally. It's one of those arcades that did okay upon its original release, release, but has gotten much more popular as the years have gone by. It received an updated version in '93 pretty quickly as well, similar to Street Fighter 2, but eventually received a proper sequel in 1994 called Ring of Destruction Slam Masters 2, running on Capcom's new CPS2 board, and traded the traditional open ring style of most wrestlers for a more versus 2D plane for its action. And now the biggest fighter of the year and possibly the most influential game of the year by far was Sega's Virtua Fighter by AM2 on their Model 1 arcade board. It was the first 3D fighting game and was headed up by Sega legend Yu Suzuki as both director and producer. The game's development started immediately following the completion of Virtua Racing in 1992 and used motion control technology of the time to get the realistic motions of the characters. Virtua Fighter managed to bring a new style of fighting game by introducing an on-the-fly camera that just swooped around the action in real time with different camera angles and dramatic action replays to show finishing moves. And it wasn't simply fancy visuals for the time, as the gameplay was just as fast and fluid as the graphics with its 3-button system of punch, kick and block. It simplified things somewhat, on a surface level anyway, but many combinations could be learned in quick succession, and gameplay was all about quick strings of combos where timing was key. Everything else was pretty traditional, from the 3 rounds plus the varied selection of characters, all with their own martial arts style, though the matches could also be won by ringing an opponent out, which was another strategy. Graphics and gameplay came together for a perfect mix, and considering it's the first ever 3D polygon fighting game, it's quite impressive and still plays extremely well even now. Its list of products and games it inspired have been well documented, with Sony's former chairman Shigeru Maruyama citing that upon seeing Virtua Fighter, the PS1 design changed from being a 2D focused system to full-on 3D focused design, and both Toby Gard and John Romero also citing Virtua Fighter as being a major influence on design of the original Tomb Raider and the creation of Quake and its 3D engine. It went straight to number 1 in Japanese arcades and took the top spot overall for the biggest earner of 1994. It was in the top 5 of the US for 94 and second in the UK, just behind Namco's Ridge Racer. By 1996 it had sold over 40,000 arcade units worldwide, and coupled with 94's Virtua Fighter 2 became Sega's best-selling arcades of all time, surpassing their own all-time record holder, Outrun. I cannot even express how amazing it was playing this in the arcades for the first time. It wasn't merely all flash and no substance like certain other fighters of that time. It delivered on all levels, and I ended up getting a Japanese import Saturn not long after playing this, with the pack-in game being Virtua Fighter Remix.
I'm not going home. I'm gonna get on my boat, and I'm going upriver, and I'm going to kick that son of a bitch Bison's ass so hard that the next Bison wannabe is gonna feel it.
1994 in a sense was the beginning of the end for classic arcades as we know them. All the wheels started going into motion for the slow decline of the industry. Many classic arcade manufacturers started filing for bankruptcy, not able to keep up with the higher cost of producing games, or simply not able to make that massive financial leap to 3D like the big boys Namco and Sega. RM closed up shop in 1994. Their game-making arcade division ceased to exist as the company went under massive restructuring. The great developer who had given us countless hits such as Moon Patrol, R-Type, Kung Fu Master and In the Hunt were no more in their original form. Fortunately, like mentioned earlier, most of their game-making talent left to form their own company, Nazca Corporation, and started producing games for the Neo Geo MVS system. Metal Slug and Neo Turf Masters would be just some of the games they would make. Toplan also filed for bankruptcy in 94. The kings of the shoot-'em-up genre were done. Again, like IRM, their talented teams all split up and formed some of the greatest 90s shoot-'em-up companies ever, such as Rising, Takumi, Cave, and many more, which meant that at least for the next few years, the shmups were in good hands. Other genres though, not so much, with the run-and gun and scrolling beat-em-up simply falling out of favor with a massive decline in output that almost became non-existent after this year, bar a few key titles. The massive popularity of racing and versus games just crushed the genre out of existence, but the biggest factor that kicked off the decline was the release of the Sony PlayStation and Sega Saturn in Japan at year's end. Sega had Virtua Fighter for you to play in your home.
When you've got Sega Saturn, nothing else matters.
And Sony gave you Ridge Racer. Both games being very faithful, well-made 3D ports of their powerhouse games, now in your living room to play as much as you want. Which begged the question, do I even need to visit arcades anymore?
Overnight, everything changed. There was this game called Ridge Racer. You've probably heard of it. And it was this super slick driving game. There was no force feedback or anything like that on the steering wheel. You could really kind of sling the car around. It was really smooth and you would drift around corners and the music would be thumping around your head. And you went from one day seeing that incredible experience in the arcades to the next day walking down the high street and you looked through the window. And there was this new thing called the Sony PlayStation. And it was playing a version of Ridge Racer that looked identical to the arcade. And it was mind-blowing. And for the arcades from that point on, there was really no going back. If you could play this quality of game at home, why would you even bother coming down to the arcades anymore?
Like previously mentioned, the scrolling beat-em-up genre was almost completely abandoned by most companies in favor of versus-styled action. One developer though felt both could still exist, at least for one more solid year. And that was Capcom delivering the sole 3 titles we're going to look at for this year. The 3 in question are Dungeons & Dragons Tower of Doom, Aliens vs Predator, and Armored Warriors. I mean, if the genre was about to fall, that's one hell of a way to go out. Dungeons & Dragons Tower of Doom was a licensed game based on the TSR board game series mashed down to a scrolling beat-em-up style action with light RPG elements. Armored Warriors was a mech-styled beat-em-up running on their new CPS2 board, and Aliens vs Predator was another licensed game based on the Fox movie franchises Alien and Predator, also on the CPS2. All 3 of these games are gold within their genre. Tower of Doom lets up to 4 players embark on a classic-style Dungeons & Dragons adventure full of monsters and magic, multiple paths to choose, and tons of beasts to slap up. It was a gorgeous-looking chaotic romp of fantasy that delivered the spirit of the subject matter, all the while appeasing the simpler gameplay of the genre. Armored Warriors had a lot of unique elements in its gameplay, such as being able to team up with 2 other players for special team moves, the fact that you could switch out parts of your mech for different loadouts during battles, and have a main and sub weapons. It's graphically stunning and well animated, and is one of Capcom's least celebrated games. Aliens vs Predator is another pitch-perfect scrolling beat-em-up playing like Final Fight, except with predators, aliens, and Arnold in tow. As a fan of these franchises, at least their earlier versions of the movies, this game jams in so much fan service you'll need a notebook to keep track of it all. Gameplay wise, it's way more straightforward though, getting to pick humans or predators as you try to stop an alien infestation of California. The game was actually meant to be a tie-in with an AVP film that was ultimately cancelled, and we only ended up seeing a movie not based on this script appear a full decade later to really mediocre results. Tower of Doom performed really well in both major regions and received rave reviews in magazines of the day, and we'll be looking at the sequel too in 1996. Armored Warriors got a bit lost in the shuffle with a mid-range debut in Japan, probably overshadowed by the double dose of licensed products, and AVP debuted at the number 3 spot in Japan in July and went straight to number 1 in North America, its biggest intended market. Although these 3 don't represent the end of the genre per se, the frequency and quality at least of the arcades would never match the 88 to 94 period on any level ever again.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The other games I also used to be drawn towards were shooting type games. So Lethal Enforcers, Point Blank, I love those games. I don't know why I'm drawn towards it, because I'm absolutely shit scared of guns. To be frank, I do not like guns at all. I don't know, it just seems it's a very simple format. You point, you click, you shoot. It's very simple. Driving and shooting. Doesn't sound so good, does it?
Light gun games continued their popularity with some real standouts this year. American Laser Games gave us the last of their FMV offerings with The Last Bounty Hunter and Phosdraw Showdown, both being their final Laserdisc releases, and some of the last Laserdisc releases in arcades in general. The high cost of the combination of shooting the movies, making the game, and the really expensive arcade machines made these two the end of their traditional FMV games. They continued on releasing a couple more cheaper styled arcade games such as Mazer and Orbitac, and some PC and 3DO titles before calling it quits. Another company that waited too long to change with the ever-evolving technology and arcade scene. But let's check out their last two Laserdisc releases, both westerns, again shot in the backyard of the company in Tucson, Arizona, where they shot both Mad Dog McCree games. The Last Bounty Hunter follows their formula to a T, with you having to track down a bunch of criminals and take them out. It's your typical ham-fisted fun.
Say, I bet you're that famous bounty hunter the whole town's a buzzing about, huh?
In their style, with bad acting, over-the-top situations, but still brought a smile to your face playing it in one of their big deluxe cabinets.
Guess you was nastier than Nasty Dan. There you go.
Phosdraw Showdown is a bit different from their usual formula, as it's simply about western showdowns or quick draws as you go up against a variety of opponents and have to outdraw them. It's basically a full motion video version of Nintendo's Wild Gunman.
There's only two types of people. The fast and the dead.
Real-life Phosdraw champion at the time, Wes Flowers, was the final boss of the game. Now let's flip over to the madness that is Midway, delivering another absolutely crazy game called Revolution X. It's an Aerosmith light gun game, and if the combination of those two made no sense, then you've clearly never played a 90s Midway arcade game. Building on Terminator 2's formula and engine, they teamed up with Aerosmith, who were on a massive popularity rise during this time, to make a game whose plot revolves around the New Order Nation taking over the world and banning all forms of entertainment. You travel to LA to see Aerosmith in concert, but they are abducted by the Order. This pisses you off so much that you travel the world destroying all their facilities and shooting every member of the oppressive organization. And of course, freeing the members of Aerosmith so you can finally see their damn concert. You basically blast everything, pick up power-ups like CDs and laserdiscs and shoot them back at the New Order thugs. Only by finding all 5 members of the band will you unlock the concert at the end and the real ending to the game. Tons of their hit songs were played during the levels, such as Sweet Emotion, Walk This Way, and Eat the Rich, just to name a few. The game was actually being developed as a Jurassic Park light gun arcade, but Sega managed to beat Midway to the licensing punch and scoop that up for themselves. Thus it was changed to an Aerosmith game, which obviously makes total sense. This game often gets a bad rap simply because the home versions were so absolutely mediocre, which has nothing to do with the fun and quality of the arcade version, and is one hell of an entertaining over-the-top light gun game to play. And finally, the classic rivalry rears its head once again between Sega and Namco, with 2 light gun classics that couldn't possibly be more different, but awesome at the very same time, and I'm talking about Point Blank by Namco and Virtua Cop by Sega. Point Blank was a simple cartoony styled shooting gallery, like a version of a carnival game that you'd play at the fair to win an overpriced teddy bear. It's best played in 2-player mode, where you try to outgun your friend in a variety of shooting minigames, which there were 6 of in total, with different criteria for each game, like avoiding shooting the bombs, time limits, or limited bullets. It was presented in a crazy loud over-the-top style with vibrant, simple graphics that made it easily appealing to anyone. It was a light gun game without the violence, essentially, which seemed to have struck a chord with gamers. Its fun 2-player competitive nature made it extremely popular at the time, with an impressive and even better PlayStation version complete with guns becoming even more popular than its arcade counterpart. It's endlessly replayable and lost me so much money back in the day. Sega's Virtua Cop was the first 3D polygon light gun game, running off their Model 2 hardware. The game again was designed and produced by Yu Suzuki, delivering another massive hit for Sega. What made it stand apart from other games of the genre was the real-time nature of the game. Although it was an on-rails cop simulator, enemies would react and fall differently depending on where you shot them, with the added extra of being able to shoot the guns out of their hands for non-lethal bonuses. Its graphic style followed on from Virtua Racing and Fighter, and was directly influential on Namco's 95 shooter Time Crisis. Like Point Blank, a Saturn version hit the homes the following year, offering the guns and arcade at home. and is an extremely impressive version of the arcade. It ended up ranking in the US top 10 moneymakers for 95 and was even more popular in Japan. The Saturn version cleaned house as well, with almost 500,000 sales in Japan and just over 500,000 in the US, nailing home the uncomfortable truth that home gaming was basically overtaking and outgunning arcades at their own game.
I'm through with you two. Now you meet your maker.
And here's some more rapid fire reviews, starting with Dungeon Magic, also known as Lightbringer. It's an isometric hack and slash adventure game with light RPG elements, platforming, and beat 'em up exploration. It's a pretty cool unknown release from Taito. T-Mech was an Atari mech versus first person game, slapping you in a mechanized vehicle trying to blast each other to pieces in multiplayer link cabinet versions or against the computer. It's a big, loud, updated version of their early 80s hit Battlezone. Bubble Symphony is the true straight-up sequel to Bubble Bobble, Taito's 80s platform action hit. It features little gameplay tweaks, tons of cameos from Taito characters, fantastic graphics, and ever so addictive music. If you weren't a big fan of Rainbow Islands or Parasol Stars, then this gives you the real classic vibes you probably always wanted. Windjammers is a Data East-made sports game running on the Neo Geo MVS. It's essentially a glossy, souped-up version of Pong, with great presentation, over-the-top action, and awesome two-player versus competitive play. Elevator Action Returns is a brilliant sequel to Taito's 1983 Elevator Action. It takes the original scrolling action gameplay and soups it up times 10 to give you one of the best sequels in video game history. Brilliant gameplay, music, and graphic make this one of the best games Taito ever released. Alligator Hunt was an obscure release from Galeco, which was a shooting gallery styled action game similar to Cabal, where a bunch of kids are trying to stop an alien invasion. A fantastic overlooked little gem. Top Hunter by SNK was a side-scrolling platform beat-em-up, which feels like an early precursor to Metal Slug with big cartoony graphics, mech vehicles to ride, and fun beat-em-up action with varied levels make it tons of fun to play. Puzzle Bobble by Taito, also known as Buster Move, is a color-matching puzzle game featuring Bob and Bob from Bubble Bobble as you try to pop bubbles and take out your opponent in its two-player versus style, and ended up spawning a whole host of successful sequels, and is a much beloved classic in its genre. Gunforce 2, or Geostorm as it's also known by RM, was their last arcade release made by the Nazca team. It's basically Metal Slug Zero with exceptional 2D graphics, sound, excellent scrolling run and gun action, and is the blueprint for SNK's entire future series of games. An amazing affair from arcade's most underrated masters of the genre. And finally, it's Kingdom Grand Prix by Rising, a game that doesn't fit neatly into the shooter genre because it's also kind of a racing game. It's a strange hybrid of an arcade that works well once you get to grips with the style, and sports excellent vibrant graphics and awesome tunes.
Here comes a new challenger!
The fighting genre continued its dominance with a host of sequels and new franchises starting up. So let's rapid fire the sequels before the new entries, with SNK giving us The Art of Fighting 2, which now gave you a massive roster of characters to choose from, as opposed to the original's 2 characters. Everything else has also been tweaked. Better graphics, much cooler looking stages, and just overall better gameplay than the original. SNK also gave us Samurai Showdown 2, a sequel to one of their biggest unexpected hits of 1993. It included new characters, a new gauge for power moves, a parry system, and the ability to break a character's weapons, forcing them to fight barehanded. It was another massive financial hit for the company. And lastly was Sega's Virtua Fighter 2, the massive Model 2 upgraded sequel to one of the biggest games of 1993, and directed again by Yu Suzuki. It was a major step forward for the series, now featuring fully texture mapped characters. 2 new players were also added to the roster, with Leon and Shun. The game took 1 year to develop. Sega had to buy a texture mapping graphics processor for over $2 million from Lockheed Martin to pull off the graphics upgrade of the game, and integrated the chip into the Model 2 hardware. Motion capture technology again was used for the animation, and over 500 new moves were added to the roster of characters. It became Japan's highest grossing arcade for 2 years in a row, and a top 10 selling arcade machine in the US, where as of 1996 it had sold over 40,000 arcade units alone worldwide. When it came to 3D fighting games in the arcades during the 90s, this was my go-to game. Nothing came close to the responsive controls and quick reflexes needed to master it, and again the Sega Saturn home port was almost arcade perfect, capturing the gameplay nuances almost perfectly. It truly was an amazing time to be a fighting game fan. And now onto Atari, who threw their hats into the versus ring with the dinosaur beat 'em up Primal Rage. You can just imagine the pitch meeting. Jurassic Park is popular, Mortal Kombat is popular, digitized graphics are popular, and so are versus fighting games. This was the creation of Primal Rage. It's basically Mortal Kombat with dinosaurs right down to the fatalities. They used stop motion animation and photographed each frame to get the dinosaurs' looks with 7 different beasts to choose from. Besides the usual beat 'em up action, you could also eat human worshippers on the sidelines to regain health. It plays actually surprisingly well considering it felt like a gimmick, but it's a decent versus game overall that proved to be a hit for Atari and hit the US arcade charts at number 3. A sequel was immediately put into production in 1995 but never ended up materializing, which makes this the only entry in the series. Next was Killer Instinct, developed by Rare and published by Midway. Ken Lobb, designer of the game, originally pitched the idea to Namco when he worked there, but it was rejected. He later joined Nintendo of America and repitched the idea, and they loved it, and ended up teaming up with Rare to develop it as an arcade game, published by Midway. Like Cruising USA, which we'll be looking at shortly, it was another game meant to run on Nintendo's Ultra 64 hardware, which would become the N64, but some major changes were made, as the eventual Ultra hardware was downgraded significantly for the N64 release. The game used the unique Silicon Graphics style pre-rendered graphics, which made it stand out significantly from anything else at the time. The game had a massive roster of strange characters to choose from, 10 in all, and featured a few unique aspects, like having multiple health bars that determine the end of the match as opposed to the round system, and the ability to pull off moves which initiate predetermined combos as opposed to stringing combos in the more traditional way. I played this game only a couple times in the arcade but never got the nuances of the gameplay when I played it back then, but was absolutely blown away at the time by the graphics and sound design. It was a big arcade hit, going to number 1 in January of 1995 and being in the top 5 money earners for 95 overall in the US market, which ended up spawning a sequel in 1996. SNK's biggest game of the year in terms of characters and scope was the first in a new series called The King of Fighters 94, a huge versus beat 'em up featuring a whopping 24 playable characters from all different SNK games, plus new ones created just for this game. Characters from games such as Fatal Fury, The Art of Fighting, Ikari Warriors, and even Psycho Soldier were included, with the action taking place with 3-on-3 teams. It plays like most SNK fighters preceding it, with a power meter used to charge yourself up, to make attacks stronger, or to unleash special moves. Like many of these games, it was originally designed as a side-scrolling beat 'em up, but with the massive popularity of versus games continuing, it was changed and expanded. The team-based aspect and the SNK crossover aspect may have kicked off the massive amount of crossover versus games over the next few years, and added an interesting angle where you had to at least learn 3 characters really well to win, as opposed to only selecting your favorite character each time. It debuted in the number 2 spot in Japan in October 94 and number 3 in the US. Capcom had a double dose of awesomeness with X-Men Children of the Atom and Darkstalkers The Night Warriors, both running off their CPS2 board. X-Men was based on the Marvel Comics characters and came out during the original X-Men animated series by Fox, combined with some of the best prints of the comic book series at the time, and you had licensed gaming gold. Darkstalkers, on the other hand, was a completely new game featuring all sorts of classic monster characters, from a vampire, Sasquatch, and even a mummy, and so much more, all with their own weird and unique fighting style. It was like a horror version of Super Street Fighter 2. It was originally pitched to Universal Pictures to make a Universal Monsters game, but they weren't interested, so Capcom went ahead and made their own original version. The characters and the settings were very unique and refreshing at the time, when almost every fighting game was some sort of Street Fighter knockoff. Besides emphasizing combos, its unique feature was the fact that your special meter could fill up, allowing you to do special moves, but if you don't use it, it slowly drains down, forcing the player not to hoard specials. X-Men, on the other hand, was the start of the more fast-paced, over-the-top air juggle craziness that we would see later in Capcom's massive Versus series. It had 10 selectable characters, from favorites such as Wolverine and Cyclops to bad guys like Magneto and the Juggernaut. The voice cast from the Fox animated series did voice work on the game, which was an excellent addition which bridged the gap between the game and the TV series. X-Men performed extremely well in both Japan and the US, with Darkstalkers selling just over 24,000 machines and being in the US top 10 best-selling arcades for 1994. And finally, for 94's Versus Crop was Namco's entry into the 3D fighting genre with Tekken, their response to Sega's Virtua Fighter series. The irony being the director of Tekken, Saiichi Ishii, was also the designer for Virtua Fighter and would later go on to create awesome fighting games like Tobal No. 1 and The Bouncer. The original arcade version featured 8 characters to choose from and had one of the most bizarre selection of players you could possibly imagine in one game. It was designed for Namco's System 11 board, which was itself based on the PlayStation hardware, making it an easy port to the popular system later. Namco marketed the board to arcade owners as a much cheaper alternative to buying Sega's expensive Model 2 based Virtua Fighter 2, and the plan worked, and Tekken ended up in countless arcades across the world to the delight of arcade owners. It was the 4th highest arcade grosser in Japan for 95, and the PlayStation version proved even more popular, with the game being the first PS1 game to sell over 1 million units. That epic Sega Namco rivalry was still going strong.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The shoot-'em-up genre was pretty much bulletproof in the 90s, with each year bringing bigger and better games with no end in sight. So let's start off with a look at Gunbird, a vertically scrolling shooter from Seikyo. It borders on a shoot-'em-up with a wacky cast of characters, but delivers some serious shoot-'em-up gameplay. It's a crazy game made up of 7 stages with power-ups and smart bombs, and a strong sense of humor, much like Seikyo's own Samurai Aces. All the characters are trying to get a magic mirror which can grant them their ultimate wish. I never saw this one in the arcade, but eventually played Gunbird 2 on my Sega Dreamcast and enjoyed the heck out of it, even though it offered nothing new to the genre. Darius Gaiden was the return of the classic 80s series, the 5th entry, but 3rd overall for the arcades. Released on Taito's F3 system, which launched in 1992, it was an interchangeable arcade setup similar to Neo Geo's MVS system. They chose Darius to be one of the big games to put on the board to help entice other big companies to develop games for it. The 32-bit arcade board ended up with over 30 games overall made for it. Gaiden kept a lot of the series' staple features and added stuff like smart bombs and the ability to capture and use mid-level bosses for a limited amount of time. The triple screen setup of the previous entries was scrapped as they felt it was a bit too gimmicky at the time and uses a single screen setup instead. There were 27 stages in total, with you given the ability to choose where to go after each stage. You have to protect the planet Darius against an attack of the Belsar Empire as they try to wipe out what's left of humanity from the universe. It delivers all the mech fish blasting action you could possibly hope for, and takes advantage of the F3 arcade board to deliver some impressive graphical effects. The soundtrack is also sublime Zuntata at their best, that changes and adapts to the on-screen action. It's my favorite in this long-running series. Echo Fighters was next by Capcom, another entry on their CPS2 board, a horizontal shooter produced by Yoshiki Okamoto. It was a fantastic looking game that employed a rotating gun system and absolutely rocking tunes. The goal of the 7-level shmup is to take out the environmentally corrupt corporation that's polluting every planet it colonizes. It's basically Captain Planet of the arcades, except way better than their clunky trash heap of a cartoon. Visually it's got a strong UN Squadron look, with a bit of anime mixed with Western style visuals, with its gameplay very much like Capcom's 80s classic Forgotten Worlds. And lastly, 2 quick looks at Nebula Ray by Namco, another pretty obscure shooter with a brilliant looking 2D almost 3D look, and a great soundtrack to complement the 6 stages of vertical action. A very cool game game that's well worth seeking out. And lastly, Z-Blade by SNK, a horizontal blaster similar in style to their very own Last Resort. Again, a game that didn't offer much new, but not all games really have to. Its solid visuals, pumping soundtrack, and just cool design more than make up for it. The game goes under the way cooler name in Japan of Operation Ragnarok. And finally was the formation of the shoot-'em-up company Cave, formed in June of 1994 in Meguro, Tokyo, Japan. Like mentioned earlier, made up mostly of ex-employees of the now defunct Toplan. They set out to further push the boundaries of bullet hell shooters with their first big game release that came in 1995 called Donpachi, but more on that a little later. And let's hit the tracks again for another strong year of racing action and start with the big one.
Roaring Star!
Daytona USA by Sega. Even though it was in Japanese arcades in 1993 for many months in test form, its official final version release hit in March of 1994. This was the first game to officially release on Sega's new Model 2 hardware, which allowed texture filtering, texture mapping, and a 60 frames per second rate, with the entire Virtua Racing team on board and Toshihiro Nagoshi on as director and producer and Yu Suzuki as second producer. Sega's goal was to outperform Namco's Ridge Racer visually and gameplay wise. NASCAR racing in game form was something new that hadn't really been done on such an epic scale. It offered everything Ridge Racer lacked: simulation yet kind of arcadey controls, multiple camera angles to switch on the fly in real time, and not only one but 3 completely different courses to race on. The game also employs an adaptive difficulty setting which measures how well you race on the first lap, then adjusts the difficulty of the opponent cars accordingly. Sega chose not to get an official NASCAR license because it was going to be too expensive, so instead just made their own teams and cars, which I feel ended up well, not dating the game in any sort of way. The courses are all extremely memorable and exciting to drive on. The graphics are absolutely excellent and still look fantastic almost 30 years later. But that soundtrack by Takanobu Mitsuyoshi is absolutely epic, making Ridge Racer's techno beats fall by the wayside with its big cheesy Sega 80s rock style. Mitsuyoshi is also the guy singing as well, as he wanted to get the vocals in very quickly for the game's release, so had no time to find a real vocalist, which just adds to the game's soundtrack charm. This game blew me away playing it for the first time, especially racing against my friends in linked up cabinet versions. The cabinets themselves ended up costing arcade owners around $40,000 adjusted for inflation, and came in standard twin versions and a deluxe which included a subwoofer and fancier seats. It was a massive moneymaker as expected, staying on the US top 10 chart for the next 5 years, which is insane, and took the #1 spot for 16 months. It also topped the UK charts for 6 months straight in 1994. Sega concluded that a strong emphasis on multiplayer is what made its longevity. It received a sequel in 1998, which we'll look at later, and a third arcade entry in 2016 as Daytona USA 3. Namco were not going to be outdone and fired back with their second Ridge Racer title, Ridge Racer 2. Was it a real sequel though? Not really, but more like an update of the original, no doubt slapped together very quickly to compete with Daytona USA's release. It now allowed multiple players to go against each other in linked cabinet versions, new extra music tracks, and a rear view mirror to be able to see your opponents easier. Its true sequel, Rave Racer, would be released in 1995. And now a new racing series was introduced to arcades in the form of Cruising USA by Midway, with good old arcade veteran Eugene Jarvis as director. It's the first in a long-running arcade racing mold that sends you blasting your way across the USA. It's your typical point-to-point timed racer against opponents as you race your way across the US in locations like the Golden Gate Park, San Francisco, and Washington, D.C. The game was supposed to be released on Nintendo's Ultra 64 hardware, the same used for Killer Instinct, which was meant to be the future N64 technology. Many changes later though, it was eventually released on Midway's V-Unit system, which made the intended port to the eventual downgraded N64 a bit of a disaster for Nintendo, as it was meant to be one of their killer app games. The arcade version, however, was an absolute blast to play in typical Midway style. It's completely insane arcade action, anything goes style, separated it from the more realistic tones of Daytona and Ridge Racer, and became one of the USA's top 5 selling arcade games for 1994.
Arcades suddenly had to offer you something that you couldn't get at home, and that meant that they couldn't depend on the power of the machine. being as colourful as possible, moving as many sprites around the screen as possible, because you were getting all of that at home. What arcades now had to do was offer you something that was novel, something that you couldn't fit in your house, even if you wanted to. So you ended up with these games like Top Skater, where you had this skateboard and these kind of things to hold on to in case you fell off and you'd ride the skateboard. There was one, I can't remember the name of it now, but there was one that had a full bicycle, and the faster you pedaled, the quicker this flying bicycle flew through the sky. You had all the sit-down races like the Sega Rallies and the Daytona USA, sure. You had racing games before that. But you had just weirdness. It was just weird what kept coming to try and attract you down to the arcades. And eventually this kind of morphed into less video gaming and more luck and skill games, where the machine would spit out tickets, basically, and you would take the tickets down to the booth to win a prize. And it became more like a gambling experience than a video gaming experience, because the arcades just couldn't compete.
Even by the midpoint of the decade, 2D was still the dominant arcade format, but that was only due to finances, and most of the mid-range to smaller companies just couldn't afford to make the massive financial leap. The biggest change for me here was that at least 50% of the games covered this year are played for the first time as a home console game. It was a huge percentage leap, and the following year would be way more than that. Smaller companies were dropping like flies, with 1996 being a brutal year for classic Japanese arcade manufacturers as a whole. Technology-wise, for the most part, arcades were still slightly ahead, but the writing was already being composed for the inevitable war.
I think my favourite games back in those days were basically any game that had the word Virtua in it. So Virtua Cop, Virtua Fighter, Virtua Racer, Virtua blah blah blah. I was a big fan of those games. And some people think it's a bias because I'm an ex-Sega employee. The main reason for it was I remember watching a film clip back in the 80s by Dire Straits, which was Money for Nothing. And the animation and graphics in that were just amazing for the time, but I thought, I could never imagine a video game using that technique. Well, here we were 10 years later, and the graphics looked sharper, crisper, smoother. It was just glorious. So that's what made me feel more drawn towards those games.
Namco were back with a big dose of 3D action, besides this first release though, which was the Outfoxies, one of the most original and coolest games of the year, which was an arena-based versus game which you never really saw in arcades, where a bunch of assassins go up against each other with a crazy assortment of weapons to the death. The environments are destructible to a certain degree, adding to the crazy and over-the-top atmosphere. It was no doubt the inspiration for Nintendo's Smash Brothers, which came out 4 years later, and in my personal opinion, it's vastly superior, but was unfortunately completely ignored in arcades upon release, swallowed whole by the glut of the versus genre. Tekken 2 hit the arcades and is a massive improvement over the first title. The graphics took a major upgrade. It had 10 characters now to choose from, with a host of unlockable ones as well, and the speed of the game was way faster than before. The game again was running on Namco's cheap PlayStation System 11 board, which was its big selling point, being very cheap for arcade owners. Visually, it's extremely rough around the edges compared to Sega's crisp Virtua Fighter 2, but in the end, money talks, and it ended up selling 40,000 arcade cabinets by 1996, making it one of the biggest grossing arcades in Japan for that year, and cemented the franchise as a staple of Namco's lineup indefinitely. We also got the true sequel to Ridge Racer with Rave Racer, running on Namco's System 22 hardware. Where Ridge 2 was merely a mod of the first game, this is a whole new game unto itself, featuring 4 tracks, 2 new and 2 of the originals, force feedback in the steering wheel, giving the game a much more realistic feel, and the ability to switch to an outside third-person view, plus more pumping Eurotrash techno tracks. It went straight to number 1 in Japan for its September 95 release. Time Crisis was next, an absolute monster of a light gun game upon release. I used to see this game everywhere in every single arcade. Like Virtua Cop, it's a 3D on-rail shooter with a big addition of a foot pedal on the machine, allowing you to press it, making your character take cover and reload, giving it a much more tactical aspect to gameplay as opposed to simple speed reaction style. It had 3 massive chaotic stages with boss encounters, and each section is timed, making sure you can't simply hide under cover forever. And the arcade gun had an awesome recoil mechanic every time you fired, which was super satisfying. It was another smash for Namco, being the most successful arcade by April of '96, and was praised by the press for the inventive use of the foot pedal to immerse the player deeper into an on-rails game which was known for its simplistic gameplay style. And another new franchise also started here with the release of Soul Edge, or Soul Blade depending on where you lived, and was a 3D weapons-based versus game, initially designed as an experiment with the Tekken engine to test out new gameplay styles. It morphed eventually into Soul Edge. The story revolves around a mysterious sword that holds unlimited power to anyone using it. Some characters wanted to destroy it and others wanted to claim it. Sidestepping, massive combo attacks, and the ability for ring out set it apart from merely being Tekken with weapons. Overall, it achieved moderate success in Japan, nowhere near Tekken's level, but overseas it was way more popular, being in the top 5 in the US for '96, and was one of the first slew of PS1 titles I got for my system, and was enamored with the whole experience. And over to Sega with a few quick looks first, starting with Indy 500, an IndyCar racer from Sega's AM1 division running on Model 2 hardware. It was an IndyCar racer that Sega hoped would be as popular as Daytona, but that simply didn't happen. It was made by the same team that did Wing War, which itself was a bit of an obscure arcade game. The combination of Daytona's continued popularity, the release of Rave Racer, and the appearance of another Sega racer we're going to look at shortly made Indy 500 a quickly forgotten game. Virtua Cop 2, on the other hand, was a massive hit, carrying on the light gun action with more over-the-top action, car chases, and more destructible environments, plus being able to choose certain paths at certain points. This AM2 developed game delivered everything you could want and raked in the profits for Sega. Gunblade New York was staying on the light gun trend, with you taking the role of a gunner on board a helicopter as you try to save New York from a robot terrorist invasion. This AM3 developed game featured 8 big stages and delivered pulse-pounding action with those massive machine guns, and was something you just had to play in the arcades. It was a big hit in Japan and the US, and spawned a sequel, LA Machine Guns, in 1998. And the last of the quick looks was Cool Riders, a sort of spin-off or sequel to Outrunners by AM1, using the same crazy racing formula and style, except on motorbikes instead of cars, as you raced your way across the US. It's more cool, crazy racing action with excellent tunes by Hiroshi Kawaguchi, and was another obscure arcade game that I honestly never saw anywhere during this period, even though I saw Outrunners all over the place. And now on to a new series called Fighting Vipers by AM2, a versus fighting game that was aimed at a US audience, featuring much more wacky characters than Virtua Fighter, US settings for stages, and no ring outs unlike Virtua Fighter, with each stage being an enclosed arena. However, a powerful strike can send you flying out of the ring. It also featured an armor system which wears down during fights, lowering your defenses. It's a pretty unique and very cool 3D fighting game that ironically did way better in Japan arcades and kind of got overlooked in the US, its target audience. I played this Sega Saturn version a lot, and the conversion was done by AM2 themselves and is quite excellent. It also received an arcade sequel in 1998 which was ported to the Dreamcast. Manx TT Superbike was a big chunky motorbike racer on Sega's Model 2 board and was based on the Isle of Man TT race. The arcade featured full-scale bikes to sit down on hang-on style as you blasted through the 2 courses on display. It was Sega doing what they did best, giving you a big Tycoon experience combined with a blisteringly fast multiplayer racer, and it was a big hit worldwide. And lastly was Sega Rally Championship, which came out at the end of '94, but I wanted to include it in this lineup, and it was developed by AM3. It was less arcadey than the usual Sega fare, with a little bit more realistic Ridge Racer tone, simulating rally racing across a number of different terrains from dirt, tar and gravel. It was the first racing game to incorporate different handling according according to the driving surface. The game was directed by Kenji Sasaki, who after developing Ridge Racer for Namco, joined Sega full-time and would go on to working on a host of great games in many capacities, such as Sega Touring Car, Star Wars Trilogy Arcade, and Cosmic Smash, amongst many more. Takanobu Mitsuyoshi was also on board for sound, giving the excellent sound effects and rocking tunes he did so well in Daytona, USA. You had 3 main tracks, Desert, Forest, and Mountain, and if you managed to finish in first place after all 3, you got to go to the extra track, Lakeside. It was another gold standard racing game that ignited the 3D rally genre in the home console market, and went on to being the second highest grossing arcade in Japan for 1995, and in the top 5 highest selling arcades in the US for 95 as well, with the Saturn version selling a brisk 1.2 million copies.
But I think top of the list for me in the 90s, the game that we really loved playing was Winner Stays On, games of Point Blank.
Like the odd light gun game as well. Obviously when Time Crisis came out and Point Blank and all those type of games.
And that was a classic light gun shooting game, but the nice thing about it was it wasn't trying to be anything other than stupid cartoonish fun.
House of the Dead 2 and all that. You know, these were must-have plays. When you went to the arcades, it wasn't just about, you know, showing off how good you were. These were social gatherings, you know, with other people that were there. They wouldn't have been there if they weren't interested in playing these games. So it was an amazing experience to me.
You had other light gun games in the 90s, like you had Lethal Enforcers, which was trying to be super hyper realistic with all the digitized sprites. And you had Mad Dog McCree, which was kind of a hangover from the 80s with those Laserdisc games. And the kind of linear gameplay of that, I didn't get on with that, and it was stupidly expensive to play.
People you've never met before with the same shared interest as you, and then, you know, I never had a problem, you know, popping in a credit with somebody that's playing it and then doing a dual, co-op with a complete stranger.
So Point Blank, that was the game that we used to play at college. Whoever won the game stayed on, and we could always get through the entire game on 1 credit. You got a lot of game for your money with Point Blank.
Something you don't get these days. I know online gaming, you know, a voice over your earphone, but it's not the same as physically being there with somebody. You know, when you do a super cool move, they don't, you know, and you sort of look at them to say, you know, how could you mess that up? Them moments are absolutely priceless.
And now a quick rapid fire roundup of arcades randoms with Strikers 1945 by Sekio, the first in the Strikers vertically scrolling shooter series. It's extremely fun, although cliche, with weapon upgrades, a charge shot, and smart bombs. Nothing new here to offer except good old solid gameplay for genre fans. Backfire by Daddy East was another asymmetric rally racer that every company at the time was pumping out. Great graphics and sound, although I always felt the car was simply a little bit too big, not giving you enough room to play. Still an interesting racer to try out. The Kung Fu master Jackie Chan was a crazy digitized versus game from Kaneko, their last game released before bankruptcy. It's a demented mix of Mortal Kombat and an SNK fighter. An updated version was released later that year, which allowed you to select Jackie Chan as a playable character as opposed to him only being an opponent. This is 90s fighter game cheese, and I absolutely love it. Galaxy Fight from Sunsoft was released on the MVS and is an excellent underrated versus slugfest with detailed sprite scaling around madly with a zoom effect from the art of fighting, and features a science fiction theme with fighters from across the universe. A nice hidden gem fighter. Area 51 is a light gun blaster centered around the famous Area 51 with a mix of silicone graphics and FMV for a weird, unique blend of graphic styles. It's a fun light gun shooter that's a riot to play in 2-player mode. Double Dragon by Technos was released on the MVS and is a versus fighter supposedly based on the Double Dragon film at the time, but clearly it was made long before that, and simply renamed that because there's almost no connection besides some dodgy FMV clips. Still, it's a competent versus game with chunky colourful graphics and sound, and was one of the last arcade games released by Technos. Pulsar was a horizontal shooter published by SNK and worked on by former RM employees, hence the game's similarity to R-Type. The graphics and sound are extremely impressive and is a great alternative to their classic RM title. It was followed by a sequel in 1998 called Blazing Star. Next was Game Tengoku, the Game Paradise by Jalico. a vertically scrolling shooter that, like Konami's Parodia series, is a straight-up parody of shoot-'em-ups, featuring tons of Jellico characters from various shooters in this fantastic tongue-in-cheek shoot-'em-up ROM. And finally was Don Pachi, published by Atlas in the arcade and developed by Cave, their first game release. And damn, what a way to make a debut. It was one of the first true bullet hell games next to Batsugun, and is an amazing example of vertical shoot-'em-up action, visually gorgeous with rocking tunes and sound effects. It didn't set the arcade world on fire in any region, and was considered by Cave staff to be a bit of a disappointing game, although in retrospect it's gained a big cult classic following, and is now an important part of bullet hell history.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Capcom continued their 2D dominance over everyone else, milking the CPS2 for all it's worth, and pretty much ignoring the 3D trend for now anyway. Let's start with two quick looks with Mega Man: The Power Battle, Mega Man's first arcade title, and it was basically a boss rush mode of the regular Mega Man games, going up against bosses versus style with yourself or with a friend in tow. It's pure fan service. You'll probably only really enjoy it if you're a hardcore Mega Man fan. It was followed by a sequel in 1996, and we also got a sequel to Night Warriors called Darkstalker's Revenge, which added a couple of new characters, allowed chain combos, and specials could now be stacked up instead of diminishing if not used. Capcom's immaculate 2D animation is on full display here with improved gameplay and great tunes plus oodles of atmosphere. It went straight to the number 2 slot in April of '95 in Japan. Cyberbot's Full Metal Madness was next, a versus fighter, and a spin-off of '94's Armored Warriors. It's a fun, interesting fighting game with multiple mech pilots and mechs to choose from. Different combinations make different variations of the machines. That adds to the variety in the gameplay. All Capcom tropes are here with Street Fighter style moves and specials, with each character having their own storylines to follow as well between the matches. The game was aimed at a Japanese market and got very limited international distribution, officially anyway, making it a bit obscure to Western audiences. Marvel Superheroes continues Capcom's Marvel Comics license and throws a bevy of famous characters into the X-Men Children of the Atom Engine versus style. The plot is loosely based on the comic book Infinity Gauntlet, with everyone trying to get the gems to stop Thanos from taking over the universe. It retains all of X-Men's main gameplay, with the big addition of the Infinity Stones dropping into the ring if certain criteria is reached. Using these boosts your powers temporarily. It features a large selection of favorite characters from Spider-Man to Captain America and is an absolute blast to play, and was the final stepping stone to Capcom's next massive Versus series that would start up in 1996. A new spin-off of the Street Fighter series was also introduced with Street Fighter Alpha or Zero in Japan. The game is a direct sequel to the original 80s Street Fighter, thus the characters are all younger versions of themselves, and uses the excellent newer cartoony X-Men and Darkstalkers graphic style. Lots of new features were introduced, like multiple levels to specials which could be performed, air blocking, and special counters that sap one level of your special if used. It featured all your favorite characters, plus some from Final Fight like Guy and Sodom. It was a fresh revamp of the series, and I personally loved it. And to think the entire game was made in a mere 6 months, which is absolutely crazy. It went on to be in the second biggest arcade in Japan for '95, just behind Virtua Fighter 2, and was followed by 2 sequels in '96 and '98. And the final game from Capcom was Street Fighter the Movie, based on the cheese-tastic 1994 live-action Street Fighter movie.
Any other new business?
The game is basically this franchise with Mortal Kombat style digitized graphics, with almost the entire movie cast coming back to shoot animation for the game. It was put together by American software company Incredible Technologies with little input from Capcom themselves. It featured all characters from the movie and set pieces.
This is the collection agency, Bison. Your ass is 6 months overdue.
and it's mine.
And actually plays extremely well, even though public opinion will tell you the otherwise. Air juggling and combos are much more emphasized in this version, and besides it looking like Mortal Kombat, it was still Street Fighter through and through gameplay wise, and is honestly a fun cheesy entry in the series, and was a reasonable success in the arcades in both Japan and North America.
You have made me a happy man.
Next, I'll make you a dead one.
The game's output for the rest of the arcade developers was significantly less this year. Of course, this is simply a sampling and not everything, but the big three, Capcom, Sega and Namco, were just crushing everyone else in terms of popularity and output, leaving these guys as secondary players with only 1/4 left. SNK were putting 90% of their resources into the versus genre, becoming one of the most recognizable names in the fighting style as they pumped out the sequels. Fatal Fury 3 Road to the Final Victory was the true third part of the series, but the fourth Fatal game, with Fatal Fury Special simply being an update of number 2. Fatal 3 introduced some new techniques with 3 planes to jump between, being able to block attacks mid-air, and a host of new specials, a grading system after matches showing how skilled you are. And that in turn determines how strong the final opponent will be based on your skill level. All the favourite characters are back, including the Bogard brothers, Mai Shiranui, and good old Geese Howard. It hit the number 2 arcade spot on release in Japan and is an awesome addition to the series. The King of Fighters started its sequel bandwagon with the release of 95, my personal favourite of the 90s franchise. The biggest changes for gameplay was the ability to edit teams now to make your own trio of fighters instead of the country-based teams from 94. I enjoyed the heck out of the sequel, admittedly playing my 4 meg RAM card version on my Saturn to death, which is practically arcade perfect. I wasn't the only one to enjoy it apparently, with Western magazine publishers like Computer and Video Games calling it arguably the greatest 2D fighting game ever, and EGM awarding it Best Neo Geo release of 95. Samurai Showdown 3 also was released, with the series taking a more darker, serious tone, with a complete graphics overhaul and slowing down the gameplay to feel more tactical than even before. You can also select the type of fighting style you prefer, each coming with its own complete different selection of moves and various other tweaks. This game is just oozing with atmosphere and style, and I feel the series really got its identity here and is significantly different from all other versus games of the time. And their last big fighter for the year hit in December in Japan with Real Bout Fatal Fury, which is the 5th entry in the series. It brought tons of new moves, kept the 3 playing level style of Part 3, and a host of other features, but the best addition for me was the ability to ring out an opponent Virtua Fighter style by smashing them against a level barrier multiple times.
SNK.
Konami were laying low arcade-wise, no doubt preoccupied with the large amounts of console games they were releasing at the time. A couple of fun arcade releases emerged though, with Crypt Killer, an on-rails light gun shooter with a unique Egyptian tomb raiding feel that mixes 3D polygon graphics and traditional 2D sprite scaling. Tons of cool weapons were available, from shotguns and grenade launchers, and multiple paths to choose at certain sections. Like all light gun romps, it's best played with a friend, and it's best to avoid the mediocre home ports, which, like Revolution X, have given this game a bit of a bad name. Twinbee Yahoo was the last arcade Twinbee release, and remained a Japan-exclusive arcade. There were a lot of attempts to make this entry easier for most people to play, with multiple difficulties, and just general toned-down difficulty overall, which made it a lot easier to play, compared to the usual unforgiving nature of the prequels. All the funky music, exevious gameplay, and colourful anime-inspired visuals make it another excellent entry and my personal favourite of all the arcade releases. Taito were all about sequels like SNK, with the release of the fantastic Twin Cobra 2 developed by Takumi, one of the Toplan offshoots, and published by Taito, and is the sequel to 1987's Twin Cobra. The game started development in '94 while Toplan was disintegrating, and was finished in the new Takumi Studios. It's a 6-level helicopter vertical scrolling shooter with great graphics and a cool zoom effect that takes you into the background to continue levels, and some cool boss encounters, and was released on Taito's F3 board. And another game running on the F3 system board was Space Invaders 95 Attack of the Lunar Loonies, which is a super fun parody style Space Invaders update, similar to some of the previous updates to this series, but way more over the top than before, with beautiful 2D graphics, boss encounters, and the most sugar-coated cute-em-up gameplay to hit arcades since the release of Bubble Symphony. And finally was Midway, with the third Mortal Kombat game, and to be perfectly honest, this was where my interest in the original series ended. I'm not saying it's a bad game, in fact, a lot of people really loved it, but for me, the formula had just run out of steam at this point. There's not much new here, just more of the same, on just a bigger level. And yeah, you could say that about pretty much any sequel, to be honest, but the game was nevertheless crazy popular, and introduced a run button to get to characters fast, and the stupidity that is animality finishes. And you thought Baybilities were dumb. I don't hate this game at all. Actually, I played it quite a lot on the Mega Drive. I guess the WoW factor had just kind of worn off at that point, and I avoided the series for a very long time after that, until at least the 2000s. But my favorite Midway game of the year by far was WWF WrestleMania, the arcade game, based on wrestling's biggest company at the time. I was a huge wrestling fan when this game was released, so the timing could not be more perfect. It employed Midway's Mortal Kombat graphics, digitized style with the usual over-the-top antics that made not only wrestling but Midway games so damn appealing. It's a bizarre mix of wrestlers, even for back then, but it still had some of the heavy hitters like the Heartbreak Kid, Bret Hart, and The Undertaker, amongst more with 8 in total. Side commentary was provided by Vince McMahon and Jerry the King Lawler, who I actually got to meet a few years ago. The gameplay is very much in the Mortal Kombat mode, with quick combos and specials filling out the action. This was another game where after playing it in the arcades, I just had to get the Saturn version, which felt like almost an arcade perfect conversion for us back then. It hit the US arcade scene at the number 3 spot and was extremely popular like Midway's other franchises of the time.
I'm an asshole with a noose. Get up! You make me sick! Get up! Now, I don't want to shoot you in the back. Turn around! I said turn around! As an agent of the United States government, I am ordering you to turn around!
As we flip into the second half of the decade, a bevy of classic Japanese arcade manufacturers who'd been around for decades all started to fold, one after another. Technos, the kings of the scrolling beat-em-up, ended their 15-year arcade run by filing for bankruptcy. The last few arcade games were published through SNK on their MVS system. Data East closed their US offices in 1996 as well. The innovators of the versus genre were almost done, with their Japanese division pulling out of arcades entirely in 1998 due to massive debt, reportedly over 3.3 billion yen's worth, with 1999 ceasing all game productions altogether. And lastly, Taito, who didn't fold per se but were forced to shut down Taito America in 1996 and Taito Europe in 1998. Their arcade division still continued at a much lower capacity, but they were eventually bought out and absorbed into Square Enix in 2005. Many other smaller companies started falling by the wayside, and I personally remember a couple of my favorite arcades I used to frequent as a kid just suddenly disappearing overnight. The rise of consoles and more powerful PCs offering new types of experiences with almost the same quality hit the industry hard. It never managed to recover.
Because the arcades just couldn't compete. How could you when you had the PlayStation and the Sega Saturn? And PCs were getting more and more powerful as things like the 3DFX video cards came along and offered them 3D acceleration. Why would you go down to the arcades anymore? And I watched this play out in real time, and it was sad because suddenly after the PlayStation, the games that were in the arcades, they rotated much less quickly. We got fewer and fewer new arcade games because the ones that came in, they were so big and weird that they cost the arcade owners a huge amount of money to buy them. So they couldn't buy or rent as many arcade machines at once. Fewer games in general were coming out. And so we started to see the games get older and older and longer in the tooth in the arcades. And it was a sad decline. It really was.
SNK's MVS system was no longer the technical marvel it was back in 1990. The now 6-year-old arcade system had been surpassed 2D-wise by Capcom's CPS2, but that didn't stop the system's continued popularity and low cost to arcade owners, and although the hardware would be discontinued officially in 1997, games continued to be released until almost the mid-2000s, with many more homebrews released later. So let's start with a few of 96's quick looks books, with some of the sequels like The Art of Fighting 3, The Path of the Warrior, a massive visual upgrade to this Versus series, with staple characters Rio and Robert returning, but the rest being mostly new. The animation in this game is absolutely phenomenal, as SNK for the first time used motion capture to animate the characters. The game wasn't as well received in the press, with unoriginality and unbalanced gameplay being the biggest complaints. The MVS system was definitely starting to show its age in this genre. Neo Drift Out New Technology was another entry by Visco in this asymmetric rally series. It delivered the same fast-paced gameplay, standard visuals, and nice sound effects, but was basically the same game they had made before on the MVS multiple times. Overtop by ADK was also another asymmetric racer, with a bit more variety this time in the cars, weather conditions, shortcuts, but was also met with a mixed reaction and fanfare. The asymmetric racer would never be as popular as it once was. Samurai Showdown 4 was also released and was another big arcade hit, with exceptional 2D graphics and stages, and additions like a suicide move that if you were losing in a round you could actually kill yourself, with the advantage of the next round having a full power gauge upon starting, giving you the upper hand. Many other additions are here, and the game would be considered another high point in the series. Waku Waku 7 by Sunsoft hit the MVS with a fresh look and style to the Versus genre, with 7 wacky cartoony characters with outrageous movesets. It's like a more crazy version of Sunsoft's previous fighter, the excellent Galaxy Fight, with the 7 characters trying to collect the 7 legendary Waku Waku balls, which grants a person's wish if you get them all together. The characters are all parodies of famous Japanese pop culture characters from games, manga, and anime, and it's pretty blatant who they're referencing. It was met with really positive reviews upon release. Twinkle Star Sprites by ADK was their last MVS release, and it's a cross between a shooter puzzle game versus style. It's pretty unique in all respects. The more stuff you blast on the one side of the screen and combos you do, the more appears on the other player's side, and that's putting it in simple terms. It's a total rush playing against a friend, with its wacky visuals and infectious music score. I did a review of the excellent Sega Saturn version on my series Import City if you want to know more about this game. And finally, the 2 best SNK releases of the year, both by Nazca Corporation, with the excellent golf game Neo Turf Masters and the run and gun classic Metal Slug. Neo Turf Masters is by far my personal favorite golf arcade game. Most people will probably reference one of the Golden Tee games, which are great, but the kind of fast-paced, more fun nature and completely unrealistic courses make Neo Turf just way more enjoyable to play, with 4 different courses from across the world and 6 different players, each having a particular added skill that they are better at, such as driving or putting for example, and the overall graphics, presentation and sound make this just perfect to play in single player or in stroke play against a friend. But the big one for SNK this year was Metal Slug, probably the most well-known and beloved arcade run and gun game and series the arcades ever saw.
Metal Slug is absolute king. Frantic button mashing and huge boss enemies, all with an added humor element. That just makes Metal Slug a must for any run and gun fan. My son and I run through these series of games at least once a year, and all of them are absolute gems.
You play a member of a strike force that's trying to stop a new world order and rescue a bunch of POWs. Like mentioned previously, all the former RM staff that worked on hits like In the Hunt and Gunforce 2 helped out with this classic. It throws 6 big run and gun platform levels at you, with every weapon under the sun made available for mass destruction of not only the enemies but most of the backgrounds as well. You also get to access multiple vehicles along the way, with the tank being the most fun to use. The game's sense of humor is on display all over the place, adding to its charm, and even though you're murdering thousands of people, it comes off as light-hearted entertainment. Not something you can really say about many running guns. The 2D pixel art is absolute perfection, some of the best in any video game, with some of the coolest sound effects amping up the action tenfold. It did well in Japan upon release, but was absolutely massive in the US market, and ranked out in the top 10 money earners for '96, which is really not bad for 6-year-old arcade technology, which in gaming terms is relic status.
The genre that really sucked me in was probably versus fighting games, especially in the arcades. Light gun games were very, very close second, especially those American laser games and Terminator 2 and stuff like that. But I think versus fighting games, SNK just knew how to make those. The Fatal Fury, Art of Fighting, World Heroes, King of the Fighters. absolute gems. Capcom was just knocking it out of the park. They made their best fighting games in the 90s, Marvel versus Capcom, and just pretty much everything. They just could not do anything wrong when it came to fighting games. They just took a huge leap forward, and I think that whole genre really became its own thing during the 90s, Mortal Kombat, everything else. And it was really amazing just to play random people, you know, when you went to the arcade that you didn't know and you just started fighting them. You had no idea whether they were skilled or not. It was always like this kind of, you know, you're sweating before you put in the coin and you were like, am I going to waste my money here or am I going to kill this guy? And it was really fun. I mean, I guess you could compare that to online gaming now. You don't know who you're playing, but it's not really the same thing. That's some random person out there that you've never met. This random person you've never met, but he's standing right next to you, and you don't know. It's like I had instances when you were playing a fighting game where the guy got really mad and punched the screen, or like started turning to you and saying I'm cheating, which is impossible in the arcade. You know, you just played the game, and some people take it hard. It was like a crazy experience. Some guys would be smoking with one hand while they were playing. It's just like crazy. The arcades were crazy in those days. But I think the versus fighting genre was my favorite of the 90s.
Sega went all out on 3D this year, wiping the floor against rivals, delivering an absolute blitzkrieg of classic arcade games. A lot of these are played as Saturn games first, or only really, and thinking back to the cost of these new 3D arcades, and South Africa where I used to live, was definitely starting to lag behind, as I can only imagine arcade operators just couldn't afford to buy these games anymore. A lot of the ones we're going to look at, like Scud Race, Virtua Fighter 3 and Lost Bronx, are all played at a Sega GameWorks in Seattle in 1998 when I moved to Canada. These big massive amusement centers were becoming the last places to actually play these massive expensive machines. Your local mom and pop arcade were never going to go further than NBS at this point, before disappearing for good, more than likely. And on that depressing note, let's check out a couple of quick looks here with Virtua Fighter 3, Sega's first game to run on their next-gen Model 3 hardware. Headed up again by Yu Suzuki, it's another masterwork of a fighting game with visuals that obliterate all other 3D competition at the time, coupled with the awesome element of the interactive stage design, like fighting upstairs or on a slanted roof or even on a floating raft with all the water physics. It was pretty amazing. My favorite element was the inclusion of the dodge move, giving you a chance to avoid a fatal hit and follow it up with a counter. It really added a whole new level to Virtua's gameplay. It also included 2 new characters, with Aoi being a jiu-jitsu master and Taka being a sumo wrestler. The game again was a massive arcade hit, becoming Japan's highest grosser for 1997 and selling over 30,000 arcade machines by the end of 1997 worldwide. Another versus game also hit called Lost Bronx by AM3, running off the older Model 2 hardware. It was a weapons-based 3D fighter set in an alternate gang-populated Tokyo. It featured extremely fast-paced combo-style gameplay, with weapons such as sais, tonfas, and bokutos, and a whole lot more. It was a much more realistic style fighter than you usually saw in arcades, and was a really big hit in Japan, its intended audience. It wasn't distributed much outside of the country, making it a pretty high-profile Sega arcade that most people only got to play as a Sega Saturn game, if anything. Virtua 1 was another Model 2 release and was a cool-as-hell robot arena-styled versus game, picking your robot and smashing and shooting your way to victory over the best of 3 rounds. Laser swords, cannons, bombs, melee attacks, everything was here. It was a combination of fighter as well as a long-range shooter of sorts, all being played on awesome twin-stick controls. It was listed as the most successful arcade release in March of '96 in Japan. The House of the Dead was next, a horror-themed light gun splatterfest from AM1, being heavily influenced by Western B-movies and zombie movies in particular. House was as close as you could get to back then of going up against a real zombie, with its gory splatter effects and monsters, creepy environments, and laugh-out-loud B-movie voiceover acting. although that part was clearly unintentional. The game is cited alongside Resident Evil as kicking off the whole zombie renaissance in movies and pop culture, so I guess Sega is partly responsible for the 700 seasons of The Walking Dead available on Netflix. You're a secret agent in the game that has to stop a mad scientist from conducting his mental experiments and rescue a whole bunch of hostages, and literally blast anything else that moves. Even though it's on rails, by not saving certain hostages will send the game down different paths, with 3 different endings based on your overall score ranking. The game took almost a year and a half to make and was running on a modified Virtua Cop 2 engine. They also anticipated the violence may be an issue in some parts of the world, so the machine was able to switch blood color for arcade operators in case they felt the presence of an all-knowing Karen in their establishment. It was a major hit on all sides of the world, becoming Japan's biggest money earner in 1998, and by the end of that year it had sold almost 10,000 arcade machines worldwide. Next was Die Hard Arcade, a big crazy 3D beat-em-up based loosely, and I mean really loosely, on the original Die Hard movie. Sega managed to get the rights from Fox for a game and wanted to use up their leftover STV arcade boards they still had, so together with AM1 and their US-based Sega Technical Institute, the game was put into motion. The game's plot keeps the fight your way up the building aspect of the movie, but everything else is made up, like John McClane has been sent to save the president's daughter from a bunch of terrorists. This game is an absolute riot in all the best ways. The multiple gameplay styles, like the crazy arena beat-em-up areas filled with weapons and destructible environments, the over-the-top bosses and fun quick-time events that break up the gameplay. This is honestly how licensed games should be made. Keep a familiarity with the franchise, of course, and make everything else up. Because movies and games are two completely different beasts, game designers still don't understand this basic concept. The Die Hard aspects were taken out of the game completely for its Japanese release due to Sega not having the game rights in Japan. Hence the game is called Dynamite Decker, or Dynamite Detective in English. It hit the number 2 spot in Japanese arcades for its August release and was Sega's most successful US produced arcade game up until that point. And it also has an absolutely flawless Saturn version, which was made simultaneously with the arcade since it was STV based. And lastly from Sega was Scud Race, an amazing arcade racing game that was another showcase for their new Model 3 hardware. Toshihiro Nagoshi was back for another winner, having previously worked on racing classics Virtua Racing and Daytona USA. The game was based on the BPR Global GT, a sports car racing series that was popular from 94 to 96. The game featured 4 different courses, both night and day environments, and came in twin cabinet forms and the ability to link up 8 players for a massive multiplayer action. This was another one of those games that I played for the first time at the Seattle GameWorks and was blown away by it. Even though I was playing it about a year and a half afterwards in 1998, the graphics still made everything else look like an absolute joke at the time. The game was renamed Sega Super GT for its North American release, and this game honestly still makes most modern racers look like cheap imitations, and considering it was made roughly 27 years ago as of making this, that's a pretty amazing feat. And now for a quick round of rapid fire randoms with Super GT 24-hour by Jalico running off Sega's Model 2 hardware. A pretty good racing game with the unique ability of the cars actually taking damage during the race. It manages to be a pretty good clone combination of Sega's Indy 500 and Namco's Ridge Racer. Stormblade by Visco, a vertically scrolling shooter which feels like a spiritual successor to Capcom's UN Squadron, only vertical. It has excellent graphics and music and is a brilliant shooter fest. Sengoku Blade by Sekiro was a sequel to Sengoku Ace and is another great shmup from the company, featuring horizontal Japanese fantasy setting with giant steampunk styled robots, of course. Another Sekiro gem, and it's also known as Tengai outside of Japan. Dead or Alive by Tecmo was the first in the long-running 3D fighting series, running on Sega's Model 2 hardware, and is probably the most blatant clone game ever made, copying Virtua Fighter 2 right down to some of the exact same animations. Despite all that, the voluptuous female characters and tight gameplay won the day, and it was a massive success and helped save Tecmo from bankruptcy, with a $9 million profit by the end of 1996. And lastly was Osman by Mitchell Corporation, which is pretty much the real sequel to Capcom's Strider, unofficially of course, with many ex-Capcom employees heading up this excellent side-scrolling action platform game. It featured the same slicing and climbing action as Strider, and how they didn't manage to get sued by Capcom is anyone's guess. Capcom were mostly sticking to what they knew best, while they started dipping their toes into 3D arcade releases. But let's first check out a few sequel quick looks first, and start with 19XX, The War Against Destiny, another entry in the 1940 series of shooters, now running on CPS-2 technology. It's set in an alternate universe where you have to stop a world war from taking place. It offers absolutely nothing new per se, but who really cares when the visual, sound and gameplay are just so damn perfect. Dungeons & Dragons Shadow over Mystara, an excellent sequel to Towers of Doom. It's more light RPG scrolling beat 'em up style gameplay with improved visuals, more weapons and spells, branching paths and different endings. It was very popular and well received, but just didn't do the business scrolling beat 'em ups used to do, making it one of the last few in the genre that Capcom ever released in the arcades. And we also got a sequel to Street Fighter Alpha with Alpha 2, my personal favorite Street Fighter game still to this day. This is a slick as hell well-made gem with excellent graphics, music and gameplay that is just perfect in all aspects. This and Capcom's later Street Fighter 3 could not be beat, and this still stands the test of time as the best that ever came out of this Versus series, at least in my opinion. And now on over to some new franchises, all versus beat 'em ups, because you know, this is Capcom. Red Earth was the first new Versus game and also the first new game running on their CPS-3 hardware. It had a fantasy alternate reality vibe, with the main gameplay being the traditional Street Fighter mold, with a few interesting additions like the character upgrade system, where as you win matches and collect items that fall from characters after being hit, you can increase multiple tributes of your own character and gain new moves, with Capcom also providing a password system allowing you to continue with whatever upgraded level your character reached. It was clearly Capcom trying to bring more console and computer style depth to generally shallow arcade experiences, but it didn't help and the game came and went from arcades in a heartbeat, which is a shame because it's actually a fantastic fighting game, and hence no sequels were ever made. X-Men vs Street Fighter was the start of Capcom's Monster Versus series, pitting various franchises against each other versus style. It combined the best elements of Street Fighter gameplay mixed with the more over-the-top air juggling combo madness of the Marvel fighters like Children of the Atom or Marvel superheroes. The graphics took on the X-Men style, being colorful and cartoony, and it's amazing how well the Street Fighter characters are all adapted so well to work in this more insanely manic gameplay style. Massive over-the-top powers, gorgeous stage design, thumping music and sound effects, tag team gameplay, and a massive 17 playable character roster made it a dream come true for fans of both franchises. It went straight to the #1 slot in Japanese arcades, but didn't have the same impact in the US market initially, but slowly gained momentum and word of mouth and clawed its way up to the top spot after a few months, which was pretty unusual for arcade releases. It would receive its first sequel in 1997 in the form of Marvel Superheroes vs Street Fighter. And lastly from Capcom was a jump into the world of 3D fighters with the release of Street Fighter EX, made by Eureka and published by Capcom. For the most part, it played like a game from the Alpha series with 3D graphics. Its cast of characters, however, were mostly all new, giving the series a whole slew of strange new freaks to master. I mean, who doesn't like Skullomania? Come on, give this guy his own game. It was followed by an arcade upgrade not long after release called EX Plus, fixing bugs and gameplay tweaks and unlocking 4 new characters. It wasn't all that well received as they had hoped, doing decent business in Japan but getting limited or almost no distribution. However, the PlayStation version titled Street Fighter EX Plus Alpha was a big selling game worldwide with over 400,000 copies sold in the first year alone. And that's again the version that I played to death, never actually seen an arcade version of this game ever. And finally over to a roundup of the rest of the companies, with Namco giving us Tokyo Wars, a huge 3D style multiplayer tank game, with you going up against opponents on the streets of Tokyo. Cabinets could be linked also for massive multiplayer action with up to 8 players battling it out to see who could outlast each other. It was one of those games you just had to play in the arcades. It went straight to the #1 arcade slot in Japan in January of '97. Namco also had Exevious 3D/G, a vertical vertically scrolling shooter and another entry in their long-running shoot-'em-up series, with the big difference being that it was now using 3D polygon graphics. They were attempting to bring Xevious to the next generation, running on their System 11 board, and featuring a pumping techno soundtrack by Shinji Hosoe, famous for his Ridge Racer tunes. It featured 7 stages in total and still had the traditional 2-shot gameplay with missiles for ground targets and regular fire for air-based ships, plus the new addition of power-ups like a double shot and lasers, bringing the series more up to 90 speed for shoot-'em-ups. Although it didn't perform all that well in the arcades, well below what they were expecting, the PS1 port sold extremely well, and that was actually the version that I played back in the 90s and really enjoyed it. Atari had their first entry in the extremely popular Rush series of games called San Francisco Rush Extreme Racing, a blisteringly fast racing series with 3 tracks centered around San Francisco and California. It was pure arcade multiplayer racing fun, the reason that you still went out of your way to go to the arcades for that rush of adrenaline experience you could only have on one of those big cabinets. The game was developed with Atari using PC 3DFX Voodoo graphics dual chips for the much cheaper cost of a regular arcade machine, which meant cheaper buy-in costs for arcade operators. The game ended up being a smash hit, sales and popularity wise, and saved Atari's arcade division for at least a few more years. Midway had a whole bunch of sequels and continued entries in popular series such as NBA Hang Time, which was another entry in the NBA Jam series, with the biggest change besides the updated rosters of players was the fact that you could actually custom make your own player and he could be upgraded by winning games. Besides that, lots of extra moves were also added, such as alley-oops and double slam dunks, and is another extremely enjoyable entry in this series even if you're not a sports game fan. Cruising World was the next entry in the cruising racing series. Eugene Jarvis was again the designer of this cool follow-up, which, like the name suggests, now lets you drive all over the world with everything from Japan, Australia, Africa, and everything in between. Tons more cars to choose from, plus the addition of stunts along the way and limited boosting ability. If you like the original, then you'll absolutely love it. Rare also developed a sequel to Killer Instinct, and it was again published through Midway. It's basically more of the same, with 11 characters to choose from, more amped up and over-the-top combos, and the ability to throw characters was added. I remember playing this game once in the arcade, exactly like its predecessor, and moving on real quick. Its reliance on endless combos just didn't grab my attention. It was, however, another massive commercial success, although critics were not as kind, saying it was just too much of the same with barely any new features to offer. Konami also had a bunch of cool titles such as GTR Club Rally Côte d'Azur, the first entry in this racing series, with one of the most notable features allowing you to race in a Mini Cooper Italian job style. The course was full of shortcuts, giving you the sense of a much more open racing style, with a heavy emphasis on handbrake drifting. This was yet another racing game using cheaper PC hardware to run, and thus reducing production costs significantly. They also had a double dose of shooters, namely Sexy Parodius and Salamander 2. Sexy Parodius was the 5th installment in this Gradius parody series, keeping all the wacky over-the-top antics of the previous installments, and just amping it up with a million Konami characters and vehicle cameos. Excellent horizontal shooting action, easier and more forgiving difficulty compared to any Gradius game. It just puts a big smile on your face with its chunky music, kaleidoscope of color, and just plain demented scenarios. A must-play for any shoot-'em-up lover. And another long overdue sequel was Salamander 2, a direct arcade sequel to the 1987 original, but the third official Salamander game. It featured a very different graphic style and had 6 stages and flips between horizontal and vertical action, in similar style to the rest of the series. The soundtrack is actually extremely good, like most Konami shooters, and it managed to achieve moderate success in Japanese arcades at the time, but was nowhere near a big hit. I played this game for the first time on my Japanese Saturn as part of the Salamander Deluxe Pack, and actually never came across it once in any arcade I ever went to. And lastly was Taito, who were starting to wind down their arcade output significantly. Raystorm was another entry in the Ray series of vertically scrolling shoot-'em-ups, with this one jumping into full 3D. You get to choose between 2 different ships and have regular fire and the awesome lock-on mode, launching multiple missiles at all targets on screen for massive visual destruction. It's a very entertaining shooter with great visual flair and a cool soundtrack provided by Taito's trusty house band Zuntata. Fighter. It jumped right to the top of the arcade slot in Japan for its September release. And lastly was Bubble Memories, the story of Bubble Bobble 3, and is a direct sequel to the excellent Bubble Symphony, which we looked at earlier, although it's definitely not as good. Everything, however, in the game is dialed back a whole bunch compared to the previous entry, and it seems like it was just rushed out quickly. It features 80 floors to conquer with a few minor gameplay tweaks like the giant charged bubbles, but it was kind of forgettable. It's not a bad game by any means, but I'd highly suggest you just play the excellent original or Bubble Symphony. It made very little impact in Japanese arcades, debuting at number 21 in the charts for its May 96 release.
I sleep with his wife. Jesus Christ, great.
1997 continued the slow decline of arcades, with the scrolling beat-em-up almost completely disappearing, and most new shoot-em-up releases rarely leaving Japanese arcades in any official capacity, plus the overall large downturn in the amount of new machines hitting arcade floors. One new genre that did emerge was the music rhythm game, with Konami's Beatmania, a DJ simulator hitting Japanese arcades and taking them by storm. Japanese gamers couldn't get enough of the simple, addictive gameplay, and Konami would flood the arcades with variations on this formula, with Dance Dance Revolution, Guitar Freaks, Drum Mania, and so much more. It took a year or so for Western audiences to start seeing localized versions of this pop up in your local arcades, but once they did, it was like a second win for many struggling establishments. But was it really enough for the Western arcade survival? The biggest company this year, for me anyways, was the unstoppable 2D force that was Capcom, still forsaking 3D for the most part and plowing ahead into a 2D slapfest. Let's check out a few rapid fires first, with a sequel to X-Men vs Street Fighter called Marvel Superheroes vs Street Fighter. A lot of the X-Men were out, with a varied selection of top-tier Marvel characters from Spider-Man, the Hulk, and Captain America, amongst more. Gameplay is pretty much the same, with 2-on-2 matches and all manner of crazy power-ups, and is another glorious CPS2 release. They also had Vampire Savior, or Darkstalkers 3, the third game in this Versus series. Gameplay was changed up a bit with a 2-bar health system instead of rounds, similar to Midway's Killer Instinct series, and also sports a bunch of new characters, with BB Hood being one of my personal favorites. It jumped into the number 2 spot in June of '97 in Japan, and was well received by fans and critics alike. And on a more light-hearted fighting note, we got Super Gem Fighter Minimech, or as it was called, Pocket Fighter in Japan. It featured tons of super deformed Capcom characters from Street Fighter, Darkstalkers, Red Earth, etc, etc. It combines the standard Street Fighter mechanics with Marvel Superheroes Gem system, where items and gems drop on screen, giving you the chance to power yourself up or regain health, and much more. Another forgotten Capcom diamond in the rough. And now on to the bigger games, with a return to the scrolling beat-em-up, one last big time with the release of Battle Circuit, predominantly a Japanese-only arcade release with a very limited European distribution, making it a hard-to-find arcade to come across in the wild. The cabinet could support up to 4-player simultaneous action, beating up everything on screen, and collecting coins which could be used to upgrade your character at the end of each level. You take the role of futuristic bounty hunters, going after some of the wackiest villains ever to grace any video game. The graphics are pure pixel art gold with cool manga stylings and some excellent electronic beats, and was a great way for Capcom to say goodbye to the genre that served them so well. And one of the few 3D releases this year was the excellent Rival Schools United by Fate, another Versus game with similar gameplay tropes to the Marvel Versus series, with 2-on-2 teams with different high schoolers battling it out against each other on a quest to find out who's been attacking the students at their local school. It's big, loud, crazy fun, with me playing this against friends for hours on end on the excellent PlayStation version. Capcom was so worried that the game would flop due to their limited 3D experience, they added the Street Fighter character Sakura to the roster to ensure some sort of interest in the game. But they didn't really have to worry, as the game went straight to number 1 in Japan for February '98 and received a fantastic sequel called Project Justice in 2000. And finally, Capcom's biggest game of the year was the return of Street Fighter for the big proper sequel in Street Fighter 3 New Generation, a game designed for their new CPS3 hardware, another massive upgrade allowing more elaborate animation and funky jazzy beats. It has mostly a new cast of characters besides staples Ken and Ryu, and putting aside the massive graphical upgrades sporting some of the smoothest 2D animation in any game, there were a number of gameplay additions like the excellent parry system and the addition of super arts, a special moves explosion similar to what is found in the Alpha series of games. Street Fighter 3 is an exceptional fighting game at its best and ranks in my top 10 versus games ever made, and is a pure joy to learn and play. And as per usual, it was followed by a bunch of upgraded versions in arcade such as Second Impact and my personal favorite Third Strike, which I played religiously on my Sega Dreamcast. Despite the high production cost, the 2-year programming cycle, the game was only a moderate success in the arcades, selling roughly 10,000 arcade units worldwide, which was another sign of the arcade's slow slide into obscurity.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And now for a few rapid fire reviews, starting with Maximum Force by Atari, which was a light gun game using the same mix of pre-rendered backgrounds, sprites and digitized graphics, the same as their Area 51. It didn't offer much new and looked strangely out of date at the time amongst the sea of 3D releases, but it was still another commercial success for Atari regardless. Dodonpachi was Cave's excellent follow-up bullet hell shooter to Donpachi. 3 more ships and 7 more levels of shoot 'em up bliss make it another brilliant shooter that barely saw the light of day outside of Japan, with again me playing this as a Sega Saturn game as opposed to even ever seeing it in any arcade. Baryon Future Assault made by Semicon, another rocking vertically scrolling shooter with relentless action and massive bullet hell spewing boss encounters. It's pure chaos of the best kind. Shien Ryu by Warashi is the last shooter we're going to have a look at here, running off Sega's STV board, making a Saturn version arrive within months of its release. Lovely parallax scrolling and some awesome weapons and on-screen distraction, just make it another lost shooter that's well worth discovering. Rampage World Tour by Midway was the long-anticipated sequel to 1986's original. It sticks closely with the original's destroy all the buildings and military attacking you, with the addition of taking out labs all over the world, hence the World Tour. It's a great game to play with friends in the big 3-player mode, and the game was never officially released in Japan due to lack of interest, which is kind of ironic going by the subject matter. And finally for quick looks was Bloody Roar by Rising, better known for their shoot 'em up games. This was a very cool 3D fighting series that spawned a whole bunch of sequels. The best part is being able to transform into a beast monster for some serious epic smackdowns, and it also sports a really cool cheesy rock soundtrack. I played this game a heck of a lot on my PS1 back in the 90s. Sekiro had a triple threat of what they did best, with 3 distinctly different shoot 'em ups. The first, Strikers 1945-2, is the most traditional of the bunch, and a sequel to the original. It throws another 8 stages of vertical action at you, with a total of 6 planes to choose from. It's just good old-fashioned blasting action, ticking all the right satisfying boxes. It debuted in the number 6 spot in Japanese arcades in November of 1997. Zero Gunner was a bit different, switching up the 2D pixel art for a full 3D game running off Sega's Model 2 arcade board. It puts you in the seat of a helicopter pilot as you travel the world taking out bases of a terrorist organization, with 3 main scenarios being Asia, USA and Europe, and 3 different helicopters to choose from, to the ability of being able to face your helicopter in any direction, shooting enemies from all sides, plus a cool gun lock-on feature. It was a breath of fresh air and a damn good shooter that ended up spawning an even better sequel in 2001 called Zero Gunner 2. And lastly was the very unique and look and style Soul Divide, a horizontal shooter that mixes Japanese and Greek mythology styles for a take on the shmup genre. You had multiple characters to choose from as you set out to stop a madman from acquiring a power stone. You picked up scrolls from downed enemies giving you different magic spells, as well as each character having a melee attack, and the coolness of the massive boss encounters. They were pretty epic in nature. There was nothing else quite like it at the time in arcades, and it's still a great game well worth your time. This was the year SNK released the new Harper Neo Geo 64 arcade system, which was meant to take the company into full-on 3D games, as the MVS was starting to show its age up against all the latest games at the time. Unfortunately, it just didn't pan out, and only 7 games were produced for the system, with none of them being particularly popular in arcades on a mass financial scale anyway. We'll only be looking at one of these games, with one of the first releases called Samurai Showdown 64. This was SNK's first 3D fighting game and would be one of 2 entries in the series on the Harper system. Gameplay was very much the same as before, with the inclusion of now being able to ring your opponent out to gain victory. The game wasn't terrible by any means, it simply just wasn't as fluid or nimble as its 2D predecessors, and it didn't help the fact that the 3D graphics already looked slightly outdated up against Sega and Namco's offerings of the System 12 and Model 3 boards. It was followed by another 3D attempt in 1998, with SNK calling it quits on the board in 1999, failing like so many other companies to make that difficult transition from 2D to 3D. All was not lost, however, as the trusty old MVS just kept on giving, with a couple of fantastic titles like Shock Troopers by Saurus, a throwback to classic top-down running guns. You could play a co-op or alone, plus the team mode allowing you to switch between 3 different characters on the fly across the 7 military-themed levels, and proved that there was still a place for this genre even though it had completely died out in arcade form. The other game was Last Blade, a weapons-based fighting game that was seen as the spiritual successor to Samurai Showdown. It was fast and slick and sports gorgeous 2D pixel art and oodles of atmosphere, plus lots of interesting gameplay features such as speed or power, a combo and deflex system. There was a lot of depth to this game. It managed to make its way to the #1 position in Japanese arcades for January of 1998. Arcade-wise, the big shots all seemed to be taking a breather this year, but there were still some significant hits from all of them. Taito had Arkanoid Returns, another entry in this long-running breakout series, the 4th overall but 3rd arcade game. It's the same basic gameplay with power-ups and more ball-bouncing action over 50 levels. This again feels a little bit lazy to me, like Taito's Bubble Memories, and you could tell the company was desperate for any sort of nostalgia hit again. It's not bad in any way, but it's just more of the same with different graphics and music. G Darius was their other big release, which is an excellent entry yet again in the Darius series, the 4th arcade release and the first to employ full 3D polygon graphics, but still keep the simple 2D gameplay style. With 15 zones overall with the ability to take different paths, fight more giant mech crustaceans of the sea, it's another excellent entry in this series, and I had this on my Japanese PSX back in the day. Sega had a couple of interesting entries with the Lost World Jurassic Park based on the second movie and the sequel to their 1994 light gun release. However, this one was running on their new powerful Model 3 arcade board. This game was made in rapid succession, with AM3 only working off the movie script without seeing any actual movie footage. A few months before the release, they received a whole slew of material from the movie and added in a bunch of scenes to tie the whole game together. The game's graphics and atmosphere again put all other light gun shooters to shame with the advanced level of the Model 3 hardware and massive immersive experience of the arcade machine. Sega's other unique entry was Top Skater, a skateboard simulator complete with real board and rails for that authentic skating experience. It ran on Model 2 hardware and was directed by Kenji Kano, who later went on to create Crazy Taxi, as you can tell by the over-the-top characters and heavy use of the band Pennywise's music throughout the game. It wasn't simply about racing from A to B, but also about pulling off tricks along the way, which makes it feel much more authentic to the skating experience. I got to play this beast in South Africa, probably one of the last big massive arcade machines I saw hit up those old arcades, and really enjoyed the heck out of it. It wasn't simply a gimmick, but actually played really well. I also played it at the Seattle GameWorks arcade, where the machine actually made its North American debut. The team at Neversoft, who created Tony Hawk series, were said to have studied this game at a local arcade, where they played it relentlessly, and the design and style definitely comes through in that series. It was a big hit and ended up spawning an arcade sequel in 2001 called Air Tricks. And lastly was Namco with their big follow-up in the Tekken franchise called Tekken 3, a massive upgrade and overhaul of the series, now running on their more expensive System 12 hardware as opposed to the cheaper PS1 based System 11. The graphics took a major boost, as well as the animation, which was now motion captured. It now featured over 20 characters, many new ones also becoming staples of the series going forward. All the characters can now sidestep in a similar fashion to Virtua Fighter 3, and there were other tweaks to combo juggling and a whole lot more. This was the entry in the series that really got me into this fighting series more than 1 or 2. It was slick and played so well and was a huge upgrade over Part 2. It turned out to be a monster hit for Namco, taking the #1 spot in April 97 in Japan, and was second overall to Virtua Fighter for the biggest money earners of that year. But overall it ended up being more successful internationally, with just over 35,000 arcade units sold by the end of 1997, and the PlayStation version selling just over 1 million copies in its first day of release in Japan alone.
Hot damn, I never run a convertible before!
Is that right? Well, I guess you're about ready then, aren't you?
We're your friends. We're not like the others, man. Really.
No more of that talk or I'll put the f***ing leashes on you, understand? Get in.
By 1998, Konami's music rhythm games had invaded most arcades around the world, at least the ones that were still open, with the introduction of Dance Dance Revolution. A whole slew of new gamers invaded local arcades to prove who could bust a move, or a hip if you were already an arcade veteran. Multiple smaller arcade companies again closed up shop, too many to even list here, with the most significant being Seibu Kaihatsu, a veteran Japanese arcade company founded in 1982. They officially are listed as filing for bankruptcy, bringing to end a long list of classic games such as Empire City 1931, Dynamite Duke, and of course the entire Raiden Shoot 'em Up series. Sega themselves introduced their new arcade board called the Naomi, the cheaper and more user-friendly successor to their expensive Model 3 board. It was also the basis for their final console release, the Dreamcast, later that year in Japan.
It's sort of a leap in video game technology, and Sega's going to use this to make a comeback into the marketplace.
And would make porting games to the system a breeze, making arcade and home versions practically identical. It would be absolute gold for gamers, but inevitably the end of arcade's technological dominance over consoles once and for all.
Here comes a new challenger.
Despite rhythm games taking the popularity crown, Versus Fighters was still the predominant arcade staple, still going strong, mostly fueled by SNK and Capcom's mass output. Let's first have a quick look at a bunch of sequels before the new entries. Sega had an excellent sequel to Fighting Vipers, one of their most underrated 3D fighters. Vipers 2 offered a couple of new characters and a complete graphics overhaul, with it now running on glorious Model 3 technology. It was almost a year in the making, headed up by Sega's AM1 division. The game was the second most successful release in Japan arcades for June of '98, but had very limited international distribution, much like Lost Bronx, making it another obscure game unless you played the also limited Dreamcast port, which again was basically arcade perfect. SNK gave us a whole bunch of goodness with the Real Bout Fatal Fury 2, which was the third Real Bout entry. It's very much in the same style as Real Bout Special, with a bunch of new characters, again being able to jump between planes, but the second one only being for dodging, not a permanent fighting position. It was #1 in Japanese arcades in May of '98 for the week of its release. Last Blade 2 delivered more glorious weapon-based combat to the MBS and was another excellent sequel with brilliant animation and backgrounds, 3 new characters, and more emphasis on a plot this time. I played the Dreamcast version, which I'm still a massive fan of till this day. And lastly from SNK was King of the Fighters 98, The Slugfest. I chose not to highlight the last couple of years of this series, just basically due to repetition, but seeing as we're getting near the end here, we'll check this one out as well as 99. Gameplay is mostly the same, with team-based battles and absolutely a massive cast of characters featuring almost everyone from previous entries. It's also a great entry-level game for this series, and feels like a greatest hits. Both this and 95 are my favorites of the 90s King games. It bizarrely received an updated version in 2008 for the arcades called Ultimate Match, 10 years after its initial release, and double bizarrely a 2009 arcade version called Ultimate Match Hero. Capcom's sequels included Marvel vs. Capcom Clash of Superheroes. I guess the only way to up the ante was to pit both companies against each other. All characters were up for grabs. It's the biggest and most chaotic slapfest ever put onto an arcade screen. It featured 15 playable characters, and just seeing Captain America fight Mega Man is well worth the price of admission. The tag team format is back, with also a massive roster of unplayable guest characters, which are used to assist you in special attacks, with everyone from Strider, Magneto, and Arthur from Ghosts and Goblins making some sort of appearance. It managed to outperform Capcom's staple Street Fighter 3 in US arcades, arcades, its second biggest marketplace. And Capcom's last sequel was Part 3 to the Street Fighter Alpha series, this being the last entry in this franchise. There were changes made to the specials, allowing you to select various versions from previous games, explaining it in its most basic terms, plus all 18 characters from previous entries and new ones such as Armika and Cody from Final Fight, plus more. I always felt that this game simply gave you too many options and characters, making it really hard to get into. Alpha 2 is still my go-to game in the series, but for the most complete entry in the series, then this is definitely it. And now on to new original entries, except our final look, which we'll get to shortly. Sega had an extremely original fighter called Spark Out Digital Battle Online. Although not strictly a versus affair, and more of a 3D arena style brawler, it was unique for arcades at the time, especially the ability to link up 4 machines for 4-player multiplayer action. It was running off a modified Model 3 board and designed by Toshihiro Nagoshi, and the battles can almost be compared to his Yakuza series in style. You face off against multiple opponents at a time, followed by bosses, and the unique multiplayer multicab setup, usually reserved for racing games, gave each player their own screen to move freely around within the arena. It unfortunately received no home ports, but did get a continuation of the series in the form of Spark Out Battle Street in 2005 on the Xbox original. Capcom also gave us JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, a Darkstalkers style crazy 2D versus game, using characters from the manga of the same name. Most of the Capcom Street Fighter 3 team worked on this game, which sticks close to Street Fighter stylings, with an obvious over-the-top Darkstalkers look. The game was based on manga's third story arc, called Stardust Crusaders, and was worked on personally by manga creator Hirohiko Araki. It featured a whopping 14 playable characters, with Capcom releasing an updated arcade version the following year in '99, adding another 8 more characters, and was the last game released on Capcom's short-lived CPS3 board. It was a big hit in Japan, dominating the #1 spot for February of '99, with the updated Heritage for the Future dominating November of that same year. Very limited international distribution was done, making no doubt the Dreamcast version commands such an exorbitant price these days. Techromancer was another go for Capcom in the 3D realm, in this versus-style mech combat game. What I loved about this game was how each mech has its own classic-style manga storyline, played out in dramatic action before, after, and even during matches. Smashing up surrounding buildings and landscapes while battling it out was the icing on the cake, but also being able to choose dialogue options could send each story in new directions. Massive weapons and flashy visuals make it one you just have to try out, and it's still one of my favorite top 10 Dreamcast beat-em-ups worth playing. The biggest versus game though for '98 came from Namco's sequel to Soul Blade, called Soul Calibur.
There were 2 games in the late 90s which, I felt that when I played them, I knew kind of the arcades were done.
The game that kind of killed arcades, for me anyway, is Soul Calibur.
It was another big weapons-based entry running on Namco's System 12 hardware, delivering exceptional graphics and atmosphere for the time. The biggest new feature was allowing your character to walk anywhere on screen. You weren't simply using 3D graphics and stuck on a 2D plane, opening up the gameplay and strategy tenfold.
When that game came out on the Dreamcast, and it ended up being with a faster refresh rate than the arcade and just seemed to perform better than even the arcade machine, that was, for me, the end of arcades. That was like the line in the sand of when arcades were the premium place to go to play games.
Soul Calibur, the sequel to Soul Blade, when I saw that in the arcade, I was just like, this is an awesome game. And I got that on my Sega Dreamcast in, I think, 1999. And wow, it was the arcade, but better.
Both the Soul team and Tekken 3 teams were sharing ideas about the game while it was being made in a much more collaborative effort for Namco as a whole, and improved the game in so many ways, with many new perspectives being thrown at it.
Also, people were looking for more out of their games with home console versions of games. They didn't want that arcade experience. They were getting bored of that. So the arcade, quick nature of arcade games was slowly moving towards the longer mission-based games that you see on consoles even to this day.
It had the graphics, it had the sound, it was slightly better than the arcade, and not only that, it gave you tons and tons of extra options to extend the life of the game, so it was the arcade and more. That was a bit of a turning point.
The game hit Japanese arcades in September and was ranked 3rd for the month, but the port to the Dreamcast release in 1999 was the killer app for the system, selling over 1 million copies in rapid succession, and seen by everyone in the industry and fans as not only more visually impressive, but with all its built-in extras, it was the superior game, outgunning the top-of-the-line arcade on all levels at that time in less than 1 year.
But when it comes to a line in the sand, I think Soul Calibur was that moment where arcades kind of were starting to look like they're on the way out. Even the pinball machines were dying at around that same time too, so yeah, kind of sad, but it's just how it played out in the end.
The driving genre was back in full force in '98 with a stellar lineup almost completely dominated by Sega. So let's dive into Dirt Devils by Sega themselves, a dirt buggy styled over-the-top racer running on Model 3 hardware. It's fast, it's fun, and a Sega racer through and through. It's unfortunate that it never received any home ports, because it's a really good time. Another Sega racer lost in the arcades, never to be converted, was the excellent Harley Davidson and LA Riders, another Model 3 game by Sega's AM1 division. This one was obviously motorbike based, with a much more open-ended feel, giving you checkpoints to race to, but get there however you want, taking shortcuts, collecting bonuses, etc, etc. The full arcade bike sit-down version featured a motorbike horn, song changes on the fly, multiple camera angles, and full handlebar gear shift mechanic, if you played it in manual of course. It still has Sega's arcadey feel, but at the same time felt pretty unique to play. It's a great game with a cool soundtrack. And on the opposite spectrum, we got Midway's Hyperdrive, a fast-as-hell futuristic racing game, a bit of a cross between F-Zero and Wipeout, but it's nowhere near as good as either of those. But it's still quite fun to play, and ended up becoming a really quickly forgotten arcade game at the time. That was supposed to be ported to the N64 and Dreamcast, but neither of those versions ever materialized. And now on to the heavy hitters, Sega Rally 2 and Daytona 2, both epic Model 3 races, and what you still went to the arcades for back then to experience firsthand. Sega Rally 2 was back to the dirt with the same basic structure as the original, with vastly improved graphics and a more realistic feel to the gameplay, plus a much larger selection of cars, 8 in total, and plenty of new tracks, with the cars themselves being based on the 1997 World Rally Championship. Development of the game started just after completing Sega Touring Car in '96 and got fully underway in '97, with much of the development time spent on learning the ins and outs of the new Model 3 hardware. The game went straight to #1 in Japan for April of '98. I honestly never enjoyed this game quite as much as the original, but it's still quality and another hit from Sega. The other game was the big one for the year, and the follow-up to one of the most popular arcade games ever, Daytona 2, Battle on the Edge. I mean, even the title is awesome.
When it comes to talking about my favorite arcade game, it's really difficult to pick just one. But the closest thing I could say to an actual favorite would probably be something like Daytona USA 2.
The biggest changes in this one were selecting a car and driver, each with their own abilities that they excelled at. It also incorporated a slingshot style ability used in-game like real NASCAR drafting mechanics. On top of all that, the cabinets could be linked for up to 16 players at once.
This is a game that I still love to play today, and it still looks absolutely gorgeous in action, and you can't really get that experience at home. I mean, yes, you can kind of emulate this stuff now, but it's not the same. When you jump in that full cabinet with all the hydraulics and the movement and the steering wheel and everything, and you're just transported to another time. It feels so good to play, and it just brings such a smile to my face every time I hop into a Daytona USA 2 machine. I do wish we had an official conversion at home sometimes, but yeah, for now, I mean, if you really want to play Daytona 2, you're still looking for an arcade cabinet.
And although it performed really well upon original release, it never managed to quite match the dizzying heights financially that the original managed to achieve, and still to this day has never received a home port, which is such a shame. The light gun genre took a dark turn this year with an overdose of horror-themed shooting action, no doubt influenced by Sega's previous hit, The House of the Dead. Sega themselves were also happy to oblige and gave us another round of zombie head-popping action with The House of the Dead 2, now running on Sega's new Naomi board. It again is an on-rails affair with actions branching the game off in many different directions for a lot of variety in the level design. It packs in twice as many enemies and epic boss showdowns and is visually light years ahead of its predecessor, although the ham-fisted voice acting still returns in all its Resident Evil glory. This was one of those games I saw in every arcade I went to, and you just couldn't help but have a game if you saw it. It also received a brilliant spot-on Dreamcast port in '99 that was the arcade in your home. Evil Knight was next, not because it's a good game, oh no, but because it's the most abysmal rip-off and executed light gun game by Konami, no less. A blatant House of the Dead knockoff with some of the most pathetic 3D graphics and animation ever put to an arcade screen. How this game ever got released is anyone's guess, but it's well worth checking out for the sheer schlock value. Repeat, this is not a good game by any means. And the last light gun shooter was Carnival by Midway, always looking to cash in on a good dose of arcade violence as per usual. Carnival does not disappoint in any department. Jack Hager, a Midway veteran who also worked on Narc, T2 and Revolution X, headed up this demented foray into the nightmare-induced carnival of death. Gameplay-wise, it's standard light gun action with pre-rendered backgrounds that move at an absolute feverish pace and polygon enemies to blast the hell out of. It's a fun roller coaster ride that does not let up for a single second, and if you suffer from any form of motion sickness, then you're gonna be barfing your way through this entire game. And now for a quick rapid fire randos roundup with Dance Dance Revolution by Konami, another spin-off of their music rhythm games, but with this one being even more popular than Beatmania and managed to storm arcades across the world, becoming a massive pop culture success. It's the same basic gameplay as Beatmania, but instead of DJing, you're dancing, hitting the arrows with your feet and timing with the music, and was a showcase for everyone out there who thought they had rhythm or slick dance moves. More than likely you didn't, and looked like a complete moron in front of 25 random arcade goers. Dynamite Cop was next by Sega, a sequel to Die Hard Arcade, but this time without the Die Hard license, but still the same crazy 3D beat-em-up action, where you were stuck on a cruise ship heading towards a pirate-infested island to save the president's daughter yet again. I mean, geez, get this woman some real security, my goodness. It's pure arcade fun that I enjoyed so much on my Dreamcast. Gauntlet Legends was released by Atari and Midway and was a long overdue isometric update of the 80s arcade hack and slash dungeon crawler, and was the last Gauntlet game made by Atari themselves. The game had a much stronger emphasis on RPG mechanics, allowing you to upgrade your character along the way, and even being able to save them in the arcade via a password system. Its mix of hack and slash, co-op play, and light RPG mechanics made it a hit in arcades worldwide. Star Wars Trilogy Arcade by Sega is a 3D rail-based shooter, reenacting three major scenes from the original Star Wars trilogy, aka the good movies, plus a bonus lightsaber duel if you survive all that. It was running off glorious Model 3 hardware and included the Death Star end battle from New Hope, the Hoth Killfest from Empire, and the speeder bike sequences from Jedi, plus the bonus Boba Fett and lightsaber duel against Darth Vader. Sega really knew the art of licensed games. Chaos Heat by Taito was basically a clone 3D game of Sega's Dynamite Cop series, just with a bigger emphasis on gunplay over punching. It's a pretty cool game regardless, and managed to be popular enough to spawn a PS1 sequel called Chaos Break. Shock Troopers 2, a quick turnaround sequel to 97's first MVS release, although it's quite different from that game. It's still run and gun, but has no team play mode and uses a pre-rendered graphics style instead of pure pixel art. It still plays well though and is fun, but is a game either fans love or hate. And lastly was a sequel to Metal Slug by SNK, another side-scrolling running gun of epic proportions, delivering everything you could possibly want in a sequel to the original classic, with massive bosses, explosions, and awesome vehicles to use. An updated version of Part 2 called Metal Slug X hit the arcades in 1999, which fixed a lot of the slowdown and bugs, and was now running off a modified Metal Slug 3 engine, and the game is yet another bona fide arcade classic. The shooter niche continued unabated due to the rabid hardcore Japanese arcade fanbase. Most of these again didn't see the light of day outside of Japanese shores, in arcade form anyway. The ever-reliable Cave gave us Esperade, another glorious vertical bullet hell shooter that was produced right after the completion of Dodonpachi. It was the first game by Cave's art director, Junya Ino, showcasing his epic visual style. It was very popular in Japanese arcades, getting two sequels, Escaluda 1 and 2. Raycrosses was the continued entry in the series by Taito. It continues the 3D stylings of its predecessor with the lock-on feature and etherical techno beats. If you liked Raystorm, then it's just more of the same. Tenkomori Shooting by Namco is one of the most original shoot-'em-ups ever, combining the point-blank minigame stylings, but in the shmup genre, giving you bite-sized versions of classic arcade-style games, with a heavy dose of Namco classic characters as well. Once the quota is reached, for example, shoot X amount of enemies, the round ends, taking you to the next minigame. Playing this in 2-player is definitely the way to go. Gunbird 2 by Sekiro was published by Capcom and is another fantastic shooter sequel. It's more over-the-top bullet hell styled action with an excellent shoot-'em-up feel and very catchy music, and has 7 stages to shoot your way through. I played this game relentlessly on my Dreamcast, and that version features a few exclusive extra characters from Capcom and Sekiro franchises. Cave couldn't simply have one release, and also gave us the coolness that is Dangun Feveron, a vertically scrolling bullet hell disco madness produced by one of Cave's founding members, Kenichi Takano. The game tested pretty poorly initially in Japanese arcades, prompting Cave to go 180 on the game's design, psychedelicing it out and swapping out the generic rock music as well for funky disco beats, giving the game its own unique identity. It worked and debuted in the top 10 Japanese arcade games for November 98. And lastly was Radiant Silvergun, the shoot-'em-up masterpiece from Treasure, known mostly for their exceptional Sega Mega Drive games. It was directed by Hiroshi Uichi, a former Konami employee who left to help form Treasure, where his first game was the epic Gunstar Heroes. It featured a wide array of weapons, as well as a sword for slashing close encounters, or held out in front of your ship to cause major damage. The game ran on Sega's STV board, allowing for a quick port to the Saturn, released 2 months after the initial arcade debut. It was a very popular game, taking the 5th spot in Japanese arcades for July of '98, with the Sega Saturn port garnering rave reviews and selling just over 50,000 copies in Japan.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Only human.
Dodge this.
The final year of the 90s was bittersweet. 3D games had all but taken over the arcade scene, with a few 2D holdouts like shoot-'em-ups and some Versus offerings still producing 2D games.
I would love to go back in that era with a camera, and my biggest regret was not recording any video footage or any taking more photos. I only took one photo in an arcade ever.
Consoles and more powerful PCs were now standard and had become what most people considered cutting-edge gaming. Arcades had simply been forgotten.
So that's something I think that is lost to time, which is a bit sad, that there wasn't more done on the history of gaming back in that era. And it was just because film was expensive and we just didn't think to do it. There was no place to put that kind of information or to put those photos or videos for everyone to share or see. At least I couldn't think of that at the time.
You could now play games of equal or even better quality than what they could offer. People just simply stopped going. And at least in Western countries, most big arcades were disappearing overnight.
There are some aspects of arcades that you just can't get at home anymore, such as the dancing machine, air hockey is another one, the basketball machines, and there's arcades have just changed now. I kind of don't like when you go into an arcade now and it's full of all mobile games stretched up to a big screen. I kind of like the cabinet aspect of the arcades, where it's just a bunch of games in cabinets and you just walk past, pick and choose what game you play.
With arcade cabinets also vanishing from your local mom and pop shop, replaced with rental versions for your favorite consoles. The Atari brand came to an end in the arcades, with Midway also closing up their arcade division roughly a year or so later. The arcade staple, the racing game, never failed to disappoint in the 90s with a slew of diverse entries. First up was Crazy Taxi by Sega, with director Kenji Kano of Top Skater fame delivering another dose of late 90s punk-induced attitude into a demented game of taxi driving. The objective was to pick up passengers and drive them to their destinations as quickly as possible. The more dangerous and reckless you are without crashing, the more tips you get at the end of the fare. Keep the chain going for as long as possible by getting time extensions for each successful delivery. The town is modeled after the combination of Venice Beach, California and San Francisco, with the soundtrack blasting tunes from punk bands Bad Religion and The Offspring. Much like Kenji's Top Skater Pennywise soundtrack, the game came in both sit-down and upright arcade cabinets and hit Japanese arcades in the #1 spot for April of '99, and went on to become Kano's Hitmaker Studios' most successful game they ever made, and saw a couple of cool console sequels with Crazy Taxi 2 and 3. Another Sega release on the opposite end of the spectrum was F355 Challenge by AM2 under the direction of legend Yu Suzuki, an ultra-realistic racing simulator putting you in the seat of a Ferrari F355. The game featured 6 tracks, some from real courses such as Suzuka and Monza. The original arcade version came in this massive deluxe 3-screen affair with 3 foot pedals and a full-on gear system for the ultimate realistic time. And as per Suzuki game requisite, it has a cool rock soundtrack with real-life DJ Alan J, who worked at the Japanese radio station Bay FM, adding to the car radio realism. It was a hard game even in automatic mode, but once you got used to it, it truly was an amazing driving experience. Atari gave us another dose of Rush with San Francisco Rush 2049, the final game, like mentioned earlier, for the Atari Games brand. Being a futuristic racer meant they could get away with some crazy stuff, like your car extending wings if you take a big jump and doing over-the-top air maneuvers for more points. It was more the fast-paced, extreme-style racing that Atari did so well, running off their PC 3DFX Voodoo 3 technology, which made patches and updates to the arcade an easy fix for arcade owners. With 8 different cars and 5 tracks, there was a lot of game with a lot more unlocked if you were good enough. The 2003 upgraded version called Rush 2049 Special Edition was not only Atari Games' last arcade game, but Midway's as well, with Midway themselves ending their arcade division just over a year and a half earlier. Sega also had Emergency Call Ambulance, a Model 3 game with a variation on the Crazy Taxi style, with you playing a paramedic picking up and delivering patients to a local hospital. Driving Carefully But Fast was the name of the game, and it was a really fun game to play in the arcades. I was lucky enough to play it multiple times, and waited with bated breath for Sega to announce a Dreamcast port, but they never did. The game is still an arcade exclusive to this day as of making this. And the final racer for the decade was Midway's Hydro Thunder, an off-the-rails powerboat racing game that became part of Midway's Thunder series. It throws you onto unrealistic courses such as a post-apocalyptic New York or the Antarctic Circle. You can pick up boost icons to blast you ahead, and pick up boost fuel for your own turbo stock. The actual arcade cabinet itself was a cobbled-together Frankenstein of a machine, made up of many Midway leftover parts from Hyperdrive, the original Rush, and Cruising USA, as financially at the time Midway was on the brink of closing their arcade division, which officially happened in 2001, even though, as mentioned, one more variation on Rush 2049 was released in 2003. A sequel was also put into the works but ultimately got cancelled, but the series spiritually continued on in the form of Off-Road Thunder and Arctic Thunder in both arcade and console forms. And now for another rapid-fire roundup with Sega's entry into the music rhythm genre with Samba de Amigo, a maraca-based affair made by Sega's Sonic team. This game is wildly addictive with its Latin-themed music and shaking maracas in timing and heart to the on-screen action. It was hugely successful for Sega in Japan and went on to being the highest-grossing arcade of 2000. The long-awaited proper sequel to Strata eventually arrived from Capcom, not counting the home sequels. Throwing 2D graphics down over 3D backgrounds made the action way more chaotic, with mostly the same gameplay, with you jumping, sliding, hanging off everything while slicing your way through enemies over 5 missions. Virtua Tennis was next, an arcade-style tennis game by AM3, running on Naomi hardware. It's possibly the most fun tennis game I've ever played, and the basis for 1,000 clone games to follow. Sega wanted to replicate the success of their soccer-based game, Virtua Striker, with another sport. I'd say it was pretty massively successful. Next was Zombie Revenge, a die-hard arcade-style 3D beat-em-up, and a spin-off of The House of the Dead, with slap-up action and tons of weapons. It brings back that fast, in-your-face gameplay that made old arcades so addictive. And lastly from Sega was Outrigger, a really different style of game for the arcade, with its first and third-person style arena shooting action. You had multiple characters with unique abilities. It was like playing a first-person shooter in the arcade, but with a demented Sega twist.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And over to the shooters one more time with the release of Prehistoric Isle 2 by Saurus and published by SNK on the MBS. A sequel to the original and one of the first few games released on the MBS. It's a pretty standard horizontal scroller where you fly a helicopter, rescue people and blast any dino creatures all to hell before the big old bosses. Although not as classic or well loved as the original, it's still a decent arcade blast. Next was another great entry in Seikyo's Strikers series called Strikers 1945-3, or also known as Strikers 1999. It was another fun entry in this vertically scrolling series, with the big difference in the modern setting this time, now letting you fly 6 fighter jets with an F-22 Raptors, stealth bombers, Harriers, and so much more. It has great detailed graphics and pumping tunes. It's just another cool entry in this franchise. And lastly was Guwange by Cave and published by Atlas. It is for the most part a vertical shooter, although the screen does move horizontally at certain points. Set in ancient Japan with a story about you trying to take out a head demon who's locked away in a mountain. You got 3 players to choose from, and the action is full on bullet hell madness as you shoot your way through the demon masses. Depending on the character chosen, the ending will also be different. It's one of the rare shoot 'em ups where you're either not flying or riding a vehicle, as your character is basically just strolling through the level of destruction. It was another awesome shooter by Cave, who, together with Seikyo, were the masters of the genre. On the light gun front, we saw Konami's redemption for the abysmal Evil Knight with a true arcade classic. So let's first start out with the chaotic madness that is LA Machine Guns Rise of the Machines by Sega, a sequel to 1995's Gunblade New York, swapping out locations from New York to LA and now running on Model 3 hardware. Taking place in the future of 2025, you're now equipped with your own hoverbike zipping around, wasting robot terrorists. The same on-rails gameplay as before, just way more intense. It's also not only restricted to downtown LA, but over 5 stages you also get to go to Alcatraz, Las Vegas and more. The sound effects and set pieces are extremely cool, and playing this on a real arcade with a friend with those 2 big machine guns is oh so satisfying. A double pack of this and Gunblade New York were released on the Wii in 2010, which is probably the easiest way to check this game out. And the other on-rails light gun shooter was Silent Scope by Konami, a game that puts you in the role of a sniper as you attempt to stop a bunch of terrorists and try to save the US president's family and the man himself, all held hostage. There are 3 main missions where you have to take out the terrorists as quickly as possible. The coolest part about this game in the arcade was the big mounted sniper rifle with a fully functioning scope for a close-up look at your targets. It was a fun, unique twist on the light gun game that definitely made you want to seek out any arcade you could still find that was open to play it back then. The scenarios are all pretty cool too, from assisting the police in a city block shootout and the difficult but cool night mission raid, plus much more, made you feel like a real sniper. There were a lot of home ports of this series and this first game, although they were mostly good. You just couldn't replicate the true feeling of this game at home, and remains one that you should definitely try to seek out in its original form. It was a hit for Konami, jumping to the number 2 spot for September 99 in Japan's arcade charts. And we'll finish off the decade with a genre that defined 90s in the arcades, the good old versus beat 'em up. Let's first take a look at a few original releases with SNK's Garou Mark of the Wolves, another installment in the long-running Fatal Fury series, with the game taking place long after Geese Howard's death, with his son Rock and Terry Bogard, plus a host of new characters, many of them related to former fighters, as they all enter a new King of the Fighters tournament. The two planes of fighting have been removed, with a system that rewards players for blocking at the last second, thus regaining their health. The 2D pixel art here is beautiful, with superb animation, all running on almost 10-year-old arcade technology. For me, this is undoubtedly the best Fatal Fury game, with unmatched gameplay and personality. It was ranked as the #1 arcade game in Japan for January of 2000. Next was Power Stone by Capcom, an arena-style beat-em-up running off Sega's Naomi board. It sports a colourful cast of characters that duke it out in different closed-off locales, using melee and weapons found around the stages. Power Stones also drop into the arena, and if you manage to collect 3 of them, you can transform into a super version of yourself, Bloody Raw style, with a massive power upgrade and moves for a limited time. It was an extremely fun game to play with lovely 3D graphics and cool stage design. It didn't really make much of an impact in arcades at the time, but the easy Naomi port to the Dreamcast made it one of the most popular multiplayer games the system ever saw. And now a couple of quick look sequels here with King of the Fighters 99 Millennium Battle, which is the 6th game in this series, again on the MBS. The biggest change here on this year's release was the introduction of strikers or guest characters. After choosing your usual 3 main team, a 4th member can be chosen, who can be used as an assist in big special moves for a limited amount of times per match. It's pretty similar to Capcom's Marvel vs. games, and is another cool entry in this series. We also got Tekken Tag Tournament from Namco, with the big change giving you a chance to select 2 players for a team, and being able to tag them into a match on the fly, allowing the off-screen character to regain health. A massive 35 character roster and enhanced graphics over Tekken 3, and you have another great sequel from Namco. And the final versus game we're going to look at in this series is Dead or Alive 2 by Tecmo.
I played Dead or Alive 2 in the arcade and I absolutely loved it. It was such a jump forward from Dead or Alive 1.
It was directed by Tomonobu Itagaki and his Team Ninja team, also responsible for the excellent Ninja Gaiden series on the original Xbox.
Mechanics, the graphics, everything was just superb. Then I got the Dreamcast version.
DOA 2 was a massive, which is an understatement, leap in terms of graphics from the original, now running on Sega's Naomi board, which was absolutely dominating arcades at that time.
As soon as I put that in my Dreamcast and started playing it, that was that moment where I felt arcades were kind of done.
The animation and detail was years ahead of everything else. It was to 3D fighters that Namco's Soul Calibur was to weapons-based brawlers. New features included the multi-tiered stages where you can throw or hit a character from one level to another as the action seamlessly continues. The flow of the fighting is seamless from combos, throws and blocks. It's one of those games that actually plays as well as it looks.
That leap had gone, it had gone over, and your home system was now better than an arcade, and it was kind of bittersweet. I loved the fact that I had this Dead or Alive 2 that was better than the arcade, but at the same time I was like, is there any reason to go back to arcades now?
In early 2000, the Dreamcast received a port of the updated Millennium version. It was truly mind-blowing and surpassed the arcade on all levels. It unfortunately was Tecmo's only Dreamcast game they ever made.
And after that, going to arcades was a thing that I only did if I came across an arcade. Like if you're going on vacation and you saw a little arcade, you would go and check it out. But you weren't going out of your way anymore, at least I wasn't, to go and visit arcades. And that's a shame, but that's just the reality of it. Technology finally caught up.
Arcades never truly disappeared like we all think. They simply faded into the background as the mighty steamroller of technology overtook it. The number of arcades in the US in the 1990s was roughly estimated at just over 10,000, but by the end of the decade, it had shrunk to just under 3,000. Many of the companies that made the games had moved on to consoles or gone out of business, meaning less variety for arcade owners, with the almighty SNK also falling victim to the times in 2000. 2001, although they did make a comeback and are still around to this day. By the early 2000s, sales of arcade cabinets were at an all-time low globally, and many arcades outside of Japan that were still left adopted the prize redemption route to keep patron interest. It's funny to me from a historical perspective to see the arcades go all the way back to the roots of the penny arcade and redemption carnival games sitting side by side in an equal number to the modern light gun and racing games, which are the dominant genres that have continued on to this day. Over the last year, while putting this entire arcade series together, all 3 decades, I've been documenting any time I've come across arcades in my regular travels, and I was surprised at how often I found them. Although they are still niche, my daughter and I have found them in waiting areas of restaurants, in many retro gaming stores I go to. Most of the local cinemas have them. They're all over video game conventions, and indoor mini golf establishments always have some cabinets. The biggest trend now for modern arcades is the rise of the barcade in most big cities across the world, offering the older crowd who lived through the original arcade days a chance to socially gather with friends, get drinks, and play those nostalgia-filled games, now all running on free play. Certain parts of the world, the scene never ever really went away, with Japan and South America in particular, where arcades are just part of the culture and still remain extremely popular to this day. It was the goal of this series to not only chronicle the story of arcades, but to see how different everyone's experiences were across the world. And with the help from all my guests and friends, we got to see that at the heart of it all, arcades really were universal. We all shared in the same adventures, blasted the same zombies, raced the same roads, flew the same skies, and fought many battles across the universe for the price of 1 credit. We all got to escape our lives for 5 minutes, forget reality, and dive into infinite worlds with a smile on our face and usually our best friend on player 2. Arcades truly were the universal language. And that's it, the entire mainstream run of arcades. I hope you enjoyed the show. These arcades, they weren't merely places where old people went and threw in quarters to waste some time on some retro machines. These games and the entire scene right from the beginning fundamentally built the entire video game industry. Everything we play now is directly influenced by all these games that were created. I hope it gave you a little perspective on the history of gaming and arcades, obviously. Thanks for joining me, Bastish B, at 64K. I hope you had a good time. If you can please like and subscribe, that'll be greatly appreciated, and I'll see you next time. Cheers.